Before we begin, let me know where in the world you're watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Tonight, I want to take you somewhere truly extraordinary. A place that existed not so very long ago, yet feels like another world entirely. We're going to San Francisco. But not the San Francisco of postcards and tourist brochures. No, we're going to the San Francisco of the 1970s, a city that was beautiful and brutal, revolutionary and terrifying all at once. Imagine for a moment. The summer of love has ended. The flower children who danced in Golden Gate Park have scattered to the winds. And what remains is something far more complicated than any history book will tell you. The painted Victorian houses still stand in rows like colourful sentinels, but behind their doors, stories are unfolding that will shake the nation to its core. In this one city during this one decade, you had everything. Serial killers sending coded messages to newspapers, daring them to catch him. A newspaper heiress kidnapped by revolutionaries, only to apparently join them. A charismatic preacher building a following of thousands, leading them towards something unspeakable. A neighbourhood transforming into a beacon of hope for an entire community of people who had been told their very existence was shameful. Rock and roll legends living in mansions, throwing parties that lasted for days, and through it all, the fog rolling in from the bay, as if trying to hide what was happening from the rest of the world. This is the story they don't teach you. The real story of what happened when the dream of the 1960s met the cold reality of the 1970s. It's a story of hope and horror, of revolution and tragedy, of people reaching for utopia and finding something very different instead. So settle in, get comfortable, and let me take you back. Back to a time when anything seemed possible in San Francisco, for better and for worse. Back to the streets where legends walked and monsters lurked. Back to the decade that would change America forever. Let's begin. To understand what San Francisco became in the 1970s, you first have to understand what it was leaving behind. And nothing captures that transformation quite like what happened to a little neighbourhood called Haight-Ashbury. If you had walked down Haight Street in the summer of 1967, you would have seen something remarkable. Young people everywhere, wearing flowers in their hair, colours so bright they almost hurt your eyes. Music drifting from open windows, the smell of incense mixing with the salt air from the bay. Free food being handed out in the parks. Free medical care at a clinic that asked no questions. A genuine experiment in a different way of living. They called it the Summer of Love, and somewhere between 75,000 and 100,000 young Americans descended on this compact neighbourhood of elegant Victorian houses searching for something they couldn't quite name. Freedom, perhaps. Meaning. A community that cared about people instead of money. They came because they believed, truly believed, that they could build a better world right here on these few city blocks. But here's what they don't tell you. By the time 1970 arrived, the Summer of Love was already a memory turning sour. The cameras had left. The national magazines had moved on to other stories. And what remained in Haight-Ashbury was something far darker than anyone had imagined possible. The residents who had been there from the beginning saw it coming. In October of 1967, just a few months after the Summer of Love's peak, they organised something called the Death of the Hippie ceremony. It was a mock funeral, a piece of street theatre complete with a coffin and mourners dressed in black. They walked through the streets of the Haight, carrying signs that read, "Hippie, son of media." The message was clear. Stay away. The party is over. What the newspapers created, the newspapers have killed. But people kept coming anyway. They came because they had heard the stories. They came because they had seen the magazine covers. They came searching for a dream that had already died, and what they found instead was a nightmare. By 1970, heroin had replaced LSD as the drug of choice in the Haight. The difference cannot be overstated. LSD, whatever its dangers, was a drug of expansion, of seeking. Heroin is a drug of escape, of disappearing. And people were disappearing into addiction, into the streets, into graves. The beautiful Victorian houses that had once been communes full of artists and musicians became flop houses and shooting galleries. Criminal gangs moved into the vacuum left by the idealists. The free love that had been celebrated became, in too many cases, a pretense for exploitation, and worse. The Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, which had been founded to help young people through bad acid trips, found itself treating infections from dirty needles and wounds from violent assaults. The crime statistics tell part of the story. Murder rates in the neighborhood soared, robbery became commonplace. The peace and love generation found itself living in a war zone. But statistics can only capture so much. What they can't capture is the feeling of walking down a street that had promised utopia and finding despair instead. And then there were the deaths that made national headlines. In October of 1970, within weeks of each other, two of the brightest stars of the San Francisco music scene died of drug overdoses. Janis Joplin, the Texas blues singer who had electrified audiences with Big Brother and the Holding Company, was found dead in a Hollywood hotel room, a victim of heroin. She was 27 years old. Just 18 days earlier, Jimi Hendrix had died in London, also from drugs. He was 27 as well. These deaths seemed to symbolize something larger. The incredible creative energy that had flowed through San Francisco in the 60s was being extinguished, one candle at a time. The music would continue, but the innocence was gone. Perhaps the most chilling detail of the Hate's decline is one that most people don't know. In the late 60s, freshly released from prison, a man named Charles Manson spent time in the Hate, recruiting followers. He was just one face in the crowd then, another bearded figure spouting philosophy about love and freedom. Some of the young people who joined him in those San Francisco days would later participate in the most infamous murders of the decade. Manson didn't create the darkness that consumed the Hate, but his presence there, in those final days of innocence, serves as a reminder of how thin the line is between idealism and madness, between seeking enlightenment and losing yourself entirely. The residents who had tried to warn everyone, who had staged that funeral for the hippie in '67, were proven right. But being right brought them no comfort. Their neighborhood, the place they had loved and tried to protect, was irrevocably changed. Many of them left, scattering across California, forming communes in rural areas, trying to recreate somewhere else what they had lost in the Hate. By the early 70s, walking down Hate Street was an exercise in melancholy. The psychedelic storefronts remained, their paint fading. The Victorian houses still stood, beautiful in their architecture but hollow in their souls. Young people still drifted through, but they had a different look in their eyes now, not hope, something closer to desperation. The summer of love lasted one season. The winter that followed would last for years. But here's the remarkable thing about San Francisco. Even as one dream was dying, others were being born. The creative energy didn't disappear. It transformed. It flowed into new neighborhoods, new movements, new ways of imagining what a city could be. The story of the Hate's decline is just the first chapter of the 1970s. What came next was even more extraordinary. While the streets of the Hate were struggling through their dark transformation, the music that had made San Francisco famous continued to evolve. And if you want to understand the soul of 1970s San Francisco, you have to understand its soundtrack. Let me take you to a house. Not just any house, but perhaps the most legendary rock and roll residence in San Francisco history. 2400 Fulton Street, a magnificent Victorian mansion sitting right at the edge of Golden Gate Park. In 1968, Jefferson Airplane, already one of the biggest bands in America, bought this house and made it their headquarters. They promptly painted the exterior black and gold. Every band member's name was on the deed, and what happened within those walls became the stuff of legend. The mansion wasn't just a place to live, it was a culture center, a gathering place, a symbol of everything the San Francisco music scene represented. The parties at 2400 Fulton were epic. There's a famous story about Thanksgiving of 1968, when Owsley Stanley, the legendary audio engineer who was equally famous for being the first person to synthesize his own LSD, somehow obtained an advance copy of the Beatles' Hey Jude. He wired the entire house with speakers and played that song in every room, over and over all night long. Young fans, mostly teenage girls, would sit on the wall across the street, hoping for a glimpse of Grace Slick or Paul Kantner. Some of them would eventually work for the band, transitioning from groupies to secretaries to public relations staff. The boundaries between audience and artist were permeable in ways that seem impossible now. Just a few blocks away, another legendary band was making history. The Grateful Dead had emerged from the same Haight-Ashbury scene that produced Jefferson Airplane, but their trajectory was different. While the Airplane chased commercial success and radio hits, the Dead built something more unusual: a community. The Dead's concerts were never just concerts. They were events, gatherings, almost religious experiences for the devoted fans who called themselves Deadheads. The band would play for hours, their improvisational jams stretching songs into epic journeys. Their sound man, Owsley Stanley, the same Owsley from that Hey Jude party, designed the legendary Wall of Sound, a speaker system so massive and innovative that it changed what live music could be. In 1970, the Dead released 2 albums that captured the strange duality of the moment. Working Man's Dead and American Beauty were departures from their earlier psychedelic explorations. The songs were shorter, more structured, drawing on folk and country influences. The cover of Working Man's Dead was photographed in an industrial section of San Francisco, the band looking like labourers rather than rock stars. It was as if they were signalling a new era, a grounding after the flights of the 60s. The Dead loved Golden Gate Park, playing free concerts at various spots throughout the decade: Hippie Hill, the Polo Field, the Panhandle. These weren't commercial events. They were gifts to the community, a way of maintaining the spirit of free exchange that had defined the scene from the beginning. But the 70s also brought new bands to San Francisco stages. Santana, led by the virtuoso guitarist Carlos Santana, had emerged from the city's Latino community with a sound that fused rock with Latin rhythms. Their performance at Woodstock in 1969 had made them international stars, and throughout the 70s they continued to innovate and evolve. The Doobie Brothers formed in San Jose in 1970 and quickly became associated with the Northern California sound. Their harmonies and guitar work would define the soft rock movement of the decade. Journey, another Bay Area band, started as a progressive rock group before transforming into arena rock superstars. Tower of Power brought funk and soul to the mix, their horn section becoming one of the most recognizable sounds in popular music. Behind all of this music stood Bill Graham, the concert promoter who had transformed live rock performance into an art form. Graham had opened the Fillmore Auditorium in 1966, and after a brief closure, he reopened it as the Fillmore West in 1968, turning it into the most important rock venue on the West Coast. The psychedelic posters advertising shows at the Fillmore became collectible art. The light shows that accompanied the music were pioneering visual experiences. Graham understood that a rock concert could be more than entertainment. It could be transcendence. In February of 1970, Ralph Gleason, the jazz critic who had championed the San Francisco sound, filmed a concert at the Family Dog Ballroom that captured the scene at its peak. Santana, the Grateful Dead, and Jefferson Airplane all played on the same bill, and the night ended with an all-star jam featuring members of all 3 bands. Watching that footage now, you can see the community that existed among these musicians. They weren't competitors. They were neighbours, friends, fellow travellers on a strange and beautiful journey. As the decade progressed, the music scene continued to evolve. The late 70s saw something entirely new emerge from San Francisco: punk rock. The Mabuhay Gardens, a Filipino restaurant and nightclub in North Beach, became the CBGB of the West Coast. Bands like the Dead Kennedys and the Avengers rejected everything the hippie generation had stood for. Their music was fast, angry, confrontational. They looked at the idealism of the 60s and saw only failure and hypocrisy. The Dead Kennedys' lead singer, Jello Biafra, had a particular genius for provocation. The band's name itself was designed to shock. Their songs attacked politicians, corporations, the California establishment, and sometimes the very audience listening to them. It was a different kind of rebellion than what had come before, but it was unmistakably San Franciscan in its irreverence and ambition. Perhaps the most symbolically important musical event of the decade came on New Year's Eve, 1978. The Grateful Dead played the final show at Winterland, Bill Graham's other legendary venue. The concert stretched through the night, the Dead playing set after set as if reluctant to let go. The Blues Brothers opened the show. After their set, they retired to Jefferson Airplane's mansion at 2400 Fulton for an after-party that reportedly featured the largest pile of cocaine anyone present had ever seen. When the sun rose on January 1st, 1979, an era had ended. But the music that San Francisco had given to the world continued to echo. The songs written in those Victorian houses, recorded in those makeshift studios, performed on those legendary stages, they didn't disappear when the venues closed. They became part of the American songbook, part of our collective memory, part of who we are. While rock and roll dominated the cultural conversation about San Francisco in the 70s, another musical tradition was quietly being destroyed. And this story, the story of the Fillmore District's jazz scene, is one of the great tragedies of the decade. To understand what was lost, you have to go back to the 1940s. During World War II, African Americans from across the country came to San Francisco to work in the shipyards. They needed places to live, and in a segregated city their options were limited. Many of them settled in the Fillmore District, a neighborhood that had been home to Japanese Americans until President Roosevelt signed the order that sent them to internment camps. The black community that grew in the Fillmore was extraordinary. By the late 40s and 50s, the neighborhood had earned the nickname the Harlem of the West. Clubs lined both sides of Fillmore Street, each one offering a different flavor of jazz, blues, and rhythm and blues. You could start your evening at one end of the strip and work your way down, hearing different bands, different styles, the music flowing from open doors into the cool San Francisco night. The most legendary of these clubs was Jimbo's Bop City. It was an after-hours joint, the kind of place that didn't really get going until the regular clubs closed at 2 in the morning. Jimbo's would stay open until 6, sometimes later, and the musicians who played there were giants. Billie Holiday, Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Parker, John Coltrane, Miles Davis. They would finish their paid gigs at the fancy downtown hotels and then come to the Fillmore to really play, to stretch out, to jam with their peers without worrying about what the audience wanted to hear. The Fillmore wasn't just about music. It was a complete community. Black-owned businesses lined the streets. There were restaurants and barbershops, churches and social clubs. Families put down roots. Children grew up knowing their neighbors, knowing the merchants, feeling a sense of belonging that was hard to find for black Americans in most of the country. By the early 1970s, the African American population of San Francisco reached its peak, about 13% of the city's total population. Much of that community was concentrated in the Fillmore and in Bayview Hunters Point. It was a vibrant, vital presence in the life of the city, and then came urban renewal. The city government looked at the Fillmore and saw blight. They saw old Victorian houses in need of repair. They saw density and crowding. What they didn't see or chose not to see was a community. They called their plan redevelopment. The people who lived through it called it Negro removal. The A2 redevelopment project, which began in 1966 and continued through the end of the 70s, was devastating. It covered about 70 city blocks. When it was finished, up to 13,500 residents had been displaced. Over 4,500 households were destroyed. 5,000 units of low-rent housing were demolished. The city promised that the residents could return after the rebuilding. This promise was a lie. The new housing that replaced the old was far more expensive. The people who had built their lives in the Fillmore found themselves scattered across the Bay Area, their community shattered, their networks of mutual support broken, and the jazz clubs closed. One by one, they disappeared. Jimbo's Bop City had already closed its doors in 1965, a casualty of changing times and changing tastes. But the clubs that remained, the venues that had kept the flame alive, they couldn't survive the destruction of their neighborhood. When you demolish the houses around a nightclub, you demolish its audience. Terry Hilliard was a young bass player in those days, playing with house bands at Fillmore venues. Years later, he would reflect on what was lost. The Fillmore was a place where talent could be developed, he said. Whether it be music, art, dancing, or whatever it was a place where you could express yourself and be accepted by others, and you had an audience. That audience was gone now. The musicians who had made their living in the Fillmore faced impossible choices. Some left San Francisco entirely, heading to New York or Los Angeles or wherever they could find work. Some stayed but abandoned music, taking day jobs to survive. The infrastructure that had supported a musical community for decades was simply gone. Mary Stallings, a jazz vocalist who had performed at the Fillmore Club, still lives in San Francisco, but she says that going back to the old neighborhood breaks her heart. I was trying to explain that in another interview, she once said, and I didn't get very far because I cried like a baby. I missed the community feeling, the feeling of family. The destruction of the Fillmore's black community is one of the hidden stories of 1970s San Francisco. While the city gained a reputation for tolerance and progressive values, it was simultaneously destroying one of its most vibrant neighborhoods. The contradiction is difficult to reconcile, but it was very real. Today, if you walk down Fillmore Street, you'll find expensive boutiques and trendy restaurants. There are murals commemorating the jazz era, markers noting where famous clubs once stood. The Fillmore Jazz Festival is held every July, and a few venues try to keep the tradition alive. But less than 6% of San Francisco's population is black now, half of what it was at its peak. The community that created the Harlem of the West has largely left the city. The music lives on in recordings. You can still hear Billie Holiday singing at Jimbo's, still hear the late-night jam sessions that went until dawn. But the community that created that music, nurtured it, supported it, that community exists now only in memory. It's a loss that San Francisco has never fully reckoned with, a wound that has never fully healed. The 1970s in San Francisco weren't just about music and social change. They were also about fear, a kind of fear that seeped into everyday life, that made people look over their shoulders, that turned ordinary activities like walking home at night into calculated risks. The source of that fear had a name. Actually, it had several names, because San Francisco in the 70s was terrorized by not one but multiple serial killers, their crimes overlapping in time, creating an atmosphere of dread that's difficult to imagine now. The most famous was the Zodiac. He had started killing in the late 60s, targeting young couples in secluded areas around the Bay. But his presence loomed over the entire decade that followed. The Zodiac didn't just kill, he communicated. He sent letters to newspapers, taunting the police, threatening to kill more, encoding his messages in ciphers that he dared the public to solve. The San Francisco Chronicle was his primary correspondent. The letters would arrive with their strange symbols and their boastful claims. He took credit for murders that may or may not have been his. He promised to kill children on school buses. He kept the city in a state of constant anxiety, never knowing when or where he might strike again. Inspector Dave Toschi of the San Francisco Police Department became the face of the investigation. He pursued the Zodiac case with an obsession that would consume years of his life. But the killer was always one step ahead. He seemed to know police procedures, to anticipate their moves, to delight in their frustration. In 1971, Clint Eastwood made a movie called Dirty Harry. The villain, Scorpio, was directly inspired by the Zodiac, and the movie was being filmed in San Francisco while the real killer was still at large. It was a strange moment, art imitating a life that was still unfolding. The Zodiac's last confirmed letter arrived in 1974. Then he simply stopped communicating. No arrest was ever made. The case remains officially unsolved to this day. Theories abound about who he was. Suspects have been named and investigated and cleared. But we still don't know for certain who terrorized the Bay Area in those years. And yet, as frightening as the Zodiac was, he wasn't even the most prolific killer operating in San Francisco during this period. That grim distinction may belong to a group of men who came to be known as the Zebra Killers. Between October of 1973 and April of 1974, a series of random shootings terrorized the city. The victims were shot on the street without warning, without provocation. They were chosen, it seemed, for one reason. They were white. The killers, 4 black men associated with a fringe religious group called the Death Angels, believed they were engaged in a race war. The attacks were brutal in their randomness. You could be walking home from work, waiting for a bus, leaving a store, and suddenly someone would approach and open fire. 15 people were killed, 8 more were wounded. Among the survivors was a young man named Art Agnos, who would later become the mayor of San Francisco. The police called the case Zebra because they assigned the Z radio frequency exclusively to the task force investigating the murders. The name stuck in the public imagination. The city was paralyzed with fear. Some residents stopped going out at night entirely. In April of 1974, the police instituted a controversial stop-and-search program. Young black men fitting a general description were stopped and questioned throughout the city. The program was denounced as racist and was eventually ended by a court order. But by then, a witness had come forward and arrests were made. 4 men were eventually convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Some criminologists believe the Death Angels may have killed as many as 73 victims throughout California since 1970. If true, that would make them among the most prolific serial killers in American history. But we'll never know for certain. The full extent of their crimes remains disputed. The Zodiac and Zebra cases dominated headlines, But they weren't the only sources of fear in 70s San Francisco. There were other killers, other crimes, other reasons to be afraid. The decade seemed to produce violence in quantities that defied explanation. The Chronicle reporter who covered many of these cases was a man named Duffy Jennings. Years later, he would write a memoir about his time as a crime reporter in 70s San Francisco. He called it Reporter's Notebook, and the subtitle captured the era perfectly: a San Francisco Chronicle journalist's diary of the shocking 70s. On any given day, Jennings might find himself writing about the Zodiac or Zebra, or some new horror that had emerged from the fog. The combination of fear and creative energy that defined the city in those years was unlike anything before or since. San Francisco was simultaneously one of the most dangerous places in America and one of the most vibrant. The same streets where killers hunted were the streets where rock stars performed and revolutionaries plotted and communities formed. It was all happening at once, in the same small city, under the same grey skies. The fear eventually subsided. The Zodiac stopped killing, or at least stopped being caught. The Zebra murders ended with the arrests, but the decade wasn't done producing horrors. The worst was yet to come, and unlike the serial killers who operated in shadows, what happened next would unfold in the full glare of publicity, with consequences that would shake the entire nation. On the evening of February 4th, 1974, a 19-year-old college student named Patricia Hearst was in her apartment near the University of California, Berkeley. She was the granddaughter of William Randolph Hearst, the legendary newspaper magnate, and the daughter of Randolph Hearst, who ran the San Francisco Examiner. In other words, she was American royalty, as close to aristocracy as this country produces. That night there was a knock at the door. When her fiancé opened it, armed men and women burst in. They beat him, they bound Patricia, they stuffed her into the trunk of a car and drove away into the night. The kidnappers called themselves the Symbionese Liberation Army, and their action would set in motion one of the strangest stories of the 1970s. The SLA was a small group, never more than about a dozen members, but they had already made their presence known. A few months earlier, they had assassinated Marcus Foster, the superintendent of Oakland schools, shooting him with cyanide-tipped bullets. They saw themselves as revolutionary soldiers, fighting against what they called the fascist state. Their seven-headed cobra symbol and their slogan, "Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people," were designed to inspire fear. The group was led by Donald DeFreeze, an escaped convict who had adopted the name Chinqui and styled himself General Field Marshal. The other members were mostly young white radicals who had been searching for a cause. They found one in DeFreeze's violent vision. At first, the Hearst kidnapping seemed like a straightforward extortion scheme. The SLA demanded the release of two of their members who were in prison for the Foster assassination. When that demand was refused, they changed tactics. They ordered the Hearst family to distribute free food to the poor of California. The People in Need program, as it was called, became a chaotic spectacle. The Hearsts put up millions of dollars to buy food that was distributed at locations around the Bay Area. But the distribution sites turned into riots. Food was thrown, people were injured, nothing went according to plan. The SLA declared the effort inadequate and demanded more. Then came the twist that nobody saw coming. In April of 1974, the SLA released an audio tape. On it, Patricia Hearst announced that she had joined her captors. She had taken a new name, Tanya, after a companion of Che Guevara. She denounced her family, her class, her entire previous life. She declared herself a revolutionary. 2 weeks later, surveillance cameras at a San Francisco bank captured an image that shocked America. Patricia Hearst, Tanya, was holding a machine gun during a bank robbery. She wasn't a hostage. She appeared to be a full participant. The newspaper heiress had become a revolutionary soldier. What had happened? Had she been brainwashed? Was she suffering from what would later be called Stockholm Syndrome, identifying with her captors out of psychological survival? Or had she genuinely converted to the cause, seeing in the SLA something that her privileged life had been missing? The questions would be debated for years. But in the moment, the practical reality was that one of America's most famous young women was on the run with a band of armed revolutionaries. The FBI launched a massive manhunt. The SLA became the most wanted organization in the country. In May of 1974, police surrounded an SLA safe house in Los Angeles. In the ensuing gun battle, the building caught fire. 6 members of the group, including Donald DeFreeze, died in the flames. Patricia Hearst wasn't there. She watched the building burn on live television. For more than a year after that, Hearst remained underground. She moved from safe house to safe house, protected by what remained of the SLA and other radical sympathizers. She participated in another bank robbery, during which a bystander was killed. She had crossed a line from which there was no easy return. In September of 1975, the FBI finally caught up with her. She was arrested in San Francisco, gaunt and disoriented, a shadow of the young woman who had been kidnapped 19 months earlier. When asked her occupation during booking, she said, "Urban guerrilla." The trial that followed was a national sensation. Hearst's lawyers argued that she had been tortured, brainwashed, conditioned to obey her captors through systematic abuse. They called it coercive persuasion. The prosecution argued that she had been a willing participant, that her revolutionary conversion was genuine. The jury convicted her of bank robbery. She was sentenced to 7 years in prison. President Carter commuted her sentence in 1979, after she'd served less than 2 years. President Clinton granted her a full pardon in 2001. The Patty Hearst case captured something essential about 1970s America. The boundaries between victim and perpetrator, between loyalty and betrayal, between who we are and who we might become under extreme circumstances, all of these seemed to dissolve in her story. She was wealthy beyond imagination, yet she ended up living in squalid safe houses. She was raised in privilege, yet she found herself clutching a machine gun in a bank. She was in some ways the perfect symbol of a decade when nothing was stable, nothing was certain, nothing could be taken for granted. Years later, Hearst would live a quiet life of suburban respectability. She married her bodyguard, raised children, showed dogs at Westminster. The revolutionary Tanya faded into history. But the questions her case raised, about identity, about free will, about what we're capable of when pushed to our limits, those questions never quite went away. While terror stalked the streets and revolutionaries kidnapped heiresses, something else was happening in San Francisco. Something that would prove, in the long run, far more transformative than any of the decade's violence. A neighborhood was being reborn, and with it, a community was finding its voice. The Castro district in the early 70s was a working-class Irish neighborhood in decline. The young families who had once lived there were moving to the suburbs. Storefronts stood empty. Houses could be bought cheaply. It was, in other words, the perfect place for a community of outsiders to put down roots. Gay men had been moving to San Francisco for decades, drawn by the city's reputation for tolerance. But they had never had a neighborhood to call their own. They had lived in shadows, meeting in secret bars, always aware that the police could raid at any moment, that their jobs and families could be destroyed if they were discovered. The Castro changed that. Gay men started buying houses there, opening businesses, creating something that hadn't existed before. A visible, unashamed, thriving gay community. By the late 70s, the New York Times estimated that San Francisco's gay population was between 100,000 and 200,000 out of a total population of 750,000. Many of them lived in or near the Castro. At the center of this transformation was a man named Harvey Milk. He had arrived in San Francisco in 1972, a 42-year-old former Wall Street analyst who had grown tired of hiding who he was. With his partner Scott Smith, he opened a camera shop on Castro Street, right in the heart of the neighborhood. Castro Camera quickly became more than a business. It became a community center, a gathering place, a headquarters for something larger. Harvey Milk had found his calling. Milk was a natural politician, but he was nothing like the politician San Francisco was used to. He was loud where they were cautious. He was theatrical where they were restrained. He organized a boycott of Coors Beer, working with the Teamsters Union to force the company to change its anti-gay and anti-union policies. The boycott succeeded, and Milk learned a crucial lesson. Gay people had economic power, and they could use it. He ran for the Board of Supervisors in 1973, 1975, and 1976, losing each time but building his base with every campaign. He cut his hair, swore off marijuana, and learned to speak the language of coalition politics. He won the support of firefighters and construction workers. people who might have seemed unlikely allies but who responded to his energy and his vision. In 1977, the rules changed. San Francisco switched from citywide elections for supervisor to district elections. This meant that candidates would be elected by their own neighborhoods rather than by the city as a whole. For the Castro, it meant that the community could finally elect one of its own. Harvey Milk won handily. He became one of the first openly gay elected officials in American history, and certainly the most prominent. The night of his victory, thousands of people filled Castro Street to celebrate. It felt like the beginning of a new era. And in many ways, it was. Milk used his platform to fight for gay rights, but also for broader progressive causes. He believed that the struggle for gay liberation was connected to every other struggle for justice. He marched with striking workers. He advocated for the elderly and the disabled. He pushed for reforms that would benefit the entire city, but he also faced enemies. Anita Bryant, the former beauty queen turned conservative crusader, was leading a national campaign against gay rights. She had successfully repealed a gay rights ordinance in Miami, and copycat efforts were spreading across the country. In California, a state senator named John Briggs proposed Proposition 6, which would have banned gay people from teaching in public schools. The fight against the Briggs Initiative became Milk's defining battle. He travelled the state debating Briggs, making the case that gay people were not threats to children, but members of families, neighbours, fellow citizens. The proposition was defeated in November of 1978, a stunning victory that showed the growing political power of the gay community. But the victories came with violence. In June of 1977, a young gay man named Robert Hillsborough was stabbed to death in San Francisco while his attackers chanted slurs. The murder galvanized the community. The following Gay Pride Parade drew 250,000 people, the largest attendance at any Pride event up to that point. Milk knew that he was a target. He received death threats regularly. He made audio recordings to be released in the event of his assassination, urging the community to continue the fight without him. He understood that his visibility made him vulnerable, but he refused to hide. "If a bullet should enter my brain," he said on one of those recordings, "let that bullet destroy every closet door." The Castro of the late 70s was a remarkable place. Rainbow flags flew from Victorian houses. Same-sex couples walked hand in hand down the street, something that would have been unthinkable just a few years earlier. Businesses catered openly to gay customers. A community that had been invisible for all of American history was suddenly, defiantly visible. But the story of the Castro in the 70s cannot be separated from the story of San Francisco in the 70s. The same city that was birthing this community of liberation was also being terrorized by killers, transfixed by kidnappings, and about to confront the darkest chapter in its modern history. The decade was building towards something, though no one knew quite what. Among the many remarkable figures who walked the streets of 1970s San Francisco, none would prove more consequential or more destructive than a preacher named Jim Jones. When Jones first arrived in San Francisco, he seemed like exactly what the city needed. He preached racial equality at a time when that message still faced resistance. His congregation, the People's Temple, was genuinely integrated. Black and white worshipping together, working together, living together. He spoke of social justice, of caring for the poor, of building a community that lived its values. His church, headquartered in an old building at 1859 Geary Boulevard, became a force in San Francisco politics. Jones could deliver volunteers by the hundreds for political campaigns. When George Moscone ran for mayor in 1975, Jones's people worked tirelessly for his campaign. When Moscone won, narrowly, Jones collected on the debt. He was appointed chairman of the San Francisco Housing Authority Commission. The political establishment embraced him. Willie Brown, who would later become mayor himself, called Jones a rare human being who cares about people. Harvey Milk attended People's Temple events and wrote letters praising Jones. When critics began raising questions about the temple, Milk defended Jones to President Carter himself, calling the accusations bold-faced lies. How could so many smart people be so wrong about one man? The answer lies in what Jones showed them versus what he hid. What he showed them was impressive. The temple ran programs for the elderly and the homeless. It provided services that the city and state weren't providing. It welcomed people who'd been rejected everywhere else. For African Americans in particular, Jones offered something rare: a white preacher who seemed to genuinely believe in equality, who put his money and his church where his mouth was. What he hid was monstrous. Behind closed doors, Jones was a tyrant. He demanded absolute loyalty. He used psychological manipulation, public humiliation, and physical punishment to control his followers. He claimed to be able to raise the dead, to heal the sick, to read minds. He staged fake healings and fake miracles to convince doubters. He preyed sexually on both men and women in his congregation. Former members began to defect and tell their stories. They described beatings, forced labor, financial exploitation. They said that Jones kept members in line through fear, that he rehearsed mass suicides, that he was increasingly paranoid and unhinged. But for a long time these accounts were dismissed. Jones was too connected, too useful to too many powerful people. In 1974, the People's Temple had leased land in the South American country of Guyana. Jones called the settlement they built there the People's Temple Agricultural Project. It came to be known as Jonestown. It was supposed to be a socialist utopia, a place where temple members could escape the racism and capitalism of America and build a new society from scratch. By 1977, as the investigations into his practices intensified, Jones began moving his followers to Guyana. Hundreds of people, many of them elderly, many of them children, left their lives in California behind and relocated to a jungle clearing thousands of miles from home. Conditions in Jonestown were harsh. The settlement was overcrowded, food was limited, medical care was inadequate. Jones, increasingly addicted to drugs and increasingly paranoid, controlled every aspect of his followers' lives. He broadcast his rambling sermons over loudspeakers at all hours. He conducted mock suicide drills, what he called white nights, to test his followers' loyalty. Families back in the United States grew worried. They organized as the concerned relatives and began lobbying the government to investigate. Their pleas eventually reached Congressman Leo Ryan of California, who represented many of the temple members. In November of 1978, Ryan decided to travel to Guyana and see for himself what was happening in Jonestown. Ryan arrived with a delegation that included journalists, staffers, and members of concerned relatives. At first, the visit seemed to go well. Temple members performed for the visitors, sang songs, expressed happiness with their life in the jungle. But behind the scenes, some members were slipping notes to the journalists begging to leave. On November 18th, 1978, as Ryan's group prepared to leave with about 15 defectors, the situation collapsed. At the airstrip in Port Kaituma, 6 miles from Jonestown, gunmen from the temple opened fire. Ryan was killed. So were 3 journalists and 1 of the defectors. Others were wounded, including a young staff member named Jackie Spire, who had survived to become a congresswoman herself. But the killing at the airstrip was only the beginning. Back in Jonestown, Jones gathered his followers in the central pavilion. He told them that the congressman was dead, that the American military would soon arrive to torture them and their children. He said there was only one way out. The vats of grape-flavoured drink laced with cyanide had already been prepared. What happened next took about 40 minutes. Parents fed the poison to their children first, squirting it into the mouths of babies with syringes. Then the adults drank. Some resisted and were injected by guards. Jones himself died of a gunshot wound, probably self-inflicted. When it was over, 909 people were dead, including more than 300 children. It was the largest loss of American civilian life in a deliberate act until September 11th, 2001. In San Francisco, the news arrived like a bomb. Jones had been a fixture of the political scene. He had been welcomed into the homes of the powerful. He had been trusted with public responsibilities. And now he had led 900 people to their deaths. The temple's headquarters on Geary Boulevard was besieged by media. Rumors spread that surviving temple members in San Francisco were organizing hit squads to target critics. Fear and confusion reigned. The questions that Jonestown raised have never been fully answered. How did Jones maintain his hold over so many people for so long? Why did the warning signs go unheeded? What responsibility did the politicians who had embraced him bear for what happened? The tragedy cast a shadow over everything that came after. Just 9 days later, that shadow would deepen into something even darker. November of 1978 was not yet over. San Francisco was still reeling from Jonestown when the next blow fell. This one came not from a jungle thousands of miles away, but from inside City Hall itself. Dan White was a supervisor, elected at the same time as Harvey Milk in that watershed election of 1977. He was everything Milk was not: a former police officer and firefighter, a military veteran, a man of conservative values who represented the working-class Irish neighbourhood of Potrero Hill. Yet the two had started out as collegial, even friendly. They appeared on talk shows together. Milk attended the christening of White's son. But tensions grew. White was struggling financially, unable to support his family on a supervisor's salary. He was increasingly isolated on the board, often the lone vote against progressive measures. He resigned from his seat in November, citing financial pressures. Then he changed his mind. He asked Mayor Moscone to reappoint him. At first, Moscone seemed willing, but Milk and others lobbied against the reappointment. They wanted to replace White with someone more sympathetic to their agenda. Moscone decided to go along with them. On the morning of November the 27th, 1978, Dan White came to City Hall through a basement window, avoiding the metal detectors. He was carrying a police revolver and extra ammunition. First, he went to see Mayor Moscone. The two men spoke briefly, then White drew his gun. He shot Moscone in the arm and shoulder. As the mayor fell behind his desk, White stood over him and fired 2 more shots into his head at close range. White reloaded his gun and walked across City Hall to Harvey Milk's office. "Harvey, can I see you for a minute?" he asked. Milk followed White into his former office. White fired 5 shots. Like Moscone, Milk was finished with 2 shots to the head at close range. It was an execution. White left City Hall and turned himself into a former colleague at a nearby police station. "I shot the mayor and Harvey," he said. The news spread through San Francisco like a shockwave. For the gay community, still celebrating the defeat of the Briggs Initiative, still mourning Jonestown, it was almost too much to bear. The man who had told them to come out of their closets, who had given them hope that the world could change, was dead. That evening, 40,000 people gathered in the Castro holding candles. They marched in silence to City Hall, a river of light flowing through the dark streets. It was one of the most powerful demonstrations of collective grief San Francisco had ever seen. Dianne Feinstein, the president of the Board of Supervisors, announced the deaths from City Hall's steps. "Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed," she said, her voice breaking. She became acting mayor, then mayor. The politics of San Francisco had changed forever. What came next only deepened the community's rage. Dan White was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. But when the case went to trial, his lawyers argued something remarkable, that White had been suffering from depression so severe that he couldn't have premeditated the killings. As evidence of his deteriorated mental state, they pointed to his diet. He had been eating junk food, they said, excessive amounts of Twinkies and Coca-Cola. The sugar had affected his brain chemistry. The press called it the Twinkie defense. It became a symbol of everything wrong with the criminal justice system. How could a jury believe that eating snack cakes excused political assassination? But believe it they did, or at least they bought enough of the diminished capacity argument to convict White not of murder, but of voluntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to 7 years and 8 months. With time off for good behaviour, he could be out in 5. When the verdict was announced on May 21st, 1979, the gay community's grief turned to fury. Thousands marched on City Hall. This time there was no silent vigil. Windows were smashed, police cars were burned. The White Night riots, as they came to be called, raged through the civic centre. The police, enraged by the attack on their building and their vehicles, retaliated. They swept into the Castro and began beating anyone they found. Gay bars were raided. People were pulled into the street and assaulted. It was one of the darkest nights in the neighbourhood's history. Dan White served 5 years. He was released in 1984. Less than 2 years later, he committed suicide. The murders of Moscone and Milk coming so soon after Jonestown seemed to crystallize something about 1970s San Francisco. The decade that had promised liberation, that had birthed new movements and new music and new ways of living, had ended in blood. The optimism of the 60s, already battered by the hate's decline and the city's serial killers, was finally definitively over. But endings are also beginnings, and from the ashes of November 1978, something new would rise. How does a city recover from a decade like that? How do you process the accumulated traumas of serial killers and cult massacres, of assassinations and riots, of watching neighborhoods die and communities shatter? San Francisco did what it had always done. It kept living. It kept creating. It kept pushing forward, not despite its wounds, but through them. The punk rock scene that had been gestating in North Beach became a kind of therapy for the city. The dead Kennedys screamed their anger about politicians and police and the California establishment. Their music wasn't pretty, but it was honest. It acknowledged that the world was broken, that the promises of the 60s had failed, that rage was an appropriate response to what had happened. On New Year's Eve 1978, just weeks after the City Hall assassinations, the Grateful Dead closed the Winterland Arena for good. The concert stretched through the night, the band playing until dawn, as if reluctant to let the decade end. The Blues Brothers opened the show. Bill Graham served breakfast to the audience as the sun rose. It was a farewell to an era, a last look back before turning to face whatever came next. Dianne Feinstein, who had announced the deaths of Moscone and Milk, became the city's first female mayor. She would lead San Francisco through the transition from the 70s to the 80s, from the era of counterculture to the era of AIDS, from the old San Francisco to something new. The gay community, devastated by Milk's murder, didn't retreat. They organized. They ran for office. They built institutions that would fight for their rights long after the grief had faded. The lesson they took from Milk's death was the lesson he had taught in life. Visibility was power, and the only way forward was to keep coming out, keep demanding recognition, keep refusing to disappear. The seeds of the technology revolution were being planted, though no one knew it yet. Silicon Valley, just down the peninsula, was beginning its transformation from orchards to computer labs. The Homebrew Computer Club, where Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak had shown off early Apple prototypes, was meeting in the mid-70s. The next era of San Francisco's economy was already taking shape, waiting for its moment. What the 70s taught San Francisco was resilience. The city had faced horrors that would have broken many places. It had watched its beloved Haight-Ashbury descend into darkness. It had been terrorized by killers who were never caught. It had seen its leaders murdered in their offices. It had witnessed the largest mass suicide in American history, committed by people who had lived in its neighborhoods, and it had survived. Not unchanged, certainly. You can't go through what San Francisco went through in the 70s and remain the same. But the spirit of the city, that strange combination of idealism and pragmatism, of creativity and community, of welcoming the different and the strange, that spirit endured. The hate eventually recovered, sort of. It became a tourist attraction, a place where visitors could buy tie-dyed t-shirts and peer into head shops, playing at being hippies for an afternoon. The real counterculture energy had moved on, but the memory remained. The Castro only grew stronger. The 80s would bring new challenges, catastrophic ones, as AIDS devastated the community. But the political power that had been built in the 70s, the visibility that Milk had fought and died for, those things provided a foundation for survival. The music continued to evolve. San Francisco never stopped being a city of sound, whether it was the legacy acts still touring decades later, or the new bands emerging from garages and clubs. And the fog continued to roll in from the bay, as it had for centuries, indifferent to the human drama unfolding beneath it. So what do we take from this journey through 1970s San Francisco? What lessons does this tumultuous decade hold for us, all these years later? Perhaps the first lesson is about the price of dreams. The people who flocked to the hate in the 60s genuinely believed they were building a new world. Their failure wasn't inevitable. It was the result of real forces, real pressures, real mistakes. Understanding what went wrong doesn't mean dismissing what they tried to do. It means taking seriously both their vision and its collapse. The second lesson is about vigilance. Jim Jones fooled a lot of smart, well-intentioned people. He did it by telling them what they wanted to hear, by wrapping his manipulation in the language of justice and equality. The lesson isn't that we should distrust everyone who speaks of changing the world. It's that we should look carefully at the gap between what people say and what they do, between the public face and the private reality. The third lesson is about courage. Harvey Milk knew he was a target. He made recordings to be played after his assassination. And he kept going anyway, kept being visible, kept demanding that others come out of their closets and stand in the light. His courage didn't prevent his death, but it did change the world. The fourth lesson is about community. The destruction of the Fillmore shows what happens when communities are torn apart by forces beyond their control. The rise of the Castro shows what's possible when communities come together and fight for their survival. Both stories are part of the same decade, the same city, the same human capacity for building and destroying, and the final lesson perhaps is about San Francisco itself. This strange, beautiful city on its hills by the bay has always been a place where people come to reinvent themselves, to escape their pasts, to try things that couldn't be tried anywhere else. Sometimes those experiments succeed magnificently. Sometimes they fail catastrophically. Usually they do both at once. The 1970s were a decade of extremes. They gave us some of the greatest rock music ever recorded and some of the worst violence in American history. They saw communities rise and communities fall. They produced heroes and monsters, often in the same neighborhoods, sometimes in the same buildings. We remember the 70s selectively now. We remember the music. We remember the fashion, those wide lapels and bell-bottoms. We remember the cultural shifts, the loosening of old restrictions. We don't always remember the fear, the violence, the darkness that ran through those years like a fault line through the California earth. But the people who lived through it remember. They remember what it felt like to walk those streets, uncertain whether a serial killer might be watching. They remember the shock of turning on the television and seeing Patty Hearst with a machine gun. They remember the candlelight vigil that wound its way to City Hall and the riot that followed the verdict. San Francisco today is a different city in many ways, but it's also the same city, built on the same hills, shrouded in the same fog, home to the same dreams and the same dangers. And now, dear friends, I hope you found this journey through time as fascinating as I found it to tell. If you enjoyed this story, please do subscribe and leave a like. It helps more than you know. Let me know in the comments what other historical journeys you'd like to take together. For now, rest well. Let the fog of the past settle around you like a blanket. Let the music play softly in your memory. And when you dream tonight, perhaps you'll dream of San Francisco, that city of dreams and nightmares, of love and loss, of everything that was and everything that might have been. Good night, dear friends. Until next time. Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching from tonight. And please do not forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your support means the world, and it helps bring more stories like this one to your ears as you drift off to sleep. Now, settle in, get comfortable. Let the sounds of the world fade away as we travel back in time together, to a place where the sky stretched endless over the Texas plains, where oil derricks pumped black gold from the earth, and where a football team was about to become something more than just a team. They were about to become a symbol, a myth, America's team. Picture this. It is a Friday night in October 1971. The autumn air carries that first hint of coolness, though in Texas, even autumn can feel like summer's stubborn refusal to leave. The cicadas have finally quieted after months of their electric buzzing, and the evening breeze carries the scent of grass and dust and the first fallen leaves of the season. But tonight, something special is happening. Something that will mark a turning point, not just for a football team, but for an entire city. 65,000 people are filing into a brand new stadium in Irving, Texas, just west of Dallas proper. The structure rises from the flat Texas landscape like something from the future, its partially open roof creating a halo effect against the darkening sky. Cars stretch for miles along the highways leading to the stadium, their headlights creating rivers of light across the prairie. Texas Stadium. The name itself seemed to claim something larger than any single team or city. This was Texas, and Texas did things bigger than anywhere else. They said God left a hole in the roof so he could watch his favorite team play. And tonight, for the very first time, the Dallas Cowboys are taking the field in their new home. The roar of the crowd washes over the stadium like a wave, building and building until it becomes something physical, something you can feel pressing against your chest. The lights blaze bright enough to be seen for miles, turning the stadium into a beacon visible from highways across the Metroplex. The artificial turf glows an impossibly vivid green under those lights, a colour that nature never intended. And somewhere in the stands, a father lifts his young son onto his shoulders so the boy can see over the crowd. The child clutches a pennant, the star logo of the Cowboys emblazoned in white against blue. His eyes are wide, taking in more sensory information than his young mind can process. He will remember this night for the rest of his life. The smell of popcorn and hot dogs mixing with cigarette smoke, and the perfume of the woman in the next row. The press of bodies around him, thousands upon thousands of people sharing this moment. The way his father's voice cracked with emotion when the Cowboys scored their first touchdown in their new home. This moment captures everything Dallas was becoming in the 1970s. A city of spectacle and ambition. A city that built monuments to its dreams and then filled them with cheering thousands. A city that refused to be defined by tragedy, even when tragedy had put it on the map in the worst possible way. Because just 8 years before this magical October night, Dallas had been known for something very different, something dark, something that the city had been trying desperately to escape ever since. This is the story of Dallas in the 1970s, a city transforming itself, a city shaking off the shadow of tragedy and reaching for something brighter, something that would make the world see it in an entirely new light. A city of oil, money and football glory, of disco nights and dangerous secrets, of cheerleaders who changed sports forever, and schemes that would make fictional villains blush with admiration. It is a story of excess and ambition, of dreams realized and innocence lost. It is the story of how a city became a symbol, and how that symbol, for better and worse, came to represent something essential about America itself in the final decades of the 20th century. The people who lived through it did not know they were making history. They were just living their lives, raising families, going to work, falling in love, making mistakes, chasing fortunes, losing everything, starting over. But looking back now, across the distance of decades, we can see how remarkable it all was. How a city that had experienced one of the great tragedies of American history reinvented itself as something glamorous, something exciting, something that millions of Americans wanted to watch every Sunday afternoon. So close your eyes if you like. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of your body sinking into wherever you are resting tonight. And let me take you there, to a time when the future seemed limitless, when the oil would never stop flowing, when the party never had to end. Let me take you to 1970s Dallas. To understand what Dallas became in the 1970s, you first have to understand what it was trying to leave behind. November the 22nd, 1963, a date that changed everything, not just for America, but for this particular city on the Texas plains. President John F. Kennedy was assassinated on the streets of Dallas, shot as his motorcade rolled through Dealey Plaza on a warm autumn afternoon. Within hours, the city's name had become synonymous with tragedy. The City of Hate, some called it. A place where the American dream had been murdered in broad daylight, where the optimism of a new decade had been cut short by bullets. For years afterward, Dallas carried that weight like a millstone around its neck. Business leaders worried about the city's reputation, watching conventions and corporate relocations go to Houston or Atlanta instead. Residents bristled at the assumptions outsiders made about them, the sidelong glances, when they mentioned where they were from. The shadow of Dealey Plaza seemed to stretch across every conversation about the city's future, every discussion about what Dallas meant and what it might become. Some Dallas residents avoided driving through Dealey Plaza entirely, taking longer routes to avoid the memories. Others passed through daily, the trauma becoming a kind of scar tissue that they learned to ignore. The Texas School Book Depository still stood at the corner of Elm and Houston, a daily reminder of what had happened there. It would not become a museum until decades later. In the 1970s, it was just a building people tried not to look at. But Dallas has never been a city content to look backward. This was a place founded by ambition, built by people who believed that tomorrow would always be better than today, that hard work and boldness would be rewarded, that the future belonged to those who seized it. And as the 1960s gave way to the 1970s, something was stirring. A transformation was beginning that would remake the city's identity entirely. By 1970, Dallas was already one of the fastest-growing cities in America. New residents were arriving at a pace of nearly 1,000 per month, drawn by jobs, by opportunity, by the promise of something different from the struggling cities of the Northeast and Midwest. They came from Ohio and Michigan, where the automobile factories were beginning their long decline. They came from Pennsylvania and New York, escaping high taxes and cold winters. They were young people with college degrees and ambitions bigger than the places they left behind. These newcomers found a city that felt almost impossibly optimistic. The highways were new and fast, 6 and 8 lanes of concrete cutting through the landscape, making it possible to live miles from downtown and still commute in reasonable time. The buildings were modern, all glass and steel and sharp angles instead of the aging brick and stone they had left behind. There were jobs in insurance companies and banks, in oil company headquarters and technology firms. The economy seemed designed for young people on the way up. The cost of living was remarkably low compared to the cities they had fled. A young professional could afford a new car, a nice apartment, nights out at restaurants and clubs. The weather was hot, sometimes brutally so, but air conditioning made it bearable, and there was something exhilarating about living in a place that felt like the future. The city sprawled outward across the flat Texas prairie in every direction, new developments springing up where cotton fields had stood just years before. Plano and Richardson and Garland were transforming from small towns into suburbs, their populations exploding as families sought good schools and safe neighborhoods. Highways threaded through the landscape like arteries, carrying the lifeblood of commerce and commuters, the skyline. Downtown was still relatively modest compared to what it would become. The original Neiman Marcus building anchored Commerce Street. Reunion Tower had not yet been built, but construction cranes were beginning to appear against the Texas sky, harbingers of the building boom to come. You could feel the energy, the sense that something big was happening here. The economy hummed along on multiple engines. Banking had long been important to Dallas, the city having positioned itself as a regional financial center early in its history. Insurance companies had major operations there, employing thousands in back-office operations, their headquarters buildings rising along the downtown streets. The garment industry still thrived, though it was beginning its long decline as manufacturing moved overseas. Technology companies were starting to establish presences in what would eventually become the telecom corridor, sensing opportunity in this business-friendly environment. But the real money, the serious money, came from oil. The city had positioned itself as the financial center for the oil industry across Texas and Oklahoma and beyond. While Houston handled the refineries and the physical infrastructure of petroleum, the drilling platforms in the Gulf and the pipeline networks that crisscrossed the state, Dallas handled the money. The banks, the investment deals, the financing that turned wildcatters into millionaires, the lawyers who drew up contracts and fought disputes in court, the accountants who tracked the fortunes flowing from the ground. The relationship between Dallas and oil was intimate but indirect. You would not smell refineries driving through the city as you would in Houston, where the petrochemical plants lined the ship channel and filled the air with their distinctive scent. You would not see pump jacks nodding in suburban backyards like in parts of West Texas, where the oil was so close to the surface that residential lots sometimes came with producing wells. But the wealth that flowed through the banks and law offices and corporate headquarters all traced back, ultimately, to that black gold pumping from the ground across the Permian Basin and the Panhandle, from offshore platforms in the Gulf of Mexico, from fields across Oklahoma and Louisiana. Dallas was where the deals got done, where the money changed hands, where fortunes were made and sometimes lost. And then there was the culture. Or rather, the cultures, plural, because Dallas in 1970 was a city of contradictions that somehow coexisted within the same metropolitan area. On one hand, you had old Dallas, conservative, Baptist, buttoned-up Dallas, the Dallas of country clubs and debutante balls, of oil families who had been wealthy for generations and knew exactly which fork to use at dinner. They served on the boards of the Symphony and the Art Museum. They funded the charities and set the social standards. They knew their place in the hierarchy and expected others to know theirs. This was the Dallas of Highland Park, the exclusive enclave within the city where mansions lined tree-shaded streets and old money kept to its own kind. Highland Park was its own incorporated city, completely surrounded by Dallas but fiercely independent, with its own police force and fire department, its own municipal services, its own sense of identity. The residents had incorporated as a separate city back in 1913, specifically to maintain control over their community, and they had never regretted the decision. The property values were astronomical even by Texas standards. The schools were among the best in the state, funded by that enormous property tax base and populated by children whose parents expected excellence. and the social expectations were precise enough to cut glass. If you lived in Highland Park in 1970, you knew your place in the hierarchy, and you understood the rules even if no one ever spoke them aloud. You knew which families mattered and which were new money. You knew which clubs to join and which parties to attend. You knew how to dress and how to speak and how to conduct yourself in public. The homes of Highland Park were monuments to Texas wealth, built across decades in styles that followed the fashions of each era. Georgian mansions with columns and circular driveways, their facades white or red brick, their lawns perfectly manicured. Tudor revivals with half-timbering and leaded glass windows, imported stone and authentic details. Mediterranean villas with red tile roofs and courtyard fountains, their stucco walls painted in warm creams and yellows. Spanish colonials with arched doorways and interior patios, wrought iron balconies and hand-painted tiles. The streets had names like Beverly Drive and Mockingbird Lane, and the lawns were immaculately maintained by armies of gardeners who arrived each week in trucks. The social season in Highland Park followed a precise calendar that had been established over generations. Debutante presentations introduced young women to society each fall, elaborate affairs with white gowns and formal escorts and receptions at the country club. Charity galas raised money for hospitals and museums while displaying who belonged and who was merely wealthy. The Dallas Symphony and the Dallas Museum of Art depended on these patrons for their survival. The country clubs had waiting lists years long, and membership was as much about family connections as ability to pay the fees. But there was another Dallas emerging in the 1970s, particularly in areas like the Village, a sprawling apartment complex on Greenville Avenue that had become ground zero for young professionals. Here, the rules were different. The residents were younger, more mobile, less attached to the traditions that governed Highland Park society. They had come to Dallas for jobs in banking and insurance, in the growing technology sector, in the oil companies that needed armies of white-collar workers to manage their expanding operations. They lived in efficiency apartments and one-bedrooms, with thin walls that let you hear your neighbours' arguments and romantic encounters. They shared pools and tennis courts with their neighbours, met at the mailboxes and the laundry room, formed friendships and relationships with people who had arrived just as rootless as themselves. And on the weekends, they went out. The singles scene in early 1970s Dallas was just beginning to find its feet. Bars and clubs were opening along Greenville Avenue and in pockets throughout the city, catering to this new generation of young professionals who wanted something their parents had never had: freedom. Freedom from small-town expectations, freedom from family scrutiny, freedom to reinvent themselves in a city where nobody knew their history. Oak Lawn, to the west of downtown, was quietly becoming something else entirely. The neighbourhood had long been a mix of working-class families and ageing Victorians divided into apartments. But by the early 70s, it was also becoming a haven for Dallas's gay community, one of the few places in this conservative city where people could be themselves, at least behind closed doors. The bars and clubs of Oak Lawn operated with a wary eye on the police, who still conducted raids and made arrests for the crime of gathering while gay. The laws against homosexuality were enforced sporadically but viciously when they were enforced. But the community was growing, finding strength in numbers, beginning to organise in ways that would eventually transform not just the neighbourhood, but the entire city's politics. For now, though, discretion was the price of survival. Downtown, the original Neiman Marcus store still anchored Commerce Street, a temple to taste and sophistication, in a city that craved both. Stanley Marcus, the legendary merchant who had transformed a regional department store into a national symbol of luxury, still walked the floors, still cultivated relationships with the wealthy women who were his best customers. He knew their names, their preferences, their family histories. He understood that in Dallas, shopping was not just commerce but social ritual. Neiman Marcus was more than a store. It was a finishing school for Texas society, a place where oil wives learned what quality meant, where daughters were outfitted for their debuts, where the Christmas catalogue became an annual event that made national news with its fantasy gifts, his and hers submarines and matching airplanes. If you wanted to understand Dallas aspirations in 1970, you could do worse than spend an afternoon in the flagship Neiman Marcus store, watching the women in their careful outfits making their careful purchases, and presiding over all of it, giving Dallas its most visible identity, were the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys had been an expansion team born in 1960 for their First 5 years, they were terrible. The kind of team that gave fans nothing to cheer about except hope for next year. They lost and lost and lost some more, drawing sparse crowds to the Cotton Bowl, providing more material for jokes than for pride. But under coach Tom Landry, they had slowly, methodically become something special. Landry was building something systematic and lasting, a franchise built on intelligence and discipline rather than brute force. By 1970, they were contenders. They had made the playoffs, they had played in NFL championship games, but they had not yet won the big one. They were known, somewhat bitterly, as next year's champions, a team that could never quite finish what it started. They had the talent, they had the coaching. But something always went wrong at the crucial moment. That was about to change, and when it did, everything else would change too. The Cotton Bowl had been home to the Cowboys since their creation, but by the mid-1960s, owner Clint Murchison Jr. wanted out. The Cotton Bowl sat in Fair Park, the sprawling complex that hosted the annual State Fair of Texas each October. It was a perfectly good stadium, historic even, with decades of college football memories embedded in its concrete. The Texas-Oklahoma rivalry game filled it every fall, 50,000 fans split between burnt orange and crimson screaming at each other across the field. New Year's Day brought the Cotton Bowl game itself, matching top college teams in what was then one of the most prestigious postseason matchups. But Murchison saw problems that others overlooked or accepted as inevitable. The neighborhood around Fair Park had changed dramatically since the stadium was built in 1930. White flight had transformed the area as more affluent residents moved to the suburbs in the decades following World War II. The demographics had shifted. Crime statistics were rising. The facilities were aging, designed for an earlier era when expectations were lower. Concourses were cramped and dark. Restrooms were inadequate for crowds of 50,000. Parking was a nightmare of muddy fields that turned into swamps after rain. And most importantly, the Cotton Bowl did not generate the kind of revenue Murchison envisioned for a modern professional football franchise. The facility was owned by the city. The Cowboys were merely tenants, with limited ability to capture the revenue streams that would define sports economics in the coming decades. Murchison paid rent and sold tickets, but the real money, the money from concessions and parking and advertising, went to the city. Murchison came from oil money, serious oil money, and he understood business in ways that other sports owners sometimes did not. His father, Clint Murchison Sr., had been one of the great wildcatters of Texas history, a man who made hundreds of millions from the oil fields of West Texas and used that fortune to buy everything from insurance companies to publishers. The younger Murchison had inherited both the fortune and the instinct for opportunity. He had a vision for what professional football could become, a vision that went beyond the game itself. He wanted a stadium with luxury boxes, private suites where corporations and wealthy individuals would pay premium prices for the privilege of watching the game in comfort. He wanted personal seat licenses, a concept that would require fans to pay for the right to buy season tickets before they even purchased those tickets. It was revolutionary thinking for the time, ideas that seemed almost absurd when he first proposed them. He approached the city of Dallas about building a new stadium downtown, as part of a broader development package that would include convention facilities and other attractions. A stadium in the city centre, Murchison argued, could anchor development and bring visitors downtown. But Mayor Eric Johnson turned him down. The politics were complicated, the financing uncertain, and downtown Dallas was not prepared to take on such an ambitious project, while other priorities competed for attention and resources. So Murchison looked elsewhere, and he found Irving. Irving was a suburb west of Dallas, a growing community of perhaps 50,000 people, eager for the attention and revenue a professional football team would bring. When Murchison and general manager Tex Schramm proposed building a new stadium there, the residents saw opportunity rather than risk. They saw their small city suddenly becoming famous, suddenly being on the map in a way it had never been before. A bond election was held in September of 1967. The residents voted overwhelmingly in favour. 2-1. They approved the measure that would bring the Cowboys to their town. Irving would provide the land and contribute to construction costs. In return, they would have the most famous stadium in Texas sitting within their city limits. Construction began in January of 1969 on a site just off the Stemmons Freeway, visible to the thousands of cars that passed daily on their commutes. The design called for something unique in American sports. a partially domed stadium. The roof would cover the stands, keeping fans protected from the brutal Texas sun and the occasional autumn rain, but would leave the playing field open to the sky. Originally, the plans had called for a fully retractable roof, a technological marvel that would allow the stadium to be fully enclosed during bad weather and open during pleasant conditions. The architects drew up elaborate plans with mechanical systems that would roll the roof sections back on tracks. It would be the most advanced stadium in the world. But the costs proved prohibitive. Engineering challenges multiplied as the architects dug deeper into the physics of moving that much material. The compromise, the fixed partial roof with its distinctive opening in the center, became the stadium's signature feature instead. Cowboys linebacker D.D. Lewis would later deliver the quote that defined the stadium's mystique. "Texas Stadium has a hole in its roof," he said, "so God can watch his favorite team play." The quote captured something about Dallas's combination of confidence and piety, the way the city believed itself especially blessed, the way religion and football intertwined in Texas culture. The construction process was not without its challenges. Weather delays slowed progress, the Texas summer heat punishing workers and materials alike. Labor disputes required negotiation, as unions pushed for better wages on a high-profile project. The sheer complexity of the design demanded solutions that had never been attempted before in stadium construction. There were moments when observers wondered if the stadium would ever be finished, if Murchison's grand vision would remain just a vision. Costs overran initial estimates. Deadlines slipped. The Cowboys played another season in the Cotton Bowl, then another, waiting for their new home. But the owner's commitment never wavered. Murchison had bet his fortune on this project, and he intended to see it through. He had a saying, "If you have to ask how much it costs, you cannot afford it." When problems arose, he wrote checks. When complications demanded solutions, he hired experts to find them. By the fall of 1971, Texas Stadium was ready. The stadium cost $35 million to build, a staggering sum for the time, equivalent to roughly $250 million in today's currency. It seated 65,000 fans, each of whom had a clear sightline to the field. The seats were individual chairs with armrests, not the bleachers and benches of the Cotton Bowl. But the luxury boxes were the real innovation. 381 private suites ringing the stadium at various levels, far more than any stadium that had come before. Each suite was privately owned or leased, often by corporations, providing a place to entertain clients while watching the game. The suites featured private bathrooms, a luxury that sounds modest today but was remarkable in 1971. They had bars where hosts could offer drinks to their guests. They had televisions showing the game for those moments when guests were distracted by conversation and missed a play on the field. They were climate-controlled, protected from the Texas heat and cold that ordinary fans endured in the partially open stands, and the revenue from these suites was exempt from the NFL's revenue-sharing requirements, meaning the Cowboys kept all that money for themselves. While other teams split gate receipts with their opponents, the Cowboys were generating income streams that did not have to be divided with anyone. It was a business model that would transform professional sports economics. The first event held at Texas Stadium was not a football game. In September of 1971, a month before the stadium officially opened for Cowboys games, evangelist Billy Graham held a 10-day crusade there. More than 60,000 people attended each night, filling the seats to hear Graham preach in his distinctive style, mixing fire and brimstone with messages of redemption and hope. Performers like Johnny Cash and June Carter Cash took the stage, lending their celebrity to the religious gathering. The music echoed through the partially open stadium and across the parking lots. Former President Lyndon Johnson and his wife Lady Bird attended, lending their presence to the event. Graham called Texas Stadium one of the great stadiums of the world, a place fit for the gathering of believers and the proclamation of faith. The crusade set a tone for the stadium as more than just a sports venue. It was a place where important things happened, where crowds gathered for experiences that transcended ordinary entertainment. But the moment everyone had been waiting for came on October 24th, 1971. The Cowboys played their first game in their new home, facing the New England Patriots. The attendance was 65,708 souls, packed into the gleaming new stadium. The atmosphere was electric, a combination of civic pride and sporting anticipation that made the air itself seem to vibrate. This was not just a football game. This was the inauguration of a new era, the christening of a new temple. The fans arrived hours early, exploring the new facility with the excitement of children at Christmas. They marvelled at the luxury boxes that looked down on the field like balconies at an opera house. They tested the sight lines from their seats, pleased to find that the angles had been designed so carefully. They found the concession stands and the restrooms, noting how much nicer everything was than the Cotton Bowl, how modern and clean and well designed. They took photographs that would become family treasures, proof that they had been there when it all began. They bought programs and pennants and souvenirs, anything that would commemorate this night. They wanted something tangible to remind them, in years to come, that they had witnessed history. 2 minutes and 16 seconds into the game, running back Dwayne Thomas took a handoff from quarterback Craig Morton. Thomas was a complicated figure, a brilliant runner with personal issues that would eventually derail his career, but on this night, he was simply magnificent. He hit the hole between his blockers and found a seam in the defence, a gap where no defender stood. He accelerated through it, his powerful legs churning against the artificial turf, his balance perfect even as tacklers reached for him. 56 yards later, he crossed into the end zone, the first touchdown in Texas Stadium history. The roar that followed was unlike anything Dallas had heard before. It echoed off the curved roof, amplified by the stadium's unique acoustics, rolling back onto itself until it became something almost physical. People screamed until their voices gave out. Strangers hugged each other, grabbed each other's arms, shouted into each other's faces. Grown men wept, tears streaming down their cheeks, overwhelmed by the moment. The energy in the stadium was physical, something you could feel pressing against your skin, vibrating in your chest. This was more than football. This was a city celebrating itself, celebrating what it had built, celebrating what it was becoming. The Cowboys won 44-21. It was a statement victory in a statement building, and it launched what would become one of the greatest eras in professional football history. The stadium's unusual design would create some challenges over the years, but mostly, Texas Stadium became exactly what Murchison and Schramm had envisioned. A cathedral of football, a place where memories were made and legends were born. The Cowboys would call it home for 37 seasons, winning championships and breaking hearts, becoming not just Dallas's team, but America's team. The stadium was demolished in 2010, replaced by the even more spectacular AT&T Stadium in Arlington. But for those who were there in the 1970s, who witnessed the birth of a dynasty in that distinctive building with its hole in the roof, Texas Stadium would always represent something magical. A time when Dallas was becoming something new, a place where dreams came true on autumn Sundays. Tom Landry stood on the sideline in his trademark fedora and sport coat, arms folded across his chest, face as unreadable as a poker player holding aces. He had been the only head coach the Cowboys had ever known, hired in 1960 when the franchise was nothing more than an idea and a roster of cast-offs from other teams. Nobody wanted to play for an expansion team in Texas, so Landry had to build with the scraps, the players other franchises did not want. For a decade, he had built something methodical and precise, a football team that ran like a well-oiled machine. Landry was a former player himself, a defensive back for the New York Giants in the early 1950s, who had shown such intelligence and understanding of the game that he moved into coaching even before his playing days ended. He was already drawing up defensive schemes for the Giants, while still wearing a uniform, his mind working on strategic levels that other players never reached. But it was as a coach that he found his genius. He invented the 4-3 defense that became the standard in professional football, 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers working in concert to stop the run and pressure the quarterback. Before Landry, defenses typically featured 5 linemen. His innovation changed how the game was played. He created the flex defense that would become the Cowboys' signature, a system where defenders were responsible for specific zones rather than simply pursuing the ball. The flex required discipline and intelligence from every player. You had to be willing to stay in your assignment even when instinct told you to chase the play, trusting that the system would work if everyone did their job. His offense was equally innovative, using multiple formations and constant motion to confuse defenders. Receivers would shift before the snap, backs would go in motion, and the quarterback might change the play at the line based on what he saw from the defense. Where other teams ran plays, Landry ran a system. one that required intelligence and discipline from every player. He was among the first coaches to use computers for scouting and game preparation, bringing a scientific approach to a sport that had often relied on intuition and brute force. While other coaches went with their gut, Landry studied printouts and analysed tendencies. He wanted to know what the other team would do before they did it. Landry himself seemed almost robotic on the sideline. He rarely showed emotion, maintaining that stoic expression whether his team was winning by 30 or losing by the same margin. He did not scream at referees or throw clipboards in frustration. He did not embrace players after victories or console them after defeats. He stood and watched, processing what he saw, making adjustments with cold precision. The players called him Coach Landry, never Tom. There was a distance between him and his team that he seemed to prefer, a professional formality that kept relationships from becoming complicated. Some players found him cold, even robotic. Others recognized that his detachment was a form of respect, treating them as professionals rather than children who needed emotional management. By 1970, the system was in place and the talent was assembled. Bob Lilly anchored the defensive line, a future Hall of Famer who could collapse a pocket or chase down a running back with equal ferocity. At 6'5" and 260 pounds, Lilly was enormous for his era, with a combination of size and speed that made him nearly impossible to block. Offensive linemen would try to get their hands on him, and he would simply swim through their arms and bury the quarterback. The Doomsday Defense, they called it, a nickname that captured both its effectiveness and its impact on opposing offenses. Lilly in the middle, George Andre and Jethro Pugh at the ends, capable of rushing the passer or setting the edge against the run. Leroy Jordan at middle linebacker, calling signals and directing traffic like a coordinator on the field. Mel Renfro and Cornell Green in the secondary, capable of covering the fastest receivers in the league or coming up to make tackles in the running game. But the Cowboys had a problem. They could not win the big games. Twice they had lost the NFL championship game to the Green Bay Packers, including the legendary Ice Bowl in 1967. That game, played in temperatures of 13 degrees below zero at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, remained a wound in the collective memory of Cowboys fans, a nightmare that played in their minds whenever the stakes were highest. The conditions were almost unimaginable for a football game. The heating system meant to keep the field thawed had failed, leaving the playing surface frozen solid as concrete. Players' breath crystallized in the air instantly, hanging in clouds before their faces. The referees' whistles froze to their lips when they tried to blow them. The cold was so severe that the Dallas band could not play their instruments because the metal mouthpieces froze and stuck to their lips, drawing blood. With 16 seconds remaining, Green Bay trailed by 2 points and faced third down at the Dallas 1-yard line. The logical play was a field goal, a chip shot that would have won the game. Instead, quarterback Bart Starr called a sneak, betting everything on one play. He pushed forward behind the block of Jerry Kramer and crossed into the end zone by inches. Dallas had lost, again, in the final seconds. The Ice Bowl became the defining moment of what the Cowboys could not do, a symbol of their inability to close out games when championships were on the line. They had made it to Super Bowl V after the 1970 season, finally reaching the biggest stage after years of falling short. But they lost to the Baltimore Colts on a last-second field goal in what some called the Blunder Bowl, for all the turnovers and mistakes on both sides. The Cowboys had committed 7 turnovers in that game, fumbles and interceptions at crucial moments. Their quarterback threw 3 interceptions. A running back fumbled deep in their own territory. The loss felt like confirmation of everything critics had said about them. Next year's champions. The label stuck, and it stung. The 1971 season began with a quarterback controversy. Craig Morton had been the starter for years, a talented passer with a strong arm but a tendency toward inconsistency. But Roger Staubach was pushing for playing time, demanding his chance to show what he could do. Staubach was different from most football players in ways that went beyond his throwing motion or his scrambling ability. He had graduated from the Naval Academy in 1965, winning the Heisman Trophy his junior year as the best college football player in America. He was 6 feet 3 inches of pure athletic ability, with a right arm that could thread passes through coverage and legs that could carry him away from pressure. But his commitment to the Navy meant he had to serve 4 years of active duty before he could pursue a professional career. While other players were developing in the NFL, learning the nuances of the professional game, Staubach was serving his country. He spent a year in Vietnam as a supply officer, overseeing logistics at a base in Da Nang while the war raged around him. He kept in shape as best he could, throwing footballs when he had the chance, maintaining his skills on makeshift fields while bombs fell in the distance. He came to the Cowboys at age 27, older than most rookies, having missed what should have been his prime developmental years. Some wondered if he could ever catch up, if the game had passed him by while he was serving his country. Could a quarterback learn the intricacies of professional football in his late 20s? Could he develop the instincts that other quarterbacks had honed for 4 extra years? He was also a devout Christian, a devoted family man with a wife and children, and a fierce competitor who seemed almost supernaturally driven to win. Where other quarterbacks relied on physical gifts alone, Staubach combined talent with an almost fanatical work ethic. He studied film for hours. He practiced plays until his receivers complained about fatigue. He wanted to win with an intensity that bordered on obsession. For the first half of the 1971 season, Landry alternated between his quarterbacks, trying to find the right answer. Morton would start one game, Staubach the next. Neither could establish a rhythm. Neither could feel secure in his position. In one game against the Bears, Landry actually alternated them by the play, sending in a new quarterback with each snap. Morton would hand off or throw, then trot to the sideline as Staubach ran onto the field for the next play. It was chaos, and the Cowboys lost. The crowd booed. The players were confused. The system had failed. At the midpoint of the season, Dallas was 4-3, respectable but not championship caliber, not the record of a team that expected to contend for Super Bowls, and then Landry made his decision. Staubach would be the starter. There would be no more alternating, no more controversy, no more questions about who would take the snaps. Roger Staubach was the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, and that was final. Dallas did not lose another game that season. 7 straight victories to close out the regular season, each one building on the last, each one adding to the sense that something special was happening. Staubach grew more comfortable with each game, more confident, more deadly. He was learning the NFL at an accelerated pace, his intelligence compensating for his lost years. His passer rating for the season was an extraordinary 104.8, the best in the NFL by a significant margin. He threw 15 touchdowns against only 4 interceptions, protecting the ball with discipline while still making the aggressive throws. He made plays that seemed impossible, scrambling away from pressure and finding open receivers downfield, extending plays with his legs and finishing them with his arm. A playoff win over the Minnesota Vikings, another win over the San Francisco 49ers for the NFC Championship, and then Super Bowl VI against the Miami Dolphins. The game was played in New Orleans on January 16th, 1972. Tulane Stadium, with its ancient grandstands and grass field, hosted what would become one of the most dominant performances in Super Bowl history. Miami was young and talented, coached by Don Shula, with a roster that would go undefeated the following year in one of the greatest seasons any team has ever played. They had a powerful running game led by Larry Sonka and Jim Kick. They had a defense that had carried them through the playoffs. But on this day, they had no answer for Dallas. The Cowboys dominated from start to finish, executing Landry's game plan with precision that bordered on artistic. Their running game accumulated 252 yards, a Super Bowl record at the time. Dwayne Thomas rushed for 95 of those yards, his powerful style grinding down the Miami defense as the game wore on, his legs never seeming to tire. Walt Garrison added 74 more, his blue-collar style perfectly suited to Landry's methodical approach. Staubach threw for 2 touchdowns and was named the game's most valuable player. He was calm under pressure, making the throws when they mattered, managing the game with a veteran's poise despite his relative inexperience. The Doomsday defense held Miami to 3 points, the fewest ever scored by a team in a Super Bowl up to that time. The Dolphins' vaunted running game managed only 80 yards, stuffed at the line again and again by Lilly and his teammates. Final score, Dallas 24, Miami 3. Tom Landry was carried off the field on the shoulders of his players, and for once, for just that moment, a smile cracked his stoic facade. The fedora tilted on his head, his arms rose in celebration. 20 years of building, of losing, of being told his team could not win the big one, and now they had won the biggest one of all. The next year's champion's curse was broken. The Dallas Cowboys were champions of the world. It was only the beginning. Throughout the 1970s, the Cowboys remained at or near the top of professional football, a sustained excellence that no other team could match. They returned to the Super Bowl after the 1975 season, losing a heartbreaker to the Pittsburgh Steelers, 21-17. That game featured one of the most famous plays in NFL history. Lynn Swann's acrobatic catch over Mark Washington, where the Steelers receiver seemed to float through the air and somehow hold onto the ball despite impossible coverage. Swann twisted and turned, the ball dancing on his fingertips, and when he came down with it, the Cowboys' hopes came down too. They went back again after the 1977 season, this time crushing the Denver Broncos 27-10 to claim their second championship of the decade. Harvey Martin and Randy White, the defensive ends who had terrorized opposing quarterbacks all season, shared Most Valuable Player honors, the only time that award has been split, in Super Bowl history. And then came another Super Bowl loss to Pittsburgh after the 1978 season, a game that went down to the final minutes, 35-31, in a contest that many still consider one of the greatest Super Bowls ever played. Pittsburgh and Dallas traded haymakers for 4 quarters, neither team able to put the other away, until the final seconds ticked away, and the Steelers held on. 5 Super Bowl appearances in 9 years, 2 championships, a decade of dominance that transformed the franchise from regional attraction to national phenomenon. The Cowboys were on national television more than any other team in football. Their games drew the highest ratings, their stars became celebrities recognized far beyond the sports pages, household names in homes that did not even care about football, and somewhere along the way, they acquired a nickname that would define them forever. America's Team. The name came from a highlight film produced by NFL Films in 1978. The narrator, the legendary voice of John Facenda, noted how Cowboys fans seemed to appear everywhere the team played, filling visiting stadiums with their cheers. No matter where the Cowboys went, he said, whether to Washington or New York, Philadelphia or Chicago, there were fans waiting for them, fans wearing the star, fans cheering for Dallas. The Cowboys, he concluded in that sonorous voice, were America's team. Landry did not like the label. He thought it would motivate opponents, give them extra incentive to beat Dallas, turn every game into a crusade against presumption. And he was probably right. Other teams' fans resented the presumption, the arrogance of claiming to represent all of America, of assuming their team was somehow special. But the name stuck because it captured something true. The Cowboys had become more than just a football team from Texas. They had become a symbol of success, of excellence, of a certain kind of American glamour that transcended regional loyalties. When people around the world thought of American football, they thought of the star on the helmet. They thought of Tom Landry in his fedora. They thought of Roger Staubach throwing from the pocket. The players of that era became legends, their names still invoked decades later by fans who remember their glory days. Staubach, the Navy hero who won 2 Super Bowls and earned a reputation for impossible comebacks. He would lead the Cowboys to 23 fourth-quarter comeback victories in his career, so many that the phenomenon earned its own name, Captain Comeback. Tony Dorsett arrived in 1977, the explosive running back from Pittsburgh who won a championship his rookie year. Dorsett could accelerate through holes that other runners would not even see, his quickness making tacklers grasp at air where he had been a moment before. He was poetry and shoulder pads, grace and power combined. Randy White and Harvey Martin, the defensive ends who terrorized quarterbacks. Ed Too Tall Jones, who stood 6 feet 9 inches tall and could have been a basketball star or a boxer but chose football, his wingspan making him impossible to throw over. Cliff Harris and Charlie Waters, the safeties who hit like linebackers and read quarterbacks like they were stealing the signals. Drew Pearson, who caught Staubach's Hail Mary passes and made the impossible seem routine. These names meant something to a generation of football fans, symbols of an era when the Cowboys stood atop the sport. And the team they played for helped transform Dallas from a city known for tragedy into a city known for triumph. Before 1972, cheerleaders in professional football were an afterthought. Most teams had squads of local high school girls or college students who led chants and waved pom-poms during timeouts. They wore modest sweaters with their team's letters. They performed traditional cheers that their grandmothers would have recognized. They were wholesome, traditional, and largely invisible on television broadcasts. The Dallas Cowboys had a group called the Cowbells and Bow, a co-ed squad that did exactly what cheerleaders had always done. They performed traditional cheers. They encouraged fans to make noise. They were fine, adequate, forgettable. And then came Bubbles Cash. In 1967, during a game at the Cotton Bowl, a woman named Bubbles Cash walked down the stand staircase on the 50-yard line. Her real name was not Bubbles, of course, but she had earned the nickname for reasons that were immediately apparent. She was, to use the parlance of the time, generously proportioned, and she was wearing a short skirt that drew attention with every step. She carried cotton candy in each hand, one in each manicured fist, and she walked with a sway that suggested she knew exactly the effect she was having on the predominantly male crowd. The crowd went wild. Players on the field lost focus as their eyes followed her progress down the stairs. Television cameras swung to follow her, the directors recognizing a story when they saw one. For a few minutes, Bubbles Cash was the most interesting thing happening at the Cotton Bowl, more captivating than the game itself. Tex Schramm, the Cowboys' general manager, took notice from his position in the press box. Schramm understood entertainment in ways that other sports executives sometimes did not. He had worked in television before joining the Cowboys, had produced the 1960 Winter Olympics for CBS. He understood marketing, he understood spectacle, and he understood that Bubbles Cash had accidentally revealed something important about what fans wanted to see. It took a few years for the vision to crystallize, but by 1972, Schramm was ready to revolutionize professional cheerleading. He charged a woman named Dee Brock with developing something new, a squad of adult women, professional dancers, who would perform choreographed routines rather than traditional cheers. Brock understood the assignment. This would not be a squad of enthusiastic amateurs learning routines in their spare time. This would be a professional entertainment product, as polished and precise as anything on Broadway. She recruited Texie Waterman, one of the top dance instructors in America, to serve as choreographer. Waterman had trained dancers for Broadway and Hollywood. She knew how to create routines that were athletic, visually stunning, and perfectly synchronized. She knew how to make movement tell a story, how to use bodies as instruments of expression. Together, they auditioned over 100 women and selected just 7 to form the inaugural squad of what would become the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. The auditions were rigorous, testing not just dancing ability but athleticism, personality, and that ineffable quality that made certain women captivating to watch. They were looking for something specific, something that transcended mere beauty or mere talent. These were not high school girls learning their first dance steps. These were adult women, many with years of dance training, who brought professional discipline to their performances. They practiced for hours every week. They learned routines that would make Broadway choreographers nod in appreciation. They were athletes in their own right, their bodies conditioned for the physical demands of performance. But they needed more than just dancers. They needed a look. Paula Van Wagener was a fashion designer in Dallas who got the assignment through a connection. Her boss played golf with Tex Schramm, and when Schramm mentioned he needed someone to design uniforms for a new cheerleading squad, Van Wagener got the call. The requirements were specific and sometimes contradictory. The uniform had to allow for movement, for the athletic dance routines Waterman was creating. It had to have a country theme, something that said Texas and Western heritage, and it had to be, in the carefully chosen words of the time, attractive while remaining tasteful, sexy but not trashy, revealing but not vulgar. It was a fine line to walk. Van Wagener presented 2 options. One was a fringe belt worn over a bodysuit, which looked more like something from a costume shop than a professional uniform. It was too literal, too obvious in its Western references. The other was what would become the most famous cheerleading uniform in history, a tied-off blue blouse that showed a strip of midriff, a vest with white stars, white shorts that would later be called hot pants, and white go-go boots that climbed up the calf. They chose the blouse and shorts, and professional sports would never be the same. The new Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders made their debut at Texas Stadium for the 1972 season. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Fans cheered louder for the cheerleaders than they had for any squad before. Mail poured into the Cowboys' offices, much of it from men requesting photographs, but also from women asking how to try out for the squad. The cheerleaders transformed the game day experience in ways that went beyond their routines. Where traditional squads had stood on the sidelines waving pom-poms, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders performed. They executed jazz-inspired dance routines with precision timing, their movements synchronized down to the smallest gesture. They smiled with practiced warmth at the cameras, Aware that millions of viewers at home were watching, they became part of the show, as much an attraction as the football itself. But the moment that launched the cheerleaders into national consciousness came on January 18th, 1976, at Super Bowl X in Miami. CBS, broadcasting the game, made a decision to feature the cheerleaders prominently in their coverage. The camera cut to them during breaks in the action, during timeouts, during any pause in play. The directors understood what Schramm had understood. These women were compelling television. And at one key moment, a cheerleader named Gwenda Swearingen winked at the camera. It was a small gesture, lasting perhaps a second. Just a wink, a flirtatious acknowledgement that she knew the camera was watching, that she was performing for an audience beyond the stadium. But that wink was seen by 80 million people watching at home. The switchboard at CBS lit up with calls. Newspapers ran stories the next day not just about the game, which Dallas lost to Pittsburgh, but about those women on the sideline. The honey shots, they came to call them, and they became a staple of football broadcasts for years afterward. Other networks copied the approach. Other teams created their own cheerleading squads. But the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders remained the standard against which all others were measured. By 1977, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders were a phenomenon unto themselves, famous beyond their association with the football team. They released a poster that became one of the best-selling posters in history, outsold only by images of Farrah Fawcett and a few other icons of the era. The poster showed the cheerleaders arranged in formation, their smiles dazzling, their uniforms instantly recognizable. It hung on dorm room walls and locker room doors across America. They appeared on the cover of Esquire magazine, their image declaring that Dallas was no longer just a city in Texas, but a national phenomenon. They starred in television specials, including one called The 36 Most Beautiful Girls in Texas, that drew enormous ratings. In 1979, a television movie called Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders aired on ABC and drew massive ratings. Jane Seymour starred as a reporter who goes undercover to expose the squad's secrets. The movie was melodrama dressed as exposé, full of rivalries and romances and behind-the-scenes drama. But audiences did not care about cinematic quality. They wanted to see the cheerleaders, and 24 million households tuned in to watch. A sequel followed the next year to similar success. Suzanne Mitchell took over as director of the cheerleaders in 1976, and she ran the operation with an iron fist wrapped in Southern charm. She'd started as Tex Schramm's secretary, answering phones and typing letters in the Cowboys' front office. When he asked her what she wanted to be doing in 5 years, she had pointed at his chair and said it looked comfortable. Mitchell instituted strict rules that became legendary in the cheerleading world. The cheerleaders were not allowed to fraternize with players under any circumstances. If a cheerleader was seen in the same restaurant as a player, she faced discipline. If she dated one, she was dismissed. The fantasy had to remain untouchable. They had strict weight requirements, regularly weighed at practice. If a cheerleader gained more than a few pounds, she was put on probation. If the weight did not come off, she was removed from the squad. The standards were precise and unforgiving. Their conduct off the field was monitored, dating was restricted, public behavior was scrutinized. They were to be fantasy figures, approachable in theory but untouchable in practice. The image was as important as the performance. But Mitchell also protected them fiercely, understanding that exploitation was always a risk when young women were commodified. She fought to get them better pay, arguing with team ownership that the cheerleaders generated revenue and deserved to share in it. She threatened lawsuits against anyone who tried to exploit their image without permission, pursuing unauthorized calendars and merchandise with legal action. When an adult film company tried to use a knockoff version of the uniform for a pornographic production, Mitchell pursued legal action that eventually led to injunctions against the film's distribution. The uniform was trademarked. The image was protected. The cheerleaders belonged to the Cowboys organization, not to anyone who wanted to borrow their appeal. The impact extended far beyond Dallas. Other NFL teams scrambled to create similar squads, redesigning their cheerleading programs to copy what Dallas had created. Some called it the cheerleading war of 1978, as franchises across the league tried to replicate the Cowboys' success with their own attractive dancers in revealing uniforms. The cheerleaders became international ambassadors for the Dallas Cowboys brand. Beginning in 1979, they went on USO tours to perform for American troops stationed overseas, traveling to bases around the world to bring entertainment to soldiers far from home. They traveled to South Korea for that first holiday tour and would continue the tradition for decades, maintaining a connection between the cowboys and the American military. The cultural impact was complex and continues to be debated decades later. Critics saw the cheerleaders as objectification, as a reduction of women to their physical appearance in service of male entertainment. The uniforms were revealing by design. The camera lingered on bodies. The entire enterprise seemed designed to satisfy male desires while reducing women to decorative elements. Supporters saw empowerment, women owning their sexuality and athletic abilities, earning money and fame on their own terms. The cheerleaders were paid, though not well by professional standards. They were celebrated, their faces and names known to millions. They had agency in a way that previous generations of women in entertainment often lacked, choosing to perform rather than being forced into it. Many went on to careers in dance, entertainment, and business, using their time on the squad as a launching pad. What is undeniable is the influence. In 2018, the original Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders uniform was added to the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of American History collection, a permanent symbol of its impact on popular culture. The uniform that Paula Van Wagener had designed in her Dallas studio now sits alongside the Constitution and the Star-Spangled Banner. The cheerleaders had done something remarkable. They had helped transform Dallas's image from the city where Kennedy was killed to the city of America's team and America's sweethearts. It was a rebranding exercise that public relations firms would study for generations, accomplished not through advertising campaigns but through entertainment that people actually wanted to watch. In October of 1973, war broke out in the Middle East. Egypt and Syria attacked Israel on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, and the conflict quickly drew in the superpowers. The Soviet Union supported the Arab states. The United States supported Israel. For a few tense weeks, some feared the regional conflict might escalate into something much worse. When the United States provided military support to Israel, the Arab members of OPEC responded with an oil embargo. They would not sell petroleum to nations that supported their enemy. The tap was turned off, and the world suddenly remembered how dependent it had become on oil. For most of America, the embargo was a disaster. Gas stations ran dry. Lines stretched for blocks in cities across the country, cars waiting hours for the chance to fill their tanks. The price of gasoline doubled and then doubled again. Prices for everything from food to electricity climbed as the cost of energy rippled through every sector of the economy. The American way of life, built on cheap energy and unlimited mobility, suddenly seemed fragile. People carpooled. They turned down their thermostats. They sold their gas-guzzling sedans for smaller imports. The economy stumbled into recession. Unemployment rose. Inflation accelerated. A nation that had taken cheap energy for granted suddenly found itself at the mercy of foreign producers, and the realization was deeply unsettling. But in Texas, the crisis was a bonanza. Oil that had sold for $3.89 a barrel before the embargo jumped to $12.51. Texas wells that had been marginally profitable, barely worth the cost of pumping, suddenly gushed money. Stripper wells that produced only a few barrels a day became valuable again. Fields that had been abandoned as uneconomical were reopened and put back into production. Wildcatters who had been scraping by, always one dry hole away from bankruptcy, found themselves wealthy beyond imagination overnight. Their existing production was suddenly worth 3 times what it had been. Their proven reserves were suddenly worth fortunes, and the price kept climbing, and Dallas, the financial center of the Texas oil industry, caught the flood of cash. The city had positioned itself perfectly over the previous decades. While Houston handled the physical infrastructure of petroleum, the refineries that turned crude into gasoline and the pipelines that carried it across the continent, Dallas handled the money, the banks that financed drilling operations, the lawyers who drew up contracts and fought over royalties, the accountants who managed the books and minimized taxes, the investors who provided capital for new ventures. Suddenly all of those services were in demand like never before. Every oil company needed more financing to drill more wells. Every successful driller needed lawyers to handle the suddenly complex deals. Every newly wealthy wildcatter needed accountants to help them understand their sudden fortune and protect it from the taxman. The stories of overnight wealth became legendary, told and retold in Dallas bars and country clubs until the truth became indistinguishable from embellishment. A roughneck who had worked the oil fields for years, coming home exhausted and covered in crude, would discover a productive well on a piece of land he had leased for almost nothing. Within months, he would be driving a Mercedes, living in a mansion in Preston Hollow, buying drinks for everyone at the country club that had once considered him too low class for membership. A secretary who had taken stock in the company where she worked, accepting shares instead of higher wages because she believed in her boss, would find her portfolio worth a fortune when the company struck oil. She could retire at 35, travel the world, never work another day if she chose. A farmer in West Texas who had never cared about the mineral rights beneath his land, who had signed them away years before for a pittance just to pay off a tractor, would watch as the buyer became a millionaire from what lay beneath his fields. The regret would haunt him, but there was always another chance, another lease, another opportunity to strike it. Rich. The banks could not lend money fast enough. They would give loans to anyone with a plausible claim to oil rights, trusting that the rising prices would guarantee repayment. A piece of land with geological surveys suggesting oil underneath? Here is a loan. A partnership share in a drilling operation? Here is a loan. An existing well that might produce for another decade? Here is a loan. Due diligence became an afterthought. If oil kept climbing, any investment would pay off. The deals were done on handshakes and confidence, the paperwork catching up later. It was a calculated risk that seemed brilliant when oil kept climbing. It would prove catastrophic when it eventually stopped. But through the 1970s, it only climbed. Oil reached $20 a barrel, then $30. By 1980, it would touch $40. Every increase sent more money flowing through Dallas, more deposits into the banks, more deals across the lawyers' desks, more Mercedes in the parking lots. The real estate market caught fire. With so much money looking for somewhere to go, investors poured capital into development. Shopping centres sprouted on every major intersection, their parking lots designed for thousands of cars. Office towers rose downtown, each one taller and more ambitious than the last. Apartment complexes spread across the suburbs, housing the workers who flooded into the city. Master-planned communities sprouted on former farmland at the edges of the metroplex, their streets named for trees that had been bulldozed to make room. The downtown skyline began its transformation from modest to spectacular. Construction cranes became as common as birds against the Texas sky, their mechanical arms swinging loads of steel and concrete into place. Buildings rose, each one trying to outdo the last. The old 2- and 3-story Dallas of the mid-century was disappearing, replaced by a forest of glass and steel that proclaimed the city's ambition to the world. The excess became its own kind of entertainment, fodder for newspapers and magazines that documented the outrageous ways newly rich Texans spent their money. A man who bought matching his and hers Rolls-Royces for himself and his wife, the cars sitting in a garage that cost more than most people's houses. A woman who had her swimming pool shaped like the state of Texas, complete with a jacuzzi where Galveston would be on the map. A rancher who flew his helicopter to lunch because driving took too long, landing in the restaurant parking lot while diners watched through the windows. In Houston, the helicopter commute became genuinely common among the wealthy. The morning traffic on the freeways grew so congested that executives would rather lift off from their backyards than sit in their Mercedes going nowhere. The noise became such a problem in certain neighborhoods that residents filed complaints with City Hall, leading to one of the stranger municipal debates of the era: how to regulate helicopter traffic in residential areas. Dallas was slightly more restrained, but only slightly. The old money in Highland Park looked down on the new money with its flashy spending and garish tastes. The nouveau riche did not know how to behave, the Highland Park matriarchs whispered over lunch at the Zodiac Room. They confused having money with having class. They thought a Rolls-Royce made them respectable, but the new money did not care what Highland Park thought. They had proved something. They had beaten the odds, struck it rich, lived the American dream. If they wanted to show it off with gold-plated bathroom fixtures and diamond-encrusted watches and custom cowboy boots with their initials worked into the leather, who could blame them? They had earned it, or at least gotten lucky enough to claim it. The Cowboys' ownership reflected this oil wealth perfectly. Clint Murchison Jr., who had built Texas Stadium and assembled the team that won 2 Super Bowls, came from one of Texas's great oil fortunes. His father, Clint Murchison Sr., had been one of the legendary wildcatters of Texas history, a man who made hundreds of millions from the oil fields of West Texas, turning a series of lucky strikes and shrewd deals into a family empire that stretched across industries. The younger Murchison had inherited both the fortune and the instinct for opportunity. He saw the Cowboys not just as a sports team but as an entertainment property, a brand that could be leveraged into multiple revenue streams. He invested in the team with the same calculated aggression his father had applied to oil fields. The connection between oil and football was not coincidental. The Cowboys' success gave Dallas a glamorous public face, a reason for the nation to pay attention to this boomtown on the prairie. And the oil money funded expansions, improvements, marketing campaigns that spread the Cowboys brand across the country. Few people in 1975 or 1978 imagined that the boom would ever end. Oil prices would keep rising. The buildings would keep going up. The money would keep flowing. Dallas was on its way to becoming one of the great cities of America, and nothing could stop it. They were wrong, of course. The bust would come in the mid-1980s, and it would be devastating. Oil prices would collapse as new supplies came online from around the world and OPEC's unity fractured. Banks would fail by the dozens, their loan portfolios revealed as worthless when the collateral evaporated. Fortunes would evaporate overnight. The gleaming office towers would empty out, their marble lobbies echoing with the footsteps of security guards making their rounds through abandoned floors. But that's a story for another night. In the 1970s, the party was just getting started. Stanley Marcus was 70 years old in 1975 when he finally stepped back from day-to-day management of the store his aunt had co-founded with his father and uncle in 1907. But his influence on Dallas and on the concept of luxury retail would outlast him by decades. Neiman Marcus was not just a department store. It was a finishing school for Texas society, a temple of taste in a state that outsiders often dismissed as crude and provincial, a place where oil money learned what quality meant. From its flagship location on Commerce Street downtown, the store taught generations of wealthy Texans the difference between expensive and good, between showy and elegant. Stanley Marcus had taken over from his father in 1950 and transformed the store into something remarkable, something that transcended regional retail to become a national symbol of luxury. He cultivated relationships with designers, bringing Christian Dior to Dallas for the designer's first American visit in 1947. The fashion world was astonished that the legendary French designer would travel to Texas of all places, but Marcus understood something others did not. Texas had money, and Texas money wanted to be told what to buy. He created the fortnight celebrations, 2-week extravaganzas that brought the culture of different countries to Dallas through fashion shows, cultural exhibitions, and lavish parties. When a country was honored, the entire store was transformed. Merchandise was imported, entertainers were flown in. The effect was like traveling abroad without leaving downtown Dallas. The fortnights became the social events of the Dallas calendar, occasions that drew participation from every level of society that considered itself cultured. When Great Britain was honored in the early 1970s, society women bought entire wardrobes for the various parties and events. Bagpipers performed at galas. Dignitaries flew in from London. The store was transformed into a showcase of British culture, complete with imported merchandise and staff members affecting British accents. Princess Grace of Monaco attended a Neiman Marcus gala in 1971, lending her Hollywood meets royalty glamour to the Dallas social scene. She was the height of elegance, a movie star who had become actual royalty, and her presence validated Dallas's aspirations to sophistication. Oscar de la Renta was a frequent visitor in the early 70s, cultivating clients among the wealthy women who shopped there. Karl Lagerfeld came to Dallas in 1978 for a party in his honor, surrounded by admirers who hung on his every pronouncement about style. The Christmas catalogue had become a national phenomenon by the 1970s, anticipated not just by shoppers, but by journalists and commentators who wondered what outrageous gift would appear. Each year, Neiman Marcus would include fantasy gifts, extravagant items that were as much about generating publicity as generating sales. His and hers submarines, matching mummy cases guaranteed authentic with certificates of provenance, a Black Angus steer with a year's supply of beef included, delivered dressed and butchered to your specifications, an entire junk from Hong Kong, sailed across the Pacific by a professional crew, a real airplane painted in the customer's choice of colours. The catalogue became an annual event, covered by newspapers and television shows across the country, wondering what outrageous gift would appear next. Most of the fantasy items were never purchased, but that was beside the point. They generated attention, kept Neiman Marcus in the public consciousness, reminded everyone that this was not an ordinary store. But the store's influence went beyond spectacle. In 1973, Neiman Marcus gave its prestigious fashion award to Levi Strauss, declaring denim the single most important American contribution to worldwide fashion. It was a remarkable statement from a store known for couture gowns and designer labels, an acknowledgement that fashion was changing in fundamental ways. The award recognized what was happening on the streets, where the rigid dress codes of previous generations were dissolving. Blue jeans had moved from workwear to universal garment, worn by everyone from factory workers to college students, to wealthy women who paired them with silk blouses and expensive jewellery. And fashion was changing dramatically in the 1970s, more rapidly than at almost any time in history. The formal structures that had governed dress for decades were loosening, sometimes collapsing entirely. Women who had worn girdles and stockings to the grocery store in the 50s now wore jeans and went braless. Men who had never left the house without a tie experimented with open collars and gold chains. The rules that had seemed permanent were revealed as merely conventional. Dallas embraced the changes with typical Texas enthusiasm, which is to say, bigger and bolder. If the trend was platform shoes, Dallas women wanted the highest platforms, 4 inches of cork or wood lifting them toward the sky. If the style was sequins, Dallas wanted more sequins than anyone else, dresses that glittered and shone under the disco ball. If jewellery was in fashion, Dallas women wore it in quantities that would make a Manhattan socialite blanch, gold and diamonds dripping from ears and necks and wrists. The disco era arrived in Dallas in the mid-70s, bringing with it a new aesthetic that seemed designed for Dallas sensibilities. Shiny fabrics that caught the light, metallic golds and silvers that glittered on the dance floor, halter tops and hot pants that showed more skin than previous generations would have tolerated in public. Bell-bottoms so wide they swept the ground as you walked, requiring careful attention to puddles and stairs. For men, the transformation was equally dramatic. The narrow lapels and conservative suits of the early decade gave way to wider and wider cuts, the fashion pendulum swinging toward excess. Shirt collars grew enormous, meant to be worn open and spread over the lapels of sport coats. Polyester blends in bright colours replaced the wool and cotton of previous generations, their synthetic sheen matching the synthetic quality of the era. The Zodiac Room at Neiman Marcus remained a temple of ladies who lunch, where wealthy women gathered over chicken salad and the famous popovers to discuss philanthropy and social obligations. The room featured astrological symbols on the walls, a touch of whimsy in an otherwise elegant setting. But even there the changes were visible. Younger women dressed more casually than their mothers had. The rigid rules of gloves and hats for shopping trips were relaxing. A new informality was creeping into even the most traditional spaces, the generational shift evident in hemlines and hairstyles. Stanley Marcus watched these changes with a mixture of interest and concern. He believed in quality, in craftsmanship, in things that lasted. The disposable fashion of the disco era troubled him, but he was pragmatist enough to know that the store had to evolve with its customers, that resistance to change was commercial suicide. The Village apartment sprawled across Greenville Avenue in northeast Dallas, a complex of buildings and pools and tennis courts that had become ground zero for the city's young professional scene. If you wanted to understand 1970s Dallas, you could do worse than spend a Saturday night in the Village. If you were 25 years old in 1975 and you had moved to Dallas for a job in banking or insurance or oil, the Village was where you lived. The apartments were not fancy. Efficiency units and one-bedrooms with thin walls that let you hear your neighbours' arguments and romantic encounters. The finishes were basic, the appliances utilitarian. But the complex had something more valuable than square footage. Community. Thousands of young people lived there, all of them in roughly the same situation, all of them new to Dallas, all of them looking for connection in a city where they knew almost no one. The pools became gathering places on summer weekends, where young men and women sized each other up over coolers of beer. The tennis courts hosted pickup games that were as much about flirting as athleticism. The laundry rooms were places to meet your neighbours, and on Friday and Saturday nights, the residents of the Village went out. They dressed in the fashions of the era, the women in halter tops and tight jeans, the men in polyester shirts open at the collar, everyone smelling of cologne and possibility. The clubs and bars of 1970s Dallas were scattered across the city, but many clustered along Greenville Avenue, convenient to the apartment complexes where their customers lived. TGF Fridays in Old Town was a pioneer of the singles bar concept, a place where young professionals gathered after work for drinks and possibility. The first TGI Fridays had actually opened in New York in 1965, but the Dallas location became a phenomenon of its own, packed night after night with young people looking for fun. The formula was simple: a relaxed atmosphere, affordable drinks, and a clientele of young single professionals looking to meet each other. No pretension, no dress code beyond basic decency, no judgment, just possibility. Other clubs proliferated along Greenville Avenue and throughout the city, their names changing as establishments opened and closed with the rhythm of fashion. What was hot one year was empty the next. New places opened with new names and new themes, hoping to capture lightning in a bottle. The scene remained constant even as the specific venues shifted. In 1973, the Texas legislature lowered the drinking age to 18. Suddenly, college students could legally drink, and even recent high school graduates could walk into bars without fake IDs. Combined with laws that allowed drivers to have open containers in their vehicles, as long as they were not intoxicated, it created an atmosphere of remarkable permissiveness. You could finish work at 5 o'clock, walk to a bar, drink until midnight, and drive home with a beer in your cup holder. As long as you were not visibly drunk, weaving across lanes or slurring your words to a police officer, you would face no consequences. The concept of designated drivers was years away. The harsh penalties for driving while intoxicated would not come until the 1980s, after too many tragedies made the permissive approach untenable. The most exclusive club in late 70s Dallas was probably Elan, a private membership establishment near Lovers Lane and Greenville Avenue. Membership cost $350 a year, roughly twice what you might pay for rent on an efficiency apartment. But for that price, you got access to a world of upscale sophistication. Elan was famous for its theme parties, events that gave guests an excuse to dress up and show off. The Tax Day Bash in April invited guests to dress according to their tax returns. If you'd received a large refund, you came dressed in riches, women wearing fake jewellery dripping from their necks, men in suits made of play money. If you owed taxes, you came dressed in rags, playing the part of the overtaxed citizen. The parties could get wild, but they were curated wild, the controlled chaos of young professionals blowing off steam after weeks of work. Everyone there had jobs, had ambitions, had reputations to protect. They just also wanted to have fun. The drug culture that emerged in this nightlife scene reflected the wider trends of the era. Marijuana was everywhere, passed around at parties and smoked in parking lots before going into clubs. The smell was as common as cigarette smoke in certain venues. Chocolate and strawberry mescaline circulated at parties, the hallucinogens promising insights and adventures. Nitrous oxide provided quick highs, balloons full of the gas passed from person to person. Quaaludes, the sedative that became the party drug of the decade, were passed around like candy. And then there was cocaine. Cocaine burst onto the Dallas scene in the mid-70s, finding its way into every niche of society with remarkable speed. From Highland Park mansions to industrial district clubs, from oil company executive suites to young professional apartments, the white powder became ubiquitous. It seemed like everyone was doing it, or at least everyone who considered themselves sophisticated. It was expensive, which made it a status symbol. If you could afford cocaine, you were successful. You had money. You had connections. You were part of the scene that mattered. The drug became a marker of belonging, a way of signalling that you had arrived. It was energizing, which made it perfect for a city that valued hustle and ambition. Dallas rewarded hard work and long hours. Cocaine let you work longer, party harder, push through the fatigue that might have stopped you otherwise. In a city where getting ahead meant outworking your competitors, anything that gave you an edge was valuable. And it was, for a few years at least, legal enough to possess in small amounts that users faced minimal consequences. The penalties for cocaine possession were far lighter than they would become in the 80s and 90s. Getting caught with a small amount might mean a fine, maybe probation, but rarely jail time. The risk seemed manageable. The culture of the disco era embraced the drug. The long nights of dancing required energy that alcohol alone could not provide. The Studio 54 aesthetic of glamour and excess practically demanded chemical assistance. And in Dallas, where everything was bigger, the cocaine use was bigger too. Not everyone participated, of course. Conservative Dallas, Baptist Dallas, Church on Sunday Dallas still existed and still represented the majority of the population. Most people in Dallas never went to Elon or the village parties, never tried cocaine, never participated in the excesses that would later define the era in popular memory. They went to work and went to church and raised their children and lived lives that would not make for interesting stories. But for those who wanted to party, Dallas in the 1970s offered opportunities that their parents could never have imagined. The permissive laws, the influx of money, the population of young professionals hungry for experience, it all combined to create something unprecedented. The live music scene in 1970s Dallas was extraordinary, though it is largely forgotten today. If you wanted to see a band, any band, Dallas was one of the best places in America to be. The reason was economics. Record companies required their artists to tour, to promote albums through live performances. And Dallas-Fort Worth was simply too big a market to skip. Every national act that wanted to sell records in Texas had to play Dallas. And the competition for venues meant that prices stayed low and quality stayed high. You could see a major rock concert for $5. $5. The equivalent of perhaps $20 or $25 today, but still a fraction of what concerts would cost in later decades. The economic model was simple. Artists went on tour to sell records. The concert itself was advertising, a way to generate excitement and word of mouth. The real money came from album sales, from the vinyl records and 8-track tapes that fans would buy after seeing the show. The arena shows drew the biggest names: Aerosmith and Led Zeppelin, the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac. These acts filled stadiums and convention centres, thousands of fans packing in to see rock and roll performed at full volume. The energy at these shows was electric, the crowds singing along to every word, lighters held aloft during ballads, the entire venue united in shared experience. Mother Blues on Lemon Avenue became legendary among Dallas music fans for more intimate shows. The club hosted acts that would later become icons, in settings where the audience was close enough to touch the performers. The venue had maybe a few hundred seats, meaning that you could watch future legends in a room where everyone felt close to the stage, where the sweat from the performers was visible, where the music felt personal rather than distant. Buddy magazine chronicled the scene with enthusiasm and attitude. The publication was named after Buddy Holly, the Texas rock and roll pioneer who had died in a plane crash in 1959. As its founder put it, Buddy Holly changed his life. The magazine covered the local music scene, profiling bands and reviewing concerts, arguing about which artists were authentic and which were selling out. The radio stations of the era shaped the music scene in ways that would be impossible in later decades of corporate consolidation. Kazoo, known as The Zoo, was an FM rock powerhouse that introduced Dallas listeners to progressive and album-oriented rock. The DJs had freedom to play what they liked, to break new artists, to shape musical tastes according to their own judgment rather than corporate playlists. Record stores were community gathering places, not just retail establishments. You would go to Sound Warehouse or Peaches not just to buy albums but to browse, to discover, to talk with the staff about what was new and interesting. The employees were often musicians themselves or at least serious fans, and they could steer you toward albums you would never have found on your own. These conversations shaped tastes and built communities. One of the most legendary concerts in Dallas history took place on January 10th, 1978, when the Sex Pistols played the Longhorn Ballroom. The venue was an unlikely choice. The Longhorn had been built by Texas swing legend Bob Wills and had hosted country and western acts for decades. Its stage had seen the greatest names in country music, artists who embodied tradition and craftsmanship, and now it was hosting punk rock, the aggressive, confrontational music that seemed designed to destroy everything country music represented. The band was on their only American tour, a 12-day exercise in barely controlled chaos. Manager Malcolm McLaren had deliberately booked them into venues in the South and Southwest, away from the major media markets of New York and Los Angeles, hoping that the culture clash would generate controversy and attention. The Dallas show delivered on that promise. The audience was a mix of punk fans who had read about the movement in imported British magazines, curious locals who wanted to see what the fuss was about, and country music regulars who had wandered in not knowing what awaited them. Tension filled the air from the moment the doors opened. The punks with their safety pins and ripped clothing eyed the cowboys with their boots and belt buckles. The cowboys eyed the punks with a mixture of confusion and contempt. Beer was thrown. Insults were exchanged. The band antagonized the audience, Johnny Rotten sneering at the crowd between songs, and the audience responded in kind. 4 days later, the Sex Pistols would play their final show in San Francisco, where the band dissolved in acrimony and exhaustion. But that night in Dallas, punk rock had announced itself to Texas, and the music scene would never be quite the same. Texas artists were also making their mark on the national scene. ZZ Top, the bearded rockers from Houston, regularly played Dallas venues on their rise to national fame. Their blues rock sound seemed to capture something essential about Texas, something raw and powerful and authentic. The music scene was one of the ways Dallas was changing, loosening the buttoned-up conservatism that had defined it for generations. Young people who might once have conformed to their parents' expectations were finding new ways to express themselves, new communities to belong to, new sounds to shape their identities. In April of 1978, CBS aired a 5-part miniseries about a wealthy Texas oil family and their feuds, schemes, and romantic entanglements. Nobody expected much from it. The time slot was late on Sunday nights, traditionally a dead zone for television. The producers were not sure it would continue beyond those initial 5 episodes, but audiences responded. The miniseries drew strong enough ratings to earn a pickup for a regular series, and Dallas premiered as a weekly show in September of that year. The show revolved around the Ewing family, owners of an independent oil company called Ewing Oil, and a sprawling cattle ranch called South Fork, located just north of Dallas. At the center of the drama was J.R. Ewing, the eldest son, a scheming oil tycoon who would do anything to increase his power and wealth. Larry Hagman played J.R. with a combination of charm and menace that made him one of television's great villains. He smiled as he destroyed competitors. He cheated on his wife Sue Ellen with a parade of mistresses. He manipulated his brothers and betrayed his business partners. He lied and schemed and backstabbed with such gusto that audiences could not look away, and audiences could not get enough of him. The genius of the show was making the villain the most entertaining character on screen. JR was terrible. Everyone knew he was terrible, but watching him scheme was irresistible. The audience rooted against him while secretly admiring his audacity. He was what every ambitious person might become if they abandoned their scruples entirely. South Fork Ranch, the fictional Ewing home, was filmed at a real property in Parker, Texas, about 25 miles north of Dallas. The house had been built in 1970 and was known locally before television transformed it into one of the most famous residences in the world. The ranch became a tourist destination almost immediately. Fans came from across the country, and eventually from around the world, to see the white mansion where the Ewings lived. They posed for photographs at the entrance gate. They imagined themselves at the poolside breakfast table, where so much drama had unfolded. Texas Stadium appeared in the opening credits, its distinctive silhouette becoming instantly recognizable to viewers worldwide. The shot established Dallas as a place of ambition and modernity, of gleaming stadiums and towering skylines. The show captured something real about Dallas in the 1970s and early 80s. The oil wealth that JR pursued was the same wealth transforming the actual city. The combination of old money and new money that drove the show's social dynamics mirrored the tensions in real Dallas society. By the end of the 1970s, Dallas was one of the most popular shows on television. International audiences were particularly captivated. The show aired in more than 90 countries, from Europe to Asia to South America. The cliffhanger became the show's signature device. Each season would end with a shocking revelation or dramatic event, leaving viewers to wonder what would happen next over the long summer hiatus. The most famous cliffhanger would come in March of 1980, when the 3rd season ended with JR being shot by an unknown assailant. Who shot JR became a national obsession, discussed in offices and over dinner tables across the country. But that phenomenon lay just beyond the border of the 1970s. The show and the city fed each other in remarkable ways. The real Dallas became more famous because of the fictional Dallas, and the fictional Dallas drew credibility from the real boom happening in the city. When viewers saw JR making deals and accumulating wealth, they knew it was based on something true. Not everything in 1970s Dallas glittered. Beneath the surface of football glory and oil wealth, darker currents ran through the city, currents that most residents preferred not to acknowledge. The cocaine that fueled the party scene did not arrive by magic. It came through smuggling networks, some of them remarkably sophisticated, operated by people who lived in the same neighborhoods as their customers. The Cowboy Mafia was the nickname Dallas media gave to a group of marijuana smugglers who operated throughout Texas during the decade. At their peak, they were reportedly among the most prolific drug smugglers in the state, moving tons of product across the border and into American markets. The group was connected to prominent Texas businessmen who saw drug trafficking as just another entrepreneurial venture, a commodity trade with unusually high profit margins. Banks and legitimate businesses were used to launder the proceeds, the dirty money mixed with clean until no one could tell the difference. The operation ran for years before law enforcement finally caught up, and when the arrests came, the name surprised people who thought they knew their community. Organized crime had a presence in Dallas as well, though not as prominent as in some other American cities. The Dallas crime family, connected to larger networks in New Orleans and Kansas City, had operated gambling and other rackets through the mid-century. The men who ran it lived in nice houses and belonged to civic organizations. They sponsored Little League teams and contributed to charities. By the 1970s, law enforcement believed the family had become largely inactive following the death of its longtime boss, though rumors persisted that successors had simply become more discreet. The mob was not gone, some said, just better hidden. The illegal gambling operations continued, the loan sharking continued. The violence was less visible, but the networks remained. The police faced their own controversies throughout the decade. Relations between the Dallas Police Department and minority communities were often tense, the legacy of decades of discrimination and abuse. Officers who would be polite and professional in Highland Park could be aggressive and dismissive in South Dallas. The badge meant different things in different neighborhoods. High-profile incidents inflamed existing tensions between officers and the communities they served. Shootings that might have been justified, or might not have been, became symbols of systemic injustice. Protests followed. Investigations were launched and completed, usually exonerating the officers involved. Trust eroded further with each cycle. South Dallas remained a world apart from the glittering nightlife of Greenville Avenue and the wealth of Highland Park. The neighborhood had been the center of Black Dallas since the Jim Crow era, when segregation confined African Americans to specific areas of the city. By the 1970s, many of the formal barriers had fallen, but the economic disparities remained stark. While North Dallas boomed with new construction and young professionals, South Dallas struggled with poverty, unemployment, and neglected infrastructure. The schools were underfunded compared to their suburban counterparts. Job opportunities were limited, the businesses that had once served the community having closed or moved away. The contrast with the prosperity visible elsewhere created frustration and resentment that would simmer for decades. West Dallas was even more desperate, a neighborhood of unpaved streets and substandard housing where some residents still lacked indoor plumbing. The Lids smelter that had operated there for decades had poisoned the soil and the children, leaving a legacy of illness that would take generations to address. The residents were poor, mostly Mexican-American, and largely invisible to the Dallas that celebrated itself on television. Even in the prosperous parts of Dallas, not everything was as it seemed. The same banks that were lending freely to oil speculators were making decisions that would lead to collapse. Loans were approved on handshakes and optimism, the collateral valued at inflated prices, the due diligence perfunctory at best. The savings and loan institutions that proliferated across Texas were taking risks that would eventually destroy them. Deregulation had freed them to invest in speculative real estate, and they had plunged in eagerly. When the investments went bad, the institutions would fail, and the taxpayers would be left with the bill. The real estate developments going up on former farmland were sometimes built on fraud and wishful thinking. Appraisers inflated values. Developers took fees and moved on to the next project. The buyers assumed appreciation would make everything work out. Sometimes it did, often it did not. The bust would come eventually. It always does after a boom. But in the 1970s, few people wanted to think about that. The party was too good, the money too easy, the future too bright with apparent possibility. What was it actually like to live in Dallas during the 1970s? Beyond the headlines and the history, What did ordinary life feel like for the hundreds of thousands of people who called this city home? Imagine waking up in an apartment in the village on a Saturday morning in, say, 1976. The air conditioning hums against the Texas heat, working to keep the interior comfortable while the temperature outside climbs toward triple digits. The unit vibrates slightly with the effort, a background noise so constant you barely notice it anymore. Through the thin walls you can hear your neighbour's radio playing, maybe the Eagles or Fleetwood Mac or that new disco song everyone seems to be dancing to. The smell of bacon drifts through from somewhere, making your stomach growl. You make coffee in a percolator, the old-fashioned kind that fills the kitchen with that distinctive bubbling sound, because drip machines are still a novelty that most people have not yet adopted. The morning paper lies on your doorstep, delivered before dawn by a teenager earning money for college or a car. You flip through it with your coffee, catching up on the news. The Cowboys are preparing for their next game. Another office tower is breaking ground downtown. A local politician is embroiled in some scandal that will be forgotten by next week. If you have plans for the afternoon, maybe you head to North Park Center, the shopping mall that opened in 1965 and quickly became a Dallas institution. You drive there, of course, because Dallas is a car city, designed around the automobile. Its distance is too vast and its public transit too limited for any other option. North Park was different from other malls of the era. It featured serious art in its public spaces, sculptures and paintings that would be at home in a museum. The architecture was clean and modern, with gardens and fountains creating an atmosphere of sophisticated calm amid the commerce. Skylights brought natural light into the corridors. The stores were upscale, catering to the tastes of a city that was learning to think of itself as sophisticated. You might browse the stores, have lunch at one of the restaurants, see a movie at the cinema. The mall was becoming the centre of suburban social life, replacing the downtowns of an earlier generation. Teenagers gathered there on weekends. Families made it a destination. The food court hummed with conversation. Valley View Mall offered another option, more middle class in its orientation, its stores catering to families rather than aspirational shoppers. Prestonwood Centre was growing in the northern suburbs, following the population as it spread ever outward across the prairie. For dinner, the options reflected the city's character and its history. Tex-Mex was a Dallas staple, the fusion cuisine born from the border region, where Texas and Mexico blended together into something neither quite one nor the other. El Fenix had been serving enchiladas and tacos and chili con carne since 1918, its locations gathering places for generations of Dallas families. The cheese enchiladas came smothered in chili gravy, a combination that would puzzle a visitor from Mexico City but seemed perfectly natural to anyone raised in Texas. The chips and salsa arrived before you even ordered, warm and salty and addictive. The margaritas were served in glasses the size of your head. Barbecue offered another option, Texas-style beef brisket smoked low and slow over post oak until it achieved that perfect combination of crispy bark and tender meat. Sonny Bryan's operated from a tiny building near Lovefield Airport, its smoke visible from blocks away, the line stretching out the door at lunchtime. You ate standing up or in your car because there was barely room inside for the pit, let alone customers with plates. Steakhouses catered to the business crowd and special occasions. Dallas had money, and money liked red meat. Thick cuts of beef served on sizzling platters with baked potatoes and salad bars. The cattlemen who had built fortunes on Texas ranches wanted to eat what they raised, and the oil men who had more recently made their millions were happy to join them. On Sundays, much of Dallas went to church. This was still the Bible Belt, and Baptist churches anchored communities throughout the city. First Baptist Dallas, with its massive downtown campus, was one of the largest congregations in America. Its pastor was a figure of civic importance. His sermons reported in the newspapers, his opinions sought on matters ranging from politics to morality. Smaller churches served neighborhoods and suburbs, their parking lots filling every Sunday morning with families in their best clothes. Sunday school preceded the main service. Potluck dinners followed. The church was not just a place of worship, but a center of community life, where people met their neighbors, found support in difficult times, celebrated milestones together. The rhythm of life was shaped by the seasons, though in Texas the seasons were less about cold and snow and more about gradations of heat. Summer arrived early, in April or May, and stayed late, often through October. Months of temperatures regularly exceeding 100 degrees made outdoor activity an early morning or late evening pursuit. Air conditioning was not a luxury but a necessity, the technology that had made modern Dallas possible. Without it, no one would willingly live through a Texas summer. The houses were sealed tight against the heat, their windows rarely opened, their inhabitants moving from air-conditioned home to air-conditioned car to air-conditioned office. Spring brought bluebonnets to the highway medians and the fields outside of town, the state flower painting the landscape in brilliant blue. Families would drive out to photograph their children sitting among the flowers, an annual ritual that filled photo albums across the state. Fall brought football, and football in Texas was not just a sport but a religion of its own. High school games on Friday nights drew entire communities to stadiums across the Metroplex. Towns that could barely afford to maintain their roads built football stadiums that seated thousands. The marching bands performed at halftime. The cheerleaders led the cheers. The whole community gathered under the lights. Saturday meant college football, the Longhorns or Aggies or SMU Mustangs depending on your allegiances and your history. The rivalries were fierce and inherited, passed down through families like eye colour or surname. You were raised a Longhorn or an Aggie, and you would die one, and you would raise your children to follow your team, and Sunday meant the Cowboys. If you could not get tickets to Texas Stadium, you watched on television. Families gathered around sets in living rooms, the men shouting at referees' calls, second-guessing plays, celebrating touchdowns with the same passion they would show at the stadium itself. The women might participate, or might retreat to the kitchen or the backyard, depending on their interest and their tolerance for shouting. Children played outside until dark, riding bicycles through suburban streets, gathering for pickup games of football or baseball in vacant lots. The concept of stranger danger had not yet taken hold. Parents trusted their neighborhoods, or at least trusted them enough to let kids roam without constant supervision. You came home when the streetlights came on. The State Fair of Texas came every October, transforming Fair Park into a carnival of fried food and carnival rides. Big Tex, the 52-foot-tall cowboy statue, welcomed visitors with a booming greeting that could be heard across the grounds. Fletcher's corny dogs were essential eating, the corn-battered hot dogs on sticks that had been invented at the fair decades before. Cotton candy and funnel cakes and fried everything competed for attention. The Cotton Bowl hosted the annual Texas-Oklahoma football game, half the stadium in burnt orange and half in crimson, the fans separated by a line down the middle of the field. The rivalry was personal and passionate, and the game determined bragging rights for an entire year. Winter, such as it was, brought the occasional ice storm that shut down the city. Dallas did not own snowplows because snow was rare enough to be a novelty. When it came, schools closed and offices emptied, and children went outside to experience this strange white substance falling from the sky. The ice melted within days, and life returned to normal. It was, in many ways, a simpler time, though that simplicity was partly illusion. The problems were real even if people preferred not to discuss them. The inequalities were vast even if they were easy to ignore from the right zip code. Racism persisted in housing patterns and hiring practices even as the legal structures of segregation fell away. Women faced barriers in the workplace that would be illegal within a generation. Gay residents lived in shadows, their existence acknowledged only in whispers. But for those who fit into the mainstream of Dallas society, the 1970s offered a quality of life that felt, at least in the moment, like something close to ideal. The economy was growing, housing was affordable, the future seemed bright with possibility. As 1979 turned to 1980, Dallas stood at a remarkable moment in its history, poised between past achievement and uncertain future. The Cowboys had just returned from another Super Bowl, their fifth appearance in 9 years, though they had lost to Pittsburgh in a game that came down to the final minutes. It had been a classic, 35-31, both teams trading touchdowns until the final whistle. Roger Staubach would retire after the season, ending an era but leaving behind a legacy of excellence that would define the franchise for generations. Captain Comeback. The nickname followed him into retirement, a reminder of all those fourth-quarter rallies, all those games that seemed lost until Staubach found a way to win. 23 times he had led the Cowboys back from fourth-quarter deficits to victory. The Hall of Fame awaited him, a certainty from the moment he announced his retirement. The television show, Dallas was about to air the episode that would make it a global phenomenon, In March of 1980, someone would shoot J.R. Ewing in his office at Ewing Oil, and for the next 8 months the world would wonder who had pulled the trigger. Who Shot J.R. would become the biggest cultural event in television history, discussed in offices and over dinner tables across the country and around the world. The Resolution, aired in November of 1980, would draw more than 80 million American viewers, the highest-rated episode of any television series in history at that time. It was a shared cultural moment, one of the last before cable television and the internet would fragment audiences into smaller and smaller niches. Oil prices continued to climb as the decade ended, reaching highs that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. The Iranian Revolution had disrupted supplies, and the resulting panic had pushed prices to $40 a barrel, more than 10 times what they had been before the first oil crisis. The money kept flowing into Dallas, feeding the construction boom that was transforming the skyline. New towers rose downtown, their mirrored glass reflecting the Texas sun. Reunion Tower was under construction, its distinctive ball shape soon to become a symbol of the city. The Hyatt Regency was expanding, office buildings were going up faster than anyone could count them. The cheerleaders had become international ambassadors, travelling on USO tours and appearing on television shows around the world. Their poster remained one of the best-selling images in America. The squad that had started as a publicity experiment had become an institution, as famous as the team they cheered for. The transformation from a city known for tragedy to a city known for triumph was complete. When people around the world thought of Dallas now, they thought of football and oil and glamour, of J.R. Ewing and Roger Staubach and those cheerleaders in their blue and white uniforms. It was a remarkable act of civic rebranding, accomplished not through advertising campaigns, but through achievement and entertainment that people actually wanted to consume. But there were warning signs for those willing to see them, shadows at the edge of the bright future everyone assumed was inevitable. The oil market that had fueled the boom was based on artificial scarcity created by OPEC's production limits. If those limits loosened, if new supplies came online from Alaska, or the North Sea or elsewhere, prices could fall as quickly as they had risen. The wells that had made fortunes at $40 a barrel might become worthless at $20. The real estate market was showing signs of overbuilding. Office towers were going up faster than tenants could fill them. The vacancy rates were climbing, though developers kept building, confident that growth would continue forever. The banks that had lent freely during the boom years would eventually need to collect on those loans, and many of the borrowers were already stretched thin. The savings and loan institutions that had proliferated across Texas were taking risks that would eventually destroy them. The regulations that had governed them for decades had been loosened, allowing them to invest in speculative real estate deals that promised enormous returns. When those deals went bad, the institutions would collapse, taking depositors' money with them and requiring the largest government bailout in American history. The party culture that had defined the decade was beginning to exact its toll. Cocaine addiction was destroying lives, the drug that had seemed so glamorous revealing its darker side. Careers were derailed, marriages ended. Some users progressed from recreational use to dependence to desperation. The hangover from the party was setting in. Drunk driving was killing people on the highways. The permissive laws that allowed open containers in vehicles enabling tragedies that would eventually force reform. Mothers Against Drunk Driving was organising, demanding stricter laws and harsher penalties. The era of drinking and driving without consequence was ending. AIDS was emerging, though no one knew yet what it was or how it spread. In San Francisco and New York, young men were dying of mysterious illnesses that baffled doctors. The epidemic that would ravage the gay community through the 1980s was just beginning, its horrors still hidden in the future. The 1980s would bring changes that no one in 1979 could have predicted. The bust would come, and it would be devastating. Oil prices would collapse, banks would fail, the gleaming towers would empty out. Fortunes that had seemed permanent would evaporate overnight. But that is a story for another night. Tonight we remember Dallas as it was at the end of the 1970s. A city transformed. A city that had taken tragedy and turned it into triumph. A city of football dynasties and cheerleader revolutions, of oil fortunes and disco nights, of television dreams and real-world ambitions. The people who lived through it did not know they were creating history. They were just living their lives, going to work and going to clubs, watching football games and raising families. They were chasing success and finding it, or chasing it and failing, in a city that promised everything was possible if you worked hard enough or got lucky enough. That is always the way with history. It only becomes history in retrospect. In the moment, it is just life. The lights are dimming now at Texas Stadium. The crowd has filed out into the cool October night, their voices still buzzing with excitement over another Cowboys victory. Car engines start across the vast parking lot, headlights flickering on like fireflies emerging at dusk, thousands of them, creating rivers of light that flow toward the highways. Somewhere in that parking lot, a father is carrying his sleeping child to the car. The boy is worn out from the excitement, exhausted from the noise and the cheering, from the hot dogs and the sodas and the sheer sensory overload of his first Cowboys game. But even in sleep, he clutches a pennant he will keep for the rest of his life, the star logo pressed against his small chest. Decades from now, he will show that pennant to his own children and tell them about the night he saw the Cowboys play, the night the crowd roared so loud he could feel it in his chest. He will describe the way the stadium lights made everything glow, the way 65,000 people rose to their feet at once when Staubach threw a touchdown pass. He will tell them it was magic, and he will not be exaggerating. Across town, the clubs are just getting started. Young professionals are gathering at bars along Greenville Avenue, ordering drinks and scanning the crowd for familiar faces or new possibilities. The disco ball spins overhead, casting fragments of light across the dance floor like stars scattered across a dance floor. The music pulses with that distinctive beat that defined an era, the bass line thumping through the speakers and into your chest. A woman in a halter top and bell-bottoms catches the eye of a man in a polyester shirt. They smile. They move closer. The night is young and full of possibility. Whatever happens between them, they will remember this moment, this time, this place where everything seemed possible and the future stretched out infinite before them. In Highland Park, behind the manicured hedges and imposing facades, families are settling in for the evening. The chandeliers dim in the formal dining rooms where dinner has concluded. Perhaps they are watching television in the den, the fictional Ewings scheming on screen while real schemes unfold in boardrooms downtown. Or perhaps they are planning their week ahead, the charity galas and country club dinners, the business lunches and social obligations that structure their lives. Their children are upstairs, supervised by nannies or au pairs, growing up in a world of privilege that will shape everything they become, and in apartments across the city, in the suburbs that stretch toward the horizon in every direction, in the neighborhoods old and new that make up this sprawling metropolis, people are going about their lives, making dinner, putting children to bed, planning for tomorrow, dreaming of what they might become. A young accountant is reviewing numbers at his kitchen table, preparing for a presentation that might earn him a promotion. A nurse is getting ready for the night shift, putting on her uniform and checking her watch. A mechanic is having a beer after a long day, watching television and thinking about the car he is rebuilding in his garage. A teacher is grading papers, red pen moving across page after page of student work. None of them know that they are living through a particular moment in history. None of them feel the weight of the era the way we feel it looking back. For them, it is just Tuesday night. It is just their life. The decade has no label yet, no shape or meaning beyond the days as they pass. This was Dallas in the 1970s, a city of contradictions and ambitions, of glamour and shadows, of remarkable achievement and troubling inequalities. A city that took one of the worst moments in American history and somehow emerged transformed, wearing a new identity that would define it for decades. The Kennedy assassination would never be forgotten. Dealey Plaza would always carry that weight of history, the tourists coming to stand where the motorcade passed, to look up at the window where the shots were fired. But Dallas had found a way to become something more, to add new chapters to its story, to give the world new images and new associations. When you thought of Dallas after the 1970s, you might still think of November 1963, but you would also think of Texas Stadium and the Cowboys, of cheerleaders and oil wealth, of the Ewing family and their endless scheming. The city had not erased its past, but it had created a future compelling enough to compete with it. The skyline would continue to grow in the decades ahead, towers rising ever higher, the city spreading ever outward across the Texas plains. The bust would come and the boom would return and the bust would come again, the cycles of fortune that define Texas history repeating themselves generation after generation. The Cowboys would have lean years and glory years, Championships and disappointments, but they would remain America's team, the brand too powerful to diminish. The village would eventually be redeveloped, its aging apartments replaced by newer construction. Greenville Avenue would transform from singles bars to upscale restaurants and back again. The nightlife would shift to other neighborhoods, Deep Ellum and Uptown, as the generations changed and the fashions evolved. But something of the 1970s would remain in the city's DNA, a memory of that moment when Dallas reinvented itself, when oil money flowed freely and the Cowboys won championships, and the cheerleaders danced, and the whole world watched a television show named after the city. Thank you for spending this time with me tonight, dear friends. I hope this journey through 1970s Dallas has given you something to dream about as you drift off to sleep. Perhaps you will dream of Texas, stadium, the lights blazing and the crowd roaring, the energy of 65,000 people united in hope. Perhaps you will dream of disco nights and live music, of Neiman Marcus elegance and oil-field fortunes, of a city reaching for greatness and, for one shining decade, touching it. If you enjoyed this journey through time, please do subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Your support helps bring more stories like this one to your ears, more nights of history and imagination to carry you into sleep. Leave a comment and let me know where in the world you're listening from tonight. I love hearing from you, learning about the places and people who have found their way to these stories. Perhaps you have connections to 1970s Dallas, memories of your own, or stories passed down from parents and grandparents. Perhaps your family lived there, worked there, watched the Cowboys at Texas Stadium, or danced at clubs along Greenville Avenue. I would love to hear your stories. Until next time, dear friends, sleep well, dream of better days and brighter tomorrows, and remember that history is not just something that happened long ago to people very different from ourselves. It is the story of people just like us, living their lives, making their choices, creating the world that we inherited. The past is not so far away. It lives in the stories we tell, in the buildings that still stand, in the memories passed down through families. Close your eyes, and you can almost hear the crowd at Texas Stadium, almost smell the popcorn, almost feel the energy of 65,000 people believing together that their team could not lose. The lights are off now at the stadium. The parking lot is empty. The city sleeps, dreaming of tomorrow. Good night.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. It's 3 in the morning on a Saturday in 1978, and you're standing outside an unmarked black door on Rue de Faubourg Montmartre. The street is empty, except for a small crowd of impeccably dressed people, some in tuxedos, others in outfits so outrageous they'd stop traffic in daylight. You ring the bell. A small window slides open. Eyes assess you from head to toe in 3 seconds flat. The door swings wide, and you descend into a world that would define an entire era. Welcome to Paris in the 1970s, where nothing was quite what it seemed, and everything was about to change. The decade didn't start with celebration, it started with ghosts. Walk down any Paris street in January 1970, and you'd see them everywhere. The scorch marks on ancient cobblestones, the chipped facades where paving stones had been thrown, the empty lots where barricades had stood just 18 months before. May 1968 had shaken France to its core, and Paris in the 70s was a city still processing what had happened, still trying to understand what it all meant, still divided between those who wanted the revolution to continue and those who desperately wanted to return to the France they remembered. General de Gaulle, the towering figure who had led France since the war, was gone, resigned in April 1969 after losing a referendum he himself had called. Some said it was the students who broke him, others said it was his own stubborn pride. But whatever the reason, his departure left a vacuum in French politics that the 70s would struggle to fill. The new president, Georges Pompidou, was younger, more modern, but he faced a France that seemed to be pulling itself apart. The students wanted revolution, the workers wanted better wages, the bourgeoisie wanted stability, and Paris, caught in the middle, was transforming in ways that nobody could have predicted. The city's universities were different now. Walk onto the campus at Nanterre, where it all began, and you'd find students who still talked about May '68 like it was yesterday. They wore their hair long, their jeans tattered, their politics on their sleeves. They gathered in cafes and argued about Marxism and Maoism, about whether the revolution had failed or was just beginning. They covered walls with posters of Che Guevara and Ho Chi Minh. They smoked Gauloises and drank cheap wine and debated late into the night whether violence was justified in the pursuit of social change. The energy was electric, dangerous, unpredictable. But the revolution they dreamed of wasn't coming, not the way they imagined it. Instead, something else was happening. Something quieter, but equally profound. The rigid hierarchies that had defined French society for centuries were beginning to crack. The unquestioned authority of professors, of bosses, of fathers, of the state itself was no longer quite so unquestioned. Young people were asking why. Why should we follow rules we didn't make? Why should we live lives we didn't choose? Why should Paris remain frozen in amber while the rest of the world moved forward? And slowly, grudgingly, the city began to change. The change was most visible at night, because while the days in 1970s, Paris might have looked superficially normal, with their cafe terraces and their street markets and their suited businessmen hurrying to work, the nights belonged to a different world entirely. A world that was being born in basement clubs and converted theatres, where the old rules didn't apply and new ones were being written in real time. A world where who you knew mattered less than how you looked, where sexual boundaries dissolved on crowded dance floors, where the elite and the avant-garde mingled in ways that would have been unthinkable just a few years before. It started with a place called Le Sept. Opened in 1968 on Rue Sainte-Anne near the Opera, Le Sept was unlike any club Paris had ever seen. Not because it was gay, though it was, and not because it was exclusive, though it certainly was that too, but because it was glamorous. Unapologetically, defiantly glamorous. In a city that had just spent 3 weeks tearing itself apart over inequality and oppression, Le Sept said, "Forget all that. Come dance. Come drink champagne. Come be beautiful." The contradiction was shocking. It was also irresistible. The club occupied a narrow building, deceptively modest from the street. Ring the bell, get past the scrutiny of the door, and you'd descend into a dimly lit space where mirrors reflected candlelight off black walls. The restaurant on the ground floor served exquisite food to diners in evening dress. But the real action was downstairs, in a small, dark dance floor where the city's most fascinating people gathered every night. Fashion designers rubbed shoulders with artists. American expatriates danced with French aristocrats. Straight couples made out in corners while gay men cruised the bar. And presiding over it all was Fabrice Emer, the club's young owner, who understood something crucial. In the Paris of the 70s, nothing was more revolutionary than pleasure. The music at Le Sept was extraordinary. The resident DJ, Guy Cuevas, a Cuban-born, classically trained musician, played records like a composer writing a symphony. He'd start with Philadelphia soul, then slip into Latin jazz, then drop a Fania Records salsa track that would make the whole room explode. He mixed high and low, serious and frivolous, American and European with such skill that dancers never knew what was coming next. They only knew they couldn't stop moving. Cuevas understood that music at a club wasn't background noise. It was the whole point. It was the drug that made everything else possible. And there were other drugs too. By the early 70s, cocaine was beginning to replace the marijuana and LSD of the 60s. It was expensive, which made it exclusive. It was energizing, which meant you could dance all night, and it gave you the confidence to approach anyone, to say anything, to become the person you'd always wanted to be. Lines were snorted in bathroom stalls and back rooms, offered freely to new friends and potential lovers, mixed into champagne cocktails and served on silver trays. The clubs didn't just tolerate drug use, they were designed around it, built to accommodate the particular needs of people whose consciousness had been chemically altered in pursuit of transcendence. Fashion designers loved Le Sept. Yves Saint Laurent was a regular, often accompanied by his business partner, Pierre Berger, and his muse, Loulou de la Falaise. Karl Lagerfeld held court at corner tables. They came to see and be seen, certainly. But they also came because Le Sept was where fashion came alive, where the clothes they'd created in studios got tested on real dance floors, real bodies, real nights, where they could watch how fabric moved under coloured lights, how silhouettes changed in motion, how their vision translated into life. The club was a laboratory, and the customers were both subjects and scientists. The dress code was paradoxical. You had to look fabulous, but fabulous could mean anything. A perfectly tailored Yves Saint Laurent tuxedo, a vintage Dior gown from the 1950s, platform boots and tight jeans, a t-shirt and leather jacket if you wore them with the right attitude. What mattered wasn't money or breeding, it was style, it was confidence, it was the ineffable quality that made someone interesting to look at. Aimère enforced this ruthlessly at the door. If you were boring, you weren't getting in. If you were beautiful, or strange, or dressed in a way that made him curious, the door swung wide. But Lessept was just the beginning. By the mid-70s, Aimère was dreaming bigger. He'd visited Studio 54 in New York and been blown away by its scale, its spectacle, its anything-goes energy. He wanted to create something similar in Paris, something massive and theatrical and impossible to ignore. In 1978, he found his space, an abandoned theatre on Rue du Faubourg Montmartre that had once hosted operettas and vaudeville. The building was enormous, decrepit, perfect. He hired the painter Gérard Garouste to handle the interior design, gave him a massive budget, and told him to make it spectacular. The result was Le Palace, which opened on March 1st, 1978, and immediately became the most famous nightclub in Europe. The main room was vast, with soaring ceilings decorated in a mad mix of Rococo frescoes, modernist neon, and disco balls. Greek columns stood next to laser installations. Gilded cherubs looked down on dancers in punk leather. The aesthetic was deliberately incoherent, a collision of centuries and styles that somehow worked perfectly. Downstairs was a smaller room called Le Privilège, more exclusive, more decadent, where the truly famous could escape the masses. Opening night at Le Palace was legendary. Grace Jones, already a star at Lessept, performed a show that would be talked about for years. Midway through her set, a strap on her costume broke. Yves Saint Laurent, watching from the wings, grabbed a black-fringed cape and wrapped it around her. She finished the song draped in haute couture, then ripped the cape off to thunderous applause. The crowd was everyone: fashion designers, artists, actors, aristocrats, intellectuals, students, hustlers, some in tuxedos, some in rags, all beautiful, all desperate to be part of whatever this was. Le Palace quickly established its own rhythms and rituals. The best nights were Thursdays and Saturdays. Dinner jackets were required downstairs, but optional upstairs. The music was initially disco, but as the decade progressed, it expanded to include new wave, punk, electronic experiments. The door policy remained brutal. Aimère and his team would stand at the entrance making split-second decisions about who was interesting enough to enter. Sometimes they let in ragged artists. Sometimes they turned away wealthy bankers. What you wore mattered. How you carried yourself mattered more. Inside, the experience was overwhelming. The sound system was massive, powerful enough to make your chest vibrate. The lights were programmed to create specific moods, specific moments of drama and release. The bars served champagne almost exclusively because champagne was festive, celebratory, expensive enough to keep out the merely curious. And everywhere you looked, people were performing. Not on stage, though there were performances, but in the simple act of being there. Dressing up, dancing, making conversation, cruising, kissing strangers in dark corners. The whole club was theatre, and everyone was simultaneously actor and audience. Fashion Week parties at Le Palace were particularly insane. Designers would close the main entrance and have guests enter through a service door that opened directly onto the stage. This turned arrivals into impromptu fashion shows, with partygoers walking past the crowd to cheers or silence depending on their outfits. Yves Saint Laurent threw legendary balls there. The Angels and Devils party in particular, where guests dressed as celestial beings or demons, was so extravagant that people talked about it for years. Loulou de la Falaise came wrapped in red silk as the devil. Her husband wore white with real feathered wings. The costumes cost fortunes. The champagne flowed until dawn. But Le Palace represented more than just excess. It represented a fundamental shift in how Paris thought about itself. For centuries, the city had been stratified by class, by neighbourhood, by strict social rules about who could mix with whom. The clubs of the 70s exploded those boundaries. A factory worker with the right look could dance next to a countess. A gay man from the suburbs could flirt with a famous actor. A student could share cocaine with a fashion designer. What mattered was your presence, your style, your willingness to participate in the collective fantasy. Money helped, certainly, but it wasn't everything, and for young people suffocating under the weight of French social conventions, that felt revolutionary. The gay community found particular freedom in these spaces. Homosexuality was technically legal in France, but discrimination was rampant. Gay men and lesbians faced harassment on the streets, rejection by families, job loss if they were too open. The clubs offered sanctuary. At Le Sept and Le Palace, sexuality wasn't something to hide, it was something to celebrate. Men danced together. Women kissed at the bar. The atmosphere was charged with erotic possibility, and nobody pretended otherwise. For the first time, gay Parisians had spaces where they were the majority, where they set the tone, where straight people were guests in their world rather than the other way around. This wasn't without controversy. Conservative Parisians were horrified by what they heard about the clubs. Stories of drug use, public sex, moral degradation. The Catholic Church condemned them. Newspapers ran scandalized articles about what was happening behind those exclusive doors. But the outrage only made the clubs more attractive. Being forbidden, being scandalous, being the thing your parents warned you about made it all more appealing. The 70s generation was rebelling not through political demonstrations but through pleasure, through excess, through the radical act of enjoying themselves without guilt. During the day, though, Paris looked different. The revolutionary energy dissipated in the morning light, replaced by the rhythms of ordinary life that hadn't changed as much as the nightlife suggested. The city still woke early. Shopkeepers still rolled up their metal shutters at 7. Workers still crowded onto the metro, reading Le Figaro or L'Humanité, depending on their politics. Housewives still did their shopping at neighborhood markets, selecting vegetables with the care of jewelers choosing diamonds. The café remained the center of Parisian daily life. Every neighborhood had its corner bar tabac, its local café where regulars gathered. These weren't fancy places. They were simple, zinc counters worn smooth by decades of elbows, a few tables on the sidewalk, a rack of newspapers held down with a wooden bar, hard-boiled eggs and sandwiches under glass domes at the bar. But they were essential. You'd stop for an espresso on your way to work. You'd meet friends for a glass of wine in the afternoon. You'd read the paper over a beer in the evening. The café was your second living room, your office, your social club. The grand cafés were different. Café de Flore, Les Deux Magots, La Coupole. These were institutions with histories stretching back decades. Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir had written their philosophy at Café de Flore during the war, huddled at tables because the cafés had heat and their apartments didn't. In the 70s, their ghost still lingered. Students from nearby Sciences Po would sit for hours over a single coffee, reading Marcuse or Foucault, hoping to have the kind of intellectual breakthrough that would change the world. They were mostly disappointed, but the act of sitting there, of being part of that tradition, felt important. The food culture in Paris during the 70s was in transition. Traditional bistros still dominated working-class neighborhoods. These were simple places serving classic French food: steak frites, blanquette de veau, coq au vin. The portions were generous, the prices reasonable, the atmosphere unpretentious. You'd see the same people every week: the retired couple at the corner table, the salesman who always ordered the same thing, the construction workers who came in covered in plaster dust. These bistros were the real Paris, far from the glamour of the clubs or the intellectual posturing of the grand cafés. But nouvelle cuisine was beginning to emerge. Young chefs, influenced by both Japanese cooking and a desire to break free from the heavy sauces of classical French cuisine, were experimenting with lighter preparations, smaller portions, more delicate presentations. This was controversial. Traditional French diners were suspicious of plates that looked pretty but didn't fill you up. Food critics debated whether nouvelle cuisine was genius or pretension, but slowly, gradually it began to influence how even traditional restaurants thought about food. Les Halles, the massive central market that had fed Paris for 800 years, was dying. For decades, the market had been the heart of the city's food culture. Every morning before dawn, trucks would arrive loaded with produce from all over France: fishermen from Brittany, farmers from Normandy, cheesemakers from the Alps. The metal pavilions designed by Boltard in the 19th century would fill with sellers hawking their goods, with chefs shopping for their restaurants, with ordinary Parisians buying vegetables for dinner. And when the work was done, the market workers would head to nearby cafes for the famous gratiné des halles, onion soup so rich it could revive the dead. But the market was being demolished. Pompidou's government had decided it was too congested, too antiquated, too inconvenient for modern commerce. In 1971, the process of moving Les Halles to the suburbs began. The beautiful iron pavilions were torn down despite protests. A massive hole was dug in the centre of Paris. Plans were made for a shopping centre and transportation hub that would transform the neighbourhood entirely. Many Parisians were heartbroken. Les Halles had been a constant for centuries. Its destruction felt like losing part of the city's soul. This was happening across Paris. The modernisation that had begun in the 60s accelerated through the 70s. Historic neighbourhoods were razed to make way for concrete apartment towers. The Peripherique Highway was completed, cutting the city off from its suburbs with a ring of asphalt. New metro lines were dug. Office towers rose in unexpected places. Pompidou championed all of it. He believed France needed to modernise, to compete with other European capitals, to embrace the future rather than cling to the past. The young supported him. The old mourned what was being lost. The population of the city itself was actually shrinking. Middle-class families were moving to the suburbs where apartments were larger and more affordable. The cars that had seemed so exciting in the 50s and 60s were now creating terrible congestion and pollution. Parisians were abandoning the cramped, expensive, increasingly noisy city centre for suburban houses with gardens and parking spaces. By the mid-70s, Paris had lost hundreds of thousands of residents. The neighbourhoods they left behind became poorer, more immigrant, more working class, because immigration was changing Paris in fundamental ways. The Algerian War had ended in 1962, but its effects were still rippling through the city. Hundreds of thousands of North Africans had settled in France, many in Paris and its suburbs. They worked construction jobs, drove taxis, ran small shops. They faced discrimination in housing and employment. They were often confined to specific neighbourhoods, specific types of work. The French government wanted their labour, but not really their presence. The situation created tensions that would only get worse. But the late 70s brought a different wave of immigration. In 1975, the fall of Saigon sent shockwaves across the world. France, which had colonised Vietnam decades earlier, felt a particular responsibility for the refugees fleeing the new communist government. Tens of thousands of Vietnamese, Laotian and Cambodian refugees were resettled in France. Many ended up in Paris, particularly in the 13th arrondissement, where new high-rise apartment buildings were sitting empty because Parisians found them too modern, too impersonal, too far from the charming neighbourhoods they preferred. These refugees transformed the 13th arrondissement. The massive Les Olympiades complex, with its modernist towers and elevated walkways, became home to thousands of Southeast Asian families. They opened restaurants, grocery stores, import shops. They established Buddhist temples in converted apartments. They created community organizations to help new arrivals navigate French bureaucracy. And slowly, organically, Paris acquired its largest Chinatown, though it was never just Chinese. Vietnamese, Laotian, Cambodian, ethnic Chinese from throughout Southeast Asia, all mixed, together, creating a neighbourhood unlike anywhere else in the city. The architecture of Les Olympiades was brutal in the literal sense, all concrete and harsh angles. But the refugees made it home. They hung laundry from balconies. They set up informal markets in the pedestrian plazas. They played traditional music and cooked traditional food and spoke their languages. For Parisians accustomed to thinking of their city as eternally French, the transformation was jarring. Some embraced it, others resented it. But it happened anyway, irreversibly changing what it meant to be Parisian. Belleville, in the 20th arrondissement, was changing too. This had always been a working-class neighbourhood, home to generations of immigrants. Eastern European Jews had settled there in the 19th century. Armenians fleeing genocide. Greeks, Algerians, Tunisians, Moroccans. Each wave left its mark. But in the 80s, Chinese immigrants from Wenzhou began arriving, adding another layer to the neighborhood's complexity. By the end of the decade, Belleville had its own Chinatown, smaller and grittier than the 13th, but equally vibrant. The neighborhood had history. It had been a stronghold of the Paris Commune in 1871, the failed revolutionary government that Marx had celebrated as the first dictatorship of the proletariat. The communards of Belleville had built barricades and fought to the death against the Versailles army. Thousands were executed at the wall of the Federalists in Père Lachaise cemetery. That revolutionary spirit never quite died. Belleville remained a neighborhood of activists, artists, outsiders, people who didn't fit anywhere else. In the 70s, cheap rents attracted students and artists who couldn't afford Saint-Germain. They mixed with the immigrant families, the retired factory workers, the criminals and hustlers who'd always lived there. The neighborhood cafe in Belleville was nothing like Café de Flore. It was a bar tabac with a formica counter, a temperamental espresso machine, and a clientele that included pensioners, drug dealers, students, and shopkeepers. They all knew each other. They argued about politics and football. They shared news and gossip. They extended credit to neighbors who were short on cash. The cafe owner knew everyone's drink, everyone's story, everyone's problems. This was community in its most basic form, unglamorous but essential. Food in immigrant neighborhoods was different too. North African cafes served mint tea and couscous. Vietnamese restaurants offered pho and spring rolls. Markets sold produce and spices you couldn't find anywhere else in Paris. For immigrants, these businesses were lifelines to their cultures. For adventurous Parisians, they were exciting discoveries. But for many French people, they were threatening, symbols of a Paris that was becoming unrecognizable, foreign, less French. The tensions simmered quietly, occasionally erupting into violence. The art scene in 70s, Paris was complicated. The energy of the French New Wave had dissipated, though the directors who'd defined it were still working. François Truffaut continued making films, increasingly focused on personal, intimate stories rather than revolutionary formal experiments. Jean-Luc Godard had gone underground, making political films with Maoist collectives. Eric Romer was creating his moral tales, delicate examinations of love and desire. But the excitement, the sense that cinema was being reinvented, had faded. The new wave was now the establishment, and a new generation was trying to figure out what came next. Cinephile culture remained strong. Art house theatres across Paris showed everything from Hollywood classics to experimental shorts. Film magazines debated theory and technique with the seriousness of religious scholars interpreting scripture. Students could spend entire afternoons watching 3 films in a row, discussing them over cheap wine in cafes afterward. Cinema was still taken seriously as art, in a way it wasn't in most other countries. Even commercial French films tried to say something, to engage with ideas, to avoid being merely entertaining. But the economic realities of filmmaking were getting harder. Television was becoming more popular. The guaranteed audiences that had supported the new wave in the 60s were fragmenting. Some directors retreated into increasingly obscure experimental work that found smaller and smaller audiences. Others compromised, making films that were more commercial, more accessible, less challenging. A few, like Truffaut with Day for Night, managed to balance artistic ambition with popular success. But it was getting harder. Paris remained a magnet for artists from around the world. American expatriates still came seeking the bohemian life they'd read about in Hemingway. They found a city that was simultaneously more and less welcoming than they'd imagined. More welcoming because Paris still valued art, still had cheap apartments and tolerant cafes, and a general understanding that artists needed space to work. Less welcoming because the easy expatriate life of the 20s was gone. Rents were higher. The French were less charmed by Americans than they'd been after the war, and the particular magic of post-war Paris, when the city was rebuilding and anything felt possible, had evaporated. The music scene was equally complicated. France had never been great at rock and roll. French rock bands of the 60s had tried to copy British and American sounds, but usually ended up sounding awkward, too polite, not quite right. By the 70s, some bands had given up trying to sound Anglo-American and embraced a more distinctly French approach. They sang in French. They incorporated musette and chanson elements. They created something that wasn't quite rock, but wasn't quite anything else either. It was interesting, but rarely commercially successful. Disco hit Paris hard. The clubs needed music that worked on dance floors, and American disco delivered. Donna Summer, the Bee Gees, Gloria Gaynor were huge. But French disco never really developed the way it did in America or Germany. Instead, Paris became a place where disco was consumed rather than created. The DJs were the stars, not the producers. Guy Cuevas at Le Palace became famous not for making music, but for selecting it, for creating perfect sequences that took dancers on journeys through different moods and energies. Jazz clubs survived, though they were less central than they'd been in the 50s. Saint-Germain still had venues where you could hear American jazz musicians who'd settled in Paris because they faced less racism than back home. The clubs were small, intimate, filled with smoke and the smell of whiskey. The audiences were older, more serious. This wasn't party music. It was music for listening, for contemplation. In a city increasingly dominated by disco and pop, the jazz clubs felt like time capsules from another era. Punk arrived late to Paris, and when it did, it never quite took hold the way it did in London or New York. French punk bands existed, but they always seemed to be copying rather than creating. The aggression, the nihilism, the anti-art stance of British punk didn't translate well to a French context. French youth were rebellious, certainly, but their rebellion expressed itself more through pleasure than through destruction, more through fashion than through spitting at audiences. Punk in Paris remained a minority taste, confined to a few clubs and a small, dedicated following. The sexual revolution that had transformed America in the 60s reached Paris later, but hit harder. For centuries, French society had maintained a peculiar double standard. Adultery was expected among the upper classes, but women who were too openly sexual faced social ruin. The 60s and 70s began to erode these contradictions. Women demanded the right to control their own bodies. Contraception became legal in 1967. Abortion was legalized in 1975 after fierce debate. These were massive changes, opposed violently by the Catholic Church and conservative politicians, but ultimately unstoppable. Young people in the 70s had freedoms their parents couldn't have imagined. They could live with partners before marriage. They could have sex without necessarily intending to have children. They could experiment with different relationships, different sexualities, different ways of being. This terrified the older generation, who saw it as moral collapse. But for young Parisians, it felt like liberation, like the chance to finally live honestly, rather than maintaining elaborate pretenses. The women's liberation movement was active in Paris throughout the 70s. Feminists organized demonstrations, published magazines, opened bookstores and resource centers. They fought for equal pay, for reproductive rights, for recognition of domestic violence as a crime rather than a private matter. They challenged everything, the way women were portrayed in advertising, the assumption that childcare was women's work, the casual sexism of everyday language. They made people uncomfortable. They were supposed to. That was the point. The gay liberation movement was equally active. After Stonewall in New York in 1969, gay activists worldwide became more visible and more militant. In Paris, organizations like the Front Homosexuelle d'Action Révolutionnaire organized protests and published manifestos. They demanded recognition, rights, the end of discrimination. The clubs gave them visibility and community. The activist organizations gave them political power. Together, they began to change how French society thought about sexuality, about identity, about who deserved rights and dignity. But discrimination remained severe. Gay men were beaten in the streets. Lesbians were invisible in public discourse. Transgender people had almost no rights or recognition. The law might not criminalize homosexuality, but society certainly did. Parents disowned children. Employers fired workers. Landlords refused to rent to anyone suspected of being gay. The community that formed in the clubs wasn't just about pleasure. It was about survival, about finding family when your biological family rejected you, about creating spaces where you could simply exist. By the late 70s, shadows were beginning to appear. The first whispers of a disease that was affecting gay men in New York and San Francisco. Nobody knew what it was yet, Nobody knew how it spread or how to treat it, but some of the most active, most visible members of the Paris gay community were getting sick. They'd travel to New York for treatment and come back with stories about hospitals that wouldn't treat gay patients, about doctors who were terrified to touch them, about friends who were dying in isolation. The AIDS epidemic was still a few years away from destroying the gay community, but the warning signs were there for anyone paying attention. The economic situation in Paris was also darkening. The oil crisis of 1973 had hit France hard. Inflation was rising. Unemployment was increasing. The post-war economic boom that had created the Trente Glorieuses, the 30 glorious years of prosperity, was ending. The government was struggling to respond. Factories were closing. Industrial jobs were disappearing. The suburban housing projects built to houseworkers were becoming warehouses for the unemployed. The future that had seemed so bright in the 60s was looking considerably dimmer. Crime was rising, particularly in certain neighborhoods. Heroin was beginning to spread, bringing with it addiction and all the desperate crimes addicts commit to feed their habits. The police responded with increasing force, particularly in immigrant neighborhoods, where they assumed everyone was a potential criminal. Young North African men were stopped and searched constantly. They were arrested for minor infractions. They were beaten in custody. The resentment was building, though it wouldn't explode into full-scale riots for another decade. Parts of Paris felt genuinely dangerous in the late 70s. The construction zones where Les Halles had been torn down became gathering spots for drug dealers and homeless people. Certain metro stations were known to be unsafe after dark. Women travelling alone faced constant harassment. The police were overwhelmed and often corrupt. The city's old reputation as the most civilized place on earth was looking increasingly dubious. But Paris endured. It always had. The city had survived revolutions and wars, occupations and sieges, plagues and famines. It would survive the 70s too, emerging transformed but recognizable. The clubs would close or change. The immigrants would integrate or face continued marginalization. The students would graduate and get jobs or remain perpetually bohemian. The revolution that had seemed so imminent in '68 would fade into nostalgia, remembered fondly by some and bitterly by others. Life would go on, because that's what Paris did. It changed constantly while remaining somehow eternal. The cafes changed owners but stayed cafes. The neighborhoods transformed but retained their character. The grand monuments stood while the streets around them were remade. You could walk down the Champs-Élysées in 1979 and see the same Arc de Triomphe that Napoleon's armies had marched under. You could sit at Café de Flore and occupy the same chair where Sartre had written Being and Nothingness. You could cross the Seine on bridges built by medieval stonemasons. The past was always present, always visible, always in dialogue with whatever new thing Paris was becoming. The fashion that had defined the decade would fade. Platform shoes would be replaced by different absurdities. Flared pants would disappear. The disco aesthetic would give way to punk, then new wave, then whatever came next. But the revolution in how people thought about clothes, about self-expression through style, would persist. The idea that you could be whoever you wanted to be, at least for a night, at least on a dance floor, had taken hold. Fashion would never again be purely about class or wealth. It would always carry the subversive potential of identity play, of transformation, of becoming. The immigrant communities that had been so controversial in the 70s would eventually be recognized as essential to what Paris had become. The Vietnamese restaurants would become neighborhood favorites. The Chinese New Year celebrations would draw crowds from across the city. The North African bakeries would be where everyone bought their bread. The process would take decades and would never be complete. Racism and discrimination would persist, but Paris was becoming, slowly and painfully, a more genuinely cosmopolitan city. The women's liberation movement would achieve many of its goals. Women would enter professions previously closed to them. They would gain more control over their bodies and their lives. They would demand and sometimes receive equal treatment. The transformation would be incomplete, certainly. Sexism would endure in new forms. But the 70s had begun a conversation that couldn't be stopped. The assumption that women's place was in the home, that their lives were defined by their relationships to men, had been fundamentally challenged. The gay community would face its darkest hour in the 1980s as AIDS devastated a generation. The clubs where so much joy had been found would become memorials. The sexual freedom that had seemed so liberating would come to feel dangerous. But the community that had been built in the 70s would survive. The activism, the visibility, the refusal to hide or apologize would make it possible to fight back against the epidemic and the discrimination it intensified. The work of creating spaces where gay people could simply exist would prove to have been essential preparation for the battles to come. Pompidou died in 1974, while still in office. He was replaced by Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, a conservative who nonetheless understood that France was changing and that the government needed to change with it. But by the end of the decade, France was ready for something different. In 1981, François Mitterrand would win the presidency as a socialist, the first left-wing president of the Fifth Republic. His victory would represent both a culmination of the social changes that had begun in '68 and a new beginning. France was ready to try something different. Paris in the 1970s was a city in transition. The old certainties were dying. The new possibilities were still unclear. People were trying to figure out how to be modern while remaining French, how to embrace change while preserving what was valuable from the past, how to be a global city while maintaining a distinct identity, how to accommodate immigrants while defining what French identity even meant. These questions weren't answered in the 70s. They remain unanswered today. But the decade forced Paris to confront them in new ways. The decade left behind images that would define how people remembered it. Yves Saint Laurent in a tuxedo at Le Palace, Grace Jones on stage wrapped in a fringed cape, students arguing philosophy at outdoor cafes, Vietnamese refugees making new lives in concrete towers, disco balls spinning in converted theatres, platform shoes and flared pants, the destruction of Les Halles, the birth of punk, the last gasps of the French New Wave, the beginning of the end of French cultural dominance, the transformation of nightlife from elite social ritual to democratic pleasure palace, the slow, painful acknowledgement that France would have to share Paris with the world. Walk through Paris today, and you can still see traces of the 1970s. The buildings that were built then, often ugly, but undeniably there. The immigrant neighborhoods that took root, the clubs that survived, transformed but recognizable, the fashion boutiques that grew from small shops, the cafes that adapted to changing tastes, the universities that never quite recovered from '68, the sense that anything could happen, that the city's identity was always negotiable, always subject to reinvention, always in flux. That was the 70s gift and curse. Paris would never again feel quite as settled, quite as sure of itself, quite as eternal as it had before, but it would be more dynamic, more diverse, more interesting as a result. The decade ended with both hope and anxiety. Hope because the social changes that had seemed impossible at the beginning of the decade were now accepted reality. Anxiety because the economic problems were getting worse and nobody knew how to solve them. The clubs were still open, still serving champagne, still promising that if you wore the right outfit and knew the right people, you could escape into a world of pure pleasure. But the cracks were showing. The drugs were getting harder. The people were getting desperate. The sense that this couldn't last forever was becoming impossible to ignore. Paris has always been a city of contradictions, rich and poor, sacred and profane, traditional and revolutionary. The 1970s didn't resolve these contradictions. They intensified them, made them more visible, forced the city to confront what it was becoming rather than what it had been. Some Parisians mourned the Paris they were losing. Others celebrated the Paris they were gaining. Most did both simultaneously, without seeing any contradiction in it. Because Paris was big enough to contain multitudes, to be simultaneously the city of Sartre and Studio 54, of Vietnamese refugees and aristocratic parties, of political manifestos and disco balls, of revolution and reaction, progress and preservation, change and continuity. If you could have stood on the steps of Sacré-Cœur on New Year's Eve 1979 and looked out over Paris, you would have seen a city of lights stretching to the horizon. Some of those lights would have been from the grand monuments that had stood for centuries. Others would have been from the new buildings, the modern towers, the transformed neighborhoods. Below you, In basements and converted theatres, people would have been dancing, celebrating, trying to squeeze every last drop of pleasure from the decade before it ended. In apartments across the city, families would have been gathering for dinner, immigrants would have been maintaining traditions from home, artists would have been creating work nobody would understand for another 20 years. Paris in the 70s was messy, contradictory, sometimes ugly, often beautiful, always changing. It was a city trying to figure out its future while honouring its past, a city opening itself to the world while trying to preserve its identity, a city where fashion designers and factory workers, refugees and aristocrats, students and retirees all shared the same streets, the same metro, the same cafes, even if they experienced them in radically different ways. It was a city at its most vulnerable and its most vital. And in that vulnerability and vitality, it created culture that would influence the world for decades to come. The clubs would close, the music would change, the fashion would evolve, but the spirit of experimentation, of liberation, of possibility that defined Paris in the 1970s would endure. It would influence how people thought about cities, about culture, about what was possible when you brought together people from different backgrounds and gave them space to create something new. Paris had been transformed, and in being transformed, it had transformed what it meant to be a modern city. Thank you for watching, dear friends. If you enjoyed this journey through the streets and clubs of 1970s Paris, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us continue bringing you these deep dives into history's most fascinating moments. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with disco balls and possibilities.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you're watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. The summer heat hung thick over New York City on the night of July 13th, 1977. Inside a cramped apartment in the Bronx, a young mother named Carmen was trying to keep her 3 children cool with a single rotating fan. The temperature had climbed to 94 degrees that day, and even as night fell, the air felt like a wool blanket pressed against your skin. She could hear salsa music drifting up from the street below, mixing with the sounds of teenagers laughing on the corner. Life in the city had gotten harder over the past few years, but nights like these reminded her of better times, when the neighborhood felt alive with possibility instead of danger. At exactly 9:29 that evening, everything went dark. Carmen's fan stopped spinning. The salsa music cut out mid-beat. The streetlights below her window blinked off one by one, like candles being snuffed out by an invisible hand. Within seconds, the entire city of New York fell into complete and total darkness. 8 million people, suddenly blind. No lights, no power, no one knowing when it would come back on or what would happen next in a city that was already on the edge of collapse. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. To understand that night, to really understand what it meant and why it mattered, we need to go back. Back to when New York City was a different place entirely. Back to the early 1960s, when the city still dreamed of better things, when young people from across America flooded into Greenwich Village with guitars and poetry and hope. Back to when the future seemed bright before the darkness came. This is the story of what it was really like to live in New York during the 1960s and 70s. Not the sanitized version you see in movies, not the romantic nostalgia people share at dinner parties, but the raw, complicated, dangerous, and absolutely extraordinary truth. The violence and the beauty, the crime and the creativity, the fear and the freedom. These 2 decades transformed New York into something the world had never seen before. A city on fire, a city falling apart, a city giving birth to revolutions that would change everything. The early 1960s arrived in New York with optimism that seems almost quaint now, looking back through the lens of what was to come. In 1960, the city was still riding high on post-war prosperity. Men in grey flannel suits crowded the commuter trains from Connecticut and Westchester, heading into Manhattan offices with the confident stride of people who believed in progress. Women in pearls and gloves shopped at department stores like Macy's and Gimbel's, where elevator operators announced each floor with practiced courtesy. Children played stickball in the streets of Brooklyn and the Bronx, and most people felt reasonably safe doing so. The rent for a decent 1-bedroom apartment in Manhattan averaged around $120 a month. That's roughly $1,000 in today's money. But wages were proportionally different too. A teacher might make $5,000 a year, a police officer $6,000. You could get a complete meal at an automat for 75 cents. A subway token cost 15 cents, and the trains, while crowded, ran relatively on time and were generally clean. The graffiti epidemic hadn't started yet. The trains still had their original paint jobs, steel grey and professional looking. Different neighbourhoods in the city maintained distinct identities, shaped by waves of immigration that had washed over New York for generations. Little Italy in Lower Manhattan was authentically Italian, not yet a tourist attraction. You could walk down Mulberry Street and hear Italian spoken more than English, smell red sauce simmering in dozens of kitchens, watch old men playing cards at folding tables on the sidewalk. A few blocks away, Chinatown was smaller then, more tightly packed, with restaurants that served food the way it was actually made in China, not adapted for American tastes. Harlem remained a vibrant African-American cultural centre, though the area was already beginning to struggle with poverty and neglect that would worsen throughout the decade. The Apollo Theatre still drew crowds to see performances by artists like James Brown and Aretha Franklin. Jazz clubs lined the streets, their neon signs promising late-night music and dancing. During the day, families went to church, children went to school, and people went to work, living lives that were normal and extraordinary all at once, creating art and culture that would influence the world even as their neighbourhood was slowly being abandoned by city services. The Lower East Side, once packed with Jewish immigrants, was transitioning. Many second- and third-generation families had moved to the suburbs or to better apartments in outer boroughs. The tenement buildings they left behind, 5- and 6-story walk-ups with shared bathrooms and thin walls, were now filling with Puerto Rican families and bohemian artists attracted by cheap rent and proximity to Greenwich Village. And Greenwich Village, that's where the story really begins. By the early 1960s, the village had already established itself as the place where artists, writers, musicians, and anyone who felt like they didn't quite fit in mainstream America could find refuge. The narrow, winding streets of the village, which refused to conform to Manhattan's grid pattern, seemed to encourage nonconformity in the people who walked them. Rent was low enough that a young person working part-time could afford a tiny apartment. A basement apartment might go for $80 a month. You could crash on a friend's floor for even less, or for free if you had the right friends. Washington. Square Park served as the village's unofficial town square. On any given weekend afternoon in 1961 or 62, you might see folk singers gathered around the fountain, playing guitars and singing protest songs. College students from nearby New York University sprawled on the grass reading poetry. Chess players hunched over boards at stone tables, drawing small crowds of spectators. Mothers pushed baby carriages. Elderly Italian men who remembered when the village was their neighbourhood sat on benches, watching the young people with expressions that mixed disapproval and nostalgia. The coffeehouse scene was exploding. Places like Café Wa, the Gaslight Cafe, Gerda's Folk City, and the Bitter End were packed every night with audiences eager to hear the next big thing. The format was simple. Small rooms, maybe holding 50 to 100 people. Tiny stages, sometimes just a corner of the room. Exposed brick walls covered with posters advertising upcoming shows. The smell of espresso and cigarette smoke thick in the air. You paid $1 or $2 to get in, ordered coffee or maybe a beer if the place had a liquor license, and settled in to hear music that felt urgent and alive and different from everything on the radio. In 1961, a 20-year-old kid from Minnesota named Bob Dylan stepped onto the stage at Café Wa for the first time. He looked like he'd slept in his clothes, which he probably had. His voice was rough, nasal, strange. Some people walked out. Others leaned forward, sensing something important was happening. Within 2 years, he'd be famous. Within 5, he'd change popular music forever. But in that moment, in that smoky basement in Greenwich Village, he was just another young person who'd come to New York chasing a dream. Joan Baez was already performing, her pure voice drawing crowds who wanted to hear traditional folk songs mixed with contemporary protest music. Dave Van Ronk, a folk singer with a voice like gravel and whiskey, lived in the village and played the clubs regularly, mentoring younger musicians. Paul Simon played the folk circuit before he partnered with Art Garfunkel. 3 members of the Mamas and the Papas met in the village before heading to California. Dozens of other musicians whose names you'd recognise got their start playing for small crowds in village coffee houses, hoping someone important would notice. The village wasn't just about music. Small theatres presented experimental plays. Art galleries showed work by unknown artists who'd later become famous. The 8th Street bookshop sold poetry chapbooks and underground literature you couldn't find anywhere else. Street artists drew portraits for tourists. Political activists handed out leaflets about civil rights and nuclear disarmament. Everything mixed together in a creative stew that felt electric with possibility. Daily life for people living in the village had a rhythm all its own. You might sleep until noon, spend the afternoon in a cafe writing or reading, go to someone's apartment for dinner where everyone brought whatever food they could afford, then head out to hear music or see a play late at night. Money was always tight, but that was part of the aesthetic. Being poor was almost cool if you were doing it while creating art or fighting for social justice. People wore thrift store clothes not because vintage fashion was trendy, but because that's what they could afford. You learned which restaurants had the cheapest meals, which bars had the most generous free happy hour spreads, which grocery stores threw out produce that was still edible if you weren't picky. But even in these early years, tension was building. The older generation looked at these young people with their guitars and their casual attitudes towards sex and their questions about everything, and they worried. Parents who'd lived through the Depression and World War II couldn't understand why their children, who'd been given so much more, seemed so dissatisfied. The young people, for their part, looked at the conformity and materialism of 50s America and felt suffocated. They wanted something more authentic, more meaningful. They wanted to question authority instead of blindly accepting it. The folk music scene was inherently political. Pete Seeger had been blacklisted during the McCarthy era for his leftist politics, but still performed when he could. Woody Guthrie, dying from Huntington's disease, was revered by young folk singers who saw him as a prophet. The songs weren't just entertainment. They were about coal miners and union organisers, about civil rights and economic justice, about nuclear weapons and the military-industrial complex. When you went to hear folk music in Greenwich Village in the early 60s, you weren't just going to a concert. You were participating in a movement. The civil rights movement was intensifying. In 1960, 4 black college students in North Carolina sat down at a whites-only lunch counter and refused to leave, sparking sit-ins across the South. Freedom riders challenged segregation on interstate buses. Young people in New York, both black and white, organised support rallies and fundraisers. The village became a centre for this activism. Interracial couples could walk down Bleecker Street hand in hand without facing the hostility they'd encounter in many other parts of the city or country. Meanwhile, hints of what was coming began to appear. Marijuana use was spreading among young people in the village. It was still relatively uncommon, not yet part of the mainstream counterculture, but enough people were smoking pot that everyone knew where to get it if they wanted it. The police occasionally raided apartments or arrested people, but mostly they left the village alone, viewing it as a contained zone of weirdness that wasn't worth the trouble of fully shutting down. The beatniks, the previous generation of nonconformists, were transitioning out of the scene. Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg and William S. Burroughs had blazed the trail in the 1950s, rejecting mainstream values and experimenting with drugs and alternative lifestyles. Now, in the early 60s, a new generation was building on what the Beats had started, but taking it in different directions. The Beats had been interested in individual liberation and spiritual seeking. This new generation was more politically engaged, more interested in collective action and social change. Daily newspapers were still how most people got their news. The New York Times, the Daily News, the Post. You'd buy one from a newsstand on your way to work, reading it on the subway. Walter Cronkite delivered the evening news on CBS at 6:30, and the families gathered around television sets to watch. The TVs were small by today's standards, black and white, with terrible reception that required adjusting the rabbit ear antennas. But television was still relatively new and exciting. The Ed Sullivan Show on Sunday nights was must-watch entertainment. When the Beatles appeared on Sullivan in February 1964, 73 million people tuned in, nearly half the country's population at the time. The Beatles' arrival marked a shift. Suddenly it wasn't just folk music and jazz that felt exciting and new. Rock and roll, which had seemed like it might be a passing fad after Elvis went into the army, roared back to life. British bands brought a different energy, longer hair, louder guitars, a rawer sexuality. Young people in New York started paying attention to rock music in a new way. The dividing lines between folk purists and rock fans would soon create bitter fights in the music scene, most famously when Bob Dylan went electric at the Newport Folk Festival in 1965 and was booed by folk traditionalists who felt betrayed. The early 60s in New York were a time of anticipation, of possibility, of feeling like change was coming, even if no one knew exactly what form it would take. The city was still relatively safe. Crime was low by historical standards. The economy was strong. If you were young and white and willing to live cheaply, New York offered opportunities to create and experiment and find yourself. If you were black or Puerto Rican, life was harder, opportunities more limited, but even then, New York felt more open than most places in America. The city's diversity, its size, its indifference to other people's business, all created space for different ways of living. But the pressures were building. Inequality was widening. Young black men in Harlem and Bedford-Stuyvesant couldn't find decent jobs. Police brutality in minority neighborhoods was routine and unpunished. The war in Vietnam was escalating, and young men were being drafted to fight in a war many didn't understand or believe in. The generation gap was becoming a chasm. Parents and children could barely communicate. Traditional. Authority was being questioned everywhere, from universities to churches to government. Something was about to break open. The early 60s were like the moment before a dam bursts, when you can see the cracks forming and hear the water straining against the structure, but the full force hasn't been released yet. New York was about to become the epicenter of multiple revolutions, cultural, sexual, political, musical, The city was about to be transformed, and nothing would ever be the same again. By 1966 and 67, the counterculture had fully arrived in New York, bringing with it a transformation so profound that people who lived through it still struggle to explain what it felt like to those who didn't. The world didn't just change, it inverted. Everything that had been forbidden became celebrated. Everything that had been sacred became questioned. Young people stopped trying to fit into society and started trying to remake it entirely. The hippies arrived in waves. Some were local kids from the outer boroughs or suburbs who moved into the city. Others came from across America, drawn by rumours of a new way of living. They'd read about the Haight-Ashbury scene in San Francisco, heard about the Summer of Love being planned for 1967, and decided New York needed its own version. Greenwich Village was already full, rents rising as the neighbourhood became fashionable. So many hippies settled in the East Village, particularly around Tompkins Square Park. The East Village in the mid-60s was rough territory. The buildings were old tenements, many in serious disrepair. Landlords had little incentive to maintain properties when tenants were mostly poor. Apartments had peeling paint, unreliable heat, plumbing that broke down constantly, but they were cheap, and for young people experimenting with communal living, perfect. You could rent a large apartment for $150 a month and pack 8 or 10 people into it, everyone chipping in $20. Mattresses on the floor, posters on the walls, incense burning to cover the smell of marijuana, music playing constantly. The physical transformation was striking. Suddenly the streets were full of people who looked like they'd stepped out of a fever dream. Men with hair down to their shoulders, even longer. Women in flowing dresses or bell-bottom jeans, flowers in their hair. Clothing in colours that seemed to vibrate. Paisley patterns and tie-dye. Beads and fringe and embroidered everything. People walked barefoot on city streets. The whole aesthetic was deliberately anti-establishment, anti-materialist, anti-everything their parents' generation valued. Tompkins Square Park became the centre of East Village hippie culture. On any warm afternoon, hundreds of young people gathered there. Guitar players formed circles, drumming and singing. Someone might have a flute or a harmonica. The music was loose and improvised, more about the experience of making music together than performing for an audience. People passed joints openly, not even trying to hide it anymore. The police largely ignored it, overwhelmed by how many people were involved and unsure how to handle a scene that wasn't technically violent but was definitely illegal. The drug culture was central to the counterculture movement. Marijuana was everywhere, but it was just the beginning. LSD, lysergic acid, diethylamide became the drug of choice for hippies who wanted to expand their consciousness and see beyond the illusions of straight society. A tiny tab of paper, sometimes decorated with cartoon characters or abstract designs, dissolved on your tongue, and 6 hours later you were experiencing reality in ways that seemed profound and life-changing. Colours became more intense, music sounded different, layers and textures you'd never noticed before. Your sense of self could dissolve, replaced by feelings of oneness with the universe. Timothy Leary, a former Harvard psychology professor, became the high priest of LSD, travelling around the country giving lectures and encouraging young people to tune in, turn on and drop out. The phrase became a mantra. Tune into yourself and your real feelings. Turn on to psychedelic drugs and expanded consciousness. Drop out of the straight world that was destroying itself with conformity and war and materialism. For many young people, this message felt like permission to stop trying to please their parents and society and instead focus on personal growth and alternative ways of living. But LSD wasn't always enlightening. Some people had bad trips, experiencing terrifying hallucinations and paranoia that lasted hours. A few people never fully came back, their minds permanently altered. The East Village saw its share of casualties. Young people wandering the streets convinced they could fly, needing to be talked down from building ledges. People having psychotic breaks, screaming about demons or government conspiracies. The local hospital emergency room started seeing regular admissions related to LSD freakouts. The communal living experiments took various forms. Some groups were serious about creating alternative societies based on shared resources and collective decision-making. They'd pool their money, share all possessions, cook and eat meals together. These communes operated on principles of radical equality. No one person was in charge. decisions were made by consensus. Traditional gender roles were rejected. Men and women shared cooking and cleaning duties equally, at least in theory. In practice, old patterns often reasserted themselves, and many communes fell apart over arguments about who wasn't pulling their weight, or whose girlfriend or boyfriend was causing drama. Other groups were less organised, just a bunch of friends living together because rent was cheaper that way, and it was more fun than living alone. These apartments became crash pads where friends of friends could stay for a night or a week or indefinitely. You might come home to find 3 people you'd never met before sleeping on your floor, and that was just accepted as part of the lifestyle. The concept of privacy barely existed. Someone was always around, always playing music, always wanting to talk about the war or meditation, or whether reality was just a shared hallucination. Free love was another defining feature of the counterculture, though the reality was often more complicated than the slogan suggested. The idea was that sex shouldn't be limited by outdated concepts of monogamy and marriage. Love should be freely given without possessiveness or jealousy. In practice, this meant a lot of casual sex between people who barely knew each other, multiple partners, relationships without clear boundaries or commitments. For some people, particularly men, this was liberating. For others, particularly women, it sometimes felt like the same old exploitation dressed up in idealistic language. The birth control pill, which became widely available in the early 60s, made casual sex less risky in terms of pregnancy. But sexual freedom brought its own complications. Venereal diseases spread rapidly through the hippie community. Gonorrhea and syphilis were treatable with penicillin, but you had to actually go to a doctor and get treated, which many hippies didn't do, either because they lacked money, or because they distrusted conventional medicine, or because they were embarrassed. Free clinics opened in the East Village to provide basic medical care to hippies, staffed by sympathetic doctors and nurses who didn't judge their patients for drug use or unconventional lifestyles. The music scene evolved in new directions. The Fillmore East opened in March 1968 on 2nd Avenue, becoming the premier venue for rock music in New York. Bill Graham, who'd created the Fillmore West in San Francisco, wanted an East Coast counterpart. The Fillmore East could hold over 2,000 people, much larger than the Village coffee houses. The acoustics were excellent. The light shows that accompanied performances were psychedelic spectacles, swirling colours and abstract patterns synchronized to the music. Bands like The Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and The Who performed there. Tickets cost $3 or $4. Shows often started late and ran past midnight. The audience at Fillmore East concerts was a cross-section of the counterculture. Hippies in full regalia sat next to college students experimenting with the lifestyle. Someone was always smoking marijuana, the smoke visible in the light beams. You could smell it before you even entered the building. The ushers would shine flashlights on people actively lighting joints, which was against the rules, but once the joint was lit and being passed, they mostly ignored it. Everyone was tripping on something. LSD, mescaline, psilocybin mushrooms, the music sounded. Transcendent when you were high, every note seeming to carry cosmic significance. The East Village also birthed the Velvet Underground, perhaps the most influential underground rock band of the era. Led by Lou Reed and John Cale, with Nico on vocals for their first album, the Velvet Underground made music that was dark, abrasive, confrontational. They sang about heroin and sadomasochism and the grimy reality of street life in New York, not peace and love. Andy Warhol adopted them as his house band, featuring them in multimedia shows at his studio The Factory. The Velvet Underground never sold many records during their active years, but everyone who heard them seemed to form their own band. Their influence would shape punk rock and alternative music for decades. But there was a darker side to all of this liberation and experimentation. Runaways flooded into the East Village, teenagers who'd left home and come to the city looking for the freedom and acceptance they'd heard about. Many ended up in terrible situations. Without money or resources, they were vulnerable to exploitation. Some turned to prostitution. Others got sucked into drug scenes they couldn't handle. Predatory older men hung around the hippie scene, offering to help young people, providing drugs and places to stay in exchange for sex. The ideology of free love provided cover for what was often just abuse. Heroin arrived in the East Village and never left. Unlike marijuana or LSD, which were associated with expanding consciousness and spiritual seeking, heroin was about escape and numbness. It was extremely addictive. You might try it once at a party, thinking you could handle it, and within months you'd be spending every dollar you had on your next fix. The heroin that flowed through New York in the late 60s came from the French Connection, processed in Marseille from Turkish opium, then smuggled into the city through various ports. It was relatively pure then, before dealers started cutting it with more and more adulterants. Overdoses became common. Someone would be at a party, shooting up in a bathroom or bedroom, and they'd miscalculate the dose or get a particularly pure batch, and their heart would just stop. Sometimes friends would panic and flee, leaving the person dying. Other times people would try to help, walking the overdosing person around to keep them conscious, splashing cold water on their face, slapping them. Narcan didn't exist yet. If you overdosed badly, you probably died unless you got to a hospital fast. The Summer of Love in 1967 was supposed to be the culmination of everything the counterculture was building toward. In San Francisco, over 100,000 young people descended on Haight-Ashbury. In New York, the scene was smaller but still significant. An estimated 50,000 young people came to the city that summer, most heading to the East Village. The Council for the Summer of Love in San Francisco had organized infrastructure, free food, medical clinics. New York had no such preparation. The city's response was mostly hostile. On June 2nd, 1967, police showed up at Tompkins Square Park, where about 200 hippies had gathered to play music and hang out. The police said the hippies didn't have a permit and were disturbing the peace with their bongos. When the hippies refused to leave, police moved in aggressively. Over 200 officers in riot gear swarmed the park. Hippies scattered. Residents who lived nearby, many of them working-class Polish and Ukrainian immigrants, who resented the hippies taking over their neighborhood, joined in attacking the young people. By the end of the night, dozens were injured. 30 people were arrested. One young woman was stripped naked by anti-hippie protesters on a street corner. The incident revealed the depth of hostility many New Yorkers felt toward the counterculture. The hippies represented everything they found threatening: rejection of work ethic, sexual promiscuity, drug use, disrespect for authority, refusal to serve in Vietnam. The generation gap had become an unbridgeable divide. Parents couldn't understand their children. Children couldn't respect their parents' values. The social fabric was tearing apart and no one knew how to mend it. Yet despite the violence and the drugs and the exploitation and the backlash, something genuine was happening too. Young people were asking important questions. Why were we fighting in Vietnam? Why did society value money and status over human connection? Why should people conform to gender roles that didn't fit them? Why was homosexuality illegal? Why was marijuana illegal when alcohol, which caused so much more harm, was celebrated? The counterculture's critique of American society was often valid, even if the solutions they proposed were naive or impractical. The music and art created during this period would endure. The political activism would lead to real changes. The personal liberation, the insistence that people should be free to live and love as they chose, would gradually reshape American culture. But in the moment, living through it, things felt chaotic and uncertain. The old world was dying. The new world hadn't been born yet, and New York City was ground zero for all of it. On a warm June night in 1969, everything changed for LGBTQ people in New York and around the world, though few people realized it at the time. The Stonewall Inn sat on Christopher Street in Greenwich Village, a nondescript building with blacked-out windows and a small sign. It was a gay bar, one of the few places in the city where gay men, lesbians, drag queens and transgender people could gather without hiding who they were. Well, without hiding quite as much, because even in gay bars, you were never truly safe in 1969. To understand what happened at Stonewall, you have to understand what life was like for LGBTQ people in New York before that night. Homosexuality was illegal in every state except Illinois. New York had laws against sodomy, laws against solicitation, laws against serving alcohol to known homosexuals, laws against cross-dressing. You could be arrested simply for being gay, or for wearing clothing deemed inappropriate for your gender. The police enforced these laws selectively but aggressively. Entrapment was common. Plainclothes officers would go to parks and public bathrooms, flirt with men to get them to make advances, then arrest them. Gay bars existed in a legal grey area. The New York State Liquor Authority refused to issue licenses to establishments that served homosexuals, arguing that the mere gathering of gay people constituted disorderly conduct. In 1966, activists succeeded in getting that policy overturned, but it didn't end police harassment. Officers still raided gay bars regularly on various pretexts. Not enough lighting, fire code violations, serving alcohol to minors, any excuse to shut the bars down and arrest people. Most gay bars in New York were actually run by the mafia, which saw a profitable business opportunity. Gay people needed places to socialise and were willing to pay for it. The mob charged high prices for watered-down drinks and paid off police to look the other way most of the time. When raids did happen, bar owners usually got tipped off in advance, allowing them to hide illegal alcohol and warn customers. It was a corrupt system, but it was the only system gay people had. The Stonewall Inn opened in 1966, operating without a liquor license, controlled by the Genovese crime family. It was larger than most gay bars, with 2 rooms and a dance floor. Dancing was one of the main draws. Most gay bars didn't allow dancing because it attracted police attention. Stonewall did, and people loved it. The clientele was diverse: gay men, lesbians, drag queens, transgender individuals, street kids, people of colour. Wealthier, more closeted gay men often avoided Stonewall, viewing it as too obvious, too risky. The people who went there regularly were those who had less to lose or who were tired of hiding. Police raided Stonewall periodically. The mob paid bribes, but not enough to prevent all raids. Usually these went smoothly from the police perspective. Officers would arrive, line up the patrons, check IDs, arrest anyone in drag or anyone who couldn't produce identification, maybe rough up a few people to make a point, then leave. The customers would scatter, the bar would close for the night, and everyone would come back the next weekend like nothing happened. But on June 28th, 1969, things went differently. Nobody knows exactly why. The raid wasn't unusual. 9 police officers arrived at the Stonewall Inn around 1:20 in the morning. They announced the bar was under arrest for selling alcohol without a license. They started separating patrons, planning to arrest employees and anyone found in drag. The bar was crowded, maybe 200 people. Most were told they could leave after showing ID and being checked to confirm they weren't wearing clothes deemed inappropriate for their gender. This gender check was humiliating and invasive. Police would escort people to bathrooms to verify their biological sex matched their clothing. Anyone deemed to be cross-dressing would be arrested and charged with violating New York's criminal statute, requiring people to wear at least 3 articles of gender-appropriate clothing. Drag queens were particular targets. Police treated them with special brutality, viewing them as the most deviant and therefore deserving of the harshest treatment. But this time, people didn't cooperate quietly. Instead of leaving when released, patrons gathered outside the bar. More people arrived, drawn by the commotion. The crowd grew to several hundred. Someone started shouting at the police. Others joined in. The mood shifted from resigned compliance to anger. Years of harassment, of raids, of being treated as criminals for existing suddenly felt intolerable. When police tried to load arrested people into a police wagon, the crowd refused to disperse. Someone threw a bottle, then another. The police, accustomed to gay people being passive and easy to intimidate, didn't know how to respond. More bottles flew. Coins were thrown, a gesture that symbolized the bribes police accepted. Someone may have thrown a brick, though accounts differ. The important thing is that people fought back instead of accepting their treatment. The police retreated into the Stonewall Inn, barricading themselves inside. The crowd, emboldened, surged forward. Someone tried to set the bar on fire using lighter fluid squirted through a broken window. A parking meter was uprooted and used as a battering ram against the door. The chant went up. Gay power! Gay power! After decades of hiding, of shame, of accepting abuse, LGBTQ people were claiming power for themselves. Backup police arrived, riot gear and tactical units. They pushed the crowd back with nightsticks, making arrests. But people didn't run far. They'd retreat a block, regroup, then come back. This went on for hours. By the time dawn broke, the streets around Stonewall were littered with broken glass and debris. 13 people had been arrested. Several police officers and protesters were injured. The next night the crowd returned, even larger. Thousands of people descended on Christopher Street and the surrounding area. The mood was part protest, part celebration, part riot. People danced in the streets, drag queens performed for the crowds. When police tried to disperse people, fighting broke out again. This continued for 6 nights, though the intensity decreased after the first 2. The specifics of what happened remain disputed. Who threw the first brick? Who started the fire? Were transgender women of colour like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvius Rivera at the forefront of the riots, as many now claim? The historical record is messy. Few photographs exist. Newspaper accounts are unreliable, often using homophobic language and misunderstanding what they witnessed. Oral histories from participants contradict each other, but the specifics matter less than what the Stonewall riots represented. For the first time, LGBTQ people fought back en masse against police violence and legal persecution. The image of gay people as passive victims changed overnight. Those who participated in the riots described a feeling of liberation, of finally refusing to accept second-class citizenship. The closet door hadn't just opened. It had been kicked off its hinges. In the immediate aftermath, activists formed new organisations. The Gay Liberation Front, created just weeks after Stonewall, took a radical approach to LGBTQ rights, linking their struggle to other movements against oppression. The name itself was provocative, echoing the National Liberation Front in Vietnam. These weren't polite activists asking nicely for acceptance. They were demanding liberation and justice. The first Gay Pride March took place in New York on June 28, 1970, exactly 1 year after the Stonewall riots began. Organisers called it Christopher Street Liberation Day. They'd applied for a permit to march from Greenwich Village to Central Park. When the day arrived, several hundred people gathered at the starting point. Many were terrified. Marching openly as gay people, faces visible, could cost you your job, your housing, your family. But they marched anyway. As the march progressed up 6th Avenue, something extraordinary happened. People watching from the sidewalks joined in. By the time the march reached Central Park, thousands of people were participating. They chanted, they sang, they held signs proclaiming gay pride. They kissed in public, an act that was technically illegal. The message was clear. We're here, we're queer, and we're not hiding anymore. Life for LGBTQ people in New York didn't transform immediately after Stonewall. Sodomy laws remained on the books for decades. Discrimination in employment and housing continued. Police harassment didn't stop, but something fundamental had shifted. LGBTQ people had tasted power and visibility. The movement for gay rights, which had existed in quieter form since the 1950s, exploded into public consciousness. The personal impact on individuals who participated in or witnessed the Stonewall riots was profound. Many described it as the defining moment of their lives. For years they'd been told, by society, by churches, often by their own families, that being gay was shameful and wrong. At Stonewall, they claimed their dignity and humanity. They insisted they deserved the same rights as anyone else, and they discovered they weren't alone. There were thousands of people just like them, willing to fight for liberation. The reverberations spread, far beyond New York. Gay pride parades started in other cities. LGBTQ rights organisations formed across America and around the world. The modern gay rights movement traces its origins to that night in June 1969, when a crowd outside a dingy mob-run bar in Greenwich Village decided they'd had enough. They didn't know they were making history. They just knew they were done accepting abuse. As the 1970s began, New York was still riding the cultural energy of the previous decade, but something darker was emerging. The crime statistics tell part of the story, but numbers don't capture what it felt like to live through it. Between 1960 and 1970, the murder rate in New York City more than doubled. In 1960, there were 681 murders. By 1970, there were 1,690. Rapes tripled. Burglaries tripled. Car thefts and felony assaults doubled. The city was becoming genuinely dangerous in ways that seem almost unimaginable now. But why? What happened to transform New York from a relatively safe city into Fear City? The causes were multiple and interconnected. The economy was shifting. Manufacturing jobs, which had provided stable middle-class employment for generations of New Yorkers, were leaving the city. Between 1969 and 1974, New York lost over 500,000 manufacturing jobs. Factories closed, warehouses emptied, entire industries relocated to places with cheaper labour and fewer regulations. The people who lost these jobs, primarily working-class men, suddenly had no way to support their families. Unemployment climbed above 10%, higher in poor neighbourhoods. By 1975, over 1 million New York households were dependent on welfare. The poverty rate soared. People who'd been solidly working class slid into poverty. The working poor became desperately poor. Neighbourhoods that had been stable for decades began to unravel. Heroin flooded into the city in unprecedented quantities. The French Connection was at its peak in the early 70s, before law enforcement cracked down on it. The heroin was relatively pure and relatively cheap. Addiction rates exploded. Heroin addiction destroys people's ability to maintain normal lives. You become completely focused on getting your next fix. Nothing else matters. People lost their jobs. They stole from family. They turned to crime to fund their habits. The relationship between drug addiction and property crime was direct and obvious. Junkies needed money every day to buy heroin. They'd break into apartments, cars, stores. They'd mug people on the street. They'd steal anything that could be sold quickly. A television, a radio, a purse, jewellery. Fence it for a fraction of its value. Buy drugs. Repeat the cycle the next day. The desperation was visible on the streets. You could see addicts wandering around, gaunt and twitching, obviously sick, looking for opportunities to steal. The subway system became notorious for crime. Riding the subway at night was taking your life in your hands. The trains themselves were covered in graffiti, windows smashed, lights often not working. Stations were poorly lit and filthy. People pissed in the corners because there were no bathrooms. Homeless people lived in subway stations, creating makeshift shelters from cardboard. Gangs of young people roamed the trains looking for victims. They'd surround someone, threaten violence, take their wallet or purse. Mugging was so common that most New Yorkers developed elaborate strategies to avoid becoming victims. You'd carry a mugger's wallet, a cheap wallet with a few small bills in it that you could hand over if threatened, keeping your real wallet with larger bills and important cards hidden elsewhere. You'd avoid eye contact with strangers. You'd walk confidently even if you were terrified, because predators looked for vulnerable victims. You'd never count money in public. You'd stay alert, constantly scanning your surroundings for threats. Women faced additional dangers. Sexual assault was underreported but common. Walking alone at night in many neighbourhoods meant risking rape. Women carried keys between their fingers as makeshift weapons. They took self-defense classes. They travelled in groups when possible, but sometimes it didn't matter. Women were attacked in broad daylight, in supposedly safe areas, often by men who seemed normal until they weren't. The police force was understaffed and demoralised. Budget cuts had led to layoffs and hiring freezes. There simply weren't enough officers to patrol effectively. Response times for emergency calls stretched to an hour or more in some areas. Victims of crimes often didn't bother reporting them because they knew police probably couldn't or wouldn't do anything. The clearance rate for crimes dropped. Criminals understood they probably wouldn't be caught, which emboldened them. Some neighbourhoods became essentially lawless. The South Bronx was the most notorious example, but similar conditions existed in parts of Brooklyn, Harlem, and the Lower East Side. Burned-out buildings lined entire blocks. Rubble filled vacant lots. Drug dealers operated openly on street corners, conducting transactions in plain sight. Prostitutes worked the streets at all hours. Violence was random and frequent. Gunshots echoed regularly. Bodies turned up in alleys and empty lots. Serial killers also terrorized the city in ways that seem hard to believe now. The early 70s saw a wave of serial murders, driven partly by what experts call a contagion effect. When one killer gets publicity, others are inspired to commit similar crimes. The media coverage was sensational and relentless, which likely contributed to the problem. But regardless of cause, the reality was that New Yorkers had to worry not just about street crime, but about predators who killed for psychological reasons. David Berkowitz, who called himself Son of Sam, would become the most famous, but he came later in the decade. In the early 70s, New York had several active serial killers whose names are less well known now but who caused real terror at the time. The murders seemed random, which made them even more frightening. Unlike most murders, which result from domestic disputes or drug deals gone wrong, serial killings could happen to anyone. You couldn't protect yourself by avoiding certain situations. The randomness was paralyzing. Bombings were also shockingly common. Over one bomb per day on average in the late 60s and early 70s, depending on how you counted incidents. Puerto Rican independence groups set off bombs to draw attention to their cause. The Weather Underground, a radical leftist group, bombed government and corporate targets. Sometimes people bombed for personal vendettas. Other times the motives were unclear. The constant threat meant you'd hear an explosion and just hope it wasn't close to you or anyone you knew. Organised crime operated with impunity. The Five Families, the mafia groups that controlled much of New York's underworld, ran extensive criminal enterprises. Gambling, loan sharking, labour racketeering, drug trafficking, prostitution. They controlled the Fulton Fish Market, the garment district, the garbage collection industry. They influenced labour unions, politics, construction. Violence was part of how they maintained control. Bodies turned up regularly, usually with multiple gunshot wounds, a message to anyone thinking about crossing the mob. Street gangs added another layer of violence. The Black Spades in the Bronx, the Savage Skulls, the Ghetto Brothers, the Westies in Hell's Kitchen. These weren't the relatively organised gangs that would emerge later. These were loose groups of teenagers and young men bound together by neighbourhood, ethnicity, and the need for protection and belonging. They fought over territory, over insults, over nothing. Someone would be walking down the wrong block wearing the wrong colours and end up beaten or stabbed or shot. The Westies were particularly brutal. An Irish-American gang operating in Hell's Kitchen on Manhattan's West Side. They made their money through drug dealing, robbery, and working as contract killers for the mafia. They were known for mutilating victims, dismembering bodies, and displaying a level of sadistic violence that frightened even hardened criminals. Their territory was relatively small, just a few blocks, but within that area they were absolutely ruthless. People adapted as best they could. Those who had money moved to safer neighbourhoods or left the city entirely. The flight to the suburbs accelerated. Middle-class families who might have raised their children in the city decided it was too dangerous. This created a feedback loop. As wealthier residents left, the tax base shrank, meaning less money for police and city services, meaning more crime, meaning more people leaving. The city was caught in a death spiral. Those who couldn't leave or chose to stay developed hard edges. New Yorkers had always been known for being tough and direct, but in the 70s this intensified into something harsher. You didn't smile at strangers, you minded your own business. If you saw someone being attacked, you might not intervene because getting involved could get you hurt or killed. The city was every person for themselves. Despite all this, or perhaps because of it, a strange thing happened. The people who stayed, who toughed it out through the worst years, developed a fierce pride in their resilience. They'd survived Fear City. They'd lived through conditions that would have broken weaker people. This forged a particular kind of New Yorker, someone who was streetwise and sceptical and incredibly tough. The city's reputation as a place that would eat you alive if you weren't careful became part of its identity. The crime wave of the 70s shaped New York in profound ways. It led to policy changes, policing strategies, and political shifts that would define the city for decades. But more fundamentally, it changed what it meant to live in New York. The city had always been chaotic and challenging, but now it was also genuinely dangerous. And that danger became part of the New York story, part of what made the city simultaneously terrifying and thrilling. By 1975, New York City was running out of money, not just facing a budget shortfall, but literally running out of cash to pay employees and creditors. The financial crisis that came to a head that year was the result of decades of overspending, mismanagement, generous union contracts, and economic changes that eroded the city's tax base. The consequences would transform New York in ways that are still visible today. The problems had been building for years, but city officials kept borrowing to cover shortfalls, kicking the can down the road. Banks lent money willingly because they assumed the city could never truly go bankrupt. New York was too big to fail, but by early 1975 the banks realised the city was in far worse shape than anyone had admitted. In April, the banks refused to roll over the city's debt. New York needed to make a payment and didn't have the money. Bankruptcy loomed. Mayor Abe Beame, who'd been elected on a platform of fiscal responsibility, watched helplessly as the crisis spiralled out of control. The The state government tried to help but lacked the resources to bail out the city completely. The federal government was asked to provide assistance. President Gerald Ford refused, leading to the famous daily news headline, "Ford to City, Drop Dead." Eventually, federal loan guarantees were provided, but not before devastating cuts were imposed. The consequences for ordinary New Yorkers were immediate and severe. The city announced massive layoffs. 1/5 of all city employees lost their jobs in 1975 alone. Police officers, firefighters, teachers, sanitation workers, clerks, everyone was vulnerable. People who'd worked for the city for decades, who'd expected secure employment and decent pensions, suddenly found themselves unemployed in a terrible job market. The NYPD, already understaffed due to earlier hiring freezes, saw its ranks reduced from 31,000 officers to just over 22,000. Entire precincts were closed. Patrol coverage dropped dramatically. Response times for emergency calls stretched longer. In some neighbourhoods, police simply couldn't respond to all calls. If your apartment was burglarized, you might call the police and be told to file a report at the station, when convenient because no officers were available to come investigate. The fire department faced similar cuts. Firehouses closed across the city. The remaining fire companies covered larger territories, meaning it took longer for firefighters to reach fires. In a city where old buildings burned easily and arson was epidemic, this cost lives and property. Entire blocks burned because firefighters couldn't get there in time or lacked the resources to fight multiple fires simultaneously. The education system was gutted. Thousands of teachers were laid off. Class sizes ballooned. Programs were cut. Schools that had offered art, music, sports, advanced classes now barely offered the basics. Buildings fell into disrepair because there was no money for maintenance. The message to young people was clear. The city didn't care about their future. Transit fares increased from 35 cents to 50 cents, a significant jump for people living on tight budgets. Subway service was reduced. The trains, already dirty and covered in graffiti, got worse. Maintenance was deferred. Breakdowns increased. The whole system felt like it was held together with duct tape and prayers. Yet millions of New Yorkers still depended on subways and buses to get to work. Sanitation services were cut back. Garbage pickup became less frequent. In summer, the smell was overwhelming. Piles of trash bags sat on sidewalks for days, attracting rats and roaches. The city was literally drowning in its own filth. Anyone who could afford it paid private carters to collect their garbage. Everyone else lived with the mess. Libraries closed or reduced hours drastically. Parks went unmaintained. Swimming pools didn't open in summer. After-school programs disappeared. Social services were slashed. The city's hospitals, already overwhelmed, faced budget cuts that made conditions worse. Wait times in emergency rooms stretched for hours. People with serious medical issues sometimes left without being seen because they couldn't wait any longer. The psychological impact was crushing. The message from all these cuts was that the city was giving up. The social contract between government and citizens was breaking down. People paid taxes but received fewer and fewer services in return. The middle class, which had already been leaving, fled faster. Why stay in a city that was falling apart when you could move to the suburbs and get decent schools, safe streets, and functional services? The fiscal crisis also changed the city's political landscape. The banks and the state government, which had bailed out the city, demanded oversight. Control boards were created to supervise city spending. Elected officials lost much of their power to make financial decisions. The city's autonomy was severely limited. This shift toward fiscal conservatism and austerity would shape New York politics for decades, making it harder to fund social programs and public services even after the economy recovered. For poor and working-class New Yorkers, the fiscal crisis was devastating. They relied most heavily on public services and had the least ability to find private alternatives. When police protection declined, they couldn't afford private security. When schools deteriorated, they couldn't afford private education. When parks closed, they couldn't afford to leave the city for recreation. The crisis hit hardest those who were already struggling. The crisis also revealed deep racial and economic inequalities in who bore the burden. The neighborhoods that lost police protection and fire service were disproportionately black and Latino. The schools that were gutted served primarily poor children of colour. The cuts were theoretically spread across the city, but in practice, wealthier neighbourhoods were better able to supplement public services with private resources. Poor neighbourhoods just suffered. The whole city took on a grim, defeated atmosphere. The optimism of the early 60s, even the chaotic energy of the late 60s counterculture, felt like ancient history. Now it was just survival. How do we keep the city functioning at a minimal level? How do we prevent complete collapse? The very real possibility existed that New York might become the first major American city to go bankrupt, and no one knew what would happen if it did. Tourism collapsed. Why would anyone visit New York in 1975? The city was dangerous, dirty, and falling apart. The famous brochure that appeared at airports that year, titled "Welcome to Fear City," advised tourists to stay in their hotels after 6 p.m, avoid the subway at all costs, and not walk anywhere if they could help it. It was created by the police union trying to pressure the city to restore funding, but it was also accurate. The city was scared of itself. Yet even in the depths of the crisis, New Yorkers showed remarkable resilience. Neighbours helped neighbours. Communities organised to provide services the city couldn't. Block associations formed to clean streets and watch for crime. People figured out how to survive and even thrive in impossible conditions. The city didn't collapse entirely, though it came close. New Yorkers saved New York, not through any grand plan, but through millions of small acts of determination and stubbornness. The fiscal crisis of 1975 was a turning point. The city would eventually recover, though not until the 90s. But the New York that emerged from the crisis was fundamentally different. The progressive optimism that government could solve social problems was dead. In its place came a harder, more conservative approach that emphasized fiscal discipline and private sector solutions. The crisis had permanently changed not just the city's finances, but its soul. If you wanted to understand how far New York had fallen by the mid-70s, you only needed to look at the South Bronx. Entire neighborhoods there were burning, not metaphorically but literally. Block after block of apartment buildings stood empty and charred, their windows like dead eyes staring out at the destruction. The phrase "the Bronx is burning" became shorthand for urban decay across America, but it was based on very real fires that consumed a huge section of New York City. The arson epidemic that swept through the Bronx and other poor neighborhoods in the 70s was deliberate, systematic, and devastating. Landlords would buy buildings in declining neighborhoods, stop maintaining them, let them deteriorate, then hire someone to burn them down so they could collect insurance money. It was more profitable to burn a building than to maintain it or sell it. The insurance payouts were substantial and came quickly. Meanwhile, the tenants were displaced, often with just minutes to grab whatever possessions they could carry. The mechanics of the arson-for-profit scheme were simple. A landlord would approach a professional torch, someone who specialised in setting fires that looked accidental. The torch would enter a building, typically an apartment building with multiple units, and set a fire designed to spread quickly, but start slowly enough that they could escape without suspicion. They'd use accelerants like gasoline or kerosene, often pouring it down stairwells so the fire would race upward through the building. Sometimes they'd wait until night when most residents were home sleeping, giving the fire maximum time to spread before discovery. Other times they'd set fires during the day when people were at work, but this risked having someone discover the fire too soon. The goal was total destruction. A partially burned building was harder to collect full insurance on. The torch wanted nothing left but a shell. The human cost was enormous. People died in these fires, usually children or elderly people who couldn't escape quickly enough. Smoke inhalation killed more than flames. You'd wake up to smoke so thick you couldn't see, couldn't breathe. The hallways would be engulfed. The stairs would be blocked. You might make it to a window but be trapped too high up to jump. Families were destroyed. Children were orphaned. Entire communities were traumatized. Even those who survived and escaped uninjured lost everything. Your home, your possessions, your sense of security, all gone in one night. The city's emergency services were supposed to help displaced families, but with budget cuts, there wasn't much help available. You might end up in a shelter or couch surfing with relatives or just homeless. The fire didn't just destroy your building, it destroyed your life. The impact on the Bronx landscape was apocalyptic. By the late 70s, Whole sections of the South Bronx looked like they'd been bombed. Block after block of buildings were burned out shells. Some buildings had collapsed entirely, leaving piles of rubble. Others stood as hollow structures, walls still standing, but everything inside destroyed. Nature was beginning to reclaim some areas, with weeds and small trees growing in the ruins. The famous image from the 1977 World Series captured this destruction. During Game 2, played at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, ABC's cameras panned across the neighborhood, showing burning buildings visible from the stadium. Howard Cosell, the broadcaster, intoned, "There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Bronx is burning." The phrase stuck because it was true. Millions of Americans watching baseball on television saw New York burning in real time. Walking through the South Bronx in the mid-70s was like walking through a war zone. The streets were littered with debris, broken glass, burned furniture, random junk. Abandoned cars sat on blocks, stripped of anything valuable. Wild dogs roamed in packs. Rats were everywhere, enormous and fearless. The smell was a mixture of smoke, rotting garbage, and human waste. Buildings that weren't yet burned were often gutted, with copper piping and wiring stolen by scavengers. The few people who remained in these neighborhoods lived under siege conditions. They barricaded their doors with multiple locks. They kept weapons for protection. They stayed inside after dark. Going out meant navigating through dangerous, desolate terrain where anything could happen, and probably no one would help you if it did. These were American citizens living in an American city, and their neighborhoods looked worse than many third-world slums. Arson wasn't limited to the Bronx. Brooklyn neighborhoods like Brownsville and East New York experienced similar destruction. Parts of Harlem burned. The Lower East Side saw significant fire damage. Citywide, the number of fires increased dramatically through the 70s. In 1960, arson accounted for less than 1% of fires in New York. By the mid-70s, it was over 7%. Some estimates put it much higher, since proving arson versus accidental fire was difficult, and many deliberately set fires were classified as accidents. The fire department was overwhelmed. With reduced staffing due to budget cuts and firehouses closed, they couldn't respond to all fires quickly. Some companies were fighting 3 or 4 fires per shift. Firefighters would put out one blaze, return to the firehouse, and immediately get called to another. The physical and psychological toll was crushing. Firefighters suffered injuries and trauma at unprecedented rates. Many developed respiratory problems from smoke inhalation. Some died in the line of duty. The remaining residents in these burning neighborhoods developed their own explanations for what was happening. Some believed it was genocide, a deliberate plan to destroy Black and Latino communities by burning them out. This wasn't entirely paranoid. The fires were happening primarily in minority neighborhoods. Landlords were white, but tenants were Black and Latino. Insurance companies were profiting. The city was doing little to stop it. Whether there was an actual conspiracy is debatable, but the effect was the same as if there had been. Graffiti became ubiquitous during this period, particularly on subway trains. For young people living in devastated neighborhoods, graffiti offered a way to make a mark, to say I exist, to create something in a world that seemed bent on destruction. Writers would sneak into train yards at night, armed with spray paint, and cover entire subway cars with elaborate murals. The city viewed this as vandalism, and it was, but it was also art born from desperation. The aesthetic of urban decay became part of New York's identity. Filmmakers and photographers documented the destruction, creating images that were simultaneously horrifying and strangely beautiful. Movies set in New York in the 70s, films like Taxi Driver and The French Connection, and Death Wish, used the city's decay as backdrop, making New York itself a character, menacing and dark. But out of this destruction, something unexpected emerged. Hip-hop was born in the Bronx in the mid-70s, created by young people who had nothing but creativity and determination. DJs like Kool Herc and Afrika Bambaataa began throwing parties in community centres and parks, using turntables to extend the breakbeats of funk and soul records. MCs hyped up the crowd with rhymes. B-boys danced. Graffiti artists created the visual aesthetic. Hip-hop was a response to the Bronx burning. It said, "We're still here, we're still creating, you haven't destroyed us yet." The story goes that during the 1977 blackout, When looting was widespread, music stores were hit hard. Young people stole turntables, mixers, speakers, crates of records. Equipment that they couldn't afford suddenly became available. This stolen equipment helped fuel the spread of hip-hop culture. Whether that story is entirely accurate or somewhat romanticized, it captures a truth. Hip-hop rose from the ashes of the Bronx, transforming destruction into art. The arson epidemic eventually declined in the late 70s and early 80s, as insurance companies got better at detecting arson and refusing to pay claims on suspicious fires. The Bronx and other devastated neighborhoods would take decades to recover. Some areas never fully came back, but the fact that the fires stopped and communities began rebuilding is testament to the resilience of the people who lived through the worst of it and refused to abandon their homes. While the Bronx burned and crime raged and the city faced bankruptcy, another New York existed simultaneously, one of glamour and excess and celebration. This was the world of Studio 54 and the disco explosion, a parallel universe where rich people and celebrities danced until dawn, while the city crumbled around them. The contrast couldn't have been more stark or more quintessentially New York. Studio 54 opened in April 1977 in a former theatre on West 54th Street in Midtown Manhattan. Owners Steve Rubell and Ian Schrager transformed the space into the most famous nightclub in the world. The club was designed to overwhelm the senses. Huge dance floor with state-of-the-art lighting and sound systems, raised areas where people could observe the scene below, balconies where the beautiful people posed, back rooms where drugs flowed freely and people had sex openly. The whole place was designed for spectacle and hedonism. Getting into Studio 54 was notoriously difficult. A velvet rope separated the chosen from the rejected. Mark Benek, the doorman, had absolute power over who entered. He'd stand at the door scanning the crowd, pointing to people he deemed interesting or attractive enough to admit. Celebrities walked right in. Beautiful people got in. People wearing outrageous outfits that added to the club's visual spectacle got in. Regular-looking people, no matter how much money they had, often didn't. The selection process was arbitrary and humiliating by design. Hundreds of people would stand outside hoping to be chosen, watching as others were admitted while they remained on the sidewalk. Some waited for hours. The rejection was part of the club's mystique. If everyone could get in, it wouldn't be special. Studio 54 sold exclusivity and the promise of entering a magical realm where normal rules didn't apply. Inside, the scene was extraordinary. Andy Warhol dancing with Bianca Jagger, Liza Minnelli singing along to the music, Truman Capote holding court in a corner, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, Mick Jagger, David Bowie. Every major celebrity in New York came to Studio 54, and many flew in from Los Angeles or Europe specifically to party there. The club became the place to be seen, the centre of New York's social universe, at least for a certain crowd. The music was disco. That's what drew people to dance. Disco had evolved from underground black and gay club culture into a mainstream phenomenon. The beat was infectious, repetitive, hypnotic. Songs built and built, taking dancers on journeys that could last 10 or 15 minutes for extended versions. DJs were artists who mixed tracks seamlessly, creating an uninterrupted flow of music that kept people dancing for hours. Donna Summer's voice poured out of the speakers singing I Feel Love. Gloria Gaynor belted I Will Survive. Cheeks La Freak had people shouting along. The Bee Gees' Stayin' Alive became an anthem. The music was joyous and escapist, which was exactly what people wanted. If your life was hard, if the city was falling apart, you could go to a disco and forget about everything for a few hours while you danced. The drug of choice at Studio 54 was cocaine. Lines of coke were snorted openly in the club. Dealers worked the room. Celebrities had their own supplies. Cocaine fit the disco aesthetic perfectly. Expensive, glamorous, energizing. It kept you dancing all night. It made you feel confident and invincible. Unlike heroin, which was associated with poverty and decay, cocaine was seen as a rich person's drug. Executives snorted coke in Wall Street bathrooms. Celebrities snorted coke in limousines. Disco kids snorted coke on the dance floor. The sexual atmosphere was charged and open. People made out on the dance floor. couples and groups disappeared into dark corners or back rooms for sex. Homosexuality, while still illegal and heavily stigmatized in most of America, was celebrated at Studio 54. Gay men danced with each other openly. The club's owners were gay, as were many of the most devoted club-goers. Straight people danced alongside gay people and nobody cared. For a few hours, in that space, freedom reigned. But Studio 54 and disco culture generally existed in bizarre contradiction to the rest of New York. While people in the South Bronx were losing their homes to fire, and residents across the city feared crime, the Studio 54 crowd partied as if nothing was wrong. The disconnect was surreal. You could spend thousands of dollars on champagne and cocaine at the club, then walk outside and see homeless people sleeping on the street. The income inequality was visible and shocking. The disco backlash, when it came, was fierce and revelatory. Rock fans started wearing Disco Sucks t-shirts. Radio DJs organised anti-disco protests. The famous Disco Demolition Night in Chicago, in July 1979, where a crate of disco records was blown up at a baseball stadium, turned into a near riot. The crowd, mostly young white men, stormed the field chanting "Disco Sucks." Looking back, it's clear the disco backlash had homophobic and racist undertones. Disco was associated with gay culture and black culture. The people who hated disco tended to be straight white rock fans who felt threatened by disco's mainstream success. The violence of their hatred, the glee with which they destroyed disco records, suggested something deeper than simple musical preference. It was a backlash against the cultural changes disco represented. But disco's death was exaggerated. The music evolved into house and electronic dance music. The club culture continued. People kept dancing, kept seeking that escape and joy that dance floors provided. Studio 54 itself closed in 1979 when the owners were arrested for tax evasion. They'd been skimming money from the club and not reporting it, which was incredibly stupid given how high profile they were. But the club's brief run, just over 2 years, left a permanent mark on popular culture. The story of disco and Studio 54 reveals something important about New York in the 70s. The city contained multitudes. It was simultaneously falling apart and wildly creative. People were suffering and people were celebrating. The contradictions weren't resolved. They just existed side by side, sometimes literally just blocks apart. You could walk from devastation to decadence in 15 minutes. That was New York. The summer of 1977 stands out, even in the dark decade of the 70s, as particularly awful. A perfect storm of heat, violence, fear, and darkness that pushed New York to its breaking point. Multiple crises converged in those months, creating a sense that the city might actually not survive. The heatwave started in early July and lasted 9 days. Temperatures climbed into the high 90s and stayed there. This was before air conditioning was standard in homes and apartments. Most working-class New Yorkers had no way to cool off except opening windows, which didn't help much when the air outside felt like a furnace. People slept on fire escapes. They camped in parks. They tried to function in heat that made thinking difficult and tempers short. Meanwhile, a serial killer was terrorizing the city. David Berkowitz, who called himself Son of Sam, had been shooting young people since the previous summer. His targets were primarily young women, often sitting in cars with boyfriends late at night. He'd approach, pull out a .44 caliber revolver, and shoot them through the car window. He'd killed 5 people and wounded 7 others by July 1977. The randomness of the attacks created citywide panic. Berkowitz sent letters to the media, taunting police and claiming to be commanded by a demon speaking through his neighbour's dog. The letters were published, which spread fear further. Women changed their behaviour dramatically. They avoided going out at night. They cut their long dark hair because that was the Son of Sam's type. The paranoia was pervasive. Every car backfiring, every loud noise made people jump. The city felt under siege. Then came the blackout. On July 13th, a Wednesday evening, New York's electrical system collapsed. It started with lightning strikes hitting power lines north of the city. Normally, the system could handle losing a few lines, but a series of cascading failures, combined with equipment malfunctions and human error by power company operators, led to a complete shutdown. At 9:29 p.m., the entire city went dark. The blackout of 1977 was completely different from the previous blackout in 1965. In 65, people had been relatively well behaved. There was some crime, but mostly New Yorkers helped each other through the crisis. The difference 12 years later revealed how much the city had changed and how much social cohesion had broken down. The looting started almost immediately. Within an hour of the lights going out, stores were being broken into across multiple boroughs. Crown Heights in Brooklyn was hit hardest, with 75 stores on a 5-block stretch looted and damaged. Bushwick was worse. 35 blocks of Broadway in Brooklyn were destroyed. People backed cars up to storefronts, tied ropes around security gates, and used the cars to pull the gates off. Then they'd ransack the stores, taking everything they could carry. The targets were mostly small businesses, often immigrant-owned. Grocery stores, electronic shops, clothing stores, furniture stores. The looters took food, television, stereos, clothes, anything of value. Some stores were left completely empty. Others were trashed, with merchandise scattered and destroyed. Many stores were set ablaze after being looted, either to cover the crime or just out of nihilistic destructiveness. The looting wasn't just opportunistic criminals. Entire families participated. Parents brought children. People who'd never committed crimes before joined in because everyone else was doing it. The scale was staggering. Thousands of people looting simultaneously across the city. The police, already understaffed, couldn't respond. They focused on the worst areas and tried to make arrests, but they were overwhelmed. By the time the power returned 25 hours later, the damage was extensive. Over 1,600 stores had been looted or damaged. Over 1,000 fires had been set, many deliberately. Firefighters battled blazes across the city while the streets remained dark. The fires lit up the night, creating an eerie orange glow visible for miles. 4,500 people were arrested, the largest mass arrest in New York history. Many more looters escaped without being caught. The images from the blackout were apocalyptic. Aerial photographs showed entire neighborhoods engulfed in flames. Street-level photos showed people carrying televisions and furniture through streets lit by burning buildings. Police in riot gear fought running battles with crowds. The morning after, when the sun came up and people could see the full extent of the destruction, the city looked like it had been through a war. The looting revealed the depth of anger and resentment in poor communities. These were people who felt abandoned by the city, who'd watched services cut and jobs disappear while nothing was done to help them. When the lights went out and the opportunity arose, they took things they'd been told they couldn't have. For some, it was about material gain. For others, it was about revenge against a system that had failed them. For many, it was probably both. But not everyone participated in or supported the looting. Many residents of affected neighborhoods were horrified. Store owners, some of whom lived in the neighborhood and knew their customers personally, watched their life's work destroyed. They'd worked for years to build their businesses, and in one night it was gone. The next morning they stood in front of gutted stores, crying, trying to understand how their neighbors could do this to them. The blackout also inadvertently contributed to the birth of hip-hop culture. Music stores were heavily looted. Turntables, mixers, speakers, crates of records, all disappeared into the night. Much of this equipment ended up in the hands of young people in the Bronx and other areas who wanted to DJ but couldn't afford the equipment. Whether this justifies theft is debatable, but the historical impact is undeniable. The spread of hip-hop culture was accelerated by the availability of stolen DJ equipment after the blackout. 2 weeks after the blackout, on August 10th, David Berkowitz was arrested. A parking ticket led police to him, ironically. He'd parked illegally near one of his crime scenes, got a ticket, and police eventually connected it to the shooting. When they arrested him, he confessed immediately. The city exhaled. The son of Sam was caught. One less thing to be terrified of. But the damage from the summer of '77 couldn't be undone. The blackout and looting had revealed truths about the city that many people, particularly in wealthier neighborhoods, had been able to ignore. The social fabric was torn. Large segments of the population felt no connection to or investment in society. The trust necessary for a city to function had eroded to almost nothing. New York had become, in the eyes of many Americans and even many New Yorkers, a symbol of urban failure. The psychological impact on those who lived through that summer was profound. If you were in New York in July 1977, you experienced a city in crisis in ways that are hard to convey to people who weren't there. The heat, the fear of Son of Sam, the darkness, the fires, the looting, all of it created a sense of living through the end of something. The city felt like it was dying. And honestly, it might have been. If you wanted to understand how far Times Square had fallen from its glamorous past, you only needed to walk through it at any point in the 1970s. What had once been called the crossroads of the world, a symbol of American prosperity and entertainment, had become a tawdry strip of pornography, prostitution, and crime that embarrassed the city and fascinated the country. The physical transformation was stark. The elegant theatres that had once shown first-run films now showed pornographic movies with titles displayed on marquees for everyone to see. Entire blocks were dominated by adult bookstores, peep shows, and sex shops. Neon signs advertised live nude girls, adult films, and various forms of sexual entertainment. The sidewalks were crowded with tourists gawking at the spectacle, hustlers looking for marks, prostitutes working, pimps watching their workers, drug dealers conducting business, and people just trying to walk through to get somewhere else. The peep shows were particularly ubiquitous. You'd pay $1 or $2 to enter a booth, and you could watch short pornographic films or live performances by dancers on the other side of a window. The booths were cramped and filthy, the floors sticky with substances you didn't want to think about. But they did steady business, serving the demand that clearly existed for this kind of anonymous sexual entertainment. Prostitution was everywhere in Times Square. Women and some men worked the streets openly, approaching potential customers directly. Some were independent, but many worked for pimps who controlled them through violence, drugs, or psychological manipulation. The prostitutes ranged from young runaways barely into their teens to older women and men who'd been working the streets for years. The transactions were often conducted in seedy hotels that rented rooms by the hour, their lobbies populated by people who clearly weren't there for legitimate lodging. The pimps were a visible presence, dressed flamboyantly in ways designed to display wealth and power. Wide-brimmed hats, platform shoes, fur coats, lots of gold jewellery. They'd watch their prostitutes from street corners or coffee shops, making sure the women handed over all their earnings and didn't get ideas about leaving. Violence against prostitutes was common and rarely prosecuted. The women were viewed as criminals themselves, not victims deserving protection. Drug dealing in Times Square happened in the open with a brazenness that seems shocking now. Dealers would literally call out their product to passers-by. Smoke, coke, whatever you need. You could buy marijuana, cocaine, heroin, pills, pretty much anything. The police knew about it, everyone knew about it, but the dealers operated with relative impunity. There were too many of them, and enforcement was sporadic at best. The porn industry was big business. Adult theatres showed films all day and night. The theatres were dark, dank places that smelled of disinfectant and other things. Men in long coats sat scattered through the seats, often alone. Some theatres specialised in gay pornography. The whole industry operated in a legal grey area, with obscenity laws on the books but rarely enforced. The theatres paid off police and operated openly. Organised crime was deeply involved in Times Square's sex industry. The mafia controlled many of the adult bookstores and theatres. They saw pornography and prostitution as lucrative businesses with high profit margins and relatively low risk compared to drug dealing or robbery. The money flowed through shell corporations and was laundered through various businesses. The crime families had connections to politicians and police that protected their operations. For tourists visiting New York, Times Square was a required stop, but often a disappointing one. The fantasy of Times Square as this exciting, glamorous place collided with the grim reality of walking through streets lined with pawn shops while being harassed by people trying to sell you drugs or sex. Families with children would walk through, the parents trying to shield their kids from the explicit signs and aggressive solicitations. The contrast between what Times Square represented in American culture and what it actually was created cognitive dissonance. Yet despite the seediness, Times Square remained the heart of the theatre district. Legitimate Broadway theatres surrounded the adult businesses. Tourists came for the musicals and plays, then had to navigate through the sex district to get to the theatres. The absurdity of this situation wasn't lost on anyone. You'd walk past prostitutes and drug dealers to see a chorus line or Chicago. Runaways were particularly vulnerable in Times Square. Young people who'd left home, often fleeing abuse or rejection, gravitated to the area because it was known as a place where you could disappear. But without money or support, they often ended up exploited. Pimps targeted runaways, offering food and shelter and affection before gradually turning them into prostitutes. Young people got addicted to drugs and ended up doing whatever they had to do to support their habits. The Deuce, as 42nd Street was known, became synonymous with vice and danger. Walking down 42nd Street between 7th and 8th Avenue meant running a gauntlet of illegal activity. 3-card Monte games set up on cardboard boxes. Obvious scams, but tourists fell for them anyway. People selling stolen goods from blankets spread on the sidewalk. Fake watch dealers. Street musicians playing for tips. The whole stretch was chaotic and seedy and weirdly exciting. Attempts to clean up Times Square during the 70s failed repeatedly. The area was too far gone, and the city lacked resources to mount an effective campaign. Police would conduct raids, arresting prostitutes and dealers, but they'd be back working the next day. The adult businesses were legal enough that shutting them down was difficult. The economics were against reform. The buildings were generating revenue for their owners from sex businesses. Converting them to legitimate uses would require massive investment that no one was willing to make. The area also developed its own culture and ecosystem. People worked in Times Square for years, getting to know each other, forming relationships and communities. The prostitutes looked out for each other. The dealers had territories and rules. The theatre workers navigated through the chaos to get to work. For all its dysfunction, Times Square functioned as a neighbourhood, albeit a very troubled one. The food options in Times Square revealed the area's character. Cheap pizza joints, hot dog vendors, diners serving basic food to people who weren't there for a nice meal. Nothing fancy, nothing expensive. The restaurants that survived catered to either tourists who didn't know better or locals who needed cheap calories. The quality didn't matter much when you were just trying to fill your stomach. Interestingly, Times Square in the 70s was safer than many other parts of the city, despite its reputation. The concentration of people, even if they were tourists and criminals, created a level of activity that discouraged certain crimes. You weren't likely to be randomly attacked in Times Square because there were too many witnesses. The crimes that happened there were mostly consensual transactions, illegal but not violent. You'd be more likely to be mugged in a quiet residential area than in the middle of Times Square at midnight. Still, Times Square represented everything that was wrong with New York in the 70s. It showed how the city had declined from greatness to degradation. The fact that the most famous intersection in America was overrun with pornography and prostitution seemed symbolic of larger failures. Times Square was a symptom, not the disease, but it was a highly visible symptom that embarrassed the city on the world stage. While Times Square showed New York at its sleaziest and disco showed it at its most glamorous, another cultural movement was brewing in the grittiest parts of the city, one that would ultimately prove more influential than either. Punk rock emerged from the Bowery in the mid-70s, taking the decay and danger of New York and transforming it into raw, aggressive, thrilling music that said everything the city was feeling but couldn't articulate. CBGB opened in December 1973 at 315 Bowery, under the Manhattan side of the Williamsburg Bridge. The location was deliberately unpromising. The Bowery was a skid row, home to flophouses and homeless men, cheap bars and abandoned buildings. No one went to the Bowery unless they had to or were looking for trouble. The club itself was tiny, narrow, dark, and dirty. The bathroom was famously disgusting, possibly the worst bathroom in New York, which is saying something. But none of that mattered because the music was revolutionary. The owner, Hilly Crystal, wanted to feature country, bluegrass, and blues, which is what CBGB stood for. But the bands that started playing there were playing something else entirely. Television, Talking Heads, Blondie, the Ramones. These bands made music that was stripped down, fast, loud, and aggressive in ways that rock music hadn't been in years. The songs were short, 2 or 3 minutes. The lyrics were simple, often deliberately crude. The whole aesthetic rejected the prog rock and arena rock that had become bloated and pretentious. The Ramones were the prototypical punk band. 4 guys from Queens wearing leather jackets and ripped jeans, playing at a pace that felt like an assault. Their songs were so fast and short that they could play 15 or 20 in a single set. The lyrics were about boredom and violence and huffing glue and not caring about anything. Joey Ramone's voice was a snotty sneer. Johnny Ramone's guitar was buzzsaw distortion. They played their instruments well enough to make the songs work, but not so well that it seemed beyond what any kid with a guitar could do. That accessibility was part of the point. Talking Heads took a different approach, angular and arty and weird. David Byrne wrote songs about psycho killers and artists and burning down the house. The music was nervous and twitchy, matching the energy of living in New York during the 70s. Blondie blended punk with pop, led by Debbie Harry, whose voice and look made her a star. Television played long, intricate guitar solos that connected back to 60s garage rock. Each band was different, but they all rejected what mainstream rock had become. The punk aesthetic matched the city's decay. Ripped clothes weren't a fashion statement. They were what you wore when you couldn't afford new clothes. Safety pins holding together torn shirts were practical solutions to poverty. The whole DIY ethos, the idea that you didn't need fancy equipment or training to make music, appealed to young people who had nothing but creativity and anger. Punk said you don't need permission, just do it. The Bowery location was perfect for punk because the neighbourhood looked like the music sounded. Dangerous, dirty, falling apart, but somehow vital. Walking to CBGB meant navigating through streets that most New Yorkers avoided. You'd see homeless people passed out on the sidewalk, junkies nodding off in doorways, sketchy characters watching you with predatory attention. But if you made it to the club, you found a community of people who felt like they didn't fit anywhere else. The scene that developed around CBGB was small and insular. The same few hundred people went to shows regularly. They all knew each other. Bands hung out watching other bands play. Artists and writers and photographers documented the scene. Patti Smith, who was both a poet and a musician, performed regularly, her work blending rock and spoken word in ways that influenced many other artists. Richard Hell pioneered the torn clothing aesthetic and wrote songs about being blank, about having no future, sentiments that resonated with a generation living in a crumbling city. The connection between punk and the city's decay was direct. These musicians weren't writing about abstract concepts. They were writing about living in New York in the 70s, the danger, the poverty, the sense that civilization was collapsing. Punk rock was the sound of urban decay given musical form. It was abrasive because the city was abrasive. It was angry because people were angry. It refused to pretend things were okay because things weren't okay. Interestingly, punk rock in New York was different from punk rock in London, which was developing around the same time. British punk, exemplified by the Sex Pistols and the Clash, was explicitly political and working class. New York punk was more artistic and ironic, influenced by the city's art scene. The Velvet Underground cast a long shadow over New York punk. The idea of making music that was deliberately anti-commercial, that challenged and provoked rather than entertained, came partly from what Lou Reed and John Cale had done in the late 60s. Andy Warhol's Factory, though past its peak by the mid-70s, remained influential. The idea of blurring lines between high and low culture, between art and trash, between serious and silly, permeated the punk scene. Many punk musicians had art school backgrounds or hung around artists. The scene existed at the intersection of music, visual art, poetry and fashion. Max's Kansas City, another club in the area, also featured punk and new wave bands. Max's had been a hangout for Warhol's crowd in the 60s and transitioned into a punk venue in the 70s. The back room at Max's was legendary, a place where musicians and artists gathered to drink and talk and make plans. The combination of Max's and CBGB created a circuit for bands to develop their craft, playing multiple shows a week to small but devoted audiences. The punk scene remained underground for years. Major record labels weren't interested. Radio stations wouldn't play punk rock. MTV didn't exist yet. The only way to hear these bands was to go to the clubs or buy independent records from small labels. This underground status was partly by choice. Punk defined itself in opposition to the mainstream. Success in conventional terms meant selling out, compromising, becoming what punk was against. Yet punk's influence spread beyond its small scene. The DIY ethos inspired people in other cities to start their own bands and scenes. The aesthetic influenced fashion. The music influenced alternative rock and indie rock for decades to come. The attitude, the refusal to accept things as they were, became part of how young people approached culture. Punk said you could create your own reality, your own scene, your own rules. You didn't need permission from gatekeepers. Punk rock in 1970s. New York was an act of defiance and creativity in the face of collapse. While the city burned and crime raged, and politicians declared bankruptcy, kids in a filthy club in the Bowery made music that captured the moment perfectly. They took the negativity and danger and transformed it into something electric and alive. Punk rock was proof that even in the worst circumstances, art finds a way, and that maybe New York, for all its problems, was still the greatest city in the world precisely because of what it could create even when falling apart. As we come to the end of this long journey through two of the most turbulent decades in New York's history, what can we say we've learned? What does it mean that a great American city nearly destroyed itself, and its people lived through conditions that seem almost unimaginable now? The first thing to understand is that the people who lived in New York during the 60s and 70s weren't different from us. They were ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances. They woke up each day and went to work or looked for work. They raised children, fell in love, broke up, made art, went to the movies, complained about the weather and the subway. They lived their lives even as the city crumbled around them. But they also developed a particular kind of toughness and resilience that defined what it meant to be a New Yorker. If you survived the 70s in New York, you could survive anything. You'd learn to be alert to danger without being paralyzed by fear. You'd learn to find joy and beauty in unlikely places. You'd learned that fancy credentials and expensive clothes didn't mean much compared to street smarts and the ability to adapt. The cultural contributions from this era are staggering. Hip-hop emerged from the South Bronx. Punk rock came from the Bowery and the East Village. Disco flourished in clubs across the city. The gay rights movement was born at Stonewall. The counterculture of the 60s provided the foundation for social changes that would transform America. All of this happened in a city that was supposedly dying. That paradox tells you something important about creativity and adversity. Hard times don't automatically produce great art, but they can create conditions where people with nothing to lose make things that feel urgent and real. When everything is falling apart, pretension and commercialism matter less. You make art because you have to, because it's how you make sense of the chaos, not because you think it'll make you rich or famous. The music and art from 70s New York has that raw quality, that sense of being necessary rather than optional. The social movements that emerged or gained strength during this period changed society permanently. The gay rights movement that started at Stonewall led eventually to marriage equality and legal protections, though the fight continues. The counterculture's questioning of authority and traditional values opened up space for different ways of living and being. Women's liberation, civil rights, environmental consciousness, all of these movements were strengthened by activists in New York who refused to accept the status quo. The city's near-death experience in the 70s also led to changes in how cities are governed and policed. The tough-on-crime policies of the 80s and 90s, which dramatically reduced crime in New York and other cities, were responses to the 70s crime wave. Whether those policies went too far, whether they created new injustices while solving old ones remains debated. But the pendulum swung hard in reaction to how bad things got. The economic recovery that eventually came transformed New York again. The city that emerged in the 90s and 2000s was safer, cleaner, more prosperous. But it was also more expensive, less diverse, less weird. The grit and danger that had defined 70s New York were gone, which is mostly good, but something was lost too. The affordable housing that allowed artists and musicians to live in Manhattan disappeared. The neighborhoods gentrified. The city became corporate and sanitized in ways that made it less interesting, even as it became more livable. People who lived through the 60s and 70s in New York often express mixed feelings about that time. The danger and decay were real and terrible. The fear was not exaggerated. Many people were hurt, killed, traumatized by what happened in those decades. No one who lived through it would want to return to those conditions, yet there's also nostalgia for the freedom and creativity and sense of possibility that existed then. The city felt alive in ways it doesn't anymore. The neighbourhoods that were destroyed in the 70s never fully recovered. The South Bronx today is better than it was, but it never returned to what it was before the fires. Entire communities were destroyed and scattered. The trauma affected generations. Children who grew up in that chaos carried it with them. The psychological toll of living through urban collapse isn't easily measured, but was very real. For LGBTQ people who lived through this era, the transformation has been remarkable. To go from a time when being gay meant hiding and risking arrest to today's relative acceptance happened within a single lifetime. People who participated in the Stonewall riots lived to see same-sex marriage legalized nationally. That progress came through decades of activism and struggle, built on the foundation of those who fought back that night in June 1969. The counterculture's ideals, which seemed radical and impossible in the 60s, have in many ways become mainstream. Environmentalism, sexual freedom, questioning authority, valuing diversity, these ideas that the hippies championed are now broadly accepted, at least in principle, if not always in practice. The straight world eventually absorbed many of the counterculture's critiques and adapted, though not as thoroughly as the hippies had hoped. What we learn from studying New York in the 60s and 70s is that cities are resilient but fragile. The same factors that make cities exciting and creative, the density, the diversity, the constant change, can also make them vulnerable to rapid decline. When economic opportunities disappear and social cohesion breaks down, urban areas can spiral into chaos quickly. But they can also recover if people don't give up on them. The New Yorkers who stayed through the worst years, who refused to abandon the city even when it seemed like it was dying, saved New York. Not through any grand heroic gesture, but through millions of small decisions to keep going, keep creating, keep caring about their neighbourhoods and each other. They proved that people are stronger than circumstances, that community can survive terrible conditions, that hope persists even in darkness. If there's a lesson in all of this, it might be that the worst times can coexist with extraordinary creativity and change, that danger and beauty aren't opposites, but often exist side by side, that cities are made not by buildings and infrastructure but by people who refuse to give up, that the darkest hours sometimes come right before genuine transformation. New York in the 60s and 70s was a city on the edge, looking into the abyss and somehow pulling back. It was a place where you could die from a random act of violence or birth a cultural movement that would change the world, and both of those things happened constantly, sometimes on the same block, sometimes on the same night. It was terrifying and exhilarating and unforgettable. The people who lived through it tell their stories with pride mixed with pain. They survived something that tested them deeply. They witnessed the birth of cultures and movements that shaped the future. They saw their city burn and refuse to die. They were part of history in ways that felt overwhelming at the time, but now seem almost mythic. And for those of us who didn't live through it, who only know that era through stories and photographs and music, there's value in understanding what actually happened. Not the romanticized version, not the sanitized version, but the complicated, messy, violent, creative, terrifying, and transcendent truth. Because New York in the 60s and 70s teaches us about human resilience, about what cities can endure and still survive, about how the worst circumstances can produce the most lasting art. Thank you for staying with me through this long journey into the past. If you enjoyed this deep dive into what life was really like in 60s and 70s New York, please let me know by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support means everything and helps me continue creating content that brings history to life in honest, detailed ways. I'd love to hear from you in the comments about where in the world you're watching from, and whether you or anyone you know lived through this era in New York. Their stories matter and deserve to be remembered. Until next time, sleep well, and remember that even the darkest chapters in history eventually give way to new beginnings.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. It's 3 in the morning on a Saturday in 1978, and you're standing outside an unmarked black door on Rue de Faubourg Montmartre. The street is empty, except for a small crowd of impeccably dressed people. some in tuxedos, others in outfits so outrageous they'd stop traffic in daylight. You ring the bell. A small window slides open. Eyes assess you from head to toe in 3 seconds flat. The door swings wide, and you descend into a world that would define an entire era. Welcome to Paris in the 1970s, where nothing was quite what it seemed, and everything was about to change. The decade didn't start with celebration, it started with ghosts. Walk down any Paris street in January 1970, and you'd see them everywhere. The scorch marks on ancient cobblestones, the chipped facades where paving stones had been thrown, the empty lots where barricades had stood just 18 months before. May 1968 had shaken France to its core, and Paris in the 70s was a city still processing what had happened, still trying to understand what it all meant, still divided between those who wanted the revolution to continue and those who desperately wanted to return to the France they remembered. General de Gaulle, the towering figure who had led France since the war, was gone, resigned in April 1969 after losing a referendum he himself had called. Some said it was the students who broke him, others said it was his own stubborn pride. But whatever the reason, his departure left a vacuum in French politics that the 70s would struggle to fill. The new president, Georges Pompidou, was younger, more modern, but he faced a France that seemed to be pulling itself apart. The students wanted revolution, the workers wanted better wages, the bourgeoisie wanted stability, and Paris, caught in the middle, was transforming in ways that nobody could have predicted. The city's universities were different now. Walk onto the campus at Nanterre, where it all began, and you'd find students who still talked about May '68 like it was yesterday. They wore their hair long, their jeans tattered, their politics on their sleeves. They gathered in cafes and argued about Marxism and Maoism, about whether the revolution had failed or was just beginning. They covered walls with posters of Che Guevara and Ho Chi Minh. They smoked Gauloises and drank cheap wine and debated late into the night whether violence was justified in the pursuit of social change. The energy was electric, dangerous, unpredictable. But the revolution they dreamed of wasn't coming, not the way they imagined it. Instead, something else was happening. Something quieter, but equally profound. The rigid hierarchies that had defined French society for centuries were beginning to crack. The unquestioned authority of professors, of bosses, of fathers, of the state itself was no longer quite so unquestioned. Young people were asking why. Why should we follow rules we didn't make? Why should we live lives we didn't choose? Why should Paris remain frozen in amber while the rest of the world moved forward? And slowly, grudgingly, the city began to change. The change was most visible at night, because while the days in 1970s, Paris might have looked superficially normal, with their cafe terraces and their street markets and their suited businessmen hurrying to work, the nights belonged to a different world entirely. A world that was being born in basement clubs and converted theatres, where the old rules didn't apply and new ones were being written in real time. A world where who you knew mattered less than how you looked, where sexual boundaries dissolved on crowded dance floors, where the elite and the avant-garde mingled in ways that would have been unthinkable just a few years before. It started with a place called Le Sept. Opened in 1968 on Rue Sainte-Anne near the Opera, Le Sept was unlike any club Paris had ever seen. Not because it was gay, though it was, and not because it was exclusive, though it certainly was that too, but because it was glamorous. Unapologetically, defiantly glamorous. In a city that had just spent 3 weeks tearing itself apart over inequality and oppression, Le Sept said, "Forget all that. Come dance. Come drink champagne. Come be beautiful." The contradiction was shocking. It was also irresistible. The club occupied a narrow building, deceptively modest from the street. Ring the bell, get past the scrutiny of the door, and you'd descend into a dimly lit space where mirrors reflected candlelight off black walls. The restaurant on the ground floor served exquisite food to diners in evening dress. But the real action was downstairs, in a small, dark dance floor where the city's most fascinating people gathered every night. Fashion designers rubbed shoulders with artists. American expatriates danced with French aristocrats. Straight couples made out in corners while gay men cruised the bar. And presiding over it all was Fabrice Emer, the club's young owner, who understood something crucial. In the Paris of the 70s, nothing was more revolutionary than pleasure. The music at Lessept was extraordinary. The resident DJ, Guy Cuevas, a Cuban-born, classically trained musician, played records like a composer writing a symphony. He'd start with Philadelphia soul, then slip into Latin jazz, then drop a Fania Records salsa track that would make the whole room explode. He mixed high and low, serious and frivolous, American and European with such skill that dancers never knew what was coming next. They only knew they couldn't stop moving. Cuevas understood that music at a club wasn't background noise. It was the whole point. It was the drug that made everything else possible. And there were other drugs too. By the early 70s, cocaine was beginning to replace the marijuana and LSD of the 60s. It was expensive, which made it exclusive. It was energizing, which meant you could dance all night. And it gave you the confidence to approach anyone, to say anything, to become the person you'd always wanted to be. Lines were snorted in bathroom stalls and back rooms, offered freely to new friends and potential lovers, mixed into champagne cocktails and served on silver trays. The clubs didn't just tolerate drug use, they were designed around it, built to accommodate the particular needs of people whose consciousness had been chemically altered in pursuit of transcendence. Fashion designers loved Lessept. Yves Saint Laurent was a regular, often accompanied by his business partner, Pierre Berger, and his muse, Loulou de la Falaise. Karl Lagerfeld held court at corner tables. They came to see and be seen, certainly. But they also came because Lessept was where fashion came alive, where the clothes they'd created in studios got tested on real dance floors, real bodies, real nights, where they could watch how fabric moved under coloured lights, how silhouettes changed in motion, how their vision translated into life. The club was a laboratory, and the customers were both subjects and scientists. The dress code was paradoxical. You had to look fabulous, but fabulous could mean anything. A perfectly tailored Yves Saint Laurent tuxedo, a vintage Dior gown from the 1950s, platform boots and tight jeans, a t-shirt and leather jacket if you wore them with the right attitude. What mattered wasn't money or breeding, it was style, it was confidence, it was the ineffable quality that made someone interesting to look at. Aimère enforced this ruthlessly at the door. If you were boring, you weren't getting in. If you were beautiful, or strange, or dressed in a way that made him curious, the door swung wide. But Lessept was just the beginning. By the mid-70s, Aimère was dreaming bigger. He'd visited Studio 54 in New York and been blown away by its scale, its spectacle, its anything-goes energy. He wanted to create something similar in Paris, something massive and theatrical and impossible to ignore. In 1978, he found his space, an abandoned theatre on Rue du Faubourg Montmartre that had once hosted operettas and vaudeville. The building was enormous, decrepit, perfect. He hired the painter Gérard Garouste to handle the interior design, gave him a massive budget, and told him to make it spectacular. The result was Le Palace, which opened on March 1st, 1978, and immediately became the most famous nightclub in Europe. The main room was vast, with soaring ceilings decorated in a mad mix of Rococo frescoes, modernist neon, and disco balls. Greek columns stood next to laser installations. Gilded cherubs looked down on dancers in punk leather. The aesthetic was deliberately incoherent, a collision of centuries and styles that somehow worked perfectly. Downstairs was a smaller room called Le Privilège, more exclusive, more decadent, where the truly famous could escape the masses. Opening night at Le Palace was legendary. Grace Jones, already a star at Lessept, performed a show that would be talked about for years. Midway through her set, a strap on her costume broke. Yves Saint Laurent, watching from the wings, grabbed a black-fringed cape and wrapped it around her. She finished the song draped in haute couture, then ripped the cape off to thunderous applause. The crowd was everyone. Fashion designers, artists, actors, aristocrats, intellectuals, students, hustlers, some in tuxedos, some in rags, all beautiful, all desperate to be part of whatever this was. Le Palace quickly established its own rhythms and rituals. The best nights were Thursdays and Saturdays. Dinner jackets were required downstairs, but optional upstairs. The music was initially disco, but as the decade progressed, it expanded to include new wave, punk, electronic experiments. The door policy remained brutal. Emir and his team would stand at the entrance making split-second decisions about who was interesting enough to enter. Sometimes they let in ragged artists. Sometimes they turned away wealthy bankers. What you wore mattered. How you carried yourself mattered more. Inside, the experience was overwhelming. The sound system was massive, powerful enough to make your chest vibrate. The lights were programmed to create specific moods, specific moments of drama and release. The bars served champagne almost exclusively because champagne was festive, celebratory, expensive enough to keep out the merely curious. And everywhere you looked, people were performing. Not on stage, though there were performances, but in the simple act of being there. Dressing up, dancing, making conversation, cruising, kissing strangers in dark corners. The whole club was theatre, and everyone was simultaneously actor and audience. Fashion Week parties at Le Palace were particularly insane. Designers would close the main entrance and have guests enter through a service door that opened directly onto the stage. This turned arrivals into impromptu fashion shows, with partygoers walking past the crowd to cheers or silence depending on their outfits. Yves Saint Laurent threw legendary balls there. The Angels and Devils party in particular, where guests dressed as celestial beings or demons, was so extravagant that people talked about it for years. Loulou de la Falaise came wrapped in red silk as the devil. Her husband wore white with real feathered wings. The costumes cost fortunes. The champagne flowed until dawn. But Le Palace represented more than just excess. It represented a fundamental shift in how Paris thought about itself. For centuries, the city had been stratified by class, by neighbourhood, by strict social rules about who could mix with whom. The clubs of the 70s exploded those boundaries. A factory worker with the right look could dance next to a countess. A gay man from the suburbs could flirt with a famous actor. A student could share cocaine with a fashion designer. What mattered was your presence, your style, your willingness to participate in the collective fantasy. Money helped, certainly, but it wasn't everything. And for young people suffocating under the weight of French social conventions, that felt revolutionary. The gay community found particular freedom in these spaces. Homosexuality was technically legal in France, but discrimination was rampant. Gay men and lesbians faced harassment on the streets, rejection by families, job loss if they were too open. The clubs offered sanctuary. At Le Sept and Le Palace, sexuality wasn't something to hide, it was something to celebrate. Men danced together. Women kissed at the bar. The atmosphere was charged with erotic possibility, and nobody pretended otherwise. For the first time, gay Parisians had spaces where they were the majority, where they set the tone, where straight people were guests in their world rather than the other way around. This wasn't without controversy. Conservative Parisians were horrified by what they heard about the clubs. Stories of drug use, public sex, moral degradation. The Catholic Church condemned them. Newspapers ran scandalized articles about what was happening behind those exclusive doors. But the outrage only made the clubs more attractive. Being forbidden, being scandalous, being the thing your parents warned you about made it all more appealing. The 70s generation was rebelling not through political demonstrations but through pleasure, through excess, through the radical act of enjoying themselves without guilt. During the day, though, Paris looked different. The revolutionary energy dissipated in the morning light, replaced by the rhythms of ordinary life that hadn't changed as much as the nightlife suggested. The city still woke early. Shopkeepers still rolled up their metal shutters at 7. Workers still crowded onto the metro, reading Le Figaro or L'Humanité, depending on their politics. Housewives still did their shopping at neighbourhood markets, selecting vegetables with the care of jewellers choosing diamonds. The café remained the centre of Parisian daily life. Every neighbourhood had its corner bar tabac, its local café where regulars gathered. These weren't fancy places. They were simple, zinc counters worn smooth by decades of elbows, a few tables on the sidewalk, a rack of newspapers held down with a wooden bar, hard-boiled eggs and sandwiches under glass domes at the bar. But they were essential. You'd stop for an espresso on your way to work. You'd meet friends for a glass of wine in the afternoon. You'd read the paper over a beer in the evening. The café was your second living room, your office, your social club. The grand cafés were different. Café de Flore, Les Deux Magots, La Coupole. These were institutions with histories stretching back decades. Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir had written their philosophy at Café de Flore during the war, huddled at tables because the cafes had heat and their apartments didn't. In the 70s, their ghost still lingered. Students from nearby Sciences Po would sit for hours over a single coffee, reading Marcuse or Foucault, hoping to have the kind of intellectual breakthrough that would change the world. They were mostly disappointed, but the act of sitting there, of being part of that tradition, felt important. The food culture in Paris during the 70s was in transition. Traditional bistros still dominated working-class neighborhoods. These were simple places serving classic French food: steak frites, blanquette de veau, coq au vin. The portions were generous, the prices reasonable, the atmosphere unpretentious. You'd see the same people every week: the retired couple at the corner table, the salesman who always ordered the same thing, the construction workers who came in covered in plaster dust. These bistros were the real Paris, far from the glamour of the clubs or the intellectual posturing of the grand cafes. But nouvelle cuisine was beginning to emerge. Young chefs, influenced by both Japanese cooking and a desire to break free from the heavy sauces of classical French cuisine, were experimenting with lighter preparations, smaller portions, more delicate presentations. This was controversial. Traditional French diners were suspicious of plates that looked pretty but didn't fill you up. Food critics debated whether nouvelle cuisine was genius or pretension, but slowly, gradually it began to influence how even traditional restaurants thought about food. Les Halles, the massive central market that had fed Paris for 800 years, was dying. For decades, the market had been the heart of the city's food culture. Every morning before dawn, trucks would arrive loaded with produce from all over France: fishermen from Brittany, farmers from Normandy, cheesemakers from the Alps. The metal pavilions designed by Boltard in the 19th century would fill with sellers hawking their goods, with chefs shopping for their restaurants, with ordinary Parisians buying vegetables for dinner. And when the work was done, the market workers would head to nearby cafes for the famous gratiné des Halles, onion soup so rich it could revive the dead. But the market was being demolished. Pompidou's government had decided it was too congested, too antiquated, too inconvenient for modern commerce. In 1971, the process of moving Les Halles to the suburbs began. The beautiful iron pavilions were torn down despite protests. A massive hole was dug in the centre of Paris. Plans were made for a shopping centre and transportation hub that would transform the neighbourhood entirely. Many Parisians were heartbroken. Les Halles had been a constant for centuries. Its destruction felt like losing part of the city's soul. This was happening across Paris. The modernisation that had begun in the 60s accelerated through the 70s. Historic neighbourhoods were razed to make way for concrete apartment towers. The Peripherique Highway was completed, cutting the city off from its suburbs with a ring of asphalt. New metro lines were dug. Office towers rose in unexpected places. Pompidou championed all of it. He believed France needed to modernise, to compete with other European capitals, to embrace the future rather than cling to the past. The young supported him. The old mourned what was being lost. The population of the city itself was actually shrinking. Middle-class families were moving to the suburbs where apartments were larger and more affordable. The cars that had seemed so exciting in the 50s and 60s were now creating terrible congestion and pollution. Parisians were abandoning the cramped, expensive, increasingly noisy city centre for suburban houses with gardens and parking spaces. By the mid-70s, Paris had lost hundreds of thousands of residents. The neighbourhoods they left behind became poorer, more immigrant, more working class, because immigration was changing Paris in fundamental ways. The Algerian War had ended in 1962, but its effects were still rippling through the city. Hundreds of thousands of North Africans had settled in France, many in Paris and its suburbs. They worked construction jobs, drove taxis, ran small shops. They faced discrimination in housing and employment. They were often confined to specific neighbourhoods, specific types of work. The French government wanted their labour, but not really their presence. The situation created tensions that would only get worse. But the late 70s brought a different wave of immigration. In 1975, the fall of Saigon sent shockwaves across the world. France, which had colonized Vietnam decades earlier, felt a particular responsibility for the refugees fleeing the new communist government. Tens of thousands of Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian refugees were resettled in France. Many ended up in Paris, particularly in the 13th arrondissement, where new high-rise apartment buildings were sitting empty because Parisians found them too modern, too impersonal, too far from the charming neighbourhoods they preferred. These refugees transformed the 13th arrondissement, the massive Les Olympiades complex, with its modernist towers and elevated walkways, became home to thousands of Southeast Asian families. They opened restaurants, grocery stores, import shops. They established Buddhist temples in converted apartments. They created community organizations to help new arrivals navigate French bureaucracy. And slowly, organically, Paris acquired its largest Chinatown, though it was never just Chinese. Vietnamese, Laotian, Cambodian, ethnic Chinese from throughout Southeast Asia, all mixed, together, creating a neighborhood unlike anywhere else in the city. The architecture of Les Olympiades was brutal in the literal sense, all concrete and harsh angles. But the refugees made it home. They hung laundry from balconies. They set up informal markets in the pedestrian plazas. They played traditional music and cooked traditional food and spoke their languages. For Parisians accustomed to thinking of their city as eternally French, the transformation was jarring. Some embraced it, others resented it. But it happened anyway, irreversibly changing what it meant to be Parisian. Belleville, in the 20th arrondissement, was changing too. This had always been a working-class neighborhood, home to generations of immigrants. Eastern European Jews had settled there in the 19th century. Armenians fleeing genocide. Greeks, Algerians, Tunisians, Moroccans. Each wave left its mark. But in the 80s, Chinese immigrants from Wenzhou began arriving, adding another layer to the neighborhood's complexity. By the end of the decade, Belleville had its own Chinatown, smaller and grittier than the 13th, but equally vibrant. The neighborhood had history. It had been a stronghold of the Paris Commune in 1871, the failed revolutionary government that Marx had celebrated as the first dictatorship of the proletariat. The communards of Belleville had built barricades and fought to the death against the Versailles army. Thousands were executed at the wall of the Federalists in Père Lachaise cemetery. That revolutionary spirit never quite died. Belleville remained a neighborhood of activists, artists, outsiders, people who didn't fit anywhere else. In the 70s, cheap rents attracted students and artists who couldn't afford Saint-Germain. They mixed with the immigrant families, the retired factory workers, the criminals and hustlers who'd always lived there. The neighborhood cafe in Belleville was nothing like Café de Flore. It was a bar tabac with a formica counter, a temperamental espresso machine, and a clientele that included pensioners, drug dealers, students, and shopkeepers. They all knew each other. They argued about politics and football. They shared news and gossip. They extended credit to neighbors who were short on cash. The cafe owner knew everyone's drink, everyone's story, everyone's problems. This was community in its most basic form, unglamorous but essential. Food in immigrant neighborhoods was different too. North African cafes served mint tea and couscous. Vietnamese restaurants offered pho and spring rolls. Markets sold produce and spices you couldn't find anywhere else in Paris. For immigrants, these businesses were lifelines to their cultures. For adventurous Parisians, they were exciting discoveries. But for many French people, they were threatening, symbols of a Paris that was becoming unrecognizable, foreign, less French. The tensions simmered quietly, occasionally erupting into violence. The art scene in 70s, Paris was complicated. The energy of the French New Wave had dissipated, though the directors who'd defined it were still working. François Truffaut continued making films, increasingly focused on personal, intimate stories rather than revolutionary formal experiments. Jean-Luc Godard had gone underground, making political films with Maoist collectives. Eric Romer was creating his moral tales, delicate examinations of love and desire. But the excitement, the sense that cinema was being reinvented, had faded. The new wave was now the establishment, and a new generation was trying to figure out what came next. Cinephile culture remained strong. Art house theatres across Paris showed everything from Hollywood classics to experimental shorts. Film magazines debated theory and technique with the seriousness of religious scholars interpreting scripture. Students could spend entire afternoons watching 3 films in a row, discussing them over cheap wine in cafes afterward. Cinema was still taken seriously as art, in a way it wasn't in most other countries. Even commercial French films tried to say something, to engage with ideas, to avoid being merely entertaining. But the economic realities of filmmaking were getting harder. Television was becoming more popular. The guaranteed audiences that had supported the new wave in the 60s were fragmenting. Some directors retreated into increasingly obscure experimental work that found smaller and smaller audiences. Others compromised, making films that were more commercial, more accessible, less challenging. A few, like Truffaut with Day for Night, managed to balance artistic ambition with popular success. But it was getting harder. Paris remained a magnet for artists from around the world. American expatriates still came seeking the bohemian life they'd read about in Hemingway. They found a city that was simultaneously more and less welcoming than they'd imagined. More welcoming because Paris still valued art, still had cheap apartments and tolerant cafes and a general understanding that artists needed space to work. Less welcoming because the easy expatriate life of the 20s was gone. Rents were higher. The French were less charmed by Americans than they'd been after the war, and the particular magic of post-war Paris, when the city was rebuilding and anything felt possible, had evaporated. The music scene was equally complicated. France had never been great at rock and roll. French rock bands of the 60s had tried to copy British and American sounds, but usually ended up sounding awkward, too polite, not quite right. By the 70s, some bands had given up trying to sound Anglo-American and embraced a more distinctly French approach. They sang in French. They incorporated musette and chanson elements. They created something that wasn't quite rock, but wasn't quite anything else either. It was interesting, but rarely commercially successful. Disco hit Paris hard. The clubs needed music that worked on dance floors, and American disco delivered. Donna Summer, the Bee Gees, Gloria Gaynor were huge, but French disco never really developed the way it did in America or Germany. Instead, Paris became a place where disco was consumed rather than created. The DJs were the stars, not the producers. Guy Cuevas at Le Palace became famous not for making music, but for selecting it, for creating perfect sequences that took dancers on journeys through different moods and energies. Jazz clubs survived, though they were less central than they'd been in the 50s. Saint-Germain still had venues where you could hear American jazz musicians who'd settled in Paris, because they faced less racism than back home. The clubs were small, intimate, filled with smoke and the smell of whiskey. The audiences were older, more serious. This wasn't party music. It was music for listening, for contemplation. In a city increasingly dominated by disco and pop, the jazz clubs felt like time capsules from another era. Punk arrived late to Paris, and when it did, it never quite took hold the way it did in London or New York. French punk bands existed, but they always seemed to be copying rather than creating. The aggression, the nihilism, the anti-art stance of British punk didn't translate well to a French context. French youth were rebellious, certainly, but their rebellion expressed itself more through pleasure than through destruction, more through fashion than through spitting at audiences. Punk in Paris remained a minority taste, confined to a few clubs and a small, dedicated following. The sexual revolution that had transformed America in the 60s reached Paris later, but hit harder. For centuries, French society had maintained a peculiar double standard. Adultery was expected among the upper classes, but women who were too openly sexual faced social ruin. The 60s and 70s began to erode these contradictions. Women demanded the right to control their own bodies. Contraception became legal in 1967. Abortion was legalized in 1975 after fierce debate. These were massive changes, opposed violently by the Catholic Church and conservative politicians, but ultimately unstoppable. Young people in the 70s had freedoms their parents couldn't have imagined. They could live with partners before marriage. They could have sex without necessarily intending to have children. They could experiment with different relationships, different sexualities, different ways of being. This terrified the older generation, who saw it as moral collapse. But for young Parisians, it felt like liberation, like the chance to finally live honestly, rather than maintaining elaborate pretenses. The women's liberation movement was active in Paris throughout the 70s. Feminists organized demonstrations, published magazines, opened bookstores and resource centers. They fought for equal pay, for reproductive rights, for recognition of domestic violence as a crime rather than a private matter. They challenged everything: the way women were portrayed in advertising, the assumption that childcare was women's work, the casual sexism of everyday language. They made people uncomfortable. They were supposed to. That was the point. The gay liberation movement was equally active. After Stonewall in New York in 1969, gay activists worldwide became more visible and more militant. In Paris, organizations like the Front Homosexuel d'Action Révolutionnaire organized protests and published manifestos. They demanded recognition, rights, the end of discrimination. The clubs gave them visibility and community. The activist organizations gave them political power. Together, they began to change how French society thought about sexuality, about identity, about who deserved rights and dignity. But discrimination remained severe. Gay men were beaten in the streets. Lesbians were invisible in public discourse. Transgender people had almost no rights or recognition. The law might not criminalize homosexuality, but society certainly did. Parents disowned children. Employers fired workers. Landlords refused to rent to anyone suspected of being gay. The community that formed in the clubs wasn't just about pleasure. It was about survival, about finding family when your biological family rejected you, about creating spaces where you could simply exist. By the late 70s, shadows were beginning to appear. The first whispers of a disease that was affecting gay men in New York and San Francisco. Nobody knew what it was yet. Nobody knew how it spread or how to treat it. But some of the most active, most visible members of the Paris gay community were getting sick. They'd travel to New York for treatment and come back with stories about hospitals that wouldn't treat gay patients, about doctors who were terrified to touch them, about friends who were dying in isolation. The AIDS epidemic was still a few years away from destroying the gay community, but the warning signs were there for anyone paying attention. The economic situation in Paris was also darkening. The oil crisis of 1973 had hit France hard. Inflation was rising. Unemployment was increasing. The post-war economic boom that had created the Trente Glorieuses, the 30 glorious years of prosperity, was ending. The government was struggling to respond. Factories were closing. Industrial jobs were disappearing. The suburban housing projects built to houseworkers were becoming warehouses for the unemployed. The future that had seemed so bright in the 60s was looking considerably dimmer. Crime was rising, particularly in certain neighborhoods. Heroin was beginning to spread, bringing with it addiction and all the desperate crimes addicts commit to feed their habits. The police responded with increasing force, particularly in immigrant neighborhoods, where they assumed everyone was a potential criminal. Young North African men were stopped and searched constantly. They were arrested for minor infractions. They were beaten in custody. The resentment was building, though it wouldn't explode into full-scale riots for another decade. Parts of Paris felt genuinely dangerous in the late 70s. The construction zones where Les Halles had been torn down became gathering spots for drug dealers and homeless people. Certain metro stations were known to be unsafe after dark. Women traveling alone faced constant harassment. The police were overwhelmed and often corrupt. The city's old reputation as the most civilized place on earth was looking increasingly dubious. But Paris endured. It always had. The city had survived revolutions and wars, occupations and sieges, plagues and famines. It would survive the 70s too, emerging transformed but recognizable. The clubs would close or change. The immigrants would integrate or face continued marginalization. The students would graduate and get jobs or remain perpetually bohemian. The revolution that had seemed so imminent in '68 would fade into nostalgia, remembered fondly by some and bitterly by others. Life would go on, because that's what Paris did. It changed constantly while remaining somehow eternal. The cafes changed owners but stayed cafes. The neighborhoods transformed but retained their character. The grand monuments stood while the streets around them were remade. You could walk down the Champs-Élysées in 1979 and see the same Arc de Triomphe that Napoleon's armies had marched under. You could sit at Café de Flore and occupy the same chair where Sartre had written "Being and Nothingness." You could cross the Seine on bridges built by medieval stonemasons. The past was always present, always visible, always in dialogue with whatever new thing Paris was becoming. The fashion that had defined the decade would fade. Platform shoes would be replaced by different absurdities. Flared pants would disappear. The disco aesthetic would give way to punk, then new wave, then whatever came next. But the revolution in how people thought about clothes, about self-expression through style, would persist. The idea that you could be whoever you wanted to be, at least for a night, at least on a dance floor, had taken hold. Fashion would never again be purely about class or wealth. It would always carry the subversive potential of identity play, of transformation, of becoming. The immigrant communities that had been so controversial in the 70s would eventually be recognized as essential to what Paris had become. The Vietnamese restaurants would become neighborhood favorites. The Chinese New Year celebrations would draw crowds from across the city. The North African bakeries would be where everyone bought their bread. The process would take decades and would never be complete. Racism and discrimination would persist. But Paris was becoming, slowly and painfully, a more genuinely cosmopolitan city. The women's liberation movement would achieve many of its goals. Women would enter professions previously closed to them. They would gain more control over their bodies and their lives. They would demand and sometimes receive equal treatment. The transformation would be incomplete, certainly. Sexism would endure in new forms. But the 70s had begun a conversation that couldn't be stopped. The assumption that women's place was in the home, that their lives were defined by their relationships to men, had been fundamentally challenged. The gay community would face its darkest hour in the 1980s as AIDS devastated a generation. The clubs where so much joy had been found would become memorials. The sexual freedom that had seemed so liberating would come to feel dangerous. But the community that had been built in the 70s would survive. The activism, the visibility, the refusal to hide or apologize would make it possible to fight back against the epidemic and the discrimination it intensified. The work of creating spaces where gay people could simply exist would prove to have been essential preparation for the battles to come. Pompidou died in 1974, while still in office. He was replaced by Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, a conservative who nonetheless understood that France was changing and that the government needed to change with it. But by the end of the decade, France was ready for something different. In 1981, François Mitterrand would win the presidency as a socialist, the first left-wing president of the Fifth Republic. His victory would represent both a culmination of the social changes that had begun in '68 and a new beginning. France was ready to try something different. Paris in the 1970s was a city in transition. The old certainties were dying. The new possibilities were still unclear. People were trying to figure out how to be modern while remaining French, how to embrace change while preserving what was valuable from the past, how to be a global city while maintaining a distinct identity, how to accommodate immigrants while defining what French identity even meant. These questions weren't answered in the 70s. They remain unanswered today. But the decade forced Paris to confront them in new ways. The decade left behind images that would define how people remembered it. Yves Saint Laurent in a tuxedo at Le Palace, Grace Jones on stage wrapped in a fringed cape, students arguing philosophy at outdoor cafes, Vietnamese refugees making new lives in concrete towers, disco balls spinning in converted theatres, platform shoes and flared pants, the destruction of Les Halles, the birth of punk, the last gasps of the French New Wave, the beginning of the end of French cultural dominance, the transformation of nightlife from elite social ritual to democratic pleasure palace, the slow, painful acknowledgement that France would have to share Paris with the world. Walk through Paris today, and you can still see traces of the 1970s. The buildings that were built then, often ugly, but undeniably there. The immigrant neighborhoods that took root, the clubs that survived, transformed but recognizable. The fashion boutiques that grew from small shops, the cafes that adapted to changing tastes, the universities that never quite recovered from '68, the sense that anything could happen, that the city's identity was always negotiable, always subject to reinvention, always in flux. That was the 70s gift and curse. Paris would never again feel quite as settled, quite as sure of itself, quite as eternal as it had before. But it would be more dynamic, more diverse, more interesting as a result. The decade ended with both hope and anxiety. Hope because the social changes that had seemed impossible at the beginning of the decade were now accepted reality. Anxiety because the economic problems were getting worse and nobody knew how to solve them. The clubs were still open, still serving champagne, still promising that if you wore the right outfit and knew the right people, you could escape into a world of pure pleasure. But the cracks were showing. The drugs were getting harder. The people were getting desperate. The sense that this couldn't last forever was becoming impossible to ignore. Paris has always been a city of contradictions, rich and poor, sacred and profane, traditional and revolutionary. The 1970s didn't resolve these contradictions. They intensified them, made them more visible, forced the city to confront what it was becoming rather than what it had been. Some Parisians mourned the Paris they were losing. Others celebrated the Paris they were gaining. Most did both simultaneously, without seeing any contradiction in it. Because Paris was big enough to contain multitudes, to be simultaneously the city of Sartre and Studio 54, of Vietnamese refugees and aristocratic parties, of political manifestos and disco balls, of revolution and reaction, progress and preservation, change and continuity. If you could have stood on the steps of Sacré-Cœur on New Year's Eve 1979 and looked out over Paris, you would have seen a city of lights stretching to the horizon. Some of those lights would have been from the grand monuments that had stood for centuries. Others would have been from the new buildings, the modern towers, the transformed neighborhoods. Below you, in basements and converted theaters, people would have been dancing, celebrating, trying to squeeze every last drop of pleasure from the decade before it ended. In apartments across the city, families would have been gathering for dinner, immigrants would have been maintaining traditions from home, artists would have been creating work nobody would understand for another 20 years. Paris in the 70s was messy, contradictory, sometimes ugly, often beautiful, always changing. It was a city trying to figure out its future while honouring its past, a city opening itself to the world while trying to preserve its identity, a city where fashion designers and factory workers, refugees and aristocrats, students and retirees all shared the same streets, the same metro, the same cafes, even if they experienced them in radically different ways. It was a city at its most vulnerable and its most vital. And in that vulnerability and vitality, it created culture that would influence the world for decades to come. The clubs would close, the music would change, the fashion would evolve, but the spirit of experimentation, of liberation, of possibility that defined Paris in the 1970s would endure. It would influence how people thought about cities, about culture, about what was possible when you brought together people from different backgrounds and gave them space to create something new. Paris had been transformed, and in being transformed, it had transformed what it meant to be a modern city. Thank you for watching, dear friends. If you enjoyed this journey through the streets and clubs of 1970s Paris, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us continue bringing you these deep dives into history's most fascinating moments. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with disco balls and possibilities. Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. It's a Friday night in the summer of 1975, and you're standing on the corner of Woodward Avenue and Grand Boulevard in Detroit, Michigan. The sun has just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and deep purple. The air is thick and warm, carrying with it the smell of hot asphalt, fried food from the corner restaurant, and a hint of motor oil that seems to hang permanently over this city of cars. A burgundy Pontiac GTO rumbles past, its engine growling low and powerful, chrome bumpers catching the last rays of sunlight. The driver has his window down, and from inside comes the unmistakable sound of Marvin Gaye's voice, smooth and yearning, singing about what's going on in this complicated world. Three young women wait at the bus stop, their bell-bottom jeans swaying as they move to music only they can hear, platform shoes adding inches to their height, afros picked out to perfection, catching the evening breeze. Across the street, the lights of a club are just starting to flicker on one by one, neon signs promising music, dancing and escape. You can already hear the bass line thumping from inside, feel it in your chest, even from out here on the sidewalk. In a few hours, that place will be packed with bodies moving together, sequins catching disco ball light, creating a galaxy of stars on the dance floor. This is Detroit in the 1970s, the Motor City, Motown, a place of contradictions so striking they take your breath away. This is a city that gave the world some of its most beautiful music, where assembly lines hummed with the promise of prosperity, where neighborhoods pulsed with life and culture. But this is also a city standing at a crossroads, facing changes so profound they would reshape not just Detroit but the entire American landscape. In this decade, Detroit would lose its most famous export when Motown Records packed up and headed west to Los Angeles. The city would elect its first black mayor in a campaign so racially charged it felt like the entire future hung in the balance. The auto industry, the very foundation upon which this metropolis was built, would face its first real crisis, as foreign cars and oil embargoes exposed vulnerabilities nobody wanted to acknowledge. Underground drug operations would evolve into sophisticated corporate empires run by teenagers. Disco would explode from underground clubs into mainstream consciousness, and through it all, the people of Detroit would live, love, struggle, dance, work, and fight to hold on to their city. Tonight, we're going to walk those streets together. We're going to step into the homes, the factories, the clubs, and the corners where life actually happened. We're going to meet the auto workers clocking in for the night shift, the musicians creating sounds that would change music forever, the activists demanding justice, the families trying to build better lives, and yes, the dealers and gangsters who saw opportunity in chaos. We're going to taste the food, hear the music, feel the fashion, and understand what it really meant to live through one of the most transformative decades in American urban history. This isn't just a story about decline, though decline is part of it. This isn't just about crime, though crime is part of it too. This is the full story, complex and contradictory, beautiful and brutal, exactly as it was lived by the people who were there. This is what they don't always tell you about 1970s Detroit, so settle in, get comfortable, and let's step back in time together to a city that was falling apart and coming alive all at once, to a decade when everything changed, to the Detroit that existed in the space between the dream and the reality. When the 1970s began, Detroit was still, on paper at least, one of America's great cities. The census takers counted approximately 1.5 million souls within the city limits, making it the fifth largest city in the entire United States. Only New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Philadelphia had more people. The skyline was dominated by impressive Art Deco towers built during the boom years, monuments to the wealth that had flowed through this city when it was the undisputed capital of the automotive world. But numbers on a census form don't tell you what a place feels like, what it sounds like, what it means to the people who live there. And by 1970, Detroit was a city carrying heavy burdens from its recent past while trying to figure out what its future might hold. The summer of 1967 still cast a long shadow. That July, the city had erupted in what was then the deadliest race riot in American history. It started with a police raid on an unlicensed bar, what locals called a blind pig, on 12th Street in a predominantly black neighborhood. What followed was 5 days of destruction that left 43 people dead, over 1,000 injured, and entire city blocks burned to the ground. The National Guard had patrolled the streets in armored vehicles. From the air, smoke rising from burning buildings made Detroit look like a war zone. 3 years later, the physical scars were still visible. Empty lots where buildings had stood. Businesses that never reopened. The psychological scars ran even deeper. Trust between the black community and the police department had been fractured, maybe beyond repair. The riot, or rebellion, depending on who was telling the story, had accelerated a process that was already underway: white flight to the suburbs. Throughout the 1960s, white families had been leaving the city in waves, moving to places like Warren, Livonia, Dearborn, and the other suburbs that ringed Detroit. By 1970, the city's population was approaching 50% black, a dramatic shift from just 2 decades earlier. This wasn't a gentle, gradual change. This was a rapid transformation that affected everything from politics to education to the economy to the very character of neighborhoods. You could see this transformation playing out on nearly every residential block. A family would move out, their house would sit empty for a few months, then a new family would move in. Sometimes the transitions were smooth. More often they were accompanied by tension, by fear, by the ugly machinery of blockbusting, where real estate agents would deliberately stoke racial anxiety to drive down property values and facilitate rapid neighborhood turnover. The automotive industry, the economic engine that made everything else possible, was facing challenges it had never encountered before. For decades, American car manufacturers had dominated not just the domestic market, but much of the world market. The big three, Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler, had operated with the confidence that came from near-total market control. Their factories employed hundreds of thousands of workers in Detroit alone. The River Rouge plant, Ford's massive complex in Dearborn just outside the city, had employed over 90,000 workers at its peak, making it one of the largest industrial facilities on the planet. But by 1970, imports were starting to make serious inroads. Volkswagen Beetles and buses had developed a devoted following. Japanese manufacturers like Toyota and Datsun were beginning to show up in American driveways, praised for their fuel efficiency and reliability. The big three dismissed these as insignificant threats, tiny cars that would never appeal to the American love affair with size and power. That dismissal would prove costly. The 1970 model year saw the peak of the muscle car era, those powerful machines with big engines and bigger attitudes. The Pontiac GTO, the Chevrolet Chevelle, the Dodge Challenger, cars that could go from 0 to 60 in under 6 seconds, cars that made a statement just sitting at a stoplight. But the muscle car boom was about to run headlong into an energy crisis nobody saw coming. Walk through a Detroit neighborhood in 1970, though, and you wouldn't necessarily feel the anxiety about what was coming. You'd feel life. The streets were the stage where daily existence played out, especially in the warmer months. Front porches weren't just architectural features, they were living rooms open to the world. On any given evening, you'd find people sitting out, talking to neighbors, watching kids play, commenting on who was walking by.
Children owned the streets in a way that's hard to imagine today. They'd play elaborate games that spanned multiple blocks, kickball and tag and hide and seek. They'd set up makeshift ramps and jump them on their bikes. The ice cream truck's musical jingle would send them running home for money, then sprinting back to catch it before it turned the corner. There was a freedom to it, born from the assumption that the community itself was watching, that every adult on the block had some measure of responsibility for every child. The car culture that defined Detroit wasn't just about what rolled off the assembly lines, it was about what people did with those cars once they owned them. Cruising was an art form. On weekend nights, Woodward Avenue would become a parade route, young people showing off their rides, some stock from the factory, others customized with paint jobs, chrome details, lifted suspensions, or dropped low to the ground. The cars were more than transportation. They were expressions of identity, markers of style, investments of time and money and love. The architecture of the city told its own story. There were the grand old mansions along streets like Boston Boulevard, built by automotive barons in the early decades of the century, now often subdivided into apartments. There were the tidy bungalows and two-story homes of working-class neighborhoods, many with small front yards and one-car garages out back. There were apartment buildings from various eras, some quite elegant, others purely functional. And there were the commercial strips, blocks of storefronts with apartments above, the ground floor occupied by grocery stores, barbershops, beauty salons, bars, restaurants, dry cleaners, all the businesses that made neighborhood life possible. The visual landscape still reflected Detroit's glory days. The Guardian building downtown, completed in 1929, stood as a jewel of Art Deco architecture, its facade a riot of colorful terracotta tiles. The Fisher Building, another Art Deco masterpiece, dominated the New Center area with its golden tower. These buildings spoke to a time when Detroit saw itself as one of the world's great cities, when money and ambition combined to create something beautiful and lasting. But beauty and decay existed side by side, sometimes on the same block. An ornate theater might stand next to a building with boarded-up windows. A thriving corner store might be across from an empty lot filled with weeds and broken glass. The juxtaposition was jarring, this sense that the city was simultaneously still vital and already in the early stages of something darker. The people were what made Detroit real. They got up every morning and went to work, whether that work was on an assembly line, in an office, at a hospital, in a classroom, or running a small business. They came home and made dinner, helped kids with homework, watched television, listened to the radio, read the newspaper. They went to church on Sundays, whether that was a Baptist church with gospel music that shook the walls, a Catholic mass in Polish or Italian, or one of the many other houses of worship that reflected Detroit's incredible diversity. This was a city of immigrants and migrants. Poles and Italians and Greeks and Irish had come in earlier waves. African Americans had come north during the Great Migration, fleeing Jim Crow and seeking opportunity. Middle Eastern communities, particularly Chaldean Catholics from Iraq, were growing. There were neighborhoods where you could walk for blocks and hear half a dozen different languages, smell food from around the world, see signs in various scripts. That diversity created both richness and tension. Different communities sometimes lived parallel lives, intersecting at work or in commercial districts, but remaining largely separate in their social and religious and family lives. And the racial divide between black and white was becoming the dominant fact of Detroit life, affecting politics, schooling, policing, housing, everything. As 1970 turned into 1971 into 1972, the signs of change multiplied. More businesses closed, more houses sat empty. The crime rate was rising, fed by poverty, by the drug trade, by the desperation that comes when opportunity seems to be evaporating. The auto plants were starting to automate, slowly at first, replacing workers with machines. It was the beginning of a process that would reshape the entire industrial landscape. But understanding what was coming doesn't mean the people living through it knew. For many, life still felt stable, predictable. You worked your shift, you collected your paycheck, you paid your mortgage, you took care of your family. The union protected your job. The pension waited at the end. The American dream, as it had been sold to millions of workers, still seemed achievable if you worked hard and played by the rules. Detroit in the early 70s was a city standing at a crossroads, though many of the people walking its streets didn't realize they were about to choose a path or have a path chosen for them. That would change everything. The music was still playing, the factories were still humming, the streets were still full of life, but underneath the surface, seismic shifts were building, pressure accumulating, ready to reshape the landscape in ways nobody could fully predict. Morning in a working-class Detroit neighborhood began before sunrise for many families. The alarm clock would go off at 4:30 or 5, depending on which shift you worked. The man of the house would roll out of bed, his wife usually getting up with him to make breakfast before he left. The smell of coffee percolating on the stove, bacon sizzling in a cast-iron pan, toast browning in the toaster. Quick, practical meals to fuel a long day of physical labor. By 5:30, the streets would start filling with cars, all heading in the same direction, toward the massive factory complexes that dominated the landscape. The River Rouge plant in Dearborn was its own city, sprawling across over 1,000 acres. At its peak in the late 40s, it had employed over 90,000 workers. By the 70s, that number had dropped, but it was still enormous, still employing tens of thousands. Other plants dotted the area: Chrysler's Dodge Main, GM's various facilities, dozens of smaller operations making parts and components. The shift change was a ritual, a tide of humanity flowing in one direction as another tide flowed out. Men and women, though the factory floor was still overwhelmingly male, carrying lunch pails and thermoses. Some carpooled to save on gas, others drove alone, cherishing those minutes of solitude before the noise and intensity of the factory day began. The parking lots around the major plants stretched for what seemed like miles, seas of metal glinting in the early morning light. Inside the plants, the work was demanding, repetitive, loud, and sometimes dangerous. The assembly line moved at a steady pace, never stopping, never slowing down. Each worker had their station, their specific task that they would repeat hundreds of times per shift: installing door panels, tightening bolts, welding joints, installing windshields, mounting wheels. The work required focus, but not much thought, which meant your mind could wander even as your hands stayed busy. The noise was constant, overwhelming: the clang of metal on metal, the hiss of pneumatic tools, the roar of machinery, the beep of forklifts backing up. Conversation was difficult, sometimes impossible. Workers developed their own sign language, their own ways of communicating over the din. Earplugs were essential, but not always used, leading to hearing loss that many older workers carried as a badge of their years on the line. The United Auto Workers Union was at the height of its power in the early 70s. Contracts negotiated in the late 60s and early 70s had secured wages and benefits that made auto workers solidly middle class. A worker at a Big Three plant could make enough to buy a house, support a family, own a car or two, take a modest vacation each year. The union had won them health insurance, retirement pensions, cost of living adjustments. These weren't gifts from benevolent corporations, they were hard-won victories from strikes and negotiations and the solidarity of workers standing together. But there was a price. The work was mind-numbing. Hour after hour, day after day, year after year of the same motions could break something in a person's spirit. Many workers counted down the years until retirement, the 30 years of service that would earn them a pension, the golden ticket out. Some managed to find satisfaction in the work, in doing their job well, in the camaraderie with fellow workers. Others just endured, drinking heavily after shifts to numb the tedium and exhaustion, their bodies breaking down from the repetitive strain. Away from the factories, domestic life followed familiar patterns. The wives of auto workers often didn't work outside the home, at least not when children were young, though that was starting to change by the mid-70s as economic pressures increased. They managed households which in that era meant substantial labor, cooking from scratch, cleaning, laundry, shopping, managing the family budget, raising children. The work was unpaid and often unacknowledged, but it was no less demanding than factory work. The kitchen was the heart of most homes. Meals were family affairs when possible, everyone sitting down together at the dinner table. The food reflected Detroit's diversity. In Polish households, you might have pierogies and kielbasa. In Italian homes, homemade pasta and red sauce that simmered for hours. In black families, soul food, collard greens and cornbread, fried chicken and sweet potato pie, recipes carried north from the south during the Great Migration. In Greek households, moussaka and spanakopita. In Chaldean homes, dishes from Iraq, rice and lamb, and flatbreads. Shopping happened at a mix of locations. The big grocery stores were moving out to the suburbs following the population. In the city, people often relied on smaller stores, corner markets that were more expensive but within walking distance. Hudson's department store downtown was still operating in the early 70s, a massive building that took up an entire city block where families would go for big purchases, clothes for school, furniture, appliances. Shopping there was an event, not just a transaction. Children's lives revolved around school, church, and unstructured neighborhood play. The schools in Detroit were facing enormous challenges in the 70s. The flight of middle-class families, both white and increasingly black, was draining resources. A court case about school segregation that began in 1970 would drag on for years, exposing the deep divisions in how the city and suburbs approached education. Many city schools were underfunded, overcrowded, struggling with aging buildings and limited supplies, but school was still school. Kids learned their reading and math and history. They participated in sports and clubs. They formed friendships and rivalries. They navigated the complex social hierarchies of adolescence. The dress code was changing rapidly in the 70s. The strict rules of earlier decades were giving way to more freedom. Boys could wear their hair longer. Girls could wear pants instead of skirts. Platform shoes were everywhere, adding inches to everyone's height. Bell-bottom jeans were standard issue. The wider the flare, the better. High school culture in Detroit was vibrant and varied. Football games on Friday nights under the lights, the bleachers packed with students and parents. Basketball games in overheated gyms, the squeak of sneakers on hardwood, the roar of the crowd. School dances in the cafeteria or gymnasium, transformed with decorations and dim lights, where kids would dance to the latest hits from the radio. The music of Motown and soul, and the emerging disco sound. The youth fashion was bold and expressive. For young black students, the afro was not just a hairstyle but a political statement, a rejection of standards that said black hair needed to be straightened to be acceptable. Dashikis and African-inspired prints connected to a broader movement of black pride and consciousness. Platform shoes weren't just for disco. They were everyday wear, adding swagger to the walk to class. Gold chains and hoop earrings, wide belts and platform boots. The style was about visibility, about refusing to blend in. For white students, the fashion was also evolving, influenced by the hippie movement and the glam rock scene. Longer hair for boys, often to their shoulders, which drove their parents crazy. Tie-dye shirts and denim jackets covered in patches. Girls wore peasant blouses and long skirts, or tight tops with bell-bottoms. The divisions were often visible in style choices, different groups claiming different aesthetics as markers of identity. Sunday mornings had a different rhythm. Church was central to community life for many Detroit families. The Black Baptist churches were known for their powerful gospel music. choirs that could raise the roof, preaching that was equal parts theology and social commentary. Services could last for hours, but nobody seemed to mind. It was spiritual refreshment and social connection combined, a place to see friends, catch up on news, feel part of something larger than yourself. The Catholic churches served various ethnic communities, often in their native languages. Polish churches, Italian churches, each maintaining traditions from the old country while adapting to American life. The Chaldean Catholic community, immigrants from Iraq, had their own parishes where services incorporated Middle Eastern traditions. These churches were more than places of worship. They were cultural anchors, preserving language and customs and identity. Block parties and neighborhood gatherings were common, especially in summer. Someone would block off the street with their cars, set up tables and grills, and the whole block would come out. Kids would run wild, playing games and riding bikes. Adults would grill hamburgers and hot dogs, set out potato salad and coleslaw and baked beans. Someone would bring a radio or portable stereo, and music would provide the soundtrack. These gatherings were informal, spontaneous, the kind of community building that happened naturally when people knew their neighbors and felt invested in their street, their block, their small corner of the city. Front porches were outdoor living rooms in good weather. You'd sit out in the evening, watching the world go by, waving to neighbors, commenting on the weather. It was a way of being both private and public, at home but still engaged with the community. Older residents would sit in their spot, a particular chair they'd claimed, and hold court, dispensing wisdom or gossip, or both, to anyone who passed by. The corner store was another vital institution. Not a chain, but a family-owned business, often open long hours, where you could get milk and bread and canned goods, cigarettes and candy, cold pop from the cooler. The owners knew their customers by name, kept a mental tab of who owed what, knew which kids were likely to try to shoplift, and watched them carefully. These stores weren't just commercial enterprises, they were social spaces, places where news spread, where you ran into people, where the pulse of the neighborhood could be felt. For entertainment, people watched television, the three major networks offering their lineup of shows. Families would gather around the set for popular programs. The radio was always on somewhere, playing the hits. Detroit had legendary radio stations, DJs who were local celebrities, who broke new records and created the soundtrack for the city. WJLB, the black-oriented station, was hugely influential, helping spread the Motown sound, and later the disco and funk that would dominate the decade. Life in Detroit neighborhoods in the early 70s was working class but not necessarily struggling, at least not for those with union jobs. There was a sense of stability, of having a place in the world, even if that place involved hard work and limited horizons. People took pride in their homes, in keeping their lawns mowed and their houses painted, in the small improvements they could afford to make. But underneath that surface stability, changes were accumulating. The jobs that had seemed secure were becoming less so. The neighborhoods that had seemed permanent were changing rapidly. The social fabric that had held communities together was starting to fray under the pressure of economic transformation and racial transition. People could feel something shifting, even if they couldn't always name what it was or predict where it would lead. In the early months of 1970, if you walked down West Grand Boulevard in Detroit and found yourself at number 2648, you'd encounter an unassuming two-story house with a bold sign declaring it Hitsville, USA. This was the headquarters of Motown Records, Berry Gordy's empire of soul, the place where some of the most important music in American history had been created. The building wasn't impressive from the outside. It was just a house, converted into a recording studio and office space, wedged between other buildings in a neighborhood that was definitely not glamorous. But what had happened inside those walls over the previous decade had changed the landscape of popular music forever. The Supremes, the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, the Four Tops, Martha and the Vandellas, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, the Jackson 5. The list of artists who had recorded there read like a who's who of soul and R&B. Berry Gordy had founded the company in 1959, starting with $800 borrowed from his family. His vision was clear and revolutionary: create music by black artists that would appeal to both black and white audiences, music that could cross the rigid racial boundaries that defined so much of American life. He wanted to create a sound that was sophisticated and polished, music that would be played on white radio stations and purchased by white teenagers, breaking down barriers through the universal language of melody and rhythm. The operation was modeled on the auto assembly lines that dominated Detroit. Gordy had worked at a Ford plant and understood the efficiency of breaking a complex process into specialized tasks. At Motown, songwriters specialized in writing, producers in producing, musicians in playing, and artists in performing. The Holland-Dozier Holland songwriting team cranked out hit after hit with remarkable consistency. The Funk Brothers, the studio musicians who played on most Motown recordings, were some of the most talented and underappreciated musicians in America, their contributions largely unknown to the general public. The Motown sound was distinctive and carefully crafted. The bass lines were prominent and melodic, often carrying the hook of the song. The rhythm section was tight and precise, influenced by jazz but simplified for pop accessibility. Strings and horns added sophistication. And above it all, the vocals, often featuring intricate harmonies, call and response patterns borrowed from gospel, and lead singers with unmistakable voices. By 1970, Motown had conquered the charts. In the entire decade of the 60s, the label had placed more than 100 songs in the top 10 of the pop charts. No other record company, regardless of size or resources, could match that success. Berry Gordy had taken a dream and $800 and built an empire that generated millions in revenue and immeasurable cultural influence. But success brought complications. The biggest artists were chafing under the Motown system, which was notoriously controlling and gave artists little creative freedom or ownership of their work. Gordy ran the company with an iron fist, making all major decisions, controlling not just the music, but the image, the choreography, the wardrobe, everything. For many artists, especially as they matured and developed their own artistic visions, this felt suffocating. The most dramatic example of this tension came with Marvin Gaye and the album that would become What's Going On. Gaye had been one of Motown's most reliable hitmakers throughout the 60s, smooth and sophisticated, the kind of singer mothers approved of their daughters' liking. But by 1970, Gaye was going through personal turmoil and wanted to make music that reflected the social upheaval he saw around him. He brought Berry Gordy a song called What's Going On, co-written with Ronaldo Benson and Al Cleveland. The song addressed war, poverty, police brutality, environmental destruction, all the issues that were tearing America apart in the early 70s. It was jazz-influenced, atmospheric, with multiple vocal layers and a sound completely unlike the typical Motown single. Gordy hated it. He thought it was uncommercial, too political, too different from the Motown formula. He refused to release it. Gaye went on strike, refusing to record anything else for Motown until they released What's Going On. The standoff lasted months, but finally, in early 1971, Gordy relented. The single was released in January and shot to number 2 on the pop charts, selling over 100,000 copies in its first day. It was a massive hit, proving Gaye's instincts right and Gordy's wrong. Emboldened, Gaye recorded an entire album built around similar themes, using the same layered, sophisticated production approach. The What's Going On album was released in May 1971 and became one of the most critically acclaimed albums in music history, addressing social issues with a maturity and artistry that redefined what was possible in popular music. But its success also highlighted the tension at the heart of Motown between artistic vision and commercial formula. Other artists were also pushing against the boundaries. Stevie Wonder, who had been with Motown since he was 11 years old, recording as Little Stevie Wonder, was turning 21 in 1971. When he came of age, he gained control of the money Motown had been holding in trust for him, millions of dollars from years of hit records. He also demanded and received unprecedented creative control, building his own studio and producing his own albums. The music he made in the early 70s, albums like Music of My Mind and Talking Book and Inner Visions, was experimental and personal, using synthesizers and drum machines, addressing politics and spirituality, proving that Motown artists could be more than hit-making machines. Meanwhile, the nightlife venues where Motown artists had honed their craft were still operating, though changes were coming there too. The 20 Grand Club on 14th Street and Warren Avenue was legendary in Detroit music circles. It had opened in the early 50s and quickly became the premier black entertainment venue in the city. The building was huge, featuring a 22-lane bowling alley on the ground floor and multiple performance spaces upstairs. The main showroom was called the Driftwood Lounge, and it could hold over 1,000 people. The decor was meant to evoke a tropical paradise, with artificial palm trees and nautical themes. The stage featured rotating platforms and elaborate lighting. This was where Motown artists performed regularly when they weren't on tour, where new acts would test material, where established stars would do special shows for hometown crowds. The audiences at the 20 Grand were dressed to impress. This wasn't a casual jeans and t-shirt crowd. Men wore suits, often with coordinated shirts and ties, their shoes polished to a high shine. Women wore elegant dresses, their hair styled in elaborate updos or smoothed and straightened, makeup applied with care, jewelry catching the light. Going to the 20 Grand was an event, an opportunity to see and be seen, to participate in a scene that felt sophisticated and adult. The performers delivered shows, not just concerts. The Temptations would glide across the stage in perfect synchronization, their choreography as important as their vocal harmonies, every move rehearsed and polished. The Supremes would appear in matching gowns, often sequined and shimmering, their presentation as important as their singing. This was show business in the classic sense, entertainment designed to dazzle and impress. But by 1972, the music industry was changing in ways that would prove fatal to Motown's Detroit era. Berry Gordy had been spending more and more time in Los Angeles, attracted by the entertainment industry concentration there, by the better weather, by the opportunity to expand into film and television. The decision had been building for years, but in 1972, Motown officially relocated its headquarters to Los Angeles. The move devastated Detroit's music community. Musicians who had played on countless hits suddenly found their services no longer needed. Songwriters and producers were told they could move to LA or find new work. The city that had created the Motown sound was losing the label that bore its name. It felt like a betrayal, an abandonment, one more piece of Detroit's identity being stripped away. The building on West Grand Boulevard became a museum of sorts, a reminder of what had been but was no more. Some Motown artists, particularly those who were Detroit natives, were angry about the move. Others understood the business logic but felt the loss nonetheless. The era of Hitsville, USA, of that impossible concentration of talent in one unassuming building, was over. The ripple effects extended beyond the people directly employed by Motown. The label had been an anchor for Detroit's cultural identity, proof that the city could produce not just cars but art, that black creativity could conquer the commercial mainstream, that Detroit mattered on a global cultural stage. Without Motown, without that engine of hit-making and star-making, what was left? Other labels tried to fill the void. Holland Dozier Holland, the legendary songwriting team who had left Motown in a royalty dispute, had started Invictus Records and Hot Wax Records in Detroit. They had some success with acts like Chairman of the Board and Freda Payne. Westbound Records, run by Armand Baladian, became home to Parliament and Funkadelic, George Clinton's psychedelic funk collectives. But none of these labels had the consistent hit-making power or cultural influence of Motown in its prime. For the musicians who stayed in Detroit, the 70s became about adaptation. Studio work dried up as recording moved to other cities. Some musicians transitioned to teaching, passing on their skills to a new generation. Others formed bands and played the club circuit, making a living from live performance rather than session work. Some left music entirely, finding work in the auto plants or other industries, their talent buried under economic necessity. The Motown that remained in Detroit existed primarily in memory and in the music that still played on the radio. Those songs, though, the songs were immortal. Every time a DJ spun I Heard It Through the Grapevine or My Girl or Ain't Too Proud to Beg or Baby Love or Stop. In the name of love, Detroit's contribution to American culture was reaffirmed. The records didn't die when the company left town. The music remained, evidence of what had been created here, a reminder that Detroit had given the world something beautiful and lasting. But the absence was felt. The creative energy that had centered around Motown dispersed, some of it following the label to Los Angeles, some finding new channels in Detroit, some simply dissipating into the general economic and social challenges the city faced. The story of Motown leaving Detroit is often told as pure tragedy, and there's truth to that. But it's also a story about the inevitable tension between art and commerce, between local loyalty and global ambition, between staying put and reaching for something bigger. Berry Gordy made the choice that made sense for his business. Detroit was left to deal with the consequences. In the underground clubs of Detroit in the early 70s, something new was happening, a sound and a scene that would eventually explode into mainstream consciousness and change the landscape of popular music. Disco was being born, not all at once, but gradually, in spaces that existed on the margins, in communities that mainstream society often ignored or actively rejected. The Chessmate Lounge on Livernois Avenue, near 6 Mile Road, was one of the epicenters of this emerging culture. It was a gay club serving primarily black gay men in an era when being openly gay required courage and created danger. The club itself was modest, not fancy or large, but what happened inside its walls was revolutionary. This was where people could be themselves without fear, where music and dance created a space of freedom and joy in a world that often offered neither. The Chessmate featured DJs who were pioneering a new approach to dance music. Instead of live bands, which were expensive and took breaks, DJs would play records continuously, mixing them together so that one song flowed seamlessly into the next, keeping dancers on the floor for hours. This wasn't just playing songs randomly, it was an art form, reading the crowd, building energy, creating musical narratives that took people on journeys. Ken Collier was the godfather of Detroit's disco scene. He was a black gay DJ who had an encyclopedic knowledge of music and an intuitive understanding of how to move a crowd. Collier didn't just work at the Chessmate, he had residencies at multiple clubs throughout the 70s, spreading the disco gospel across Detroit's nightlife landscape. He was known for his incredible record collection, built through years of digging through record stores and trading with other DJs. He had music nobody else had, tracks imported from Europe, unreleased promotional copies, obscure labels, treasures found in the bins of shops that didn't know what they had. What made disco different from the soul and funk that preceded it wasn't just the continuous mixing, but the sound itself. Disco took elements from multiple genres and blended them into something new. The foundation was funk and soul, with those prominent bass lines and rhythmic guitar work, but disco added lush string sections, often borrowed from classical music traditions, creating a sophistication and elegance that elevated the dance floor. Horns added punctuation and excitement, and the beat, the famous four-on-the-floor beat with its steady kick drum on every quarter note, created an irresistible pulse that made it almost impossible not to move. The early disco records that were moving Detroit crowds in the early 70s included the Love Unlimited Orchestra's Love's Theme, with its sweeping orchestral arrangement, the Hughes Corporation's Rock the Boat with its infectious groove, MFSB's TSOP, The Sound of Philadelphia, which would become the theme song for Soul Train, the television show that brought black music and style into millions of living rooms every weekend. These songs were joyous and energetic, designed not for passive listening but for active participation on the dance floor. By the mid-70s, disco was spreading beyond the underground gay clubs into a broader nightlife scene. The Factory on Jefferson Avenue became another Ken Collier residency, a larger venue that drew mixed crowds. When Studio 54 in New York would close at 2 in the morning, partygoers who wanted to keep dancing would head to the Factory, which stayed open until dawn. The club had a reputation for being a place where anything could happen, where social boundaries dissolved in the heat and sweat of the dance floor. Other clubs joined the scene: Famous Door, The Escape, Backstreet, Menjo's, Todd's on 7 Mile, Club Fever on 6 Mile, and Woodward. Each had its own character, its own crowd, its own vibe. Some were more upscale, with strict dress codes and velvet ropes. Others were grittier, welcoming anyone with the cover charge. But they all shared the common language of disco, that propulsive beat and soaring strings that promised escape and transcendence. The fashion at these clubs was spectacular. Disco demanded visual impact to match the musical intensity. For women, it meant dresses that caught the light, often covered in sequins that would shimmer and flash as they moved. Metallic fabrics were huge, silver and gold lame that looked like liquid metal, halter tops that showed off shoulders and backs, platform shoes that added 4 or 5 inches of height, making everyone taller, changing the geometry of the body and the attitude of the walk. Hair was often straight and long, inspired by Cher and Diana Ross, or teased up high, defying gravity. Makeup was bold, bright eyeshadow in blues and greens and purples, glossy lips, dramatic eyelashes. For men, the disco look was equally bold, wide collar shirts worn unbuttoned to mid-chest, revealing chains and chest hair. Tight pants that showed off the body, often in bold colors or patterns. Platform boots for men too, chunky heels that added height and swagger. 3-piece suits in materials that had a sheen to them, catching the disco ball light. Gold chains and medallions, hair grown out longer, styled with care, afros picked out to impressive dimensions, or straightened and flowing. The centerpiece of any disco was the disco ball, that mirrored sphere that hung from the ceiling and spun slowly, scattering points of light across the room and the dancers. When the lights dimmed and the disco ball started spinning, when the bass line kicked in and the strings soared, when the floor filled with bodies moving together, there was a magic to it, a feeling of being part of something larger than yourself. The dancing itself was becoming more structured. Early disco dancing was freestyle, people inventing their own moves. But as the scene grew, specific dances emerged. The hustle became hugely popular, a partner dance that involved intricate turns and dips and coordination. Lines would form on the floor, everyone doing the same moves in unison, the precision and synchronization creating visual spectacle to match the music. Disco was about more than music and fashion and dancing, though. It was about freedom and inclusion in a way that was radical for its time. The disco scene welcomed people regardless of race or sexual orientation, creating integrated spaces in a city and a country still deeply divided. On the disco floor, a black gay man could dance next to a straight white woman, and nobody cared. What mattered was the music, the moment, the shared experience of joy and release. This inclusivity wasn't without tension. Mainstream America was watching disco's rise with suspicion and often outright hostility. The association with gay culture made disco a target for homophobia. The prominence of Black and Latino artists made it a target for racism. The focus on pleasure and sensuality, the sexual liberation that disco spaces represented, made it a target for those who saw the 70s as a decade of moral decay. But in the clubs, none of that mattered. The music was too loud, the beat too strong, the collective energy too powerful for outside judgment to penetrate. Ken Collier wasn't just playing records, he was building community. He shared his knowledge generously with younger DJs who were learning the craft. He sold records from his personal collection out of his house, helping other DJs build their libraries. He created a network of people connected through music, through the shared experience of those nights when the music was perfect and the crowd was right and everything aligned into something approaching transcendence. By the late 70s, disco would become a global phenomenon, commercialized and diluted in the process of going mainstream. But in those early and mid-70s clubs in Detroit, disco was still underground, still pure, still a scene where the outcasts and the avant-garde were creating something genuinely new. The people dancing at the Chessmate or the Factory weren't thinking about music history. They were living their lives, finding joy and connection, expressing themselves through movement and fashion and participation in a scene that welcomed them. Disco in Detroit was also preparation for what would come next. The DJ culture that disco established, the focus on electronic beats and continuous mixing, the idea of the DJ as artist and curator, all of this would feed directly into Detroit's next major musical innovation, techno. But that was still years away. In the mid-70s, it was all about the disco beat, the shimmer of sequins, the spin of the disco ball, and the feeling that for a few hours at least, in the right club with the right music, you could be exactly who you wanted to be. While music played and people danced, another story was unfolding on Detroit streets, one darker and more dangerous than anything happening in the clubs. The drug trade was changing, evolving from small-time operations into sophisticated criminal enterprises that would reshape the city's underworld and have profound effects on daily life for ordinary residents. In the early 70s, Detroit's drug trade was still largely controlled by the Italian mafia, also known as the Detroit Partnership. This was the traditional organized crime structure that had roots going back to Prohibition, when bootleg alcohol made fortunes for men willing to break the law. The mafia had adapted over the decades, moving from alcohol to gambling to drugs as opportunities changed. Heroin was the profitable commodity now, and the Italian bosses controlled the supply lines and distribution networks. Murder Row emerged in 1974 as a faction within the Italian mafia structure. It was founded by Big Frank Nitti Usher, who had a close relationship with Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, one of the top bosses in the Detroit Mafia. This connection was significant because the Italian mob had traditionally been suspicious of working with black criminals, but Nitti and Tony Jack had developed a mentorship relationship that crossed those traditional racial lines. Murder Row specialized in heroin distribution, operating primarily through a network of street-level dealers, while the organizational leadership remained well insulated from direct drug handling. Chester Campbell served as the principal enforcer, the muscle that kept discipline within the organization and terror in the hearts of anyone who might consider competing or testifying. The operation was profitable and violent, using fear as a business tool just as much as they used supply and demand. The arrest of Chester Campbell in 1975 marked a turning point. Without its primary enforcer, Murder Row struggled to maintain the tight control, it had exercised over its territory and its members. Internal conflicts erupted, rivals sensed weakness and moved in. Within a relatively short time, Murder Row diminished significantly as a force in Detroit's drug trade, but the vacuum it left behind would be filled by something even more innovative and ultimately more destructive. Eddie "Fat Man" Jackson was operating independently during this same period, though he allegedly had connections to the Gambino crime family in New York. Jackson represented a new type of criminal figure in Detroit, a black man who had built significant wealth through the heroin trade and wasn't shy about displaying it. He lived lavishly, drove expensive cars, wore expensive clothes, mingled with celebrities and athletes, acting as though his drug money was as legitimate as any other fortune. Jackson, along with Courtney Brown, was among the first major individual black drug dealers to emerge in Detroit, separate from the Italian mafia structure. They were paving the way, proving that it was possible to operate large-scale drug operations without being part of the traditional organized crime hierarchy. Their success attracted attention from law enforcement, but it also served as inspiration for younger entrepreneurs who saw the drug trade as one of the few paths to wealth available to them. The law enforcement response to rising crime focused heavily on street-level enforcement, particularly targeting black neighborhoods. In 1971, the Detroit Police Department created a unit called STRESS, which stood for Stop the Robberies, Enjoy Safe Streets. On the surface, it sounded like a reasonable response to a crime problem. Detroit had recorded 23,000 robberies in 1970, an enormous number that created genuine fear in many neighborhoods. Something had to be done. But STRESS quickly became notorious for its aggressive tactics and the high body count it produced. The unit operated as a decoy operation, with plainclothes officers posing as vulnerable targets, drunks or drug users or elderly people trying to lure criminals into attempting robberies so they could be arrested or, more often, shot. The officers were given enormous latitude in their operations and little oversight in how they conducted them. In less than 3 years of operation, STRESS officers killed 22 people. Almost all of the victims were young black men or boys. The circumstances of many of these shootings were highly questionable. The official reports would claim the officers were defending themselves, that the suspects were armed and dangerous, that force was necessary. But witnesses often told different stories, and the pattern was undeniable. STRESS had become what community activists called it, an execution squad, a terror operation targeting black youth under the guise of crime prevention. The anger this generated in Detroit's black community cannot be overstated. Parents were terrified to let their teenage sons out of the house, knowing that an encounter with STRESS could prove fatal even if the young man had done nothing wrong. The unit became a symbol of police brutality and racial injustice, a rallying point for activists demanding change. Protests calling for STRESS's abolition grew larger and more frequent. The issue became central to Detroit politics and would play a crucial role in the 1973 mayoral election. For ordinary residents trying to navigate daily life, the increasing violence and police aggression created impossible situations. You needed to be aware of which streets were controlled by which groups, where drug dealing happened openly, which corners to avoid. You needed to teach your children how to interact with police in ways that might keep them safe, which meant compliance and submission even when the police were wrong, because asserting your rights could get you killed. Neighborhood boundaries became more important and more rigid. Territory that had once been simply where you lived became contested space, areas claimed by different groups for different purposes. A corner that had been a place where kids played might become known as a drug corner, transforming the entire block's character. Residents would try to reclaim these spaces through block clubs and community organizing, taking turns sitting outside to monitor activity, calling police when they saw dealing happening, trying to maintain some sense of safety and normalcy. But calling the police wasn't always a solution. The relationship between the police and many Detroit neighborhoods was poisoned by years of brutality and racism. Many residents didn't trust the police to help them, feared that police intervention might make things worse, or worried about being labeled a snitch if they were seen talking to officers. This erosion of trust between police and community would have long-lasting effects, making it harder to address crime effectively and creating a vacuum that criminal organizations could exploit. The drug trade itself was evolving. Heroin remained the primary commodity, but the market was expanding and diversifying. More people were using, including users from suburban areas who would come into the city to buy. The profits were enormous, enough to fund lifestyles that must have seemed impossible to young people who saw legitimate employment offering only dead-end jobs with low pay and no future. The drug economy became a shadow system running parallel to the legitimate economy, offering its own opportunities and rewards to those willing to accept the risks. Violence was an inevitable part of this economy. Disputes over territory, over debts, over betrayals, real or perceived, all of these got settled with weapons. Drive-by shootings became more common. Young men started carrying guns routinely for protection or for aggression, depending on the situation. The homicide rate in Detroit was climbing, reflecting not just the drug trade but the broader breakdown of social cohesion and the desperation that came with economic decline. For families living in neighborhoods affected by the drug trade, daily life required constant vigilance and adaptation. You learned to recognize the signs of drug houses, the steady stream of visitors arriving and leaving quickly, the lookouts posted on corners, the expensive cars that didn't match the surrounding poverty. You taught your children to come straight home from school, not to linger on corners, not to get curious about what was happening in that house down the street. You hoped and prayed that the violence wouldn't touch your family directly, while knowing that stray bullets didn't respect good intentions or innocent lives. The psychological impact of living in this environment was profound. Chronic stress from feeling unsafe in your own neighborhood, trauma from witnessing violence or knowing someone who had been killed, grief that became so common it was almost normalized. Many residents developed a hard shell, a way of moving through the world that protected them emotionally but also closed them off from connection and vulnerability. Children growing up in this environment learned lessons about the world that no child should have to learn, about how life could be cheap, about how violence could come suddenly and senselessly, about how the people who were supposed to protect you often did the opposite. Yet, even in neighborhoods deeply affected by crime and drugs, life went on. People still went to work, still took care of their families, still found moments of joy and connection. Block clubs organized cleanup days, painting over graffiti, picking up trash, trying to maintain pride in their community despite the challenges. Churches provided not just spiritual guidance but practical support, food pantries and tutoring programs and safe spaces for kids. Extended families looked out for each other, taking in cousins or nieces who needed a safer environment, pooling resources to help someone get through a tough time. The story of Detroit's streets in the mid-70s is not just about crime and decline, it's also about resilience and resistance, about communities fighting to survive and maintain their humanity in the face of forces that seemed designed to destroy both. The people living through this weren't just victims, they were active participants in their own lives, making choices within constrained options, finding ways to create meaning and purpose, even when the structures around them were failing. The 1973 mayoral election in Detroit wasn't just another political contest. It was a referendum on the city's future, on who would have power and whose interests would be prioritized. The two candidates represented fundamentally different visions, and everyone knew it. The campaign was bitter, divisive, and openly about race in ways that politicians usually tried to obscure. Coleman Alexander Young was the black candidate, though he was much more than that simple description suggests. He had been born in Alabama in 1918 but came to Detroit as a child during the Great Migration. his family seeking better opportunities in the industrial North, like hundreds of thousands of other black families. He had worked in the auto plants, experienced firsthand the discrimination that black workers faced. He had been a union organizer during the militant days of the 30s and 40s, when unions were fighting for recognition and workers were risking their jobs and sometimes their lives to organize. He had been called before the House Un-American Activities Committee in the early 50s during the Red Scare and had refused to cooperate, telling the committee to go to hell in colorful language that became legendary. Young had entered politics in the 60s, serving in the state Senate, where he developed a reputation as a skilled legislator and a fierce advocate for civil rights and social justice. He understood how power worked, how to build coalitions, how to push for change within the system while maintaining his radical edge. By 1973, he had the support of most of Detroit's black political establishment, the church leaders and community organizers and labor unions that formed the base of black political power in the city. John Nichols, the white candidate, was the police commissioner, a position that had given him high visibility during the stress years. Nichols was the architect and defender of stress, convinced that aggressive, no-nonsense policing was what Detroit needed to control crime. He ran a law and order campaign using coded language about crime and safety that everyone understood was really about race, about containing and controlling the black population, about maintaining white authority in a city that was becoming a majority black. The election split along stark racial lines. In the primary, Young had advanced along with Nichols, defeating other candidates to set up the general election showdown. Both candidates tried to appeal across racial lines, at least superficially. Young talked about his policies in race-neutral terms, focusing on economic development, city services, police reform. Nichols tried to suggest his support came from concern about crime, not racism. But nobody was fooled. This was about race, about power, about what kind of city Detroit would become. The campaign got ugly. Nichols' supporters spread fear about what would happen if Young won, suggesting the city would descend into chaos, that white people wouldn't be safe, that property values would collapse. Young supporters countered that Nichols represented continued police brutality and systematic racism, that black residents would never get fair treatment under his leadership. The Detroit Police Officers Association, the union representing rank-and-file cops, enthusiastically endorsed Nichols, seeing him as their protector against the reforms that Young was promising. On Election Day in November 1973, Detroit's racial divide was reflected in the voting booth. Young won 92% of the black vote. Nichols won 91% of the white vote. The difference was that Detroit's population was nearing the tipping point, close to 50% black, and black voter turnout was exceptionally high, energized by the possibility of electing the city's first black mayor. Young won by a narrow margin, around 14,000 votes out of over 450,000 cast. But a win was a win. The inauguration in January 1974 was historic. Coleman Young became the first black mayor of Detroit, taking office in a city deeply divided, facing enormous challenges, with expectations sky-high from supporters and fear-mongering from opponents. His inaugural address was memorable for its directness and defiance. He promised to reform the police department, to make it responsive to all residents, not just some. He promised economic development, better services, a government that worked for everyone. Then he issued his famous warning to criminals and corrupt cops alike. I issue an open warning now to all dope pushers, to all rip-off artists, to all muggers. It's time to leave Detroit. Hit 8 Mile Road. 8 Mile Road was the northern boundary of the city, the dividing line between Detroit and the suburbs. Young was telling criminals to get out. But then he added the kicker that sent shockwaves through the police department and throughout white Detroit. And I don't give a damn if they're black or white, or if they wear superfly suits or blue uniforms with silver badges. Hit the road. Equating criminals in superfly suits, a reference to the blaxploitation film and the flashy style associated with street hustlers, with corrupt police officers in uniform was inflammatory. It was direct. It was exactly what Young's supporters wanted to hear, and what his opponents feared. He was serving notice that the old ways were over, that the police department would be held accountable, that badges wouldn't protect officers who abused their power. Within 6 weeks of taking office, Young issued Executive Order No. 2, abolishing stress. The unit that had terrorized black neighborhoods for 3 years was dismantled immediately. For many residents, this alone justified their support for Young. The relief was palpable. Parents felt marginally safer letting their children walk to school. Young men breathed a little easier walking down the street. The fear that any encounter with plainclothes cops might turn deadly was lifted, at least from that particular source. But abolishing stress was just the beginning of Young's planned police reforms. His vision was more comprehensive, transform the overwhelmingly white police department into one that reflected the city's racial demographics. At the time Young took office, less than 10% of Detroit police officers were black in a city that was nearly 50% black. Young set an ambitious goal, 50% black officers by 1978, just 4 years away. To achieve this, Young implemented aggressive affirmative action policies. For every white officer hired or promoted, a black officer would also be hired or promoted. This quota system was controversial and would face legal challenges, but Young was committed to it. He believed, with good reason, that a police force that looked like the community it served would be more trusted and would police more fairly. He also implemented residency requirements, mandating that police officers live within the city limits. Many white officers lived in the suburbs and commuted into Detroit for work. Young had called them an army of occupation during the campaign, and now he was telling them they had to live in the city if they wanted to keep their jobs. The intention was to give officers a stake in the community, to make them neighbors to the people they policed, to break down the US versus them mentality that had poisoned police-community relations. The Detroit Police Officers Association fought back hard against these reforms. The union was predominantly white and conservative, and they saw Young's policies as attacks on their members. They filed lawsuits challenging the affirmative action policies, arguing reverse discrimination. They organized protests and slowdowns. The union president made inflammatory statements attacking Young personally. The battle between the mayor and the police union would define much of Young's first term and create ongoing tension throughout his tenure. Young also created a network of mini police stations throughout the city, small command posts embedded in neighborhoods rather than concentrated in large precinct buildings. The idea was community policing, making officers more accessible and visible, integrating them into the fabric of neighborhood life. He set up neighborhood city halls, small offices where residents could access city services and file complaints without having to travel downtown. These initiatives were meant to make government more responsive and accountable. The response to Young's reforms split along predictable lines. In black neighborhoods, there was hope and support, a sense that finally someone in power was listening to their concerns and taking their needs seriously. In white neighborhoods, especially on the Far East and West sides where white residents still predominated, there was fear and anger, a sense that Young was anti-white, that he was favoring one group over another, that the city was being taken away from them. The reality was more complicated than either perspective fully captured. Young was trying to address legitimate grievances about police brutality and discrimination while also dealing with real crime problems that affected all Detroiters, black and white. He needed to reform the police to gain community trust, but he also needed effective law enforcement to address crime. These goals weren't necessarily contradictory, but achieving both simultaneously proved incredibly difficult. The white exodus from Detroit accelerated during Young's tenure, though it's debatable how much of that was caused by his policies versus broader economic and social forces that were already in motion. White residents who had been considering moving to the suburbs made that move faster. Others who might have stayed decided to leave. The racial tipping point that had been approaching when Young took office accelerated, and within a few years, Detroit would be a majority black city, the first major American city to cross that threshold. Young's relationship with the white business establishment was pragmatic. Despite his radical past and his fiery rhetoric, once in office, he understood that he needed business cooperation to address the city's economic challenges. He called what he termed an ideological truce, working with corporate leaders on downtown development projects, trying to attract investment, supporting initiatives like the Renaissance Center that he hoped would revitalize the city's economy. This pragmatism disappointed some of his more radical supporters who wanted revolutionary change, not accommodation with capitalist elites. But Young understood something crucial. A mayor's power, even a mayor in a large city, is limited. He couldn't stop white flight or prevent businesses from moving to the suburbs or reverse the broader economic forces that were reshaping American cities. He could try to manage the decline, to reform institutions like the police that were under his direct control, to provide services to residents who remained, to maintain some measure of hope that Detroit had a future. Whether those efforts would be enough remained to be seen. The significance of Young's election extended beyond Detroit. He was one of several black mayors elected in major cities in the early 70s as black political power grew in urban areas where demographic changes had created black majorities or near majorities. Cleveland, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Newark, and other cities would follow similar patterns. Young became a symbol, proof that black people could attain the highest levels of municipal power, that the civil rights movement's political goals could be achieved, at least in theory. But the challenges these new black mayors faced were enormous, perhaps insurmountable. They were inheriting cities in decline, cities losing population and tax base, cities with aging infrastructure and social problems exacerbated by federal disinvestment and suburban flight. They were being handed the reins of power just as that power was being drained of its resources and capacity. It was, in some ways, a hollow victory, control of institutions that were already failing. For the residents of Detroit watching Coleman Young take office, though, the symbolism mattered. Seeing a black man in the mayor's office, hearing him speak truth to power, watching him stand up to the police union and the old guard, all of this created a sense of possibility, a feeling that maybe things could change, that maybe the system could be made to work for them instead of against them. That hope, even if it would later be disappointed, was real and significant in the moment. In October 1973, halfway across the world, a decision was made that would send shockwaves through Detroit and change the American auto industry forever. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, known as OPEC, declared an oil embargo against nations that supported Israel in the Yom Kippur War. The United States was at the top of that list. Almost overnight, the price of oil quadrupled. Gas shortages followed immediately. For Americans accustomed to cheap, abundant gasoline, the embargo was a shock to the system. Long lines formed at gas stations, sometimes stretching for blocks. Drivers would wait for hours just to fill their tanks if the station hadn't already run out of fuel. Rationing schemes were implemented, allowing people to buy gas only on certain days based on whether their license plate ended in an odd or even number. The entire country was forced to confront something it had taken for granted: unlimited mobility at cheap prices. For Detroit, the crisis exposed a vulnerability that the auto industry had been ignoring for years. American cars were big, powerful, and spectacularly inefficient. Muscle cars that got 8 or 10 miles per gallon were status symbols, marks of power and freedom. Family sedans weren't much better, most getting somewhere in the teens for fuel economy. This hadn't mattered when gas was cheap, but when prices shot up and supplies became uncertain, suddenly those gas guzzlers looked like liabilities rather than assets. The foreign imports that American manufacturers had dismissed as insignificant suddenly became very attractive. The Volkswagen Beetle, mocked by some as a silly little car, got 30 miles per gallon or better. Japanese cars like the Toyota Corolla and Datsun 510 were small but efficient, reliable, and affordable. Sales of imports surged during and after the embargo, as Americans discovered that maybe bigger wasn't always better, that maybe fuel efficiency mattered more than they had realized. The big three, Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler, scrambled to respond. They rushed to develop smaller, more fuel-efficient cars to compete with the imports. But designing and manufacturing cars takes years. You can't just flip a switch and transform a company that has spent decades building big cars into one that builds small ones. The tooling, the supply chains, the expertise, everything was oriented toward large vehicles. Making the shift would be expensive, time-consuming, and uncertain. Meanwhile, the embargo's effects rippled through Detroit's economy. Auto sales dropped sharply as consumers worried about fuel economy and general economic uncertainty. When sales drop, production drops. When production drops, workers get laid off. The layoffs started as temporary, the plants shutting down for a few weeks to let inventory catch up with demand. But as the crisis dragged on, the layoffs became longer, more extensive. Thousands of workers found themselves unemployed, their savings dwindling, their futures suddenly uncertain. The United Auto Workers Union, which had seemed invincible just a few years earlier, found itself in a defensive position. The contracts negotiated in the early 70s had won important gains for workers. In 1970, the union had secured a provision known as 30 and out, which meant workers could retire with full pensions after 30 years of service, regardless of their age. For workers who started at 18, that meant retiring at 48 with a pension and health care for life. It seemed like a great victory at the time, a reward for decades of hard labor. But those generous benefits were predicated on continued profitability and growth, assumptions that were being challenged by the oil crisis and foreign competition. The big three were suddenly looking at declining market share, higher costs, and fierce competition from manufacturers who had lower labor costs and newer, more efficient factories. The golden age of auto worker prosperity was ending, though few people recognized it yet. The economic anxiety was palpable in working-class Detroit neighborhoods. Families who had felt secure suddenly weren't. The automatic overtime that had padded paychecks was gone. The certainty of steady work evaporated. Arguments about money became more common as household budgets got tighter. The stress of unemployment or reduced hours took a toll on marriages, on mental health, on the social fabric of communities built around stable industrial employment. But the problems ran deeper than just the oil embargo. American auto manufacturers had become complacent during their decades of dominance. Quality control had slipped. Consumer complaints about defects and reliability were rising. The joke about American cars breaking down became common enough that it wasn't really a joke anymore. Meanwhile, Japanese manufacturers were building reputations for quality and reliability, using new manufacturing techniques and quality control processes that American companies dismissed as gimmicks or propaganda. The plants themselves were aging. Many of Detroit's auto factories had been built in the early decades of the 20th century. They were massive, impressive for their time, but increasingly outdated compared to modern facilities being built elsewhere. Automation was coming, slowly at first, but accelerating, as companies realized they could reduce labor costs and improve consistency by replacing workers with robots. This was just beginning in the 70s, but it portended massive disruption to come. Union leadership was trying to navigate an impossible situation. Workers expected the union to protect jobs and maintain benefits. Management was demanding concessions, arguing that labor costs were making American cars uncompetitive. The union had to decide whether to fight for everything and risk driving companies into bankruptcy, or to compromise and risk betraying the workers they represented. Neither choice was good. Amid all this economic turmoil, Detroit's civic and business leaders were trying to project confidence and optimism. The Renaissance Center, Henry Ford II's massive downtown development project, was moving forward. Groundbreaking had happened in 1973, and construction was proceeding on the complex of 7 skyscrapers that would tower over the riverfront. Ford and other business leaders promoted the Renaissance Center as proof that Detroit had a future, that downtown could be revitalized, that the city could transform itself into a modern service economy. The project cost over $500 million, making it one of the largest private developments in American history. The centerpiece was a 73-story hotel, the tallest in the world at the time, surrounded by 4 39-story office towers. It was meant to be a city within a city, with shops and restaurants and conference facilities and direct access to the riverfront. The architecture was modernist and imposing, designed to make a statement that Detroit was still important, still relevant, still capable of building monuments. But there was a disconnect between the vision of the Renaissance Center and the reality on the streets. The development was downtown, separated from most residential neighborhoods. It was oriented toward business travelers and conventions, not toward ordinary Detroiters. The hope was that this investment would spark broader revitalization, but many residents saw it as a fortress, a protected enclave for the wealthy while their neighborhoods deteriorated. The Rensen, as it came to be called, would open in 1977, and time would tell whether it could fulfill its promise. Another major project was moving forward in the late 70s, a new sports arena to replace the aging Olympia Stadium, where the Detroit Red Wings had played hockey since 1927. The Olympia was in a neighborhood that had declined significantly, and the facility itself was showing its age. The new arena, which would be called Joe Louis Arena after the famous Detroit boxer, was being built on the riverfront downtown adjacent to Cobo Hall, the convention center. Construction began in 1977 with an opening planned for 1979. These big projects were meant to signal renewal and optimism, but they couldn't mask the underlying problems. The auto industry crisis was about more than just one oil embargo. It was about a fundamental shift in global competition, about the end of American manufacturing dominance, about the beginning of deindustrialization that would transform cities like Detroit from production centers into something else, though nobody was quite sure what that something else would be. Families who had built their lives around auto industry jobs were facing existential questions. If the plants closed permanently, what would they do? Where would they work? Should they stay in Detroit and hope for recovery? Or should they leave, move to the Sun Belt where jobs were supposedly more plentiful, start over somewhere else? These weren't easy decisions. Most people had extended family in Detroit, social networks, church communities, deep roots. Leaving meant abandoning all of that, becoming strangers in a new place. But staying meant accepting uncertainty and possible poverty. The psychological impact of this economic disruption was profound. Men who had defined themselves by their work, who took pride in being providers, found their identities shattered when the plants closed. Depression became common, though rarely acknowledged or treated. Domestic violence increased as stress and frustration sought outlets. Alcohol abuse rose. These were the hidden costs of deindustrialization, the human toll that didn't show up in economic statistics but was no less real for that. For younger people just entering the job market, the landscape was completely different than what their parents had experienced. The assembly line jobs that had offered middle-class wages and benefits weren't available anymore, or weren't available in the same numbers. Service sector jobs, retail and fast food and hospitality, paid far less and offered fewer benefits and no security. The path to the American dream that had seemed so clear to the previous generation was blocked, or at least much harder, to navigate. Yet even in crisis, some found opportunity. The economic disruption created space for new thinking, new approaches. Small businesses emerged to fill niches that had been ignored by larger companies. Some workers used severance pay or savings to start their own operations, repairing cars or doing contracting work or opening small shops. Entrepreneurship born from necessity rather than opportunity, but entrepreneurship nonetheless. The story of Detroit's auto industry in the 70s is often told as simple decline, and there's truth to that narrative, but it's also a story about adaptation, about resilience, about people trying to navigate massive changes while maintaining their dignity and their dreams. The crisis revealed weaknesses and vulnerabilities, but it also showed the strength of communities and families who refused to give up, who kept fighting for their city and their future even when the odds seemed overwhelming. By the late 1970s, the street-level drug trade in Detroit was undergoing a transformation that would have profound implications for the city, for law enforcement, and for a generation of young people who saw opportunity where others saw destruction. A new organization was emerging that would revolutionize the heroin trade and become one of the most successful and notorious drug operations in American history. Young Boys Incorporated, known as YBI. The story begins with 4 young black men who grew up in the same northwest Detroit neighborhood, the Dexter-Davison area, and who had watched the drug trade operate for years, studying its mechanics, understanding its vulnerabilities, seeing where improvements could be made. Raymond Peoples, who went by Baby Ray, was one of the founders, known for his business acumen and strategic thinking. Milton Jones, called Butch, would become the organization's de facto leader after getting out of prison, bringing a military discipline and ruthless efficiency. Mark Marshall, known as Block, was another founding member, and Dwayne Davis, nicknamed Wonderful Wayne, rounded out the original leadership. What made YBI revolutionary wasn't just who they were, but how they structured their operation. The traditional drug organizations, including the Italian mafia that had long controlled Detroit's heroin trade, used adult dealers at all levels. This made them vulnerable to law enforcement because adults could be prosecuted aggressively, facing long prison sentences that often made them willing to cooperate and testify against higher-ups in exchange for reduced sentences. The YBI founders had a brilliant insight that sounds almost too obvious once you hear it. Use juveniles. Kids under 18 couldn't be prosecuted as adults, faced much lighter penalties if caught, and were less likely to become informants because they were less afraid of the juvenile justice system. It was strategic brilliance and moral monstrosity combined, turning children into the front line of a criminal empire while insulating the adult leadership from direct exposure to law enforcement. The organizational structure was sophisticated, based on corporate models rather than traditional street gang hierarchies. At the top were the 4 founders, insulated from day-to-day operations by multiple layers of management. Below them were lieutenants, responsible for specific territories or functions. Below the lieutenants were crew leaders, managing teams of street-level dealers, almost all of whom were teenagers, some as young as 13 or 14. It was a vertical integration that would have made Henry Ford proud if he'd been alive to see it, and could have gotten past the product being sold. The name itself, Young Boys Incorporated, was chosen carefully. Young Boys identified the demographic being recruited. Incorporated signaled that this was a business, a professional operation, not just a street gang. The branding was sophisticated, creating an identity that appealed to young people who saw few other paths to respect and financial success. YBI wanted independence from the traditional power structures, so they sourced their heroin directly from the Golden Triangle, the region where the borders of Laos, Thailand, and Myanmar meet, one of the world's major opium-producing areas. And this wasn't easy or cheap, but it freed them from dependence on the Italian mafia, which had long controlled drug importation into Detroit. By going directly to Southeast Asian suppliers, YBI could get better quality product at lower prices and couldn't be cut off if they angered the traditional mob bosses. The territory YBI claimed was the Dexter-Davison neighborhood on Detroit's northwest side, but they quickly expanded their operations across much of the city. By the late 70s, they controlled an estimated 80% of Detroit's heroin market, an astonishing market share. Their daily sales were estimated at $300,000, over $2 million per week, more than $100 million per year. These numbers are almost impossible to verify precisely, but even if they're inflated, the scale of the operation was clearly enormous. Part of what made YBI so successful was the quality control and branding. Unlike many drug operations that cut their product heavily to maximize profits, YBI maintained relatively high purity levels and branded their heroin with specific names that became known for quality. This created customer loyalty in a market where reputation mattered. Butch Jones reportedly tested product personally with trusted users before releasing it for sale, ensuring consistency. The organization had rules, strict rules, that were enforced ruthlessly. Members of the crew were not allowed to use the products they sold. This prevented the descent into addiction that destroyed many drug dealers and kept the workers reliable. Territory boundaries were clearly defined and defended. Dealers were expected to be on their posts during assigned hours, treating it like any other job. The entire operation ran with a professionalism that was startling and disturbing. Enforcement was handled by what was called the Wrecking Crew, a group of enforcers led by Butch Jones, who dealt with anyone who violated the rules or threatened the organization. If you stole money or product, if you talked to police, if you tried to leave the organization, if you competed in their territory, the Wrecking Crew would find you. The violence they inflicted was meant to send messages, to create a climate of fear that kept everyone in line and discouraged competition. Competitors were eliminated, sometimes literally, if they couldn't be scared off. For young people in Detroit's poorest neighborhoods, YBI represented something powerful and alluring. It was a way to make money, real money, more money than any legitimate job available to a teenager with limited education would ever pay. It was a way to gain respect, to have status, to be somebody instead of nobody. Wearing nice clothes, having cash in your pocket, being part of something that seemed powerful and successful. These things mattered in communities where so much seemed hopeless. The tragedy is that it was all built on destruction. Every dollar YBI made came from addiction, from people who couldn't stop using heroin, even as it destroyed their lives, their health, their families. The neighborhoods where YBI operated became drug markets, with all the violence and degradation that entailed. Families were torn apart. Children grew up in homes where parents were addicts, where basic needs went unmet because money went to drugs, where violence was a constant threat. The money flowing through YBI didn't build anything or create anything of value. It extracted wealth from the poorest communities and concentrated it in the hands of a few while leaving devastation in its wake. But YBI didn't just operate in Detroit. The organization expanded to other cities, applying the same model that had proven so successful at home. Boston was their most successful franchise, with operations that reportedly generated $70,000 per day in sales. The young men sent to Boston to set up and run these operations brought the Detroit playbook with them, recruiting local youth, establishing territories, replicating the structure that worked. YBI was becoming a national organization, a blueprint that other groups would study and copy. Law enforcement was overwhelmed. The traditional approaches to fighting drug organizations, which relied on catching dealers with drugs and flipping them to testify against their bosses, didn't work well against YBI. The juvenile dealers who got caught faced minimal consequences and weren't willing to testify. The organizational structure made it difficult to connect street-level arrests to the leadership, and the sheer volume of the operation, the number of people involved, the sophisticated methods they used, all of it represented a step change in the drug trade that police weren't prepared to handle. Federal authorities began to take notice. The Drug Enforcement Administration, the FBI, they started investigating YBI as the organization's success, and the violence it generated made national news. Young Boys Incorporated was becoming infamous, a symbol of how bad things had gotten in Detroit, how sophisticated and brazen the drug trade had become. But building a case that would hold up in court and actually take down the leadership would take time, resources, and some luck. For the young people recruited into YBI, the organization was a trap disguised as opportunity. Yes, you could make money, more money than flipping burgers or working retail, or doing any of the other low-wage jobs available to teenagers in poor neighborhoods. But the life expectancy was short. You could get killed by rivals, by police, by your own organization if you broke the rules. You could get addicted to the very drugs you were selling. You could get arrested and, even if you were a juvenile, still end up in the justice system, starting a cycle of incarceration that would define the rest of your life. And even if you succeeded, if you made money and survived, what then? The money was illegitimate, couldn't be used openly without attracting attention. The skills you developed, street skills, organizational skills, weren't transferable to legitimate employment, and the psychological toll of participating in an operation that caused so much harm, even if you rationalized it or ignored it, left scars that many would carry forever. The rise of YBI in the late 70s represented a failure of society to provide legitimate paths to success for young people in poor urban neighborhoods. When the choice is between a minimum wage job with no future and a drug operation offering real money and status, it's easy to see why some would make the choice that from the outside seems clearly wrong. The young men who joined YBI weren't monsters. They were people responding to the incentives and opportunities presented to them in an environment that offered precious, few, good options. The story of Young Boys Incorporated is about more than just drugs and crime. It's about economic desperation, about structural inequality, about the failure of institutions, about communities under siege, about the human cost of deindustrialization and urban decline. The organization didn't create the problems in Detroit, it exploited them, profited from them, and made them worse. But understanding why YBI was able to rise and thrive requires looking at the bigger picture, at everything that had happened to Detroit throughout the 70s, at the accumulated weight of white flight and job loss and police brutality and school segregation and political dysfunction and federal disinvestment. YBI was a symptom as much as a cause, though that distinction mattered little to the lives it destroyed. While crime and economic decline dominated one narrative of late 70s Detroit, another narrative was playing out in the city's nightlife, a story of music and fashion and dancing and joy, of people determined to live and enjoy life even amid, or perhaps especially because of, the chaos surrounding them. The late 70s were in many ways the peak of Detroit's disco-era nightlife, a time when the clubs were packed, the music was incredible, and the party seemed like it might never end. The Grande Ballroom on Grand River Avenue on the west side had been a legendary rock venue since the late 60s, where bands like MC5 and Iggy and the Stooges had played shows that were as much revolution as entertainment. By the mid-70s, the venue was hosting a mix of rock and emerging punk shows, continuing to be an important space for live music even as disco was taking over the dance clubs. Baker's Keyboard Lounge maintained its position as Detroit's premier jazz club, a title it had held since opening in 1933. The club was small and intimate, with the piano actually built into the bar, in an innovative design that put the performers right in the middle of the audience. This was where serious musicians played, where the art form was respected and celebrated. If you wanted to see world-class jazz in a setting that honored the music's history and importance, Baker's Keyboard Lounge was where you went. But for the masses of young people looking for a place to dance and party and escape the pressures of daily life, the disco clubs were the destination. The scene that had started underground in gay clubs in the early 70s had exploded into mainstream consciousness. Disco was everywhere by the late 70s, on the radio, in movies, in fashion, dominating popular culture in ways that seemed both natural and sudden. The clubs themselves were spectacles. The factory, still operating with Ken Collier often behind the decks, had established itself as an essential stop for serious dancers. The sound system was powerful, the dance floor was large, and the crowd was mixed and vibrant. The chessmate continued to serve its community, a safe space in a world that wasn't always safe. Club Fever, The Escape, Backstreet, Menjo's, dozens of venues across the city offered their own variations on the disco experience, each with its own identity and crowd. Walking into one of these clubs on a Saturday night was an immersive experience. The bass from the music system would hit you first, physically, making your chest vibrate with every kick drum hit. Your eyes would need a moment to adjust to the darkness punctuated by flashing colored lights, strobes, and the gentle rotation of the disco ball scattering points of light like stars across the ceiling and walls and dancing bodies. The fashion on display was extraordinary. This wasn't people wearing their everyday clothes to go dancing. This was fashion as performance, as art, as statement. The women looked like they'd stepped out of magazine spreads, dresses made of materials that caught every light source, sequined patterns that created shifting geometric designs as they moved, halter tops that showed off shoulders and backs paired with high-waisted pants that emphasized curves, platform shoes that were works of engineering, adding 4 or 5 inches of height while somehow remaining danceable. Hair that had been carefully styled, sometimes straight, and flowing down backs like silk, other times teased up into gravity-defying structures. The makeup was theatrical, dramatic, eyeshadow in blues and greens and purples and golds, colors that popped under the club lights, false eyelashes that made eyes look huge and expressive, glossy lips, often in pinks or reds or even darker colors. The whole presentation was about visibility, about standing out, about creating a look that demanded attention and appreciation. The men were equally bold in their fashion choices. The days of conservative suits and ties were long gone. Disco fashion for men was about peacocking, about displaying confidence and style. Shirts with wide collars, often worn unbuttoned halfway down the chest or lower, revealing gold chains and chest hair. The fabrics were shiny, satiny, catching light as men moved across the dance floor. Tight pants that showed off physiques in colors and patterns that would have seemed outrageous in any other context, but here were just part of the scene. Platform shoes for men too, adding height and changing the geometry of movement, creating a distinctive walk that had swagger built into it. Bell-bottom pants were still popular, though they were evolving, sometimes combined with the tighter fits above the knee that would eventually lead to the next decade's fashion. 3-piece suits were having a moment, but these weren't your father's business suits. These were in bold colors, in materials that had sheen, cut to emphasize the body rather than hide it. And the accessories, the gold chains and rings and watches, the medallions and bracelets, The statement belts with elaborate buckles, all of it adding up to a complete look that said, "I'm here, look at me, I'm somebody." The dancing itself had evolved significantly from the freestyle movement of earlier years. The hustle was the dominant partner dance, involving intricate turns and dips that required coordination and practice. On crowded dance floors, couples would navigate the space expertly, their movements synchronized, the lead and follow dynamic creating visual poetry. Line dances would spontaneously form, everyone doing the same moves in unison, the collective precision creating its own kind of beauty. But there was still room for freestyle, for individual expression, for people who wanted to dance alone or in groups rather than with partners. The good dancers, the ones who really knew how to move, would claim space on the floor, and others would back up to watch and appreciate the show. These dancers were athletes and artists combined, their bodies capable of movements that seemed impossible, their sense of rhythm so precise that they never missed a beat, their creativity in interpreting the music making each dance a unique performance. The music itself was getting more sophisticated and diverse. The simple disco tracks of the early 70s had evolved into complex productions with layers of instrumentation, extended versions that built and released tension over 8 or 10 or 12 minutes, taking dancers on journeys. Philadelphia International Records was producing lush, orchestral soul that worked perfectly for disco dancing. Funk bands were incorporating disco elements, creating fusion that satisfied dancers and music purists alike. And Detroit artists were contributing too. George Clinton's Parliament Funkadelic Collective was creating music that defied easy categorization. Funk and rock and soul and disco all mixed together with sci-fi imagery and social commentary and pure, unadulterated groove. Hamilton Bohannon, a Detroit native and drummer, had hits like foot stompin' music that perfectly captured the energy and joy of the dance floor. These local successes created pride, a sense that Detroit was still relevant in the music world even after Motown had left. The Renaissance Center had finally opened in 1977, and its centerpiece, the Detroit Plaza Hotel with its revolving restaurant on the 72nd floor, became a destination for upscale dining and drinks, offering spectacular views of the city and the river. For people with money, this was a sophisticated option, a way to show off Detroit to visitors or celebrate special occasions in style. The RenCen also had shops and restaurants at ground level, though they struggled to attract consistent customers from a downtown that still felt largely abandoned outside of business hours. Construction of Joe Louis Arena was nearing completion in the late 70s. The arena would open in December 1979, giving Detroit a modern sports and entertainment venue right on the riverfront. The Detroit Red Wings would move there from Olympia Stadium, and the arena would also host concerts, bringing major touring acts to a facility designed for both sightlines and sound quality. The opening of Joe Louis Arena was meant to signal that Detroit was still building, still investing in itself, still believing in a future. The contrast between these big, shiny new developments and the conditions in many Detroit neighborhoods was stark. While the RenCen and Joe Louis Arena were rising downtown, residential neighborhoods were struggling with abandoned houses, declining services, and increasing poverty. The investments seemed disconnected from the daily reality for most Detroiters, monuments to corporate vision rather than community need. But they existed nonetheless, physical evidence that some people, at least, still believed Detroit could be saved, could be transformed, could have a future that wasn't just managed decline. For the people dancing in the clubs, though, none of that mattered in the moment. On the dance floor, with the right music playing and the right people around you and the disco ball spinning overhead, you could forget about abandoned houses and crime rates and unemployment. You could lose yourself in movement, and music could feel connected to something larger than your individual troubles, could experience a kind of joy that felt pure and uncomplicated. The clubs were temples of escape, and for a few hours on a Saturday night, that escape was exactly what people needed. The nightlife scene represented Detroit at its best in the late 70s. Diverse, creative, resilient, refusing to let hardship kill joy. The people filling those dance floors were from different backgrounds, different races, different parts of the city, united temporarily by bass lines and disco balls. They were factory workers and secretaries, nurses and teachers, hustlers and students, all mixed together in the democratic space of the dance floor, where what mattered was not who you were during the day, but how you moved and how you looked, and whether you were there to have a good time. That these spaces of joy existed alongside, and despite the problems plaguing the city, wasn't a contradiction. It was human nature, the need to find pleasure and connection even, or especially, in difficult times. The clubs didn't solve Detroit's problems, but they gave people a reason to keep going, a way to blow off steam, a reminder that life could be beautiful and fun and worth living even when so much else seemed to be falling apart.
By 1981, Miami's morgue ran out of space for bodies. The medical examiner's office, overwhelmed by corpses arriving faster than they could process them, made a decision that would become the most haunting symbol of an era. They rented a refrigerated truck for $800 a month to store the overflow of dead bodies. This wasn't a temporary measure. That truck would sit outside the morgue for 7 years, a mobile freezer for murder victims, a testament to a city that had transformed from paradise into something resembling a war zone. This is the story of 1970s Miami, a decade when the sun and fun capital of the world became the murder capital of America, when Cuban exiles built a new community while anti-Castro bombs exploded in the streets, when disco balls spun in glamorous nightclubs while cocaine cowboys executed rivals in shopping mall parking lots, when beautiful Art Deco buildings crumbled toward demolition even as activists fought desperately to save them. It was a city of impossible contradictions, where paradise and nightmare existed on the same streets, sometimes in the same moment. How does a place transform so completely? How does America's playground become its most dangerous city? The answer lies in the collision of forces that converged on Miami in the 1970s, turning a sleepy retirement town into the epicenter of the largest drug smuggling operation in American history. This is what life was really like in 1970s Miami, the parts they don't usually tell you, the ordinary people trying to live normal lives while their city burned and bled around them, the glamour and the gore, the dreams and the nightmares, all of it true. All of it Miami. To understand what happened in the 1970s, we need to go back just a bit further to see what Miami was before everything changed, because the transformation was so complete, so dramatic, that you can barely recognize the city that existed at the end of the 1960s. In 1968, Jackie Gleason signed off each week from Miami Beach, calling it the sun and fun capital of the world. He wasn't exaggerating for television. Miami in the late 60s was genuinely a paradise for tourists and retirees. The beaches stretched white and pristine along the Atlantic. The Art Deco hotels, painted in subtle pastels, lined Ocean Drive like a pastel rainbow frozen in time. These architectural gems from the 1930s and 1940s had been built in an era of optimism, their streamlined curves and geometric patterns embodying faith in the future. They stood as monuments to American design, unique in all the world. Tourists came in waves, families seeking sunshine, couples on honeymoons, northerners escaping brutal winters. They filled the hotels, crowded the beaches, ate in the restaurants, and spent their money freely. The economy hummed along, predictably. Hotel owners knew what to expect each season. Small businesses catered to the steady flow of visitors and the growing population of retirees who were making Miami their permanent home. The city had a certain sleepy charm to it. Life moved at a relaxed pace. People knew their neighbors. Crime existed, certainly, but it was manageable, predictable. Miami had the feel of a place that knew what it was and was comfortable being that. A tropical American city with a strong Jewish community, a growing Cuban population from the early waves of refugees, and a complex relationship with its black residents who lived in segregated neighborhoods like Liberty City and Overtown. But cracks were already showing in the facade of paradise. In August 1968, during the Republican National Convention held in Miami Beach, riots broke out in Liberty City. The powder keg of racial tension that existed beneath Miami's sunny surface had ignited. National Guardsmen arrived to restore order. The images broadcast across America showed a very different Miami than the one Jackie Gleason presented each week. This was the first warning that the paradise image was more fragile than it appeared. The Cuban community, already substantial by the late 60s, was establishing deep roots. Since the early 1960s, hundreds of thousands had fled Castro's Cuba, and many settled in what had been a middle-class neighborhood southwest of downtown. They were calling it Little Havana. These weren't tourists passing through. These were exiles building a life, convinced they would return to Cuba someday, but creating a community in the meantime. Cuban coffee shops opened. Spanish became the dominant language on certain streets. The culture was transplanting itself, growing in Miami's soil. Then, in 1971, an announcement that would permanently alter Miami's fortunes. Walt Disney World was opening in Orlando. The impact wouldn't be immediate, but tourism industry insiders felt the tremor. Families who might have spent a week at Miami Beach could now go to the Magic Kingdom instead. The competition for Florida's tourism dollars was about to become far more intense. Miami's greatest industry was facing its first serious threat in decades. The city stood at a crossroads as the 70s began, though few realized it at the time. The foundation was already shifting. The tourists would start going elsewhere. The Art Deco buildings would begin their slide into dangerous neglect. And into this increasingly vulnerable city, waves of change were about to crash with devastating force. The decade that followed would remake Miami entirely, burning away the old identity and forging something new in fire and blood and determination. But let's talk about the people who would define much of what Miami became in the 70s. The exiles, the refugees, the men and women who fled everything they knew in Cuba and rebuilt their lives in a city that didn't quite know what to do with them. Because to understand 1970s Miami, you have to understand Little Havana, and to understand Little Havana, you have to understand what it means to live in permanent exile. The freedom flights began in 1965 and continued until 1974. Twice daily, planes lifted off from Havana carrying refugees to Miami. These flights, negotiated between the American and Cuban governments, brought more than 250,000 Cubans to South Florida over those 9 years. Unlike the first wave of exiles in the early 60s who were predominantly wealthy and educated, these flights reached deeper into Cuban society. The middle class came. Skilled workers came. People who had stayed in Cuba hoping things would improve, but finally decided they couldn't wait any longer. They arrived with the clothes on their backs and whatever they could carry. Castro's government allowed them almost nothing. No wealth, no property titles, no valuable possessions. They came stripped of everything material, carrying only their skills, their determination, and their dreams of return. Because almost every single one believed they would go back to Cuba. They weren't immigrating to America. They were temporarily displaced, waiting for Castro to fall so they could reclaim their homeland. This belief shaped everything about how they built their community in Miami. The neighborhood southwest of downtown, the area that would become known as Little Havana, grew organically. Cubans gravitated there because other Cubans were already there. Spanish-speaking businesses opened to serve Spanish-speaking customers. The architecture reminded them of home. The climate felt familiar. But more than physical similarities, they created something psychological. A place where being Cuban wasn't being different. A place where you could maintain your identity fully while waiting to return to the island 90 miles away that you could never stop thinking about. Walk down Calle Ocho, Southwest 8th Street, in the mid-1970s, and you entered another world. The sound of Spanish filled the air, rapid-fire conversations between neighbors who knew each other's families back in Cuba, who shared the same loss, the same anger, the same hope. The ventanitas, those little windows cut into the sides of buildings, served tiny cups of Cuban coffee so strong and sweet It could keep you wired for hours. Men gathered at folding tables on sidewalks playing dominoes, slapping the tiles down with authority, arguing politics, remembering Havana. The restaurant served food that tasted like home: ropa vieja, the shredded beef and tomato sauce; arroz con pollo, rice with chicken that every Cuban mother made slightly differently; lechon asado, roasted pork marinated overnight; tostones, twice-fried plantains that crunch between your teeth; Cuban sandwiches pressed flat and hot, the cheese melting between layers of pork and ham. This wasn't fusion cuisine or adaptation. This was Cuba, transported and recreated with fierce dedication to authenticity. Versailles. Restaurant opened in 1971 and immediately became more than just a place to eat. It became the unofficial town hall of Cuban Miami. Politicians came here. Exile leaders held meetings at corner tables. Businessmen made deals over coffee at 2 in the morning. The mirrors covering every wall gave the place its name and created an infinite reflection of the Cuban community looking at itself. Conversations about Castro dominated. Everyone had opinions about when he would fall, how it would happen, what they would do when they returned, because the return was always coming. Next year, the year after, surely within 5 years, the United States wouldn't allow a communist government 90 miles from Florida to survive indefinitely. The CIA was working on it. The exile community was preparing. Money was being raised for another invasion attempt after the Bay of Pigs disaster. The conviction that Cuba would be free again sustained them through the difficulties of starting over in a foreign country. But the political situation wasn't just talk and hope. The exile community had a militant edge that most Americans didn't see or chose to ignore. Groups formed with names like Alpha 66 and Omega 7. They planned operations against Castro's government. They trained in the Everglades. They stockpiled weapons. Some launched raids on Cuba from boats leaving Miami shores. Others focused on eliminating anyone they considered a traitor to the anti-Castro cause. Through the mid-1970s, Miami earned another nickname alongside its tourism slogans. The Miami News called it the explosion capital of the country because of the dozens of bombings linked to Cuban exile politics. Not all victims were Cuban. Anyone suspected of having sympathetic views toward Cuba or supporting dialogue with Castro's government became a target. Radio hosts who suggested reconciliation found car bombs. Cuban exiles who spoke of acceptance rather than overthrow faced assassination. The fear was real and pervasive. The famous case of Emilio Millian illustrates the danger. He was a popular Miami radio personality, Cuban-born himself, respected in the community. In 1976, he made the mistake of condemning the violence publicly, calling out the terrorist tactics being used by exile groups. On April 30th that year, a bomb exploded under his car. He survived but lost both his legs. The message was clear. Even criticism of the violence would not be tolerated. The exile community would police itself, and punishment for disloyalty could be severe. José de la Torriente, a wealthy exile leader who raised funds for anti-Castro operations, discovered that the danger could come from within the movement itself. When it emerged that he had embezzled money meant for military operations against Cuba, he was executed in his home in April 1974. No one was ever convicted. The Whisper Network in Little Havana said the exile community had dealt with him themselves, but focusing only on the Ibanid violence misses the fuller picture of what Little Havana was becoming. For every militant plotting against Castro, there were 100 ordinary people just trying to build decent lives for their families. They worked in airport jobs, in the garment factories that had opened in Hialeah, in restaurants and shops throughout the city. Cuban doctors drove taxis until they could navigate the licensing requirements to practice medicine again. Engineers worked construction. Teachers cleaned hotels. They took whatever work they could find and saved their money. The children went to American schools, learning English, absorbing American culture in ways that sometimes disturbed their parents. Bilingualism became the norm in these families. Spanish at home, English at school, Cuban values and American opportunities mixing in complex ways. The younger generation didn't remember Cuba the way their parents did. For them, Miami was home, not a temporary stopping point. This generational divide would shape the community's future, though that wouldn't become clear until later. The cultural life flourished. Cuban theater groups performed in venues around Little Havana, staging plays that kept the artistic traditions alive. Musicians played traditional Cuban music while also incorporating American influences. The synthesis was beginning, even as everyone insisted they were maintaining pure Cuban culture. The truth was more nuanced. They were creating something new, Cuban American, Miami Cuban. A culture shaped by exile, by proximity to but separation from the homeland, by the particular experience of building a community in this strange tropical American city. Religious faith ran deep. The Shrine of Our Lady of Charity, the patron saint of Cuba, opened in 1973 on the shore of Biscayne Bay in Coconut Grove. Thousands came to pray for the return to Cuba, for families still trapped on the island, for the dead, for the future. The shrine became a pilgrimage site, a place where the spiritual and political merged. Mary stood with arms outstretched toward Cuba, watching over the exiles, a symbol of hope and endurance. Domino Park, officially Maximo Gomez Park, became an institution. Old men gathered there every day to play, the click of the tiles providing rhythm to their conversations. They remembered Cuba before Castro. They complained about American politics. They argued about baseball. They watched the younger generation pass by and worried about assimilation. The park was a piece of Cuba preserved in time, a place where the language never changed and the concerns remained familiar. Little Havana by the mid-70s had become its own city within the city. Over 90% Latino, predominantly Cuban, it functioned semi-independently from the broader Miami area. You could live your entire life in Spanish here. Do all your business in Spanish, watch Spanish television, listen to Spanish radio, read Spanish newspapers. The only time you needed English was for official government business, and even then, translators were increasingly available. But this insularity created tension with other Miami residents. Black Miamians in Liberty City and Overtown, already marginalized and struggling economically, watched as Cubans received assistance from the federal government that they had never received. The Cuban refugee program provided financial help, job training, and support that seemed profoundly unfair to Black Americans whose ancestors had been in this country for generations. The resentment simmered. White residents, particularly those from the South, who valued Miami's segregated past, didn't know what to make of this massive demographic shift. Miami had been their city, Southern in character, comfortable in its hierarchy. The Cuban influx disrupted everything. By the mid-70s, the Cuban population in Dade County was approaching 500,000. The city was changing its character fundamentally, becoming more Latin American than American South. Many white residents simply left, moving north to Broward County or out of Florida entirely. The transformation of Miami through Cuban immigration can't be understood as simple or one-dimensional. It brought energy and entrepreneurship. It brought pain and violence. It brought cultural richness and political extremism. It remade the city's identity, while the city reshaped the exiles into something they hadn't expected to become. Permanent Cuban Americans, not temporary refugees. They didn't know it yet in the mid-70s, but Castro wasn't falling soon. Little Havana wasn't temporary. They were home, whether they wanted to admit it or not. And this community, still finding its footing, still nursing its wounds, still clinging to hope of return, was about to face even more upheaval. Because while Little Havana was becoming the heart of Cuban Miami, other forces were gathering that would push the city toward chaos. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and the violence that would define the late 70s was about to begin. But before we get to the blood and chaos, we need to understand what was happening to the Miami that tourists had loved. Because while Little Havana was building and growing, the paradise that Jackie Gleason had celebrated was crumbling. The tourism industry that had sustained Miami for decades was collapsing, and the city was desperately trying to figure out what came next. The year 1972 should have been triumphant for Miami Beach. The Democratic National Convention came to town in July. This was supposed to be Miami's moment on the national stage, a showcase of the city's ability to host major events, a demonstration that the sun and fun capital could handle serious political business. Instead, it became a disaster that broadcast Miami's problems to the entire nation. Protesters flooded Miami Beach. Anti-Vietnam War demonstrations clashed with police. The streets outside the convention center looked like a war zone. Tear gas drifted through the Art Deco district. Riot police in formation moved through crowds. The television cameras that were supposed to show off Miami's beauty instead captured chaos. The Democratic Party's internal divisions were on full display, and Miami Beach was the stage for national dysfunction. Then, just a month later in August, the Republican National Convention also came to Miami Beach. More protests, more police confrontations, more images of discord transmitted to American living rooms. The back-to-back conventions, which should have been an economic boost and a public relations victory, instead became a symbol of everything going wrong. Miami Beach's reputation as a peaceful paradise resort took a devastating hit. The timing couldn't have been worse. Disney World had opened in October 1971, and families were already starting to choose Orlando over Miami Beach for their Florida vacations. The Magic Kingdom offered controlled environments, guaranteed family fun, no risk of stumbling into political protests or racial tensions. It was safe, sanitized, and increasingly popular. Miami Beach was losing market share to a competitor that didn't even exist a year earlier. The economic impact rippled through the city quickly. Hotels that had been booked solid for decades started seeing vacancies. Restaurants that counted on tourist traffic struggled. Jobs disappeared. Real estate values stagnated. The city government, dependent on tourism tax revenue, faced budget pressures. The entire economic model that Miami Beach had built over 50 years was breaking down, and nobody knew how to fix it. The city tried rebranding. Instead of chasing tourists, they would pursue retirees. The Greatest Generation and Silent Generation were reaching retirement age, and Florida had always been attractive to older Americans seeking warm weather and no state income tax. Developers and real estate agents targeted them aggressively. Come to Miami Beach, live out your golden years in paradise, affordable apartments, close to the beach, Jewish community if you want it, Cuban community if you're open to it, warmth and sunshine guaranteed. The strategy worked, sort of. Retirees did come, but this created its own problems. Retirees don't spend money the way tourists do. They're on fixed incomes, careful with their budgets. They're not eating at expensive restaurants every night. They're not going to shows. They're not buying souvenirs. They're living modestly on Social Security and pensions. The economic injection they provided was a trickle compared to the flood of tourist dollars that used to flow through Miami Beach. And marketing yourself as a retirement community has image problems. Miami Beach started being perceived as old, a place where young people's grandparents went to wait out their final years. Not exciting, not glamorous, not fun. The city that had once embodied youth and vitality was becoming associated with shuffleboard and early bird dinner specials. Lenny Bruce's quote captured the shift perfectly. Miami Beach is where neon goes to die. The lights were still on, but they were flickering. The Art Deco buildings, those architectural treasures that made Miami Beach unique, were falling into serious disrepair. Many had been built in the 1930s and 1940s. By the 70s, they were 40 years old, and proper maintenance had been neglected. Paint peeled, structural problems developed. They needed expensive renovations that many owners couldn't afford or wouldn't invest in. After all, if tourism was declining and the future looked uncertain, why sink money into old buildings? Developers saw opportunity in the decay. Tear down these old, outdated structures and build modern high-rise condominiums. That was the path forward. Modern buildings for modern times. The old Art Deco style was out of fashion anyway. Most people considered it tacky, embarrassing, a reminder of an unsophisticated past. The sleek glass and steel towers going up in other cities, that was the future. Miami Beach needed to modernize or die. So the demolitions began. The South Beach Pier, which had once been home to Minsky's famous burlesque club and served as a community gathering place for fishing and dancing, was overrun with drug dealers by the mid-70s. Rather than clean it up, the city demolished it. Another piece of Miami Beach's history erased. The message was clear. The old Miami wasn't worth saving. Block after block of Art Deco hotels faced the wrecking ball. The buildings that gave Miami Beach its distinctive character, that made it architecturally significant unlike anywhere else in America, were being destroyed as fast as demolition crews could work. Few people seemed to care. They were just old buildings, relics. In the way of progress, some places tried to hang on. The Fontainebleau Hotel, built in 1954 in the Miami modern style, maintained its glamour. Frank Sinatra had performed there. The Rat Pack had made it famous. It represented a different era of Miami Beach, the 50s and early 60s, when being seen there meant something. But even the Fontainebleau was struggling in the changed environment of the 70s. The Festival of Sex showed up next to fruit markets on Washington Avenue. The contrast captured the city's identity crisis perfectly. Retirees living in cheap apartments next to adult theaters, families trying to enjoy the beach while drug dealers worked the corners. The old Miami beach culture existing in increasingly uncomfortable proximity to the new realities of urban decay and social breakdown. Freedom Tower, the building where Cuban refugees had been processed in the 60s, closed its federal operations in 1972. It was sold to private buyers who converted it into condominiums, trying to attract those retirees the city was courting. The building stood as a symbol of how quickly things changed. Just a few years earlier, it had been the entry point for thousands of refugees. Now it was market-rate housing. The Cuban story and the real estate story of Miami were always intertwined. By the mid-70s, Miami Beach felt like a place in decline. The glory days were clearly over. The future looked grim. Property values dropped. Crime increased. The wealthy moved away. Anyone with resources sought somewhere better to live. What remained was a strange mix of elderly retirees on fixed incomes, poor immigrants trying to get a foothold, a shrinking middle class hanging on out of stubbornness or lack of options, and increasing numbers of people existing in the gray economy of drugs and crime. The city government tried various schemes to reverse the decline. Business associations proposed new developments. Chambers of commerce ran promotional campaigns. Nothing seemed to work. The fundamental problem was that Miami Beach had lost its identity. It wasn't the paradise destination anymore. It wasn't successfully the retirement community. It was something in between, and that in-between space was uncomfortable, undefined, sliding toward something worse, and nobody was coming to save them. The federal government had its attention elsewhere. The state of Florida was investing in Orlando, protecting its new golden goose. Miami was left to solve its own problems with limited resources and no clear vision of how to do that. The stage was set for something to fill the void that paradise left behind. Miami Beach was vulnerable in ways it had never been before, economically desperate, physically deteriorating, politically directionless. What came next would be worse than anyone imagined, but it would also bring money, enormous amounts of money, enough money to quite literally build a new city. The question was whether Miami would survive long enough to spend it. The year was 1975, and while Miami Beach struggled with tourism decline and Little Havana built its exile community, something new was arriving in South Florida that would change everything. Cocaine was coming to Miami, and it was coming in quantities that would make the city the drug capital of not just America, but the entire world. Pablo Escobar and the Medellin cartel had been building their cocaine empire in Colombia for years, but they needed a reliable route into the United States. Mexico wasn't yet the dominant pathway it would become later. The Caribbean made sense geographically, and Miami, 90 miles from Cuba, sitting at the junction of the Atlantic Ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Straits of Florida, with a massive Spanish-speaking population and a culture of bending rules that dated back to Prohibition, was perfect. The initial operation was almost modest by what it would become. In 1975, the Medellin cartel was smuggling 40 to 60 kilograms of cocaine into Miami every week. This came primarily through small planes making nighttime drops over the Everglades. The drugs would be waterproofed, tied to flotation devices, and pushed. Out of planes, ground crews with coordinates would retrieve them from the swamps. The entire operation was organized with military precision. 60 kilograms a week was generating about $8 million per month. Let that sink in for a moment. $8 million every month from one smuggling operation. This was 1975 money. equivalent to something like 40 million in today's terms. This wasn't small-time drug dealing. This was industrial-scale trafficking, a business operation that generated more cash than most legitimate corporations. And that was just one cartel. Multiple organizations were establishing operations in Miami simultaneously. The city's geography and demographics made it irresistible. The coastline provided countless entry points. The Everglades offered vast unpopulated areas, perfect for drops and transfers. The Miami River wound through the city, giving smugglers water access to inland areas. The international airport had flights to Colombia and throughout Latin America. Every feature of Miami that had once supported tourism now supported smuggling. The Spanish-language dominance in Little Havana and other neighborhoods meant Colombian traffickers could operate without language barriers. They could hire locals to help with logistics. They could hide within the Cuban and broader Latino community. Law enforcement was already struggling to communicate across language lines. The smugglers had every advantage, but the real genius was what happened after the cocaine arrived. The money had to be laundered, transformed from drug cash into apparently legitimate funds. This is where Miami's banking sector came in, and they came in enthusiastically. Banks started opening throughout Miami with policies that were, shall we say, flexible about where money came from and what questions needed to be asked. The phrase, "a no questions asked," became unofficial policy at numerous institutions. You walked in with suitcases full of cash, you made a deposit, you walked out with a receipt. The bank didn't care if you were depositing $1 million in 20s and 50s. They didn't file the required federal reports. They certainly didn't notify law enforcement. They just took the money, charged their fees, and helped move it into the legitimate economy. This wasn't a few corrupt bankers. This was systematic. Federal regulators later discovered that Miami banks had taken in billions of dollars in drug money through the late 70s and early 80s. The banks were making so much money in fees and services that they actively competed for drug trafficking accounts. They weren't victims of deception. They were willing participants in the largest money laundering operation in American history. The money then flowed into real estate. Smugglers and distributors bought properties throughout South Florida. Apartments, houses, commercial buildings, undeveloped land, all of it purchased with drug money, all of it helping to prop up a real estate market that would have otherwise continued declining. The construction industry, which had been hurting from the tourism downturn, suddenly had new projects funded by cocaine profits. Car dealerships did spectacular business selling luxury vehicles to young men with duffel bags full of cash. Mercedes, Porsches, Ferraris. The salesman knew where the money came from. Everyone knew. But in the emerging Miami of the late 70s, that knowledge didn't stop the transactions. The city was developing an unspoken agreement. We won't look too closely at where your money comes from if you keep spending it here. By 1981, the scale was almost incomprehensible. Miami was responsible for trafficking 70% of all cocaine entering the United States. 70%, not of Florida's cocaine, of the entire country's cocaine. Additionally, 70% of marijuana and 90% of counterfeit quaaludes. Miami had become the distribution hub for virtually all illegal drugs flowing into America from Latin America. The economic impact was massive and contradictory. On one hand, cocaine money was quite literally building modern Miami. The skyline changed as new buildings shot up, funded directly or indirectly by drug profits. Jobs were created in construction, in service industries, in anything adjacent to the sudden influx of cash. Miami's economy, which had been sputtering, roared back to life on cocaine fuel. But this economic boom came with costs that were just beginning to become apparent in the mid-70s. The cocaine wasn't just passing through Miami to distribution points elsewhere, though much of it was. A significant amount stayed in South Florida. Local consumption increased dramatically. What had been a relatively limited drug problem expanded exponentially. Cocaine in the mid-70s was still considered a glamorous drug by many Americans. The rich and famous used it openly. It showed up at parties, in entertainment industry circles, among the professional class. The dangers weren't yet fully understood or admitted. It was seen as a social lubricant, a fun party drug, not the devastatingly addictive substance it actually was. In Miami, cocaine was everywhere. The disco scene was fueled by it. Businessmen did lines in restaurant bathrooms. The drug became normalized in certain circles, as common as alcohol, as casual as marijuana had been in the 60s. This normalization made the city even more attractive to traffickers. If their product was not only tolerated but embraced, they could operate more openly, with less fear of community resistance. The smuggling techniques evolved rapidly. The crude drops over the Everglades were just the beginning. Speedboats ran from the Bahamas to Miami's coastline, racing past Coast Guard vessels. Commercial fishing boats carried cocaine hidden in false compartments under legitimate catches. Private yachts docked at Miami marinas with drugs stashed in every conceivable hiding place. Cruise ship passengers were recruited as mules. Airline passengers swallowed condoms filled with cocaine and passed through customs trying not to think about what would happen if one burst inside them. The creativity was remarkable. Smugglers hollowed out boat hulls. They built secret compartments in vehicles. They shipped cocaine inside machine parts, inside frozen fish, inside religious statues. They recruited everyone from grandmothers to business people to transport the drug. The flood of cocaine was like water, finding every crack, exploiting every weakness in enforcement, and law enforcement was overwhelmed before the fight really even started. The DEA, FBI, Customs, local police, everyone was understaffed, under-resourced, and facing an enemy that had virtually unlimited funds and was willing to use extreme violence to protect its business. The smugglers could buy faster boats than the Coast Guard. They could pay for better intelligence about law enforcement operations. They could corrupt officials at every level with bribes that exceeded annual salaries. The money created its own gravitational pull. Every month, more cocaine arrived. Every month, more cash needed laundering. Every month, the operation expanded. By the late 70s, the Medellin cartel alone was moving tons of cocaine through Miami annually, not kilograms, tons. The scale was almost impossible to grasp. And with that much money at stake, with that much cocaine flowing through the city, violence was inevitable. The first real warning came in 1979. But people had already been dying. Drug debt collectors had been quietly eliminating people who stole product or failed to pay. But these were private murders, bodies found in canals or vacant lots, deaths that didn't make headlines. The violence was building toward something larger, something that couldn't be ignored. Miami in the late 70s was being transformed at the molecular level by cocaine money. The real estate market that should have been dying was booming. The banking sector that should have been struggling was thriving. Construction that should have been minimal was everywhere. From the outside, Miami looked like it was recovering from its economic troubles. The truth was darker. Miami was becoming a narco-state, and most people either didn't see it or chose not to. The contradiction was perfect. A city losing its identity as a tourist paradise was finding a new identity as the cocaine capital of the world. A city that had built itself on the idea of fun in the sun was rebuilding itself on drug money while corpses piled up in morgues. The paradise myth and the drug reality existed side by side, feeding off each other in increasingly disturbing ways. And through all of this, ordinary Miamians tried to live their lives. They went to work, raised their families, hoped for better times. Some benefited from the cocaine economy without touching the drugs themselves. Construction workers had jobs. Restaurant employees had customers. Car mechanics had work. The money filtered through the legitimate economy, making it almost impossible to separate clean business from dirty. But the bill was coming due. The violence that had been simmering was about to explode. The cocaine cowboys were about to become household names, and Miami was about to become famous for all the wrong reasons. While cocaine money rebuilt the city's economy in secret, Miami's nightlife was experiencing its own transformation, one that everyone could see. The disco era hit Miami with particular force, creating a scene that was simultaneously glamorous and dangerous, a perfect expression of everything the city was becoming. Disco music was born in New York, but Miami claimed it and made it their own. Casey and the Sunshine Band were putting Miami on the international music map with hits that defined the genre. Get Down Tonight. That's the Way I Like It. Shake Your Booty. These weren't just songs. They were anthems for an era, infectious grooves that got everyone moving, sounds that promised endless good times. The band had come out of TK Records, a Miami label that became legendary in the disco world. TK Records was founded by Henry Stone, a local music entrepreneur who understood that Miami's unique cultural mix could produce something special. The Latin rhythms that permeated Little Havana, the funk and soul from the black community, the pop sensibilities that appealed to mainstream audiences, TK mixed them all together and created the Miami sound. Other artists followed. George McRae's Rock Your Baby became the first disco song to hit #1 on the pop charts in 1974. Betty Wright brought soul power to the mix. Foxy, a Latin American disco group, had hits that got played in clubs worldwide. Miami was competing with New York as a disco capital, and in many ways winning. The city's music scene was on fire, literally and figuratively. The clubs themselves became legendary. Club 1235 opened and immediately attracted a crowd that mixed tourists, locals, Cuban Americans, and the increasing number of young people with mysterious wealth who were really drug dealers trying to look legitimate. The dance floor was packed every night. The lights flashed in synchronized patterns. The bass thumped so hard you felt it in your chest before you heard it in your ears. But the mutiny at Coconut Grove was something else entirely. This wasn't just a nightclub. It was a hotel, club, and de facto headquarters for the cocaine trade all in one location. The mutiny became the place where the cocaine cowboys went to celebrate, to party, to spend the money they were making hand over fist. The club actively courted their business, creating an environment where drug dealers felt comfortable, even celebrated. The scene at the mutiny was surreal. Young men in expensive suits arrived in Ferraris and Porsches. Women in designer dresses sparkled with jewelry. Champagne flowed like water. Tables were covered with food that went uneaten because everyone was too high on cocaine to eat. The bathrooms were constantly occupied by people doing lines. The drug wasn't hidden. It was part of the atmosphere, as accepted as drinking, more prevalent than smoking. Celebrities mixed with criminals. Athletes partied with smugglers. Pilots who flew cocaine runs danced with models. The line between legitimate nightlife and drug culture didn't just blur at the mutiny. It disappeared entirely. This was where the cocaine economy celebrated itself, where the money that was rebuilding Miami came to play. Other clubs competed for the same crowd. Each tried to create an experience that would attract the big spenders who never checked prices because they had more money than they could ever spend. The bottle service was extravagant. The VIP sections were exclusive but accessible if you flashed enough cash. The DJs played until sunrise and beyond. The party never really stopped. The fashion was spectacular and ridiculous in equal measure. Platform shoes with heels so high walking was a challenge. Bell-bottom pants so wide they looked like skirts. Shirts unbuttoned to the navel with gold chains nestled in chest hair. Women in sequined halter tops and tight jeans. Everyone looked like they were trying to outshine everyone else. The competition for glamour was fierce and constant, and the drugs were everywhere. Cocaine was the drug of choice, obviously, given what was happening in the city. But Quaaludes, called disco biscuits, were almost as popular. They produced a different high, more relaxed, less intense than cocaine. People took them to smooth out the edges of the coke, to help them come down, to add variety to their pharmaceutical adventures. The combination of uppers and downers kept the party going around the clock. The disco scene wasn't separate from the cocaine trade. It was an integral part of it. The clubs were where deals got made. A conversation on the dance floor could lead to $1 million cocaine transaction the next day. The relationships formed in the clubs created the networks that distributed drugs throughout the city and beyond. Business and pleasure weren't just mixed, they were inseparable. For ordinary Miamians who weren't part of the drug world, the disco scene offered escape. You could go dancing, lose yourself in the music and lights, forget about the violence and decay happening in other parts of the city. The clubs were fantasy spaces where problems disappeared for a few hours. The democracy of the dance floor meant that, in theory, anyone could participate regardless of who they were or where they came from. But the reality was more complicated. The clubs were expensive. Even if you could afford the cover charge, you couldn't keep up with the spending of the drug dealers buying bottle after bottle of champagne, tipping in $100 bills, creating a luxury atmosphere that regular people couldn't match. The cocaine cowboys set the tone, and everyone else had to adjust or feel out of place. The music itself was evolving. The Latin influences that had always been part of Miami's sound became more prominent as the disco era progressed. Salsa rhythms infiltrated disco tracks, Spanish lyrics mixed with English. The sound was becoming distinctly Miami, a hybrid that couldn't have come from anywhere else. This was the beginning of what would eventually become the Miami sound of the 80s, the Latin freestyle that would dominate the next decade. Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine were just starting in the late 70s, playing small clubs, developing the style that would make them international stars. They embodied the cultural fusion happening in Miami, Cuban heritage meeting American pop, creating something new and infectious. Their success was still years away, but the groundwork was being laid in the sweaty clubs of late 70s Miami. The contrast between the glittering nightlife and the city's growing problems created cognitive dissonance. How could Miami be both a playground and a war zone? How could people be dancing and celebrating while murder rates climbed? The answer was that people were compartmentalizing, creating separate realities that could somehow coexist. In the clubs, everything was beautiful and exciting. Outside, the streets were increasingly dangerous. You chose which reality to live in moment by moment. The disco era in Miami represented the city at its most contradictory. The glamour was real. The music was genuinely great. The cultural energy was undeniable. But it was all happening on top of a foundation of violence and illegal money. The beautiful surface and the dark depths couldn't be separated. They were the same thing viewed from different angles. For tourists who still came to Miami, the disco scene was part of the appeal. You could go to New York for clubs, sure, but Miami had clubs plus beach plus year-round warmth. The city was marketing itself as sophisticated and fun, trying to shed the retirement community image. The disco explosion helped with that. Young people were coming to Miami again, even as other tourists stayed away. They came for the music, the parties, the sense that anything could happen in this tropical American city where the rules seemed different than everywhere else. The disco scene would eventually fade, as disco itself fell out of fashion in the early 80s. But while it lasted, it was glorious and terrible, a perfect representation of what Miami had become. A city where paradise and nightmare danced together to a pulsing beat, where you could lose yourself in the music and forget, at least temporarily, that the city was slowly consuming itself from within. But we can't stay in the clubs forever. We need to talk about what daily life was actually like for the people who lived in Miami through this era. Because most Miamians weren't drug dealers or disco celebrities. They were ordinary people trying to navigate a city that was transforming around them in ways that made every day feel uncertain. Wake up in Little Havana in the mid-70s, and the first thing you notice is the sound. Spanish flowing from apartments, mixing with music from radios. Salsa beats drifting through open windows, the rapid-fire conversations of neighbors who knew each other's business, who looked out for each other's kids, who shared the unspoken bond of exile. The roosters that some families kept despite city ordinances, crowing at dawn like they would have in Cuba. Walk to the corner for your morning coffee and you stop at a ventanita, one of those little walk-up windows cut into the side of a shop. You order a cafecito in Spanish. The elderly man working the window hands you a tiny paper cup filled with coffee so strong and sweet it could wake the dead. You knock it back in one shot, pay your quarter, exchange a few words about the heat or politics or family, and continue your day. This ritual, repeated thousands of times across Little Havana every morning, a connection to a way of life that predated Miami. If you lived in Miami Beach, your morning looked different. Maybe you're a retiree, one of the thousands who came seeking affordable living and year-round warmth. You walk slowly to the beach, careful on sidewalks that need repair. You sit on a bench facing the ocean, reading the Miami Herald, watching joggers pass by. The Art Deco buildings behind you are fading, paint peeling, but they're still beautiful in a worn way. You've seen the drug dealers starting to work certain corners, but you try to ignore them, try to hold on to the vision of what this place used to be. Or maybe you're working class, commuting from Hialeah or one of the other neighborhoods where rent is more affordable. You drive to your job at the airport or in construction or at one of the hotels still operating despite declining tourism. You pass through different Miamis on your commute, Little Havana with its Cuban businesses, Liberty City where most white people don't go, downtown where the office buildings stand, Miami Beach where the tourists used to flock, but now it's mostly elderly residents and increasing crime. The cost of living was rising faster than wages. This was a constant source of stress. The cocaine money flooding into real estate was driving up property values and rents. If you weren't connected to the drug economy, you were getting priced out of neighborhoods that had been affordable just a few years earlier. Landlords could charge more because there were always drug dealers willing to pay cash for places to live, to stash product, to conduct business. The grocery stores in Little Havana catered to Cuban tastes. You could buy plantains, yuca, malanga, all the ingredients for traditional Cuban cooking. But the prices were higher than they used to be. Everything was more expensive. The economic boom that Miami was supposedly experiencing wasn't reaching ordinary families. They were being squeezed between rising costs and stagnant wages, watching the rich get richer, while they struggled to keep up. If you had kids, you worried about the schools. Miami's school system was dealing with massive demographic changes, new students arriving from Cuba and other Latin American countries who needed English language instruction. Integration continuing in complicated, often troubled ways. White flight meant certain schools were losing resources while others became overcrowded. Parents tried to navigate which neighborhoods had better schools, but that often meant which neighborhoods you could afford, which brought you back to the economic pressure of cocaine money inflating housing costs. The beach was free and families used it. On weekends, you'd pack a cooler with food, grab towels and a radio, and spend the day on the sand. The water was warm and beautiful. The sun felt good. For a few hours, you could pretend Miami was still paradise. You could ignore the drug dealers doing business in parked cars in the lots behind the beach. You could ignore the occasional tension when different groups claimed adjacent pieces of sand. You could just be a family enjoying the ocean. But the violence was becoming impossible to ignore by the late 70s. You started hearing stories. Someone's cousin knew someone who got shot in a drug deal gone wrong. Someone's neighbor disappeared and turned up dead in the Everglades. These weren't abstract news stories. They were touching people you knew, people in your community. The violence that had seemed distant was getting closer. The racial tensions added another layer of stress to daily life. Black Miamians watched Cubans receive government assistance while they struggled without similar support. They saw Cubans opening successful businesses while Black-owned businesses remained undercapitalized. The resentment was understandable and growing. Meanwhile, Cuban Americans felt they had earned their success through hard work and sacrifice, that they hadn't been given anything for free despite government assistance. Both communities felt aggrieved, both had legitimate complaints, and the tension simmered. If you were a white Miamian who had lived in the city for decades, you barely recognized it anymore. The southern city you knew had been replaced by something Latin American in character. Spanish was everywhere. The culture had shifted in ways that made you feel like a stranger in your own hometown. Many left. Those who stayed either adapted or lived in isolated enclaves, trying to maintain the old ways in a city that had moved on. Going out at night required calculation. Which neighborhoods were safe? What time was too late? Should you avoid certain streets entirely? The calculations changed month by month as the violence spread. Areas that had been fine became dangerous. The sense of security that residents once took for granted was evaporating. People became more careful, more cautious, more aware that Miami was no longer the safe, predictable city it had been. The police weren't. Trusted by large segments of the community. Black Miamians had long experience with police brutality and harassment. Cuban Americans often saw police as either corrupt or ineffective. The breakdown in trust between law enforcement and communities meant that crimes went unreported, witnesses didn't come forward, and the cycle of violence continued unchecked. But people adapted because that's what people do. They found pockets of normalcy. They created routines that felt safe. They built communities within the chaos. The churches remained important community centers. The schools, despite their problems, brought families together. The small parks where kids could play became precious spaces. Life continued even as the city transformed around them. The hospitals were dealing with an increasing number of gunshot victims. Emergency rooms in the late 70s started seeing patterns they had never encountered before. Young men with multiple gunshot wounds from automatic weapons, drug overdoses becoming more common, violence-related trauma overwhelming facilities designed for typical medical emergencies. The healthcare workers could see what was happening to Miami even if many residents tried to look away. Social services were stretched thin. The combination of new immigrants needing assistance, rising poverty despite the economic boom, and increasing drug addiction created demands that existing programs couldn't meet. The agencies did what they could, but it was never enough. People fell through cracks that were becoming chasms. For kids growing up in Miami in the 70s, it was a strange childhood. The freedom and sunshine were real. You could ride your bike through neighborhoods, play outside until dark, swim in pools and ocean. But you also learned which streets to avoid, which older kids to stay away from because they were dealing drugs, which areas were claimed by gangs. You grew up faster than kids in safer cities, learning to read danger signals that children shouldn't have to recognize. The drug culture infiltrated even stable families. That successful uncle who seemed to have unlimited cash and drove a Mercedes. Everyone knew where the money came from, even if nobody said it out loud. The family friend who took frequent trips to Colombia? Not hard to figure out. The neighbor who suddenly upgraded everything in their house? The cocaine economy touched so many lives directly or indirectly that maintaining innocence became almost impossible. But the daily grind of work and survival continued regardless. You got up, went to your job, came home to your family, you cooked dinner, watched television, did homework with kids. The routines of ordinary life persisted, even as the city descended into chaos around them. People are remarkably resilient when they have to be. Miami residents in the 70s demonstrated that resilience every day. The contrast between different neighborhoods could be jarring. Little Havana remained relatively cohesive, the Cuban community looking after its own, even as drug violence increased. Coral Gables maintained its upscale character, gates and security keeping most problems at bay. But Liberty City and Overtown were dealing with concentrated poverty, police harassment, and the sense that no one in power cared what happened there. Miami wasn't one city experiencing one crisis. It was multiple cities, multiple realities, existing in uneasy proximity. And through it all, people held on to hope that things would get better. That Miami would figure itself out, that the violence would subside, that the paradise they remembered or had heard about would return. Hope isn't rational, but it's necessary. Without hope, people would have just left, abandoned the city entirely. The hope kept them there, kept them working toward better days, even as the worst was yet to come. Because we're about to get to 1979, the year everything exploded into public view, the year Miami's problems could no longer be hidden or ignored, the year the cocaine cowboys earned their name with an act of violence so brazen it shocked even a city growing accustomed to murder. July 11th, 1979 was a hot Miami day, the kind where the humidity wraps around you like a wet blanket the moment you step outside. The Deadland Mall in Kendall was busy with shoppers taking advantage of air conditioning and sales. Families browsed stores, teenagers hung out in the food court. It was a thoroughly ordinary Miami day right up until the moment it became the most notorious afternoon in the city's history. Jimenez Paneso was a mid-level drug trafficker, not particularly important in the hierarchy, but involved enough to have enemies. He had stopped at the Crown liquor store in the mall to pick up a bottle of scotch. Simple errand, in and out, but someone had been tracking him, waiting for an opportunity. In the cocaine trade, owing money or stealing product or simply being in the way of someone more powerful could be a death sentence. Panesso had crossed the wrong people. Two men entered the liquor store behind Panesso. They weren't hiding what they were doing. They walked in carrying submachine guns in broad daylight in a shopping mall full of families. The attack was instant and overwhelming. They opened fire on Panesso and his bodyguard, then turned their weapons on two employees working the counter. The sound of automatic weapons fire in the enclosed space must have been deafening. The two men didn't just shoot and run. They methodically ensured their targets were dead, firing multiple rounds into each person. Bullets tore through bottles of alcohol, glass shattered everywhere, blood pooled on the floor. The scene looked like a massacre, which is exactly what it was. 4 people lay dying or dead. The shooters turned and walked back toward the mall entrance. Outside, a van was waiting. Not just any van, but what police would later call a war wagon. It was armored, bulletproof, designed to withstand return fire from police. It was painted to look like a party supply delivery truck, innocuous and unremarkable in a shopping mall parking lot. Inside were more weapons and ammunition, everything needed for a military-style operation in suburban Miami. The shooters climbed into the van and drove away. The entire attack had taken maybe 2 minutes from start to finish. Behind them, chaos erupted. Shoppers ran screaming. Store employees called police. People who had been shopping moments ago were now witnesses to mass murder. The Crown liquor store looked like a war zone. Blood, glass, bullet casings, the smell of gunpowder and death. This wasn't how Americans expected shopping malls to look. The Miami police arrived to a scene that shocked even hardened officers. One detective told reporters it looked like an old Western shootout. Another said the level of violence was unprecedented. These weren't drug dealers killed in private. This was a public execution carried out with military hardware in front of witnesses. The cocaine trade had just announced itself to Miami in the most violent way possible. A police officer at the scene coined the term that would define the era. Looking at the carnage, thinking about the Wild West comparison everyone was making, he called the killers cocaine cowboys. The name stuck immediately. The media picked it up. Within days, everyone in Miami knew the term. The cocaine cowboys weren't a specific group. They were the entire ecosystem of drug traffickers who were turning Miami into something resembling the lawless American frontier of the 1800s. The Deadland Massacre, as it became known, was just the beginning. It was the most visible, most public, most shocking murder of 1979, but it wasn't the only one. Gang-related violence that year accounted for 30% of Miami's homicides. The murder rate had been climbing for years, but 1979 was when it truly exploded. By year's end, Miami had recorded 349 murders. This was already the highest rate the city had ever seen, but it would get worse, much worse. The massacre at Deadland wasn't a peak. It was a starting gun. The war for control of Miami's cocaine trade was heating up, and the violence that followed would make the Deadland attack seem almost restrained by comparison. The rest of 1979 and into 1980, bodies started appearing everywhere. Dumped on highway sides, found floating in canals, discovered in vacant lots, left in car trunks. The violence was spreading beyond the drug trade itself. Random citizens were getting caught in crossfire. Home invasions targeted the wrong addresses. Drive-by shootings killed bystanders. The cocaine trade's violence was bleeding into every neighborhood, touching every community. The techniques the cocaine cowboys used became more elaborate and terrifying. Car bombs, motorcycle drive-by shootings, a method imported from Colombia, assassinations in restaurants in front of witnesses who knew better than to talk, to police. The murder methods were designed not just to kill, but to terrify, to send messages, to establish dominance through fear. And Miami's murder rate just kept climbing. The city was averaging more than 1 murder per day. The medical examiner's office, designed to handle maybe a couple of homicides a week, was being overwhelmed. Bodies stacked up waiting for autopsies. The morgue's refrigeration capacity couldn't keep up. This was when that refrigerated truck appeared, the one mentioned at the start. The most grotesque symbol of how far Miami had fallen from its paradise image. Law enforcement was completely outmatched. The police hadn't expanded to meet the population growth of the 70s. They were understaffed and under-resourced while facing criminals with unlimited money and military-grade weapons. The DEA and FBI were trying to help, but the scope of the problem was beyond anything they had experienced. Every arrest seemed to just create an opportunity for another trafficker. Every seizure was a fraction of the total cocaine flowing through the city. The public was terrified. Miami residents who had lived through the 70s watching the city change now felt genuinely unsafe. The violence wasn't staying in specific neighborhoods anymore. It was everywhere. A shopping mall in the suburbs wasn't safe. Your morning commute could put you in the wrong place when a drug deal went bad. The random nature of much of the violence made it impossible to feel secure anywhere. The business community was panicking. Whatever tourism was left was evaporating fast. Who wants to vacation in a city known for massacre-level violence? Companies were reconsidering their Miami operations. The downtown business district felt increasingly vulnerable. The economic impact of the violence was starting to outweigh the cocaine money keeping things afloat. You can't build a legitimate economy on drug trafficking, even if the money is real. And this was just 1979. As bad as that year was, nobody was prepared for what was coming in 1980, because three separate catastrophes were about to converge on Miami simultaneously, creating what many would later describe as the worst year in the city's history. The cocaine cowboys were about to reach their peak level of violence. The Mariel boat lift was going to dump 125,000 refugees into South Florida in a matter of months, and racial tensions were going to explode into riots that would burn parts of Miami to the ground. The perfect storm was forming, and Miami was directly in its path. The name Griselda Blanco still carries weight in Miami decades after her death. The godmother of cocaine, the Black Widow. A woman who stood barely 5 feet tall but commanded an empire built on violence and cocaine that stretched across the United States and generated tens of millions of dollars every month. She didn't just participate in the cocaine trade, she helped invent the modern drug trafficking industry. Blanco had come from Medellin, Colombia, from poverty and violence that made her dangerous long before she ever touched cocaine. As a child, she had been a pickpocket, a kidnapper, a prostitute. She grew up in an environment where violence was survival, where compassion was weakness, where only the most ruthless prevailed. By the time she entered the cocaine trade in the 1970s, she was already a seasoned criminal with no moral boundaries to constrain her. She had worked in New York first, building operations there, learning the American market. But around 1978, she relocated to Miami. The city was perfect for her purposes. The Colombian connections, the Spanish-speaking population, the corrupt infrastructure, the geographic advantages. Everything about Miami suited her needs. She arrived and immediately began building an organization that would dominate the local cocaine trade through sheer overwhelming violence. Blanco's innovation was making violence theatrical and terrifying. She imported the motorcycle assassination technique from Colombia. 2 men on a motorcycle, the driver focused on maneuvering through traffic, the passenger carrying an automatic weapon. They would pull alongside a target's car and open fire, then speed away before anyone could react. The method was devastatingly effective and nearly impossible to defend against. You couldn't armor your car against being shot from the side while stopped at a red light. The violence Blanco ordered wasn't surgical or precise. It was excessive, designed to send messages. If you crossed her, you didn't just die. Your family might die. Your friends might die. Anyone connected to you became a potential target. The method was to create such overwhelming fear that people would rather die than betray her or interfere with her business. And it worked. People were absolutely terrified of Griselda Blanco. Her organization was responsible for hundreds of murders. Colombian officials suspected her of at least 250 killings in their country. American detectives believed she was connected to 40 deaths in the United States, concentrated primarily in South Florida. But those were just the murders that could be tied to her directly. The actual number was certainly higher. Jorge Rivi Ayala, one of her top enforcers, was linked to over 200 murders himself. The stories about Blanco were terrifying, even by cocaine cowboy standards. One of the most disturbing involved Jesus Chucho Castro, a former associate who had offended her by kicking her son out of his house. Blanco ordered Rivi to kill him. Rivi attempted the hit, pulling up alongside Castro's car and firing an M16 into it, but he missed Castro. Instead, he killed Castro's 2-year-old son, an unintended victim sitting in the back seat. Most people, even hardened criminals, would be horrified by accidentally killing a child. Not Blanco. According to Rivi's later testimony, when she heard they had missed the father but killed the son, she said she was glad. They were, even now. The child's death settled the score. The story illustrates a level of moral depravity that's hard to comprehend. This wasn't just criminal violence. This was something darker. Blanco lived large in Miami. She had a mansion, luxury cars, expensive jewelry. She threw lavish parties. She was living the American dream as reimagined through cocaine money. For years, she operated almost openly, protected by fear, corruption, and the simple fact that law enforcement couldn't keep up with her organization. Her network was sophisticated, with multiple layers of insulation between her and the actual violence being done in her name. But she wasn't the only major player transforming Miami into the murder capital of America. Willie Falcon and Sal Magluta, two Cuban Americans who became known as the original cocaine cowboys, were building their own empire. They had grown up in Miami, gone to high school together, and entered the drug trade in the late 70s. By the early 80s, they were moving hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cocaine, an operation that would eventually be estimated at over $2 billion over their career. Falcon and Magluta were different from Blanco in some ways. They were younger, flashier, more concerned with appearing legitimate. They invested their drug money in speedboat racing, becoming fixtures in Miami's racing scene. They dated models, threw parties, acted like successful businessmen rather than drug traffickers. But make no mistake, their hands were just as dirty. The violence required to protect and grow their operation was just as brutal. The smuggling techniques were evolving constantly. The simple methods of the mid-70s were being replaced by increasingly sophisticated operations. Speedboats capable of outrunning Coast Guard vessels were custom-built in South Florida boatyards. These weren't off-the-shelf boats. They were engineered specifically for cocaine smuggling, with reinforced hulls, massive engines, and hidden compartments that could hold hundreds of kilograms. The go-fast boats, as they were called, would race from the Bahamas or Jamaica to the Florida coast, usually at night, moving at speeds that made interception almost impossible. If the Coast Guard managed to spot one, the chase was on, and more often than not, the smugglers got away. Even when a boat was caught, it was just one load out of dozens or hundreds, making the same run every week. Commercial shipping was infiltrated at every level. Cargo ships arriving at the port of Miami carried cocaine hidden in legitimate freight. Inspectors couldn't check every container in every ship. The smugglers only needed a small percentage to get through, and they were moving so much product that even substantial seizures barely dented their operations. The human cost was mounting in ways beyond just the murder statistics. Cocaine addiction was spreading through Miami like a disease. The people getting rich from the trade were also the people most likely to be using their own product. The combination of unlimited money and unlimited drugs was destroying lives even among the successful traffickers. The violent deaths might have been the most dramatic toll, but addiction was claiming victims too. The money had to go somewhere, and Miami's legitimate businesses were increasingly compromised. Car dealerships that accepted duffel bags of cash, real estate agents who didn't ask questions about buyers who paid for million-dollar properties in currency, restaurants that laundered money through their books, jewelry stores that sold Rolex watches and diamond rings to 25-year-olds with no visible means of legitimate income. The corruption infected nearly every sector of Miami's economy. The murder statistics for 1980 told the story in numbers. 573 murders in Dade County. The homicide rate was among the highest in American history. But statistics don't capture what it felt like to live through it. The constant sirens, the news reports every night detailing the latest killings, the sense that your city was out of control and no one could stop it, the grief and fear that permeated communities being destroyed by violence. The cocaine cowboys were winning, not in the sense that they were defeating law enforcement, though they were doing that too. They were winning by transforming Miami into a place where their kind of business could operate almost openly. A place where violence was so common it barely made headlines unless it was particularly spectacular. A place where drug money dominated the economy so thoroughly that going against it felt impossible. And then, in the middle of all this, Miami got hit with something that made everything worse. Because as if drug war violence wasn't enough, 1980 brought two more catastrophes that would push the city to the absolute breaking point. The Mariel boat lift and the Liberty City riots were about to show Miami that things could always get worse. The year 1980 should be taught in disaster management courses as an example of everything going wrong simultaneously. If you were designing a theoretical worst-case scenario for a city, you couldn't do much better than what actually happened to Miami that year. 3 separate crises hit at once, each one severe enough to overwhelm any city, all of them landing on Miami within months of each other. The first crisis actually started accidentally in Cuba. A bus crashed through the gates of the Peruvian embassy in Havana. During the incident, 2 Cuban guards were wounded in crossfire. Fidel Castro, in a fit of anger, removed the security post from the embassy entrance. It was meant as a gesture to embarrass Peru, but it backfired spectacularly. Within hours, thousands of Cubans flooded into the Peruvian embassy grounds, seeking asylum. 10,000 people crammed into a space meant for maybe a few hundred. Castro found himself in an embarrassing position. Thousands of his citizens were publicly declaring they wanted to leave Cuba. The image of desperate people climbing over embassy walls damaged his international reputation. He needed a way to relieve the pressure and turn the situation to his advantage. On April 20th, 1980, he made an announcement. Anyone who wanted to leave Cuba could do so through the port of Mariel. The Mariel boat lift had begun. The Cuban exile community in Miami immediately mobilized. Boats left South Florida heading for Cuba to pick up relatives who had been trapped on the island for 20 years. The flotilla was immense, hundreds of vessels from fishing boats to yachts, all making the 90-mile crossing to Mariel Harbor. The initial motivation was family reunification. People who hadn't seen their loved ones in decades now had a chance to bring them to America. But Castro saw an opportunity to create chaos in the United States, and particularly in Miami. He began including people from Cuban prisons and mental institutions in the groups being allowed to leave. Not everyone coming through Mariel was a criminal or mentally ill, not by a long shot. The vast majority were ordinary Cubans seeking freedom and opportunity. But Castro deliberately added enough problematic individuals to create serious problems for the receiving community. By the time the boat lift ended in October 1980, approximately 125,000 Cubans had arrived in South Florida. That's the equivalent of a medium-sized American city being dropped into Miami in 6 months. The infrastructure to handle that many refugees simply didn't exist. Processing centers were overwhelmed, housing was inadequate, social services were stretched to the breaking point. The demographic differences between the Marielitos, as they came to be called, and earlier waves of Cuban refugees were significant. 71% were blue-collar workers, the working class that Castro's revolution had supposedly been made for. These were the very people who should have benefited most from Cuban socialism, and they were fleeing in massive numbers. But they weren't the educated professionals who had come in the 60s. They had fewer resources, fewer connections in Miami, less immediate ability to establish themselves economically. And then there were the criminals and mentally ill individuals Castro had deliberately included. The exact numbers are disputed, but estimates suggest between 2,000 and 7,000 people with criminal records or serious mental illness arrived in the boat lift. That's a relatively small percentage of the total, but it was enough to create enormous problems and, more importantly, to poison public perception of all Marielitos. The media coverage focused heavily on the criminal element. Images of refugees behind fences looking desperate and sometimes dangerous filled television screens. The narrative quickly became that Castro had emptied his prisons and mental hospitals into the United States. While this wasn't accurate as a description of the majority of Marielitos, it was true enough that it couldn't be easily dismissed. The public backlash was immediate and severe. Miami's Cuban community, which had been relatively well regarded as a refugee success story, suddenly found itself associated with criminals and the mentally unstable. The good refugees who had come earlier were now lumped in public perception with the bad refugees arriving through Mariel. The damage to Cuban Americans' reputation was significant and lasting. The city simply couldn't absorb 125,000 people in 6 months. Housing was impossible to find. The tent cities that sprang up to temporarily house Marielitos became semi-permanent. Finding jobs for that many people in a city with a complicated economy was essentially impossible. Many Marielitos ended up unemployed or underemployed, struggling to survive in a place that didn't want them and couldn't accommodate them. The strain on social services was catastrophic. Schools suddenly had thousands of new students who needed intensive English instruction. Health clinics were overwhelmed with people needing medical care they hadn't received in Cuba. Law enforcement had to deal with population growth without corresponding increases in resources. Every system was breaking down under pressure, and this was all happening while the cocaine violence was escalating. The murder rate for 1980 would reach 553, up from 349 in 1979. The morgue was so overrun with bodies that the refrigerated truck had to be rented. Miami was simultaneously a drug war zone and a refugee crisis, two catastrophes that interacted in destructive ways. Some Marielitos, desperate and lacking opportunities, entered the drug trade. It was one of the few industries actively hiring and willing to overlook lack of legal work authorization. The cocaine cowboys recruited from the new arrivals, finding people who had nothing to lose and were willing to do whatever it took to survive. This reinforced the public perception that Marielitos were criminals, even though the vast majority were not. But we're not done with 1980 yet. Because while Miami was dealing with cocaine violence and a massive refugee crisis, the city's long-simmering racial tensions were about to explode in the most destructive riot in Florida history. And it all started with a black insurance salesman named Arthur McDuffie. McDuffie was riding his motorcycle in Miami on December 17, 1979, when he ran a red light. Police gave chase. By the time they caught him, he was beaten so severely that he died from his injuries days later. The officers involved claimed he had crashed his motorcycle. The medical examiner's report made it clear that was a lie. McDuffie had been beaten to death. 4 white police officers were charged with manslaughter. The trial was moved to Tampa because finding an impartial jury in Miami was considered impossible. On May 17, 1980, all 4 officers were acquitted. The verdict came down on a Saturday afternoon. By evening, Liberty City was burning. The riot lasted 3 days. 18 people died, over 400 were injured, and hundreds of buildings were burned or looted. The images broadcast across the country showed a city in flames, mobs in the streets, violence seemingly everywhere. Liberty City and surrounding neighborhoods became war zones. Black residents, enraged by decades of police brutality and economic marginalization, exploded in fury. The riot wasn't just about Arthur McDuffie, though his death and the officer's acquittal were the immediate trigger. It was about every indignity, every injustice, every instance of discrimination that Black Miamians had endured. It was about watching Cuban refugees receive government assistance while Black Americans got nothing. It was about police harassment and economic exclusion and the sense that no one in power cared if Black people in Miami lived or died. The National Guard was called in. Police in riot gear filled the streets. The news coverage showed Miami as a city coming apart at the seams. For 3 days, parts of Miami genuinely looked like a war zone. Smoke rose from burning buildings. Gunfire echoed through neighborhoods. The violence was both random and targeted. expressions of rage that had been building for years with no peaceful outlet. So there was Miami in 1980, drug violence claiming over 500 lives, the morgue overflowing with bodies requiring refrigerated trucks to store them all, 125,000 Cuban refugees arriving in 6 months with nowhere to go and no resources to help them, parts of the city burning during 3 days of rioting. All of this happening simultaneously to one city over the course of 1 year. The image of Miami as paradise was dead. There was no coming back from this. Time magazine, one of the most influential publications in America, would run a cover story titled Paradise Lost that chronicled Miami's fall from grace. The story became definitive, the narrative that everyone referenced. Miami wasn't the sun and fun capital anymore. It was the murder capital, the drug capital, the riot-torn city, the failed state. The psychological impact on residents was profound. People who had lived through the 70s watching things slowly deteriorate now felt like they were living in apocalyptic times. The sense that civilization was breaking down wasn't hyperbole. It felt literally true. The institutions that were supposed to protect and serve were either overwhelmed or corrupt. The economy ran on drug money. Violence was random and constant. How do you maintain normal life in those circumstances? Many people left. Those with resources and opportunities elsewhere took them. The white flight that had begun in the 70s accelerated dramatically. Black middle-class families who could afford to leave Liberty City did so. Even some Cuban Americans, especially those who had established themselves in the 60s and 70s, moved away from Miami. The city was hemorrhaging. People who had options, but millions stayed. Because they had no choice, because they couldn't afford to leave, because Miami was home despite everything, because they believed it could recover, or simply because moving an entire life is almost impossible for most people. They stayed and endured, and their endurance would eventually be rewarded, though they couldn't know that in 1980. The year 1980 represented Miami's absolute nadir, the worst it had ever been, and hopefully would ever be. Everything that could go wrong had gone wrong simultaneously. The question was whether Miami could survive, whether the city would completely collapse into permanent dysfunction or somehow find a way to recover. The answer wouldn't come quickly, but it would come. Because even in 1980, at the absolute worst moment, there were still people fighting for Miami's future. One of those people had been fighting since 1976, standing in front of bulldozers trying to save buildings that everyone else had written off as worthless. Her name was Barbara Bear Capitman, and she was trying to save Miami's architectural soul, even while the city was losing everything else. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, the Art Deco buildings that had made Miami Beach architecturally unique were in terrible condition. 40 years of salt air, inadequate maintenance, and declining property values had left them faded and crumbling. Most people looked at these buildings and saw ugly relics, outdated reminders of a past that Miami Beach wanted to forget. The architecture that we now recognize as a treasure was then considered embarrassing, something to be demolished and replaced. Barbara Bear Capitman saw something different. She was an interior designer and architecture enthusiast who had recently moved to Miami Beach. When she looked at these buildings, she saw irreplaceable examples of a distinctly American architectural movement. She understood that once they were demolished, they would be gone forever, and with them would go something unique about Miami. But she was essentially alone in this perspective. Property owners saw the buildings as deteriorating assets that made more financial sense torn down. Developers wanted to replace them with modern high-rises that could generate far more rental income. The city government was generally favorable to development, seeing it as the path to economic recovery. There was no organized constituency for preservation. Capitman started organizing in 1976. She founded the Miami Design Preservation League with a handful of like-minded preservationists. Their goal was audacious: save a 1 square mile area of South Beach by getting it designated as a historic district. This had never been done before for 20th century architecture. Historic preservation in America had focused on older buildings, structures from the 18th and 19th centuries. The idea that buildings from the 1930s and 1940s could be historically significant was novel and controversial. The opposition was fierce. Property owners fought the designation, seeing it as government interference with their rights to develop their land as they saw fit. Real estate developers lobbied against it, worried that preservation would kill development opportunities. Even many residents didn't support it, thinking that saving old buildings was a waste of time when Miami Beach had so many other, more pressing problems. Capitman and her fellow preservationists literally stood in front of bulldozers on multiple occasions. When buildings were scheduled for demolition, they would stage protests, trying to delay or prevent the destruction. They wrote letters, attended planning meetings, gave tours highlighting the architectural significance of the buildings. They worked exhaustively, often thanklessly, trying to change how Miami Beach thought about its own identity. One of Capitman's key allies was Leonard Horowitz, an interior designer who understood that the buildings needed more than just protection from demolition. They needed to be revitalized in ways that would make people see their value. Horowitz came up with a revolutionary idea: paint them in bold, cheerful colors. The Art Deco buildings had originally been painted in subtle whites and pastels. Horowitz envisioned a palette of bright pinks, yellows, blues, and greens that would make the buildings pop visually and attract attention. The color scheme was controversial. Some purists argued it wasn't historically accurate, but Horowitz understood that getting people to care about these buildings required making them visually exciting. The bright colors worked. As buildings were painted in these cheerful hues, they started attracting positive attention. The Art Deco district was beginning to look distinctive, fun, optimistic. It was becoming Instagram-worthy before Instagram existed. The fight for historic designation took years. Every procedural step was contested. Surveys had to be conducted documenting each building's architectural significance. Public hearings were held where preservationists and opponents argued their cases. The National Park Service had to be convinced that this area met the criteria for historic designation. The bureaucratic process was exhausting, but Capitman and her allies persisted. Finally, on May 14, 1979, success. The Miami Beach Architectural District was designated on the National Register of Historic Places. It was the first historic district in the United States, composed entirely of 20th century architecture. This was a huge victory, providing legal protection that made demolition far more difficult. Developers couldn't just tear down Art Deco buildings anymore without facing significant obstacles. But designation was just the beginning. The buildings still needed restoration. Property owners needed incentives to invest in these structures rather than letting them continue deteriorating. The preservation movement needed to demonstrate that saving the buildings made economic sense, that they could be valuable assets rather than liabilities. The irony of the timing is striking. Capitman was fighting to save Miami Beach's architectural heritage in 1979 and 1980, precisely the years when Miami was descending into its worst violence and chaos. While bodies were piling up in the morgue and refugees were flooding into the city and riots were burning neighborhoods, she was trying to save buildings. It must have seemed quixotic, even absurd to some. With everything else going wrong, who cared about old hotels? But in hindsight, Capitman's work was essential. She was fighting for the idea that Miami had value beyond the immediate present, that the city's history and character mattered, that there was something worth preserving even in the darkest times. The Art Deco buildings represented the belief that Miami could be beautiful again, that the paradise image wasn't entirely a lie, that the city could recover its soul. The preservation fight was also a bet on the future. If Miami was going to recover from the cocaine wars and the other disasters of the 70s and 80s, it would need a distinct identity to build that recovery around. Generic high-rise condominiums wouldn't differentiate Miami Beach from anywhere else, but a unique collection of Art Deco architecture, restored and celebrated, that could be the foundation of a renewed tourist industry. The buildings themselves embodied a particular moment of American optimism. They had been built in the 1930s and early 1940s during the Depression and World War II, yet they expressed faith in the future. The streamlined curves suggested motion and progress. The pastel colors and geometric patterns were cheerful despite dark times. The architects who designed them believed in tomorrow even when today was difficult. That same spirit was what Miami needed in 1980. Over the following years, as Miami slowly stabilized, the Art Deco district would become increasingly important to the city's identity. Tourists would come specifically to see these buildings. The neighborhood would gentrify in complicated ways that brought both revival and displacement. But the buildings would survive, protected by the designation Capitman had fought so hard to achieve. Capitman herself didn't live to see the full flowering of what she had started. She died in 1990, just as South Beach was beginning its transformation into an internationally recognized destination. But her legacy is visible on every block of the Art Deco district. Every time someone takes a photo in front of those colorful, geometrically perfect facades, they're benefiting from her fight. The preservation story is important because it shows that even in Miami's darkest period, there were people working for better things. Not everyone was involved in drugs or violence or corruption. Some people were trying to save what was beautiful, to preserve what was worth keeping, to build foundations for eventual recovery. Their work mattered as much as anything else happening in the city. And Miami's demographic transformation was continuing through all of this, reshaping the city's fundamental character in ways that would become permanent. The city was becoming something unprecedented in American history, a truly bicultural, bilingual city where Latin American and North American cultures didn't just coexist, but merged into something new. By the end of the 70s, Cubans and other Latinos made up more than half of Dade County's population. This wasn't a neighborhood phenomenon anymore. This was a demographic revolution. Miami was no longer a Southern American city with a Latino minority. It was becoming a Latino majority city with a diminishing white minority and a black population that felt increasingly marginalized. The implications were profound. Spanish became not just common, but dominant in large parts of Miami. You could live your entire life in Spanish if you wanted. Businesses operated in Spanish. Media was increasingly bilingual or Spanish only. The cultural life of the city was shaped more by Latin American influences than by traditional American culture. This created what some called Miami-ness, a distinct identity that was neither fully American nor fully Latin American, but a hybrid of both. The food was a fusion. The music blended American and Latin styles. The language was often Spanglish, switching between English and Spanish mid-sentence. Even the business culture incorporated elements of both Anglo-American formality and Latin American relationship-driven models. For Cuban Americans, this demographic dominance created opportunities that immigrant groups rarely experienced. Instead of having to assimilate completely into an Anglo society, they could maintain their language and culture while still succeeding economically. The Cuban enclave model, centered in Little Havana but extending throughout Miami, provided social capital and economic networks that accelerated success. Cuban businesses proliferated. From small family restaurants to major construction companies to banks, Cuban entrepreneurs built economic power. The political influence followed. Cuban Americans started getting elected to local offices. They became leaders in the Chamber of Commerce. They shaped policy decisions. This was upward mobility happening at group level, creating a Cuban American establishment that would dominate Miami politics for decades. But this same success created tensions. Black Miamians watched Cubans arrive with nothing and seemingly leapfrog over the black community into economic and political power. The comparison was painful and angering. Black Americans had been in this country for generations, had survived slavery, and Jim Crow had fought for civil rights. Yet these new arrivals were receiving benefits and achieving success that seemed unavailable to the black community. The tension wasn't just about perception. It was about real resource allocation. Government assistance went to Cuban refugees as part of Cold War policy. Small business loans were easier for Cuban entrepreneurs to obtain, partly because of community banking networks that developed. Political influence translated into resources for Cuban neighborhoods that black neighborhoods didn't receive. The disparities were real and significant. Other Latino groups were also arriving in increasing numbers through the 70s. Nicaraguans fleeing civil war, Colombians seeking economic opportunities, some legitimate and some connected to the drug trade, Central Americans escaping political violence. Each group added layers to Miami's increasingly complex Latino identity. Little Havana was no longer just Cuban. It was becoming a pan-Latin American neighborhood. The white population responded in different ways. Some embraced the change, learning Spanish, incorporating Latin American culture into their lives, seeing opportunity in Miami's transformation. Others felt alienated and displaced, nostalgic for the Miami they remembered or had heard about from earlier decades. Many simply left, moving to Fort Lauderdale or the Gulf Coast or out of Florida entirely. For those who stayed, Miami required adaptation. You learned at least basic Spanish, or you struggled in many situations. You got comfortable with cultural practices different from Anglo-American norms. You accepted that Miami was different from other American cities and would only become more so. The choice was adapt or be perpetually frustrated. The younger generation, both Cuban-American and others born in Miami, grew up in this hybrid culture naturally. They were bilingual without effort. They moved between cultural contexts fluidly. They were inventing what it meant to be Miamian, creating an identity that hadn't existed before. Their Miami would be different from both their parents' Cuba and their parents' America. The demographic transformation had economic implications beyond the obvious. Miami's geographic position, already advantageous, became even more so with a Spanish-speaking population and cultural connections throughout Latin America. The city was positioning to become the business capital connecting North and South America. The seeds of Miami's future as an international business hub were being planted in the demographics of the 70s. But in 1980, with the city burning and bleeding, the long-term positive implications weren't visible. What was visible was a city that felt fundamentally unstable, where different groups competed for limited resources, where violence plagued everyone regardless of ethnicity, where the future looked grim. The demographic transformation that would eventually be one of Miami's greatest strengths felt like one more source of conflict and tension. The question hanging over Miami as the 70s ended and the 80s began was simple. Could this city survive? Or had the combination of drug violence, demographic upheaval, economic instability, and social conflict pushed Miami past the point of no return? The answer would come gradually, as the federal government finally took serious action against the cocaine trade, and Miami began its long, complicated recovery. The federal government had been aware of Miami's drug problem for years, but the response had been inadequate and poorly coordinated. The DEA had agents in Miami. The FBI was investigating. Customs was trying to interdict smuggling. But these agencies weren't working together effectively, and they lacked the resources and authority to really impact the cocaine trade. That changed in 1982 when Vice President George H.W. Bush established the South Florida Task Force, bringing together multiple federal agencies under unified command with a specific mission: break the cocaine trafficking networks operating in South Florida. This was the first time the full weight of the federal government focused on the problem systematically. The task force brought resources that local law enforcement simply didn't have. Military assets were deployed. The Coast Guard got additional ships and aircraft. The DEA got more agents. Intelligence sharing improved dramatically. The operation represented a massive escalation in the war on drugs, with Miami as the primary battlefield. The results started showing fairly quickly. Major busts increased. In 1982, a single seizure at Miami International Airport captured $100 million worth of cocaine, one of the largest drug seizures in American history at that time. The Mutiny Hotel was raided, damaging the cocaine cowboys' primary social hub. High-profile arrests started happening more frequently. Griselda Blanco was arrested in 1985 in California. The godmother, who had terrorized Miami for years, was finally in custody. She would eventually be convicted on drug charges and serve time in federal prison before being deported to Colombia, where she would be killed in 2012, murdered by the same kind of motorcycle assassins she had pioneered. Other major figures in the trade were arrested, killed, or forced to flee. The organizational structure of the cocaine trafficking networks was disrupted. The violence began to decrease. The murder rate, which had peaked at 621 in 1981, started dropping. By the mid-'80s, it was clear that the worst of the cocaine cowboys era was ending. But the decline wasn't because law enforcement won. It was because the cocaine trade was shifting. Mexican cartels were taking over distribution networks, routing drugs across the southern border rather than through South Florida. Miami remained important for money laundering and as a regional distribution point, but it was no longer the primary entry point for cocaine entering the United States. The violence decreased because the territorial battles were largely settled. The survivors of the cocaine wars had established their operations and weren't fighting for dominance anymore. The heat from law enforcement made public violence bad for business. The trade became quieter, more sophisticated, less flagrantly brutal. Miami was left to count the costs: thousands dead, communities traumatized, a reputation in ruins, but also enormous amounts of money that had flowed through the city and funded development. The skyline had changed. Buildings that wouldn't exist without cocaine money stood as permanent reminders of the era. The economic benefits were real, even if they came with catastrophic social costs. The city's identity had been permanently altered. Miami would always carry the memory of the cocaine cowboys. The era would be mythologized in popular culture, especially with Miami Vice starting in 1984, creating a stylized vision of the city that was more glamorous than the reality, but based on real events. The show would help rehabilitate Miami's image, making the city seem exciting rather than just dangerous. The recovery was complicated and uneven. Parts of Miami bounced back quickly. The Art Deco district started attracting tourists again. The international business community began seeing Miami as a legitimate hub rather than just a drug trafficking center. Real estate development continued, now funded by more legitimate sources mixed with the drug money that had never really left. But other parts of the city struggled for much longer. Liberty City and other black neighborhoods had been devastated by the riots and the disinvestment that followed. The scars from the 80s would persist for decades. The murder rate, while lower than the peak, remained higher than national averages. The drug trade continued, even if it was less visible. Little Havana and the broader Cuban-American community solidified their position as Miami's dominant cultural and political force. The trauma of the Mariel boat lift eventually faded as the Marielitos integrated into the community. Many of them would become successful, contributing to Miami's economy and culture. The initial crisis gave way to eventual acceptance and incorporation. The cocaine money that had sustained Miami's economy in the late 70s and early 80s had to be replaced by legitimate economic activity. Miami positioned itself as the business capital of the Americas, the bridge between North and South. International banks opened offices. Trade with Latin America increased. The city consciously built an identity around its Latino character and bilingual capacity. Tourism eventually recovered, though it took years. The Art Deco district became a major draw. South Beach would transform in the 90s into an international hotspot, attracting celebrities and money and attention. The beaches that had been largely abandoned in the late 70s became valuable real estate again. The paradise image, while never quite as innocent as before, was partially restored. The generation that grew up in 70s Miami carried those experiences with them. They had seen their city at its worst. They understood that civilization was fragile, that prosperity could vanish, that violence could overwhelm civil society. But they had also seen resilience, the ability of communities to endure and eventually rebuild. Miami's story was one of failure and recovery, of hitting bottom and slowly climbing back. By the 90s, Miami was becoming something new again, not the retirement community of the 60s, not the cocaine capital of the 80s, but a genuinely international city, diverse in ways that few American cities could match, culturally rich, economically dynamic, politically complex. The painful transformation of the 70s and 80s had created the foundation for this new Miami. The legacy of the 70s is visible everywhere if you know where to look. The buildings constructed with cocaine money, the Cuban-American political establishment, the international business orientation, the cultural fusion that makes Miami unique, the complicated relationship with law enforcement, the memory of violence that shapes how people think about safety and community. All of it traces back to that decade of transformation. And standing through all of it, painted in their cheerful pastel colors, are the Art Deco buildings that Barbara Capitman saved. They represent the continuity between old Miami and new Miami, the physical connection to a time before the chaos. They proved that beauty could survive darkness, that what was valuable could be preserved even when everything else was falling apart. They were a bet on the future, made during the worst of times, and that bet paid off. The story of 70s Miami is many things. It's a cautionary tale about what happens when drug money corrupts an economy and violence spirals out of control. It's a story about demographic transformation and cultural collision. It's about the resilience of communities under extreme pressure. It's about architectural preservation as an act of faith. It's about the complicated relationship between paradise and nightmare, between image and reality. Most of all, it's a human story. Ordinary people trying to live their lives while their city burned around them. Families struggling to stay together, communities trying to maintain identity and dignity. Individuals making hard choices about whether to stay or leave, whether to participate in the drug economy or resist it, whether to hope for better or give in to despair. Miami survived the 70s, but it was fundamentally changed. The city that emerged from that decade bore little resemblance to the one that entered it. The transformation was painful, violent, chaotic, but it was also real and permanent. The Miami we know today, with all its complexity and contradiction, was forged in the fire of the 1970s. The cocaine cowboys are gone now, dead or imprisoned or faded into obscurity. The refugees who arrived are grandparents now, their children and grandchildren fully American while maintaining Cuban identity. The Art Deco buildings still stand, more valuable and celebrated than ever. The memories of violence remain but have softened with time. The city has moved forward while carrying the weight of its history. Standing here looking back at that decade, the overwhelming feeling is one of gratitude that Miami made it through. There were moments when it seemed possible the city might not survive, that the violence and corruption and chaos would be permanent, that Miami would become a cautionary tale of urban collapse. Instead, it became a story of transformation and recovery, of a city that went through hell and came out the other side different but still standing. The people who lived through 70s Miami deserve recognition for their endurance. They stayed when leaving would have been easier. They maintained hope when despair was reasonable. They built communities even as forces tried to tear them apart. They raised children and worked jobs and maintained dignity in circumstances that tested everyone. Their resilience made recovery possible. And to anyone who thinks they understand Miami from TV shows or movies or quick visits, know that the real story is deeper and more complicated than any simplified version can capture. The city contains multitudes, beauty and brutality, success and failure, integration and segregation, paradise and nightmare. The contradictions aren't bugs, they're features. They're what makes Miami Miami. The sun still shines on Miami Beach the way it did when Jackie Gleason called it the sun and fun capital of the world. The ocean is still beautiful. The Art Deco buildings still stand in their pastel glory. But the innocence is gone. Miami knows what it's capable of now, both the best and the worst. The city that believed it was paradise discovered it could become hell. The city that became hell discovered it could rebuild into something complex and vital and uniquely itself. That's the story of life in 1970s Miami. Not simple, not easy, not what anyone expected, but real. all of it real, documented in memories and morgue records and architectural preservation reports and family stories passed down through generations. A decade when paradise was lost and something harder and more honest was found in its place. A decade that made Miami what it is today, for better and worse, in all its complicated glory. Thank you for joining me on this journey through Miami's most transformative and troubled decade. If you found this history compelling, please like and subscribe to support the channel. And if you have your own memories of 1970s Miami, or if your family's story touched this era, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. These histories matter. These stories deserve to be remembered. And Miami, in all its complexity, deserves to be understood beyond the myths and simplified narratives. Until next time, take care of each other, remember where you've been, and never forget that even the darkest times can lead to eventual light. Paradise might be lost, but something real can be built from the ruins.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you're watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture yourself on Carnaby Street in the summer of 1966. The afternoon sun catches on chrome shop fronts while bass lines pulse from open doorways. A girl walks past in a dress so short it would have caused a scandal just 3 years earlier, her geometric haircut swinging as she moves. The Beatles are playing somewhere, always playing somewhere, their music floating through the warm air like something you could almost touch. Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones blares from a boutique selling velvet jackets in colours that don't exist in nature. Everyone around you looks impossibly young, impossibly beautiful, impossibly free. You're standing at the exact centre of the world, and the world knows it. London is swinging, baby, and you're there to witness it. Now picture this, the same street, exactly 10 years later. It's 1976, and Carnaby Street looks like a war zone. Garbage bags pile 3 feet high on the sidewalks because the bin men are on strike. The paint peels from those same chrome shop fronts. The boutiques that remain open have bars on their windows. A teenager walks past with a safety pin through his cheek, wearing a torn shirt with the Queen's face slashed across it. The music that escapes from basement clubs sounds angry, nihilistic, like someone screaming into the void. The air smells of rot and diesel and something burning. Everyone looks exhausted, suspicious, afraid. The unemployment office has a line stretching around the block. This is still London, but it's a different city entirely. A city that went from being the coolest place on earth to a place many feared would never recover. How did this happen? How did one city contain both these realities within a single decade? This is the story of London in the 1960s and 1970s, a tale of 2 cities, of dreams realised and dreams destroyed, of revolution and collapse, of hope and fear existing side by side. This is the story they don't tell you in the glossy retrospectives, the one that shows you both the light and the shadow, the glamour and the garbage, the beautiful people and the desperate ones, the swinging paradise and the fear city that rose from its ashes. Tonight, we'll walk those streets together, from the grey dawn of the early 60s through the psychedelic explosion of swinging London, into the glittering and dangerous world of celebrity gangsters and underground clubs, and finally through the economic collapse that turned optimism into punk rock fury. We'll meet the people who lived it, the ones who survived it, and the ones who didn't. We'll see how a generation went from believing anything was possible to adopting no future as their battle cry. This is history as it actually happened, not the sanitized version, not the nostalgic fantasy, but the real, messy, beautiful, terrible truth of what it meant to be alive in London during the most transformative 20 years the city had ever known. So settle in, close your eyes, and let's travel back to a London that doesn't exist anymore, except in memory, in photographs, and in the stories we're about to tell. The London of 1960 was not a city anyone would call swinging. After 15 years of post-war recovery, the British capital remained locked in a kind of collective exhaustion, a grey hangover from a grey decade. The 1950s had been years of austerity, of rationing that only fully ended in 1954, of bomb craters still visible between buildings, of a population that had survived the Blitz only to face another kind of survival during the long, slow climb back to normalcy. The city wore its fatigue like an old coat, threadbare but familiar. Walk down any London street in 1960 and you'd see it immediately. The buildings were soot-stained, blackened by decades of coal fires. Fog still rolled through the streets on winter mornings, that thick yellow fog that tasted of sulphur and made your lungs ache. Men wore dark suits and hats. Women wore sensible dresses and gloves, and nobody questioned this uniform because that's simply what you did. Deference ruled the day. You called your boss sir, you tipped your hat to the vicar, you knew your place in the great British class system, and you stayed there. The war had supposedly broken down barriers, brought everyone together in shared suffering, but the reality was more complicated. The aristocracy still controlled most of the wealth. Working-class kids still left school at 15 to work in factories their fathers worked in, and nobody really believed this would ever change. But something was stirring beneath the surface, something the older generation couldn't quite see yet. The babies born during the post-war boom of the late 40s and early 50s were reaching adolescence, and there were so many of them. By the middle of the decade, an astounding 40% of Britain's population